Do you want my world? If you want it, I can give it all to you. Go find it. I have placed everything on this continent. Taishan City Second Middle School. As that majestic voice resounding across the entire continent fell silent, the crowd in the school square instantly burst into uproar. Today was Awakening and Class Change Day. The day that decides the fate of countless beings. Amid the clamorous crowd stood a handsome young man. Lin Li, a time traveler, had been run over by a truck while crossing the street and was crushed into this world of myriad races contending for supremacy, a stage where one player exits and another enters. Looking up at the sky, Lin Li's eyes twitched. This voice that echoed across the entire endless continent sounded every year on Awakening Day. Although he had heard this voice 17 times before, every time it gave him a sense of déjà vu straight out of an anime opening scene. Ever since he crossed into this world, even the first page of his textbook bore such a sentence. Eternal life, authority, power. The words spoken by the creator god who once owned the entire universe upon leaving this plane made countless races, powerhouses, and heroes flock to this continent. Do you want my world? If you want it, I can give it all to you. Go find it. I have placed everything on this continent. Thus all races from the myriad heavens came to this continent, officially beginning the era of hegemonic struggle for the god creator's authority. Damn, could this creator god be a fellow countryman of mine? Lin Li couldn't help complaining inwardly. Old Lin, what are you spacing out for? You're not nervous, are you? A student with thick eyebrows and big eyes whose sturdy build seemed beyond his age slapped Lin Li on the shoulder and grinned. Zhang Yuanfang, Lin Li's best buddy. Today is the day that decides our fate, so being a little nervous isn't too much. Relax, didn't the teacher say that with your soul strength your awakened class will definitely be no lower than purple rare? The classes of the Endless Continent were divided into 5 levels: white, common, blue, elite, purple, rare, gold, legendary, and red myth. Each grade had upper, middle, and lower tiers. That's true, but classes are also split into combat and life categories. I'd rather awaken a combat class. Although some rare life classes once awakened can become the strategic backbone of humanity. But you know, for a man to have all power within himself to punch and blow up an island, that's the ultimate romance. By the way, what class do you want to awaken? Duh, close combat class, of course. Look at this build, and definitely a warrior or brawler. Real men fight hand-to-hand with blood and blades. Zhang Yuanfang could not help striking a few bodybuilding poses, showing off his muscles with a smug grin. Silence, everyone. The class change ceremony of Taishan City Second Middle School now officially begins. Students whose names are called step onto the altar for class change. As the two chatted, Principal Wang Hao ascended the class change podium, his voice like a great bell. The class change ceremony had finally begun. First, Kai Kuan. As the words fell, all eyes turned to that student. Kai Kuan swallowed nervously and began walking toward the class change altar. Buzz. The altar glowed blue and countless mysterious runes rose into the air. After 5 seconds, it gradually subsided. Principal Wang Hao glanced at Kai Kuan with a satisfied look. Class change successful, blue, upper grade class, sing dance motivator. Combat support type. Singing and dancing among crowds grants certain combat buffs. Holy crap, Kai Kuan, you've hit the jackpot. I heard classes related to combat have a very low awakening rate. Didn't expect the first one to appear. Teacher Kai, I also like singing, dancing, and playing basketball. How about teaming up with me? Silence, the ceremony continues. The ceremony proceeded in an orderly manner. Chen Yue, white lower grade class, technician. Zhang Ming, white lower grade class, lactation therapist. Yuan Yi, blue middle grade class, spiritual healer. The class change ceremony gradually reached a climax. The classes awakened were diverse and varied. One girl even awakened a purple rare trait, archer. According to the trait introduction, every arrow she fires will automatically track the male reproductive organs of any male creature. When this trait was announced, every male present, principals, teachers, and students alike, instinctively tightened their legs. Their eyes fixed on the girl on the altar were filled with fear and dread. No matter what, never provoke her. At that moment, every male present shared the same thought. Next, Zhang Yuanfang. My turn, buddy. Watch me awaken as a berserker. Zhang Yuanfang gave Lin Li a thumbs up, flashed a confident smile, and stepped onto the class change platform. Zhang Yuanfang, purple rare, upper grade class, holy priest. No. Zhang Yuanfang knelt on the altar in utter despair, letting out a heart-wrenching cry. The dream of becoming a berserker shattered into dust. Seeing Zhang Yuanfang approach with a deathly pale face, Lin Li cast a sympathetic glance and patted his shoulder. Next, Lin Li. The moment to decide his own fate had arrived. Lin Li took a deep breath and stepped onto the altar. At the sound of Lin Li's name, the crowd stirred and all eyes turned to him. For some reason, the name Lin Li was quite famous in No. 2 high school, and even in the entire 5th district, though the fame was a bit delicate. Damn, Lin Li, finally his turn. God bless, let him get a white common lower grade class. Exactly, he's so handsome and has a childhood sweetheart who is the school beauty. If he also awakens a good class, then heaven really has no eyes. As long as he awakens a trash class, Miss Yi will definitely cut ties with him. Then our goddess Qingying will still belong to all of us. Amid countless envious and malicious gazes, Lin Li began his class change. Boom! A golden beam of light suddenly shot up from the altar. The light was so intense and pure that everyone below instinctively squinted or raised their hands to shield their eyes. Then within the light pillar, visions of countless mythical beasts erupted, their roars shaking the heavens. Golden light. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Legendary class. It's actually a legendary class. How many legendary classes does the entire human race produce in a year? Our school actually produced one. Not just humans. Among all races in the endless continent, legendary classes are extremely rare. It's said that only those with at least a legendary class are qualified to compete for the Creator God's treasure in the center of the endless continent. Why him? Why is he the one who wins at life? Just because he's an orphan? Heaven has no eyes. The students below wailed in resentment. However, on the ritual stage, Principal Wang Hao was frowning deeply. Legendary professions were extremely rare, so he should have been overjoyed. Yet when he looked at Lin Li, his eyes were filled with regret. Lin Li awakened as a legendary upper-grade profession, Beast Tamer. When the principal announced the Beast Tamer profession, the crowd below widened their eyes. Haha, Beast Tamer is good. Beast Tamer is wonderful. Close call, I almost let him have a good deal. Lucky I tripped, I almost ran up to lick his shoes. Let's see how he gets through the trial dungeon in 24 hours. If he fails the trial dungeon, his life is ruined. Below the stage, the originally jealous and wailing faces instantly changed to ecstasy. Hey, what's wrong with Beast Tamer? It's still a legendary profession, isn't it? Better than some garbage professions, right? A student asked blankly. Obviously, you're one of those who slacks off in class with poor academic performance. A fat guy heard this and gave the student a contemptuous look, then proudly explained, Beast Tamer, as the name suggests, signs contracts with beasts to fight. This profession is top tier across the entire endless continent among all races, known as the #1 profession below mythical. Even at later stages, it can rival some weaker mythical professions. Do you know what mythical professions mean? It means the terrifying power to annihilate an entire race alone at the late stage. Each one is an ultimate weapon, suppressing a race's destiny, comparable to nuclear weapons in the old era. With tens of billions of humans, we only have 2 mythical professionals on the surface. So strong. Then why is everyone mocking him? Strong. That's for later. The fat guy looked gloatingly at Lin Li on the stage. You know that after job transfer, combat professionals get forcibly teleported into a personal trial dungeon after 24 hours, right? In the early stage, a beast tamer's combat power without strong beasts and resources is even inferior to some blue professions. After all, raising one beast is like raising a professional. The personal trial dungeon has 5 tiers: normal, elite, rare, nightmare, hell. They correspond to your professional rank. If you awaken a normal profession, you enter normal. But Lin Li awakened a legendary rank, which means as a frail early-stage beast tamer, hell, enter the nightmare level. Nightmare level. The student gasped, turning pale. Even with poor grades, had heard of the terrible consequence of failing the trial profession, stripped, becoming a worthless cripple. So awakening the beast tamer profession means his life is over, right? Not necessarily, unless he has a powerful family and forces behind him willing to spare no expense to provide the best beast's equipment and items, forcing through the nightmare level. But once the dungeon reaches nightmare level, its difficulty increases qualitatively. And he's a beast tamer. The chance of passing is extremely low. But this profession can rival mythical ones later. Shouldn't the human high-level take a gamble and invest in it? They've tried it long ago. In the 300 years since Earth merged with the endless continent, humans have awakened the beast tamer profession before. To harness its powerful combat power, humanity once spared no expense exhausting resources to help cross the nightmare level, but the success rate was extremely low. Out of 5 attempts, only 1 succeeded. Though the probability is low, it did succeed. I believe once the beast tamer grows at later stages, it's all worth it. He betrayed humanity. What? The student's face stiffened. The fat man's voice dropped low, carrying an indescribable hatred. For a precious beast and resources, he left only 1 sentence and betrayed humanity without hesitation. This ship of humanity is too small to carry my ambition. Humanity exhausted resources to help him through the trial and growth, yet he defected to alien races when they needed him most. The fat man shook his head as he looked at Lin Li. That betrayal cost humanity dearly. It was only because low-rank predecessors sacrificed their lives blocking the disaster with their flesh that humanity didn't lose half its territory. The genius cultivated with all resources betrayed the race, while the always overlooked low-rank professionals defended humanity. Since then, human education resource allocation was completely reformed, favoring military merits and actual contributions. Geniuses could receive some resource tilt, but no more allure-nothing cultivation. On the ritual stage, Lin Li ignored the surrounding taunts because his entire mind was focused on a panel before his eyes. Just now, when he awakened his profession, a voice suddenly rang in his mind. Detected that the host has awakened a profession beast tamer. Now activating and loading the template system, choosing the first emoji from the host's previous life as the template. Detected that the host's first emoji from the previous life is from the One Piece world. Now loading the One Piece template world. System. Could such a thing actually exist? Lin Li stared in surprise at the system panel before him. Having read many novels in his past life, he certainly knew what this was. Having just crossed over, he had once hoped, but after waiting for over a decade without it appearing, he had given up. Unexpectedly, it appeared now. But choosing the first emoji as the template seemed a bit reckless. If the first emoji were a cat, would you load a cat template? Loading. Seawater weakness modified. One Piece template loaded successfully. Template draw. First system activation grants 1 free template draw. Afterwards, when the host reaches levels 11, 21, 31, you may draw One Piece world fruit or character template. Note: templates can be applied to contracted beasts, enhancing their quality and granting all abilities of the fruit or character. Return to origin. Activating this skill grants you all the skills and attributes of the selected contracted beast for half an hour, cooldown 6 hours. Union: when your contracted beast is injured and returns to the beast space, you gain all that beast's attributes and abilities, and the value is multiplied by 10. This skill can stack. Seeing this, Lin Li's eyes widened. Only 5 words echoed in his mind: I don't eat beef. One beast injured returns with 10-fold stats. Second beast injured returns plus another 10-fold. Third. The numbers were beyond imagination. At that point, without even using skills, purely by stats, a single punch could obliterate an entire mountain range. Ding! Draw the template. The system's voice pulled Lin Li back to reality. Draw. Template extraction successful. Please select one from the options below. Zoro Red Myth High Grade. Skills: Armament, Color Observation, Color Conquerors, Haki 3 Sword Style, Lion's Song, Troubled Wind, Rashomon, Purgatory Demon, Slash, Extreme, Tiger, Hunt, Great Thousand World, Flying Dragon, Guardian, Azura. Draw, Sword, the Play of the Dead. Candle Fruit, Purple Rare High Grade. Using this fruit, your beast can secrete and produce a large amount of white waxy substance from any part of its body, which hardens to an incredibly tough consistency. Note: the wax can be shaped freely to create weapons, swords, spears, armor, shields, tools, keys, locks, and buildings, candle walls, cages. Everyone Fruit, White Low Grade. Allows your beast to walk upright, possessing human-like hands, enabling it to use tools and learn knowledge. Human Intelligence gains human-level understanding, learning ability, and language capability. Is there any need to choose? What are the other two? Garbage. Lin Li unhesitatingly chose Zoro's template. Mythical High Grade. This is a rare existence even in the Endless Continent. Once grown, it achieves a dominant status. On the altar, Principal Wang Hao looked at Lin Li, whose expression fluctuated between dazed and ecstatic with a hint of sympathy in his eyes. This child must be experiencing severe emotional highs and lows, suffering from a serious shock, unable to cope with the situation, appearing somewhat deranged. The principal looked at Lin Li with sympathy, saying, Lin Li, life must go on. Ordinary people can also shine and thrive. You must pull yourself together. At worst, with that handsome face, you can always rely on charm. Lin Li politely thanked the principal and turned, walking down the altar under the gaze of the crowd's malicious delight and mockery, returning to the lineup. Zhang Yuanfang patted Lin Li's shoulder, comforting him. No need to say anything. Tonight I'll take you to a rich lady club where I work part-time to apply. It might be tiring, but with your pretty face, you should have no worries about food and drink. Lin Li's eye twitched, and he immediately kicked out. A real man born in heaven and earth cannot rely on charm. Why aren't you happy? Others would love to have a chance to meet a rich lady. While the two were playfully sparring, the principal on the altar called out loudly, next, Yi Qingying. Before the sound faded, the crowd erupted in uncontrollable commotion. Because Yi Qingying is unanimously recognized as the #1 school beauty among all students in the 5th battle zone. Her grades have long dominated the top spot, and her soul testing strength reached an astonishing SSS level. Moreover, with her father being the #1 war god of the 5th zone, she is almost the epitome of perfection in terms of appearance, background, and ability. Zhang Yuanfang nudged Lin Li with his elbow. Hey, your childhood sweetheart is about to go up. Are you nervous? Do you think if she transitions to a good profession, she will sever ties with you? Lin Li rolled his eyes. Uninstall that damn novel software of yours. The moment Yi Qingying stepped out from the crowd, time seemed to slow down. She wore a simple white school uniform, her silver hair cascading down to her waist. The sunlight fell upon her, illuminating her snow-like translucent skin, her features exquisitely carved, like a meticulously crafted artwork. Beneath her crescent-shaped brows were a pair of cold eyes with rare ice blue pupils resembling the unpolluted glacier lakes in the far north. However, amidst this extreme cold aura there existed a striking contrast. On top of her head, a playful tuft of hair stood upright, swaying gently with her movements, adding an indescribable touch of cuteness to her otherwise aloof demeanor. Sister Qingying is so cool and cold I'm about to faint. Goddess Qingying, step on me. Ah, that tuft of hair is so cute. I want to touch it. Qingying, the first goddess. Yi Qingying's beauty and cold temperament made her popular among students regardless of gender. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Qingying walked steadily towards the profession transition altar. Her face bore no expression, as if the surrounding uproar had nothing to do with her. In an instant, a red light erupted from the center of the altar, so dazzling that many had to close their eyes or shield themselves with their hands. Immediately afterward, a piercing chill spread, not ordinary coldness, but a sharp, icy aura, as if countless invisible blades were dancing in the air. This is... Principal Wang's pupils constricted suddenly, his expression filled with excitement. The red light gradually converged into a massive golden sword shadow hovering above Yi Qing, with ancient runes flowing on the sword body, radiating a terrifying pressure. Yi Qingying, mythical low-grade profession sword saint. Principal Wang's voice trembled slightly as this statement echoed through the entire square via the microphone. A deathly silence. Moments later, the crowd erupted into deafening exclamations. My God, a mythical profession. Our human race has gained another mythical profession. Ooh, our rise is imminent. As expected of Goddess Qingying, so strong. Congratulations to our human race, another mythical supreme. It seems that this year's college entrance examination Goddess Qingying will definitely take first place. As the overwhelming sword intent gradually dissipated, Yi Qingying slowly opened her eyes. She moved her feet, walking down the altar with a cold expression. However, she did not return to her original lineup, but walked towards the second-class lineup. In the astonished and jealous gazes of everyone, Yi Qingying came before Lin Li. She said not a word, her cold eyes fixed directly on Lin Li. Seeing Yi Qingying approach him, Lin Li seemed to recall something. His expression changed, his gaze evasive, feeling somewhat guilty, unable to meet those blue eyes directly. Suddenly, the tuft of hair above Yi Qingying's head began to move, first swaying slightly, then the movement gradually intensified. Watching that swaying tuft, Lin Li's expression became quite animated. He shook his head like a rattle drum, saying no, absolutely not now. Yi Qingying's gaze sharpened, and the swaying of the tuft intensified. It's not that I don't want to keep my word, but this situation is not right. Lin Li's face displayed an awkward expression. He could feel the surrounding temperature plummeting, and the gazes of Yi Qingying's fans were like daggers. The tuft continued to shake violently, seemingly expressing intense dissatisfaction. No, don't think too much. I don't have any other girlfriends. Lin Li hurriedly explained, in a fluster, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Watching the bizarre interaction between the two, the students in the crowd looked at Lin Li with murderous intent. It's Lin Li again. Why? Why does Sister Qingying only treat him this way? Look at how that tuft of hair is moving. Ew, I've never seen it shake so violently. What are they talking about? Can someone translate? Everyone gritted their teeth, their eyes filled with jealousy. Lin Li, the acknowledged enemy of all of Yi Qingying's fans. It is said that he and Yi Qingying grew up together, childhood sweethearts. Since starting school, Yi Qingying has always maintained a cold demeanor, and for some reason no one has ever heard her say a word, nor does she ever acknowledge strangers. Everyone is unsure how to communicate with her. But there is one exception, and that is Lin Li. Perhaps due to their childhood bond, Lin Li can understand what Yi Qingying wants to express just by looking at the swaying tuft or her eyes. Yi Qingying's fans, regardless of gender, felt a sharp pain in their hearts at this moment. Their idol unexpectedly, in the first moment after transitioning to a mythical profession, sought out a boy destined to be useless, and communicated in a way that only he could understand. Lin Li must have saved the human race in his past life. Finally, under the increasingly vigorous swaying of Yi Qingying's tuft and her gradually cold gaze, Lin Li let out a helpless sigh. He understood this girl's personality, as she was very stubborn. If he didn't keep his promise, she would definitely stand in front of him persistently. He could only blame himself for not reacting in time and agreeing to her request. Amidst countless piercing gazes, Lin Li slowly walked up to Yi Qingying. Seeing her up close, Lin Li felt her beauty more vividly. Her skin was so fair it seemed almost translucent, with a faint blush on her cheeks. Her long lashes framed ice blue eyes that sparkled like the purest gems. A cool, refreshing fragrance emanated from her like the scent of a pine forest after snow. Gritting his teeth, Lin Li lowered his head under the piercing stares of the crowd. His lips brushed against Yi Qingying's cheek as lightly as a dragonfly skimming water, then quickly withdrew. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. Everyone stood dumbfounded, their minds blank. Lin Li had actually kissed Yi Qingying. The top school beauty, the mythical sword saint, future sovereign of humanity, daughter of the first war god of the 5th district. Had she been kissed on the cheek by a boy destined to be useless right in public? Snap. In that moment, a string seemed to break in the minds of Yi Qingying's fans. Jealousy, envy, fury. These emotions erupted like a volcano, instantly consuming all reason. Zhang Yuanfang's eye twitched. He cast a sympathetic glance at his good friend, then fled from Lin Li, as if escaping. He had no doubt that a siege against Lin Li was imminent. A deathly silence lasted for about 3 seconds. Then a roar erupted from the crowd. Lin Li, you deserve to die. You deserve to die 10,000 times. This shout was like igniting a powder keg. The entire playground exploded into chaos. How dare you defile my lady? They'll fight you to the death. He kissed her. He actually kissed her. My pure goddess Qingying. I don't approve of this marriage. Where's the guard? Capture him. They'll cut him up. Kill him. He must be killed. The students were boiling with rage. Many were already rolling up their sleeves, eager to tear Lin Li to shreds. Just then, boom. A powerful aura erupted, instantly suppressing the entire playground. Principal Wang Hao's face darkened, his voice carrying undeniable authority. Everyone be quiet. Don't you see what occasion this is? Stand in line and continue the class change ceremony. The pressure of a Tier 3 or Level 60 powerhouse was tangible, making it hard for the students to breathe and forcing them to calm down. They reluctantly returned to their positions, but their eyes still bore into Lin Li like knives. If looks could kill Lin Li, would be riddled with holes by now. Ahem, Yi Qingying, please return to your spot. Principal Wang's gaze shifted to Yi Qingying, who still stood frozen. His eye twitched slightly as he spoke in a gentle tone. However, Yi Qingying ignored the principal. Her cold, sharp eyes fixed on Lin Li, one hand still tightly clutching his sleeve. The antenna-like strand of hair on her head shook discontentedly. Ignored by her, Principal Wang's face turned green, but faced with this student who had just achieved a mythical class and was the daughter of the Northern War God, he could only glare fiercely at Lin Li. Under the principal's menacing glare, cold sweat beaded on Lin Li's forehead. He quickly whispered to Yi Qingying, I didn't lie to you. I only said I'd kiss you, not on the lips. Go back now. The principal is getting angry. Though spoken softly, his words were clearly heard by the front rows in the silent playground. What? He wants to kiss her on the lips. A boy shrieked, damned Lin Li, I'll never forgive you. I'm going to ambush Lin Li after school. Who's with me? Count me in. 1110086. The crowd stirred again, and even Principal Wang's pressure could barely contain them. Lin Li tugged at his sleeve, but Yi Qingying's grip was unyielding. He looked at her, then at the hostile, murderous gazes around him, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. He had no doubt that if he actually kissed Yi Qingying on the lips today, these frenzied fans would tear him apart. Left with no choice, Lin Li leaned close to Yi Qingying's ear and whispered so only she could hear, go back now. I promise you can come to my room tonight. A glimmer of light flashed in Yi Qingying's ice blue eyes. The strand of hair on her head stopped its violent shaking and gently nodded, as if asking, really? Really, I'm not lying. Lin Li nodded earnestly. With that assurance, Yi Qingying finally released his sleeve and turned to return to Class 1's formation. Her steps were light, her expression still cool, only the cheerful little strand of hair on her head betraying her mood. Watching Yi Qingying leave, Principal Wang let out a long sigh, his face gradually returning to normal. He hadn't expected the boy to actually land such a cushy deal. He shot Lin Li a fierce glare. If I look down on you. With a mix of annoyance and envy, the principal resumed the class change ceremony. Zhang Yuanfang quietly sidled back to Lin Li and whispered, bro, you'd better not go home tonight. I'm worried you'll really get jumped. Lin Li. Time passed, and the class change ceremony finally ended. The ceremony is now over. You may each find your instructor to receive starter equipment. Those who awaken combat classes must gather at the city square tomorrow. Personal trial dungeons can cause injuries, so the city and school will arrange medical staff to treat you. Prepare well. Remember, personal trial dungeons below rare difficulty are not too hard, so don't be overly nervous. Students, tomorrow is a great chance for you to soar. The trial dungeons will be watched by countless professional groups, guilds, and top academies. If you're confident, we're a live streaming iStone to broadcast in real time. This is a golden opportunity to attract investment. Don't play the game of hiding your strength. The capable must compete. Professionals spend money like water. One step late in the early stages means falling behind at every step. Good skills and equipment are priceless even if you have money. If you don't show your worth, how can you attract attention? How can you raise your value? How can you get organizations to invest in you? I've said my piece. Finally, I wish all students great success in martial endeavors. The principal's voice echoed across the square. In the evening, students poured out of school like a tide. Some excitedly showed off their new abilities, while others grimly planned purchases of potions and items for the upcoming trial dungeons. Lin Li leaned against a stone pillar by the school gate, his fingers tapping absently on the surface as he waited for Zhang Yuanfang. The slanting sunlight stretched his shadow long. Lin Li narrowed his eyes, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. To maximize the potential of the Zoro template, he needed a sword-wielding beast companion, preferably humanoid, capable of using the three-sword style. This limited the options for beast companions. But the most pressing issue now was money. Lin Li frowned. Beast pets were not cheap. It wasn't just beast tamers who could contract beast companions, other classes could too, but only one. This drove up prices significantly. Even a common white-quality beast companion cost around 200,000, because having an extra beast at a critical moment could save a life. Being an orphan, Lin Li had only a few tens of thousands saved from part-time jobs over the years, far from enough to buy a beast. Did he really have to work a night at that rich women's club? He wondered if he could handle it. Lin Li, even if you've awakened as a beast tamer with your background, there's no turning the tide for you. A gruff voice interrupted his thoughts. Lin Li looked up and saw a burly student approaching him, muscles bulging beneath his tight school uniform. Clearly someone who worked out regularly. He had some recollection of this person from class 3, named Li Gang, who had awakened the rare purple tier class Steel Warrior. Once in battle, he could periodically increase his attack power and health. Somewhat reminiscent of the Heart of Steel effect from his past life, though time-limited, otherwise it would undoubtedly be a legendary class. Another fan or admirer of Yi Qingying. Over the years, because of his relationship with Yi Qingying, many had come to cause him trouble, but he had always fought them off. Lin Li had been in plenty of fights in his past life, and after being reborn he understood the perils of school bullying all too well, so he had kept himself in shape. In truth, most didn't know he still had some connections, and since using class abilities against ordinary people was a major crime, he was quite formidable among the students. I advise you to come to your senses and stay away from him, or you'll be sorry. Li Gang stopped, arms crossed, looking down at Lin Li. Heh. Lin Li let out a scornful snort through his nose. You can. This card has 100,000 in it. Leave. Zhang Yuanfang sighed. Li Gang abruptly pulled out a bank card and extended it to Lin Li. The world fell silent. Lin Li's expression froze instantly, his mouth half open, the word mom caught in his throat. He blinked twice, his lashes fluttering, as if confirming this wasn't an illusion. His gaze shifted from Li Gang's face to the card in his hand, then back, his face etched with disbelief. He stood stunned for a long moment, his mind racing. Zhang Yuanfang. Not Yi Qingying. Wait, Li Gang was trying to. Once he understood, Lin Li's eyes sharpened, his expression turning solemn, almost grave as he spoke each word deliberately. Do you know he is my beloved friend, a kindred spirit I may encounter but once in a lifetime? Li Gang's expression visibly faltered, the arrogance on his face fading, replaced by a newfound respect. He nodded slowly, his voice dropping. I see. I understand that kind of bond. It was my mistake to insult you with money. Lin Li's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes grew deeper. He tilted his head slightly as if pondering something important, then spoke calmly, yet firmly. No, add more money. The two stared at each other, the air freezing for a few seconds. A vein bulged faintly on Li Gang's forehead. 15,000. He ground out the words through clenched teeth. Lin Li's eyebrows lifted slightly, a trace of barely perceptible satisfaction flickering across his face, but he quickly resumed his serious demeanor. 20,000, and he'll reduce my contact with him and give you his whereabouts later. Deal. Lin Li took the card, feeling its cool edge against his fingertips. He tried to keep his expression calm, but the slight twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed his inner excitement. Over 10 minutes later. Huh, where did that kid go? Didn't we agree to leave together? Zhang Yuanfang looked at the empty school gate, somewhat puzzled. Just then, a burly figure suddenly appeared behind Zhang Yuanfang. Meanwhile, Lin Li had already arrived at the city's southern pet market. The narrow street was lined with stalls and shops, cages holding beast pets of all shapes and sizes. There were juvenile fire lizards spitting small flames, crystal-winged birds with shimmering wings, and shadow cats curled in corners with wary eyes. Lin Li's gaze swept quickly over the stalls, searching for his ideal humanoid beast pet. Most beast pets were animal forms. Occasionally he spotted young centaurs or low-intelligence goblinoids, but none were what he sought. Boss, do you have any humanoid beast pets that can wield a sword? Lin Li stopped in front of a shop that seemed fairly large. The shop owner, a middle-aged bald man, was busy feeding a crystal tortoise. He glanced up at Lin Li and said lazily, humanoid with a sword. That would be a rare tier sword servant or blade slave, young man. Not something an ordinary person can afford. What about white quality? Lin Li asked stubbornly. The owner shook his head. White quality humanoid beast pets are rare to begin with, and those that can wield a sword are nearly non-existent. There are white quality little stone men, which barely count as humanoid, but they can barely manage a stick, let alone a sword. Lin Li's heart sank, but he didn't show it on his face, merely nodding. He'll look around some more. Over the next 2 hours, he traversed nearly the entire market, receiving similar answers everywhere. Humanoid sword-wielding beast pets started at least at blue rare quality, with prices usually exceeding 500,000, far beyond his budget. The sun had begun to set, and Lin Li stood at the market exit, his expression grim. The 200,000 in his pocket suddenly seemed trivial, What he had thought would solve his problems now appeared to be a mere drop in the bucket. Should he take out a loan? Just as Lin Li hesitated, a nondescript little stall in the corner caught his attention. The stall owner was an old man in a tattered robe with only 3 cages before him, a stark contrast to the bustling displays of other stalls. 2 cages were empty, only the far right one held a skeleton soldier. Lin Li's steps involuntarily halted, his gaze fixed firmly on the skeleton. It had 2 hands and teeth that could bite a third blade. A look of delight spread across Lin Li's face as he strode quickly to the stall. "Boss, how much for this one?" The old man looked up, studied Lin Li for a moment, and spoke slowly. "Skeleton soldier, white, ordinary low grade. If you want it, I can sell it for 15,000. Too expensive. Boss, this skeleton's stats are terrible, and its combat ability is mediocre at best. It can only handle odd jobs. If it ever faced direct combat, a single goblin could probably knock it apart." Lin Li pointed at the dull skeleton in the cage, his tone dripping with disdain. The owner squinted at Lin Li. "If it's so useless, why buy it? I'm planning to open a haunted house soon. This guy would be perfect." The owner glanced at the skeleton soldier. It did look creepy, but it was all show and no substance. Its combat ability was utter trash. It had been on display for days without a single inquiry. The owner thought for a moment. 14,000, take it. 10,000. Kid, aren't you cutting it a bit too deep? The two went back and forth in a heated haggle, and after a protracted tug-of-war, Lin Li secured the skeleton soldier for 12,000. The owner pulled out a crystal from under the counter, and a beam of light enveloped the skeleton in the cage. In an instant, the pale skeleton vanished into the light, and the crystal's surface glowed faintly. "Here, take it." The owner tossed the beast pet crystal to Lin Li. With the crystal in hand, Lin Li immediately headed to a guild building. Lin Li walked into the lobby, and a woman in uniform at the front desk wore a professional smile. "Sir, how may I assist you?" "I'd like to rent a contract room. The cheapest one will do." After obtaining the room card, he found his room and swiped the card to enter. The contract room was not large, only about a dozen square meters, with a circular magic array of 3 meters in diameter engraved on the central floor. 6 stable magic crystal stones were embedded in the surrounding walls, emitting a soft white glow. Lin Li took a deep breath, placed the beast pet crystal in the center of the magic array, and pressed his hands on the activation rune, slowly channeling his spiritual energy. The magic array lit up. Mysterious silver inscriptions rose from the ground, intertwining with the crystal like living creatures. The inscriptions grew brighter, filling the entire room with a silvery white radiance. Before long, he felt a connection of consciousness. The skeletal soldier that had been in the beast pet crystal suddenly vanished and appeared in his beast control space. After transitioning to the beast tamer profession, a beast control space would open up within him where the beast tamer could store their beasts. When summoned, the beasts could be called within the range covered by their spiritual energy. Other professions could only use crystals for storage with a very limited summoning range. Lin Li concentrated and brought up the skeletal soldier's panel. Skeletal soldier LV1, first transition quality, white, ordinary, low-grade, strength 10, defense 5, spirit 5, agility 5, skills none, equipment none, combat power 50. This panel was utterly dismal. Apart from a slightly higher strength, everything else was below average. Even a goblin would be stronger than him. However, Lin Li did not mind. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and called out in his mind, "System, load the Zoro template onto the skeletal soldier." There was no response, but an invisible force suddenly surged from within him, pouring into the fragile skeleton. Lin Li opened his eyes wide, witnessing astonishing changes beginning to occur on the skeletal soldier. First was the red light. Blinding and intense, a blood-red halo erupted from every bone of the skeletal soldier. The light grew stronger, quickly filling the entire beast control space, an overwhelming aura brewing. Boom. In Lin Li's spiritual sense, a fierce green, domineering pressure intermixed with black-red lightning erupted from the skeletal soldier, sweeping through the entire beast control space. "That is Conqueror's Haki," Lin Li exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Having watched One Piece, he understood this ability well. It was a royal qualification possessed by one in hundreds of thousands, capable of intimidating opponents without a fight and enhancing one's attack power by several times with Conqueror's Haki. The violent pressure and black-red lightning lasted nearly a minute before gradually weakening and retracting, eventually collapsing back into the skeletal soldier's body. Lin Li held his breath and examined the beast control space with his spirit. The skeletal soldier had completely transformed. Originally around 1.7 meters tall, it had grown to 1.85 meters, with a robust and proportionate skeleton, no longer exuding a fragile and brittle aura, but rather one filled with power. Green short hair sprouted from its skull, and a dark green samurai robe draped over its skeleton, with 3 katana hanging at the waist, the hem moving as if stirred by an unseen wind. Most striking were its hollow eye sockets. The faint blue soul fire had vanished, replaced by 2 blazing red flames filled with wildness, defiance, and combat spirit. It stood there no longer a dull low-level undead, but a true swordmaster. Lin Li trembled as he brought up the new panel. A translucent interface reappeared, and the data on it made him gasp, unnamed. Level 1. Quality Red Myth High-Grade Strength, 3000 Defense, 2000 Spirit, 2500 Agility, 2500 Skills Armament, Hockey Observation, Hockey Conquerors, Hockey Coding, 3 Sword Style, 1 Sword Style, Lion Song, Troubling Wind, Rashomon, Purgatory Demon, / Extreme Tiger, Hunt, Great Thousand Worlds, Flying Dragon Samurai. Azura draws Sword the Dead's Play Equipment, He Dao E Character and Ghost Cut. He Dao E Character Growth Type Mythical Equipment cannot be dropped or destroyed, adds 30% armor penetration, can grow to 90% as the beast's level increases. Inma Growth Type Mythical Equipment cannot be dropped or destroyed, adds 30% lifesteal, can grow to 90% as the beast's level increases. Ghost Cut Growth Type Mythical Equipment cannot be dropped or destroyed, adds 30% critical hit rate, can grow to 90% as the beast's level increases. Combat Power 55,000. Lin Li stared blankly at this unrealistically luxurious panel, his mind a blank. Over 10,000 initial attributes. Red Myth High Grade. Countless powerful skills. Growth Type Mythical Equipment. Combat Power 55,000. With such a luxurious panel, it would already be capable of easily breezing through level 15 dungeons, let alone a mere trial dungeon. This was no longer just powerful, it was cheating, it was a hack. No, it was indeed a hack. I won't pretend anymore, oh, I am the hack. After finally calming his excited heart, Lin Li noticed the word unnamed on the panel. He thought for a moment. Let's call you Zoro. Naming successful, the text, unnamed, on the interface, changed to Zoro. Almost simultaneously, the skeletal soldier, no Zoro's eye sockets flared with the red flames. It slowly lifted its head, although a skeletal face could not display expression. Lin Li could sense that something had changed. The hollow cold feeling vanished, replaced by a sharp, determined, and even wild, beastly aura. It reached for the knife handle at its waist, the movement smooth and natural, completely devoid of the previous stiffness. The 3 swords trembled slightly, emitting a low humming sound, as if responding to their master's call. Now all that was left was to wait for tomorrow's stunning revelation. Lin Li had made up his mind he was going to start a live broadcast. Being a beast tamer profession was like a gold-consuming beast. The cost of nurturing a beast was no less than that of training a professional. Although he had saved on the cost of high-quality beasts, anything related to advanced materials and equipment enhancement required vast amounts of money. He needed to show everyone his value, his strength, so that people would be willing to invest in him. In the garden community Lin Li's residence, Yi Qingying stopped in front of room 702. There was only Lin Li residing on this floor. Her silver-white long hair gleamed with a cold sheen under the dim light, and her ice-blue eyes gazed intently at the familiar, deep brown wooden door before her. She raised her hand and lightly knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The 3 light sounds echoed clearly in the silence. No response. Yi Qingying's brows slightly furrowed, the signature tuft of hair standing up from her smooth locks, swaying gently from side to side. Knock, knock, knock. This time the force was a bit heavier, and her knuckles struck the wooden door, producing a slightly dull thud. Still no response. Yi Qingying's expression remained unchanged, but the temperature in her ice-blue eyes seemed to drop a few degrees. She took out a key. The key inserted into the lock. She turned it. Click. It was not the familiar sound of unlocking, but rather the sensation of a mechanical obstruction. Yi Qingying paused momentarily in her actions. She pulled out the key, reinserted it, and turned it slowly and steadily. Click, click. The sound of the key's friction against the lock was particularly jarring in the silence. Not a match. Completely mismatched. Yi Qingying narrowed her eyes. The surrounding air suddenly grew oppressive. She withdrew the key, her ice-blue eyes fixated on the patterns on the door, as if trying to see through the wooden panel to everything inside. The tuft of hair atop her head swayed violently. The next moment, a faint hum resonated through the air. Subtle sword chi coiled and flowed around his fist. Then, boom. The entire door burst outward from the center, the twisted frame caving inward as metal parts of the security lock clattered to the floor. Yi Qingying withdrew her fist. The sword chi lingering around her knuckles slowly dissipated. She looked into the room. The living room was dim, lit only by the faint glow of streetlights filtering through the window. She stepped inside without turning on the light, her sharp gaze sweeping every corner in the meager illumination. Behind the sofa, beside the curtains, under the dining table. No one. The bedroom door was ajar. Yi Qingying pushed it open. The room was empty. The quilt on the bed was neatly folded and several books were arranged in order on the desk. Her eyes roamed the room, then she turned and opened the wardrobe beside it. The open wardrobe held only men's clothing. On the nightstand lay a pair of glasses and an old watch, while fitness equipment sat quietly in the corner. Yi Qingying withdrew her suspicious gaze. The slight sway of the antenna-like strand of hair on her head gradually diminished. She left the bedroom and checked the kitchen and bathroom. She even crouched down to scrutinize the trash bin, searching for any transparent little umbrellas. After a thorough search, she found nothing. She stood back in the center of the living room. The strand of hair drooped softly, curving into a relaxed arc atop her head. He really wasn't home. Nor were there any traces of another woman having been there. Yi Qingying's shoulders relaxed slightly, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile flickered at the corner of her lips. But in the next second her gaze fell on the shattered door, and her expression turned serious again. She pulled out her phone from her bag. Her fingers glided swiftly across the screen, deftly finding the contact Master Wong, and typing, "The door is broken. Needs a replacement. Same place. As soon as possible. Sent." She put away her phone. After doing this, Yi Qingying surveyed the room once more. Now this was her territory, at least until he returned. She began a second, more meticulous search. Opening the fridge, she found neatly arranged bottles of water eggs and several boxes of instant noodles. She picked up a bottle of water, checked the production date, nodded, and put it back. Pulling open the desk drawer, it contained stationary charging cables and some loose change. She rummaged through it a few times, but found nothing special. Checking the bookshelf, most were textbooks and professional books with a few novels interspersed among them. She pulled one out, flipped through a few pages, then carefully slid it back into place. After completing all this, Yi Qingying stood in the center of the room, and a satisfied expression finally appeared in her ice blue eyes. She nodded, and the strand of hair bobbed along as if in approval of her meticulous investigation. Then her gaze shifted to the bed in the bedroom. She walked in and stood by the bed, staring at that pillow, Lin Li's pillow. Suddenly, like a little puppy, she pounced onto the bed, burying her face deep into the pillow. Her silvery white hair spread like a waterfall across the dark blue bedsheet, creating a stark contrast. An extremely soft, almost inaudible nasal sound came from within the pillow. Yi Qingying hugged the pillow, rolling her body across the bed. Rolling left, she buried her face in the pillow and took a deep breath. Rolling right, she clutched the pillow tightly to her chest, then rolled back, rubbing her cheek against the pillowcase fabric. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Her ice blue eyes narrowed slightly, and her long eyelashes cast fine shadows in the moonlight. That face, always so cold and expressionless, now wore an almost childlike look of rapture. If anyone had barged in at that moment and seen the top campus beauty, the mythical profession sword Saint, the Yi Qingying renowned for her icy demeanor, hugging a boy's pillow and rolling around on his bed, they would undoubtedly be shocked to the point of questioning their own sanity. But here there was only her and the scent of Lin Li. After rolling 5 or 6 times, Yi Qingying stopped, lying on her side with the pillow cradled in her arms. She closed her eyes, her breathing gradually steadying, as if she might drift into a deep sleep amidst this familiar scent. About 10 minutes later, she suddenly opened her eyes. As if remembering something important, she quickly got up, walked to the desk, and turned on Lin Li's computer. She entered the password. The desktop appeared. Yi Qingying moved the mouse, clicked on My Computer, and deftly found her target in a folder named Study Materials. Double-clicking to open it, the list expanded, revealing densely packed files arranged neatly. Yi Qingying scrolled the mouse wheel and expertly clicked into one of the subfolders. Sure enough, there were over a dozen new movies, all added within the past week. Yi Qingying blinked, carefully scrutinizing these new additions. Then she took out her phone, unlocked it, and opened the memo. She created a new line, her fingertips gently tapping the screen, and typed the new entries: made cat ears, white stockings. After typing, she stared at the word cat ears for a couple of seconds, then added a fox ear emoji. Having learned about someone's recent preferences, she shut down the computer, lay down on Lin Li's bed, and opened a shopping app, beginning to search for items like white stockings, made outfits, and cat ears. Time passed. Finally, footsteps sounded from outside the door. Lin Li. Where's my door? Holding his keys, Lin Li's eyelid twitched as he stared at his door. Inside the room, the two stared at each other, the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Looking at Yi Qingying, who was kneeling on the bed, Lin Li glanced at the battered door. So you saw someone lurking suspiciously around my door, thought they were a thief, and you struck out fiercely. While you were fighting, you blasted my door to pieces. Yi Qingying's expression was blank, the strand of hair on her head swaying. You said something similar last time, didn't you? Yi Qingying nodded. The security here is poor. It's normal. The corner of Lin Li's mouth twitched. Looking at the delicate, flawless little face that screamed, "Everything I say is true," he ultimately shook his head in resignation. He gave up pursuing the matter. Turning around, he took bedding from the wardrobe and spread it on the floor. Get some rest early. We still have to enter the trial dungeon tomorrow. Hearing trial dungeon, Yi Qingying seemed to think of something. She reached out and swiped through the air, and a storage space light screen materialized. She reached inside, fumbled for a moment, and took out a golden egg. The eggshell shimmered with iridescent light, its natural patterns resembling gilded brushstrokes, emitting a warm, soft glow in the dim room. Yi Qingying held the egg in both hands and offered it to Lin Li. What's this? Lin Li took it. It was warm to the touch, as if something alive pulsed within it. Golden-winged, eagle status, unhatched quality legendary mid-grade hiss. Lin Li drew in a sharp breath. A legendary mid-grade beast pet. The starting price for a pet of this quality was in the tens of billions, and it was rarely available on the market, typically traded only by bartering items of equivalent value, such as legendary-grade artifacts or equipment. Lin Li looked up at Yi Qingying. Uncle Yi sent this for me. Yi Qingying nodded. A faint flush rose to Lin Li's eyes. He lowered his gaze to the egg in his hands, his fingers gently tracing its warm shell, lost in silence. When the alien invasion struck, he had just turned 6, his parents slain, his world shattered. It was Uncle Yi who found him and took him in, raising him as his own until Lin Li matured enough to stand on his own. He never imagined Uncle Yi still watched over him so closely, learning of his awakening as a beast tamer, then securing this rare beast companion egg for him. Even unspoken, Lin Li knew the price paid must have been steep. Lin Li extended the egg back toward Yi Qingying. She froze. Tilting her head, her icy blue eyes shimmered with pure bewilderment. Her single strand of hair curled into a delicate question mark, swaying gently atop her brow. Watching her like that, Lin Li couldn't resist. He reached out and lightly pinched her cheek. Its warmth and softness rivaled the finest silk. I won't need this. Please return it to Uncle Yi, and tell him I'm certain I'll pass tomorrow's trial dungeon. Using a companion of such caliber would be sheer waste. With his template's enhancement, even an ordinary Y-tier beast could ascend instantly to unimaginable heights. More importantly, this egg likely came at a heavy cost, perhaps a binding promise Uncle Yi had made. Lin Li refused to let him bear that burden. Yi Qingying studied him for several seconds, her gaze searching his face. Then quietly she nodded and accepted the golden-winged eagle egg, sealing it away into her spatial storage. Though she couldn't fathom the source of his confidence, she trusted him without reservation. Always. Well, perhaps not when matters involved other women. Stealing a glance at him, she thought even if he truly failed the trial and reverted to an ordinary person, it wouldn't be so bad. Then he'd belong solely to her, untouched by rivals. That's settled. I'll go take a shower. Returning the companion egg to Yi Qingying, Lin Li retrieved fresh clothes from his wardrobe and strode toward the bathroom. He planned to wash up and sleep. Yi Qingying nodded, watching him walk inside, then rose and followed him in, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Inside the bathroom, Lin Li stared at Yi Qingying. An awkward hush settled between them. They stood eye to eye, large, silent, and utterly mismatched. Lin Li's expression darkened. What are you doing coming in here? Her hair tuft wobbled gently. To bathe with you, of course. Slap. The door swung open, and she was unceremoniously tossed outside. Then it slammed shut and locked. Outside the bathroom, Yi Qingying puffed her cheeks like an indignant hamster. The next day, Mount Tai City Central Plaza, a colossal circular stadium. This structure, capable of seating over 100,000, was packed to the rafters today, its air thick with roaring, surging voices. It was the single most watched livestream event across all of humanity. The day newborn awakeners entered their personal trial dungeons. For conglomerates, guilds, and elite academies alike, it was a feast of talent, a harvest of extraordinary potential. For the general populace, it was the year's most electrifying visual spectacle. For the newly awakened youths and maidens, it marked their first true trial, the crucible where fate would begin to forge their destinies. At the stadium's center, a massive floating screen hovered midair, divided into a dozen live feeds, each showing a young figure battling, evading, or being overwhelmed by monstrous denizens of the dungeons. Gasps, sighs, and cheers erupted unpredictably from the stands. Spectators leaned forward in their seats, eyes riveted to every flicker on screen, as if they themselves stood amid those perilous realms. Confident practitioners routinely applied for personal live streams. Viewers needed only input the city, school, and student ID to tune in. Above the main screen floated golden rank banners, displaying real-time viewership statistics. The top 3 feeds represented the most watched streams across all humanity. The remaining feeds showcased Mount Tai City's native prodigies, including prominently Yi Qingying of the 5th Combat Zone, ranked first. Her stream had already drawn an astonishing 300 million concurrent viewers. Within the dungeon, Yi Qingying wielded a legendary tier longsword, her form blurring into a golden streak as she carved through hundreds of dungeon monsters. Second place belonged to a male student from the 1st Combat Zone, arrogant and bearing a legendary tier supreme elementalist from an imperial capital aristocratic family, drawing 100 million viewers. Third place featured a stunningly beautiful girl with snow-white fox ears and a lithe, alluring figure, whose every movement, even mid-combat, exuded hypnotic grace, quickening the breath of countless watchers. Her profession was likewise legendary tier supreme nine-tailed ice flame fox, a half-blood kitsune from the 2nd Combat Zone, currently attracting 80 million viewers. A chasm yawned between ranks. Yi Qingying's name blazed atop the leaderboard, and her viewer count continued climbing. After all, she was only the 3rd mythic tier profession ever recorded among humankind. In an unassuming corner of the stadium, Lin Li stifled a yawn, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. He rubbed the faint shadows beneath them and lifted his gaze toward the silver-haired figure dancing across the screen. That girl had worn him ragged last night. He'd barely slept at all. It was almost unbelievable. The very same mythic tier sword saint, now cleaving through hordes of monsters with chilling razor-edged intent, had slipped silently into his bed last night. She was no longer a child, her body fully matured, yet she clung to him like a little girl burrowing into his blankets, wrapping herself around him, refusing to be shooed away. Whenever he tried to enforce boundaries, gently guiding her back to her own bed, she'd open those crystalline blue eyes instantly, misting over her hair tuft would droop, and she'd curl inward, a tiny abandoned kitten trembling in silence. Guilt would rise in his chest, softening his resolve. Helpless, he'd relent, though it left him exhausted and sorely tested. Lin Li sighed, massaging his temples. At 18, he was a perfectly healthy young man, with entirely normal physiological responses. To be held so intimately by a girl whose beauty and poise were peerless, and yet suppress every instinct, every stirring desire, was nothing short of torture. What vexed him further were her unconscious habits, draping a leg across his waist in sleep, nuzzling her cheek against his chest, breathing softly, deliberately it seemed, against his ear. He half suspected she'd secretly browsed the same type of films he had, or perhaps something even more daring. Otherwise, how could every subtle provocation land with such unnerving pinpoint precision? Sigh. Another weary exhale. He shook his head, banishing last night's vivid memories from his mind. Given their closeness, taking her, fully, would likely meet no resistance. Yet Lin Li refused to do so, not yet. He still held on to pride and a quiet, steadfast masculinity. He would wait until he stood worthy beside her, truly qualified to claim her hand, before defining their bond. A yawn escaped Lin Li, he could not help it. Beside him, Zhang Yuanfang watched his languid, underslept appearance and remembered how just the day before he had messaged asking why Lin Li had not waited, only to be told he had gone to buy a beast pet. They had been close friends for years and often worked odd jobs together. Zhang knew full well the kid did not have enough money to buy a beast pet. So where had the money come from? The answer seemed obvious. Zhang patted Lin Li on the shoulder with a sympathetic smile. I still have half a bag of goji berries here. I'll bring them to you later. Lin Li froze for a moment, then his face darkened. He brusquely shoved Zhang's hand off his shoulder. Get lost. What nonsense. Ha, still denying it. Zhang lowered his voice and winked. We've been brothers for years. Do you think I don't know about your little stash? Buy a beast pet. Can you even afford the packaging? Kid, why not just admit it? If you hadn't been selling yourself at that rich women's club, where would the money to buy a beast pet come from? Borrowed, Lin Li said sheepishly. Oh, so you're here, Yuanfang. A deep, amused voice cut in. Lin Li stiffened ever so slightly and looked up. A towering young man was walking toward them. He was half a head taller than Zhang Yuanfang, broad-shouldered and thick-backed, wearing a tight black t-shirt that outlined swelling pectorals and biceps. The newcomer was Li Gang. The dean's been looking for you. Li Gang stepped closer and with casual familiarity, slapped Zhang Yuanfang's solid back. There are so many people in today's trial dungeon. If some poor soul gets hurt, we'll be counting on you, our holy healer. The mains can't just run off. Oh, got it. He'll head over right away. Zhang said, his face falling, his voice drained of energy. He was a support healer rather than a frontline warrior, so he would not enter the solo trial dungeon. Still, as a healer, he had been drafted by the dean as extra manpower. By the way, let me introduce him. He's Li Gang. I only met him yesterday. He's a decent fellow and like me into working out. We get along well. We even went to the gym together yesterday. Zhang grinned, patting Li Gang's shoulder as he spoke. Hello, I'm Li Gang. Li Gang looked at Lin Li with a smile. Watching the two of them, Lin felt a chill crawl up from his feet to his spine. Zhang had his arms slung around Li's shoulder side by side. They presented a perfect contrast. One hearty and guileless, the other warm and muscular, like old friends reunited and instantly inseparable. Quite the tactic. In a single day, Li Gang had already brought Zhang to the point of calling him brother. It would not be long before they were practically joined at the hip. Ahem. Lin Li cleared his throat guiltily. Yuanfang, my entry time for the dungeon is almost up. Ooh, I need to go get ready. Go on and do what you need to do, and don't let me keep you, he added. Won't you just get killed the moment you enter? What is there to prepare? Zhang asked with a peculiar look. You smooth-talking liar, scram. Having sent Zhang away, Lin opened his system panel. Personal trial dungeon teleport time 001005. Currently enterable. The trial dungeon will automatically teleport participants when the time arrives. Alternatively, one may choose to enter up to half an hour early. Seeing he had time, Lin Li opened the streaming platform. Among the Daxia humans, there were currently 3 major livestream platforms, Fanqing, Tianjiao, and Gaishi. Lin Li had applied for an account and a channel on Tianjiao just yesterday. Opening the app, he was astonished to find millions of live channels active today, where ordinarily there would be only 100,000 or so. Lin Yun's finger slid as he began to browse. His gaze passed over one channel cover after another. Beside each stream was the host's name and class tier. Zhao Wuji, Berserker Purple Rare Mid-Tier, Su Xiaonuan, Fire Mage Blue Elite Upper Tier, Wang Tiechue, Shield Guard Blue Elite Upper Tier. Beneath the class tier were the stream titles. If Youth Slacks the Back Jump Brings Sword Chi. Watch Me Cleave Open the Heavens with One Stroke. Dear Mothers Come Take a Look. 5 grade combos. Watch Me Steamroll the Dungeon. Bu Piaoling Drifts Half a Lifetime. I will take all who enter my channel as foster fathers. Shocking, that innocent archer actually did that to the goblins. To chase exposure, today's streamers deployed every trick in the book, inventing all manner of eye-catching titles. One must understand that a personal trial dungeon was akin to a minor college entrance exam. A strong showing could mean bypassing the Gaokao entirely and being specially recruited into major guilds, corporations, or elite academies. They were undeniably creative with names, especially that archer's stream. Lin Li could not help but click it. The loading screen flashed. A sharp whoosh and a pained animal howl burst from the phone's speaker almost simultaneously. Lin Li's legs instinctively snapped together. A phantom ache stirred in his groin. On the live stream, a sweet-faced girl with a touch of baby fat was pulling back a delicate shortbow. Her expression was focused as she fired arrow after arrow, each aimed at the goblins' bells. The goblins clutched their groins, eyes bulging and froth at their mouths, curling on the ground like boiled shrimp and writhing madly. The live chat exploded. Holy, who is this girl? Every arrow strikes low. Too ruthless. I just entered and my legs clenched. I can't. Phantom pain already. My mom asked why I'm kneeling to watch a stream and holding my pants. So brutal. Look at those goblins. Every last one is ruined. This isn't an innocent archer. This is the egg Terminator. Please, girl, give them a proper beating. It even hurts to watch. Subscribed. This girl's merciless. Love that shocking contrast. Lin Li's eyelids twitched. The imagery was too intense, and he hastily exited the stream that had made his groin ache. He glanced at the time, opened his channel settings, and clicked to apply for streaming. As an exceedingly rare legendary class, under the platform's public rules, any officially certified class tier would pass the review. He indeed qualified for a homepage recommendation slot and some initial traffic support. Generally, when a legendary class went live, the platform, eager to attract attention and tout that it hosted a legend, would grant at least several 100,000 initial viewer redirects. He tapped to submit. At Tiangio's livestream headquarters review department, a vast office contained hundreds of screens, each flickering with a different channel. Keyboards clicked, and occasional conversations rose and fell. A young reviewer with black-rimmed glasses stared intently at the screen before him. Suddenly, he gave a small huh. He moved the mouse and opened a newly submitted backend application. Supervisor Zhang. He turned and called to a balding middle-aged man, not far off, cradling a thermos and watching a pretty streamer dance on his monitor. There's a legendary class streaming application here. My. Manager Zhang's eyes lit up as he immediately set down his thermos and strode over. A legendary class. Which warzone? What class? Melee type, elemental type, or a rare spatial type? He spoke rapidly, his face alight with professional excitement. Every legendary class was a treasure trove of traffic. If managed well, it could bring immense revenue and reputation to the platform. The reviewer's expression turned subtle. It's a beast tamer. A beast tamer. The excitement on Manager Zhang's face instantly froze, his brows knitting into a knot as if he were struggling to recall the term from his memory. After several seconds, he asked uncertainly, "You mean that class which absolutely cannot pass the trial dungeon without pouring in massive resources?" "Yes, the data shows it's a legendary high-grade beast tamer," the reviewer confirmed. Manager Zhang's expression shifted from confusion to astonishment. A beast tamer is actually streaming and applying for traffic boost. He stroked his sparse stubble on his chin. Looks like he's from a big family or some corporation trying to make a gamble on being a beast tamer. After a brief pause, his tone turned businesslike. This class is rare. If he really has some background and is willing to splash cash on top-tier beast pets and gear, the stream might be watchable. Giving him basic traffic boost isn't out of the question. Consider it a gimmick. He paused, then said to the reviewer, "But how much promotion we give depends on first checking his background. If he's from one of those big families in the imperial capital or connected to the 5 major guilds, then we max out the promotion and tilt resources his way. Check his registered student ID and basic info." Got it. The reviewer nodded, fingers rapidly tapping the keyboard to pull up the identity info Lin Li had linked when applying. Found it. Lin Li, Taishan City, No. 2 high school orphan. As the info scrolled down, the reviewer's voice gradually faded. As the staff recited the background details, Manager Zhang's face grew darker and darker. Damn, what a waste. He abruptly straightened up, spat, without any pretense, his eyes full of contempt. He pointed at Lin Li's slightly youthful photo from his school records on the screen. What kind of trash dares to apply for traffic boost? He should take a good look at himself. A nobody with no background stuck with the most useless legendary class, and he still dares to ask for traffic. What a waste of my time. A waste of platform resources. The more he spoke, the angrier he got, as if Lin Li's application was an insult to his intelligence. Are you kidding me? My promotion slots are precious. Giving it to a blue high-grade combat class is 100 times better than to a doomed failure like this. At least a blue class can fight and put on a show. And this trash beast Tamer with no resources had get one-shotted and sent packing the moment he enters still has the nerve to ask for traffic. He slapped the reviewer hard on the shoulder, his tone decisive. Reject it. Reject his application immediately. Hurry up, don't let this garbage application clutter the backend. Yes, manager. Sprayed with spittle, the reviewer dared not argue and quickly processed the order. Seconds later, Lin Li's phone buzzed. He looked down. Ding. Your traffic boost application has been rejected. Rejected. Lin Li was taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly. He remembered clearly that the official announcement from Tianjiao platform stated in black and white that all legendary class professionals were eligible for basic traffic support upon their first stream. He opened the customer service chat window and typed quickly, "Excuse me, my class is a legendary high-grade beast tamer. Why doesn't it meet the traffic boost conditions?" The platform announcement explicitly includes all legendary classes. The reply was almost instant, cold and formulaic. After review, your class does not meet the conditions. Lin Li patiently pressed on. Could you tell me specifically where it doesn't qualify? What's the basis? This time the reply came a few seconds slower, but was even more curt and impatient. It doesn't qualify, and that's that. No reason. Lin Li was so angry he laughed. He understood. It wasn't that the rules didn't allow it, it was that the person enforcing the rules thought he didn't deserve it. Fine. Don't regret it. Lin Li closed the customer service window, exited Tianjiao platform, and swiped his finger to open another streaming platform. The Starry Sky streaming platform. One of the top 3, a direct competitor to Tianjiao. He quickly registered a new account, but he didn't choose to start streaming on Starry Sky right away. Since Tianjiao platform looked down on him, he wouldn't be polite either. He planned to switch to another platform at the peak of his popularity, taking a chunk of Tianjiao's audience to Starry Sky and causing them maximum loss. But there was a more immediate problem. Without the platform's initial traffic boost, how could his new stream, with 0 followers and 0 promotion, attract its first viewers amidst a sea of millions of streams? Without that first batch of viewers, everything else was impossible. Lin Li frowned deeply, his fingers unconsciously tapping the edge of his phone. Suddenly his brow arched. An idea struck him. Sometimes getting people into a stream didn't rely on eye-catching names. Lin Li opened the title settings and quickly typed a line. Beast Tamer's weak. I'm not targeting anyone personally, but I'm saying everyone streaming on Tianjiao is trash. That's right, stir up hatred. In his past life, in that era of information explosion, as a seasoned keyboard warrior, he knew the temperament of netizens all too well. If you said there was a stunning beauty or a top-tier god streaming, they might still be picky and not click in. But if you dared to shout provocatively online, especially to fire a blanket insult, the effect was immediate. A huge crowd would flood in thinking, let me see which fool is this arrogant, and going in to curse him out, no skill and still acting tough. They'll flame him until he quits the internet. He clicked confirm, satisfied with the title that was full of provocation and arrogance, practically reeking of gunpowder. His experience surfing the web in his past life told him that taunting and stirring up hatred was sometimes the best catalyst for traffic. One could imagine how furious other fans who were passionately fighting or cheering for their favorite streamers would be upon seeing this title. Calling my idol trash. What stray dog is barking here? Sisters, let's take him down. Ha, beast tamer. And he dares to be arrogant. Let's go see how he gets beaten to a pulp by monsters. Clickbait, right? No shame for traffic. No matter what mindset they had, as long as they clicked and the first step was a success. He glanced at the time. Perfect timing. The numbers on the teleportation panel hit 0, and at the same time a gentle system prompt sounded in his ear. Personal trial dungeon teleport countdown ended. An invisible spatial fluctuation enveloped him, faint blue light rising from his feet and swiftly spreading throughout his body. A familiar slight dizziness washed over him as the scene before him began to warp, stretch, and reconfigure. When the dizziness faded and his vision refocused, Lin Li found himself in a completely unfamiliar environment. Cold, dry air tinged with a faint sulfurous odor filled his nostrils. He stood on a massive platform of black rock. Gazing around, he saw a desolate landscape of jagged rocks. The sky was a oppressive leaden gray, and the earth was composed of countless sharp black stones. These rocks were bizarrely shaped. Some thrust skyward like blades, others interlocked like monstrous fangs. Still others were riddled with honeycomb-like holes from which wisps of pungent, pale, yellow smoke seeped. This was a dead hard and oppressive forest of black stone. You have entered the personal trial instance Black Rock Wasteland Nightmare level. Current personal trial instance. Difficulty selection available. Easy, normal, hard. Although failing the personal trial instance would reduce one to worthlessness, the difficulty was not insurmountable. Professionals could choose a difficulty based on their own strength. Of course, the higher the difficulty chosen, the greater the final instance reward. According to past records, clearing Nightmare difficulty could yield a legendary grade material or equipment piece. Choose hard. Difficulty selected. Nightmare hard instance task issued. Survive 3 waves of beast hordes within the time limit. Time until first wave 10 minutes. Please prepare. 10 minutes. Lin Li wasted no time. He took a grayish-white stone ball the size of an eyeball from his storage space. A stone white grade low-quality type artificial item recording device effect infused with a trace of mental energy to activate. It can float around the user, automatically adjust angles, record footage, or link to external communication towers via built-in runes for live streaming. Note: may be unusable in certain special instances, barriers, or environments with strong interference. He infused a wisp of his mental energy into it. The gray surface of the eye stone quickly faded, becoming translucent, and a faint magical light emerged within. It trembled, lightly lifted from Lin Li's palm, and hovered in midair, adjusting its angle slightly to capture Lin Li and his surroundings within its field of view. Lin Li tapped on his phone, opening the Tianjiao Live app running in the background, entered his livestream management interface, and found the Start Livestream button. His finger pressed down. Ding. Livestream started. Current livestream room: Lin Li Beast Tamer Legendary High Grade Livestream. Title: Beast Tamer Week. I'm not targeting anyone personally, I'm saying all you streamers here are trash. Online viewers 0. Taishan City, inside a certain company, a wage slave. Shall he work overtime today and take care of all this? Watching his boss dump a pile of work on him and walk away without a care. Li Ming gritted his teeth. Damn bloodsucker, making me work on Sunday too. One day he'll hang you from a lamppost. Staring at the mountain of work before him, Li Ming tossed his keyboard aside and pulled out his phone. Since he couldn't finish it anytime soon anyway, he might as well take a break and scroll through his phone. The live streams were lively today. He opened the streaming platform, ignoring the popular professional live streams. Boring. It was more fun to check out those niche professional streams and watch people pull off crazy stunts. His fingers mechanically swiped the screen, filtering out the flashy high-end professional recommendations, browsing aimlessly through the middle and lower sections of the streaming list. Suddenly his finger stopped. On the screen, a live stream title caught his eye, its font seemingly more arrogant than the rest: Beast Tamer Week. I'm not targeting anyone personally, I'm saying all you streamers here are trash. What the hell? Li Ming's eyes widened a little. That arrogant. A beast tamer. That profession, widely acknowledged as the weakest in the early stages, extremely resource dependent, almost exclusively cultivated by top families and powers. A legendary profession. Even the only time in human history a beast tamer had cleared an instance, it was only on Nightmare Easy difficulty. Compared to the personal trial results of other dominant legendary professions, it was utterly pathetic. Where did he get the nerve to spew such arrogant trash talk? Perfect. I'm in a shit mood today, full of pent-up rage from overtime. Li Ming sneered, his finger jabbing heavily at the arrogant title. Capital should be hung on lampposts. Entered live stream. Shit on head wants to stir the pot. Entered live stream. Little Ming Turtle Dragon. Entered live stream. Miracle Walker still farming jungle. Entered live stream. Cockroach in black stockings. Entered live stream. Gushing Annie. Entered live stream. Grandpa Bull seduces Mama Zhuang. Entered live stream. 18th Genera of Queen Gate. Entered live stream. Picking hemorrhoids from public toilet passerby. Entered live stream. Indeed, hatred was the best traffic magnet. The live stream had just started, but nearly 100 viewers flooded in almost immediately. The comments section boiled over like a pot of water, a stream of mockery, doubt, and curses. Scrolling by looking at the profile panel: an orphan. A beast tamer with no background or resources. Laughing my ass off. Who gave you the courage to stream? A clown with the weakest legendary profession, early on impossible to clear the trial instance without resource investment. I don't get what he's so arrogant about. This kid is desperate for fame, huh? Dare to court this kind of black-red traffic. Not afraid of getting flamed until he quits the internet. Wait, did he choose Nightmare hard difficulty? This kid's head got slammed in a door or kicked by a donkey. What's the difference? Aren't they all one-shot trash? You useless piece of trash, how dare you call my idol trash? Sisters, let's get him. Dox him. As time passed, the number of viewers flooding into the live stream began to grow exponentially. In just 10 minutes, it skyrocketed from a few hundred to tens of thousands. This was thanks to 2 factors. First, the prominent golden legendary profession tag next to the live stream. Even the most niche legendary profession was still legendary, naturally attracting attention and curiosity. Second, the platform's smart algorithm. When the system detected that this live stream's retention rate was abnormally high, most viewers didn't immediately leave upon entering, but stayed to spam comments. It deemed it having discussion heat and began granting more exposure recommendations. Due to the title's provocative tone, most people chose to stay in this live stream, wanting to see how this no-background clown beast tamer would get crushed in the instance, then mock him mercilessly. Countdown ended ding. Trial instance officially begins. Instance task, Phase 1 survive for 10 minutes under the siege of black rock giants. The system prompt was cold and clear. Boom, 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 boom. A series of muffled, thunderous roars exploded from the depths of the dead black wasteland in the livestream frame. About 100 meters from the rock platform where Lin Li stood, the iron-hard black ground suddenly bulged and cracked. Huge hands made entirely of black rock burst from the earth, gripping the ground's edge and pushing upward. Amidst flying dust, massive figures rose from underground. They generally stood over 10 meters tall, with thick, heavy builds like moving miniature Rocky Mountains. Their torsos, limbs, and heads were made of smooth, hard black rock with faint, earthy yellow light flowing at the joints. In their hollow eye sockets burned 2 flickering, hostile dark red flames. Black Rock Giant Elite Grade. Black Rock Giant Elite. Level 5. HP 15,000. Strength 1,000. Defense 1,500. Spirit 500. Agility 500. Skills Rock, Throw, Earth, Tremor, Hardened Skin. Combat Power 8,000. The sounds of earth breaking echoed incessantly within a mere dozen seconds. As far as the eye could see, over 100 Blackrock giants had risen to their feet. They began to advance toward the platform where Lin Li stood, their steps heavy, slow, yet unstoppable, causing the ground to tremble in a steady rhythm. The livestream chat was instantly flooded with gasps and exclamations. Damn, this is truly nightmare difficulty. Over 100 elite monsters right from the start. With those stats, isn't this already comparable to a purple grade rare warrior of the same level? More than that, the most absurd thing about Blackrock giants is their defense. That obsidian body is tougher than heavy armor. Their physical damage reduction is ridiculously high. It's already over. Boom! Another thunderous roar. Directly in front of the platform, about 150 meters away, the ground violently erupted. Rubble shot into the sky. A terrifying figure nearly half again as large as the other Blackrock giants slowly rose from the dust and smoke. It stood over 15 meters tall, its form even more massive and imposing. Its rocky body bore a deeper, almost metallic dark black sheen, with faint, intricate earthen yellow patterns shimmering across its surface. The flames in its eye sockets blazed a fierce, bright orange, exuding brutality and majesty. Blackrock Chieftain Boss. Level 8. HP 30,000. Strength 1,700. Defense 2,200. Spirit 1,000. Agility 1,000. Combat Power 10,000. The emergence of a boss-level chieftain sent another wave of chills down the spines of the livestream viewers. A boss. An actual boss-level chieftain. How vicious can this get? 2,200 defense. My god, how do you even fight that? Even a legendary class of the same level would struggle to break through without armor-piercing skills, right? There's really nothing left to see. The gap in strength is too huge. But I still want to know what exactly is his spirit beast, right? If he had a high-quality, high-agility speed-type spirit beast like a wind spirit falcon or a shadow leopard, he could use speed to stall and maybe just survive 5 minutes. Under the gaze of countless eyes, some mocking, some curious, some gloating, Lin Li raised his right hand and casually waved it beside him. Crack! A crisp sound like shattering glass. The space beside him abruptly split open into a narrow, jagged black rift. The next second, a figure stepped out from the spatial rift and landed on the black rock ground beside Lin Li. In the live stream, the wildly scrolling barrage came to a momentary halt. Everyone, including Xiao Li, sitting in his office, sipping coffee, widened their eyes, staring intently at the thing that had suddenly appeared on the screen. It was a skeleton. A skeleton soldier clad in a dark green warrior robe with 3 long blades strapped at its waist now appeared before the livestream audience. In its hollow eye sockets, 2 clusters of red soul fire burned quietly, betraying no emotion. A skeleton soldier. The lowest tier of undead spirit beast. Its stats were even weaker than the feeblest goblin, typically only useful as cannon fodder or for menial tasks. The livestream chat exploded instantly. Dude, seriously, are you here to be a joke? Haha, am dying of laughter. A skeleton. A cosplaying skeleton. Green afro. 3 swords. Can anyone tell me who this skeleton is cosplaying? Contracting a skeleton soldier worse than a goblin to challenge a nightmare difficulty Blackrock giant dungeon. What gives you the guts? Not even Fish Leon could give you that much. This is your big reveal. And you had the nerve to trash talk other streamers. Uff, trash. Wasting my time. Report it. I knew it, he's just a clown. A total clown. Everyone report him. Glancing at the chat filled with mockery, Lin Li smiled, utterly unbothered. He spoke to the skeleton standing ramrod straight hand on its sword hilt in a tone as casual as ordering someone to kill a chicken. Zoro, take them out. The 2 points of red soul fire in the hollow eye sockets suddenly blazed. Like a bonfire doused in gasoline, they flared up with fierce intensity. The skeleton's skull slowly turned toward the advancing army of black rock giants 100 meters away. Its soul fire locked onto those massive stone bodies, especially the towering black rock chieftain. Clang, clang, clang. 3 crisp, clean metallic sounds rang out almost simultaneously. In its right hand Enma, in its left Sandai Katetsu, and between its stark white teeth it firmly gripped Wado Ikamanji. 3-sword style stance assumed. It showed no fear, stepping forward with a light crack as its foot pressed against the hard black rock. Then facing the 100-odd black rock giants that moved like shifting mountains, it walked forward step by step, steady and unwavering. The hem of its dark green robe rustled loudly in the desolate plain's harsh wind. Armament Haki activated. The 3 long blades rapidly became coated in a deep, restrained pure black that seemed to absorb light. At the same time, its jawbone clacked as it bit down on the sword hilt, producing a faint click-clack sound as if it were saying something. Hearing this, Lin Li's expression turned peculiar. Others might not understand what it was saying, but as its master, Lin Li naturally comprehended its words. This guy was actually reciting a poem. Watching this skeleton, who seemed to be cosplaying someone, march toward the black rock giant horde, the livestream chat erupted once more. Is this skeleton here to be funny? Biting a sword with its teeth. Wow, a 3-sword style used like this, that's a first for me. What kind of trick is this? Turning the swords black. That little frame compared to a black rock giant is like a toothpick, one slap, and it'll be crushed into bone dust. Wait, its mouth is clacking like it's saying something. Any undead experts here to translate? I'm dying of curiosity. I'm an undead class myself, and I'm laughing my ass off. You'll never guess what this skeleton is saying. It's reciting a poem. Well, I'll be damned, a skeleton reciting poetry. Hurry up and translate. Translated, it goes 9 mountains, 8 seas. 9 mountains and 8 seas form one world. The strange syllables ground out from bone echoed within the live stream room. Within Zoro's hollow eye sockets, a crimson soul flame burned steadily. He strode with rhythmic steps toward the tide of black rock giants that moved like a shifting mountain range. His dark green warrior robe billowed violently in the gale. 3 long blades dyed jet black by armament Haki were held, 2 in bony hands, 1 clenched between his teeth. Gather 1,000 realms to form a small world. This world multiplied by 3, nothing I cannot sever. 80 meters, 60 meters, 40 meters. The heavy drum-like footsteps of over 100 black rock giants grew ever closer. The earth trembled with increasing violence. The air was thick with the harsh noise of grinding rock and the scorching smell of sulfur. The 15-meter-tall black rock chieftain, standing like an ebony iron tower, suddenly flared the orange flames in its eye sockets into a blazing inferno. It let out a deafening roar like mountains crumbling and the earth splitting. Its massive form leaned forward slightly, its thick rocky arms swung back, and then the hard black rock beneath its feet exploded. Its colossal body, carrying the force of 10,000 June, shot forward like a meteor from a sling, charging straight at Zoro. Each step left deep, shattered cracks in the ground, sending fragments of stone flying. Behind it, the 100-strong army of black rock giants, like an activated tide of stone, accelerated in unison. Their dull, pounding footsteps merged into a torrent of death, intent on utterly crushing the small, bony figure ahead. 10 meters. Just as the black rock chieftain's giant fist, enough to crush steel, was about to touch the top of Zoro's skull, in that instant the soul flame within Zoro's eye sockets shrank to the size of a needlepoint. Then, it was not an explosion, but the terrifying sonic boom of pure power erupting instantly, compressing the air. The black rock ground beneath Zoro, harder than refined steel, was struck by an invisible giant hammer. Within a 3-meter radius, it instantly collapsed and shattered, forming a deep crater with perfectly smooth edges. Before the stone dust could even rise, a dark green afterimage blasted out of the pit. Speed that surpassed the limits of visual perception. On the live stream, most viewers only saw the spot where the skeleton had stood suddenly cave in. Then a blurred shadow of green and black, like a bolt of lightning tearing through space, charged directly into the densest area of the black rock giants. 3-sword style secret technique, one great massacre, 1,000 worlds. It was not the sound of one blade, but the resonance of tens of thousands of piercing, ear-splitting metallic chimes, all layered and amplified in an instant. The image captured by the livestream camera plunged the minds of all viewers into a blank stupor. Under the gaze of every spectator, their eyes widened to the point of tearing. The upper and lower halves of over 100 black rock giants, separated almost simultaneously, cleaved cleanly in two at the waist. The upper torsos of the black rock giants, propelled by inertia, flew forward. Their lower legs and feet maintained their forward charge for half a step before collapsing to their knees and toppling with a thunderous crash. A continuous heavy rumble of colossal rock bodies smashing into the ground filled the area. Within the zone, not a single complete black rock giant remained, only a field of black stone blocks of varying sizes, their cuts smooth as glass. Silence. Utter silence. When the system notification, mission complete time 10 seconds, rang out in the livestream room. At that moment, the livestream chat, which had been full of mocking comments, emptied instantly. There was not a single bullet comment. Everyone watching this broadcast had their eyes bulging as if they might pop out of their sockets. Their expressions were filled with a shattered worldview and sheer horror as they stared at the scene before them. Time. 10 seconds. Nioma Xiao Li's lips trembled as he unconsciously repeated the last words of the system prompt. The cup of instant coffee in his hand, long gone cold, was tilted at an unknown angle. The dark brown liquid had soaked through the front of his faded white shirt, leaving an ugly stain. But he was completely oblivious. His eyes were fixed on his phone screen, his pupils dilated, his gaze unfocused, filled with ultimate shock, bewilderment, and the dizzying sensation of a worldview being shattered and reassembled. 10 seconds to pass the first wave of the nightmare difficulty beast tide. To put it in perspective, even the elemental mage, who was ranked second in livestream popularity, hailed from a major imperial family, and had awakened a legendary high-grade profession, had only chosen to kite and stall for time to complete the survival mission. As for defeating the monsters to clear the mission, it was simply impossible. But now a white common low-grade skeleton soldier with the most garbage stats had slaughtered over 100 elite black rock giants and a chieftain in 10 seconds. No, to be precise, it only took 2 seconds because 8 seconds were spent reciting poetry. Is this still a skeleton soldier? The livestream chat, after a 10-second vacuum of absolute silence, completely erupted. The bullet comments surged like a breached dam, refreshing at a rate of thousands per second, completely flooding the entire livestream screen. Every line was filled with extreme shock, fanatical excitement, incoherent shouts, and the nonsensical ramblings of a few whose worldviews had just collapsed. Then a wave of sharing began. Countless viewers trembled as they shared the live stream link, recorded clips, and even nicknamed Zoro the Poetic Swordmaster, along with edited videos featuring poetic translations and explosive BGM across all social media platforms, chat groups, and friend circles. Some even opened their wallets to promote this live stream. Hurry to watch. Beastmaster defies the heavens. Nightmare difficulty dungeon cleared in 10 seconds. Look fast, brothers. The green algae-headed skeleton poetically eliminates hundreds of black rock giants. So cool. Suspected myth-level potential Beastmaster discovered. Live broadcast. The viral spread, combined with the platform's intelligent algorithms detecting explosive interaction data and retention rates, began to push Lin Li's live stream madly into a larger traffic pool. Lazy Sheep Village's Maiba entering the live stream, Reborn Leech's Explosive Suction entering the live stream, Dreaming of Ultraman's short film entering the live stream, Superhero Depression Beats, Small Fairy entering the live stream, Riding Grandma Runs a Red Light entering the live stream, Mop Covered in Feces Battle God Possessing entering the live stream. The number of viewers began to soar at a terrifying speed. 1 million, 3 million, 5 million, 8 million. Headquarters of the Tianjiao live streaming platform, Core Monitoring Hall. On the massive circular screen wall, hundreds of data windows jumped continuously, displaying real-time traffic, popular sections, streamer rankings, and vast amounts of information across the platform. Mr. Wong. Mr. Wong. Quick look at the data from Zone C7. A young data analyst suddenly stood up from his workstation, his voice sharp and distorted with excitement, his finger trembling as he pointed to a wildly fluctuating line graph on the central screen. The platform's general manager, known as Mr. Wong, a middle-aged man with meticulously styled hair and gold-rimmed glasses, immediately walked over briskly. When he saw the line that shot up almost at a right angle along with the live stream number and brief information beside it, his eyes behind the lenses widened in shock. Which live stream is this? Is there an error in the data? The data is accurate. It has been checked repeatedly. Why has the data surged so quickly? A nearby employee responsible for content monitoring immediately pulled up the recorded clips. Suspected myth-level beast. Nightmare difficulty dungeon cleared over 100 black rock giants in 10 seconds. What it means is that it actually only took 2 seconds, with the remaining 8 seconds spent on the beast reciting poetry. The replay footage played rapidly on the screen before Mr. Wong, as he watched the skeleton reciting poetry, shattering the ground and instantaneously cutting through hundreds of monsters. Even Mr. Wong, with his experience and composure, couldn't help but have his breath caught. Especially the glaring 15,000 damage numbers on the screen. Along with the instantly emptied monster health bars, it was a powerful visual impact. Suspected myth-level beast cleared the first wave of nightmare difficulty in 10 seconds. Mr. Wong murmured, his eyes shining brighter, a sharp glimmer indicating he had seen a rare opportunity. He suddenly turned around, facing the entire monitoring hall, clapping his hands forcefully, his voice booming with excitement. Everyone pay attention. Pause all non-urgent matters. Technical department immediately ensure the stability and bandwidth support for the Beastmaster's livestream. There must be no lag or disconnection. Operations and promotions concentrate all your available resources into this live stream. He scanned the excited employees around, raising his voice. Everyone. This is a miracle. It is our chance to create a traffic myth for the Tianjiao platform. The myth-level Sword Saint from the Dominance platform is currently at 3.5 billion online. If we can elevate the popularity of this Beast Master and surpass him, our Tianjiao can make a name for itself and finally overshadow Dominance, rising to the top live streaming platform. Year-end bonuses doubled. The entire project team will earn great merit. Mr. Wang declared with determination. Yes, the hall echoed with excited responses. Technicians began frantically typing on keyboards to allocate resources, while operations staff grabbed phones to contact various parties. The entire headquarters operated like a tightly wound machine, efficiently and fervently. However, amidst this excited atmosphere, one person appeared, pale, cold sweat dripping, barely able to stand. It was the bald supervisor Zhang. He shrank back in the crowd, his eyes fixed on the streamer information section of the live stream on the big screen. That youthful photo. This Beastmaster was indeed the one he had previously rejected for livestream promotion. Supervisor Zhang felt as if his heart was gripped by a cold hand, making it hard to breathe. He looked at the excited expressions of his colleagues ready to make a big move and at Mr. Wang's determined demeanor. He truly couldn't bring himself to mention the refusal of that Beastmaster's promotion. Everyone has a bit of luck in their hearts. After all, he was a heavenly talent with a suspected myth-level beast, so he shouldn't hold grudges. Since he chose to live stream on this platform, it means he didn't care at all, or perhaps he had already forgotten such trivial matters. Supervisor Zhang could only comfort himself this way. In the Blackstone wasteland, the gale still howled. Lin Li stood at the center of a black platform surrounded by scattered black rock fragments, the air still carrying the sharp aura and faint scent of sulfur left behind by the recent blade light. The system prompt floated before him 10 minutes until the second wave of monsters arrives. With a thought, Zoro's attribute panel unfolded clearly in his consciousness. Beast Zoro level 11, first transmutation strength 11,000 defense, 8,000 spirit, 9,000 agility, 9,000 comprehensive combat power assessment, 112000. His combat power had already surpassed 1000, and at level 11, his power was comparable to that of a typical level 40 third transmutation profession. It's important to know that every time a profession reaches level 20, a promotion task can be completed, and upon completion, their combat power sees a qualitative leap. Meanwhile, the storm outside was sweeping in with even more ferocity. With the Tianjiao live streaming platform sparing no effort in its promotion, the homepage displayed the largest and most eye-catching dynamic banner recommendations, forced pop-up notifications across the platform, simultaneous trending pushes on all partnered social media, and even bribed some mainstream media for quick reports. The popularity of Lin Li's live stream skyrocketed as if it were aboard a rocket, or rather a starship. The number of viewers soared from millions, 10 million, 30 million, 50 million. In just a few minutes, it had already surpassed 50 million with no signs of slowing down. The barrage in the live stream had become completely indecipherable, only a blurred, frantically refreshing torrent of colors. On the monitoring screen of the live streaming platforms back in, the curve representing the heat of Lin Li's live stream had pierced through the originally stable heat ranking pattern like a sharp sword, violently entering the top 5 across the platform. Moreover, it was aggressively charging toward the top 3, even the top 2. In a corner of the spectator stands at Taishan City Gymnasium, several male students from Taishan City No. 2 High School who had just emerged from their trial instances with mediocre results gathered together. At their head was a student with garish yellow hair named Zhao Kai, who was restlessly scanning the area with an unfriendly gaze. "Hey, have you guys found that brat Lin Li yet?" Zhao Kai asked in a hushed tone. Not yet, brother Kai." A lanky youth shook his head. Given his lousy beast tamer class, shouldn't he have been instantly killed and ejected from the nightmare instance by now? He should be here looking dejected. Could he know we're looking for him and be hiding? Another chubby student speculated. Damn it, keep looking. A useless piece of trash dared to kiss my goddess, it'll break his legs. Exactly. Goddess, he must have been fooled by his sweet talk. The lanky youth chimed in, his tone sour. Once we drag him out and expose his true nature, goddess, you will surely come to her senses. Just as they were muttering curses and plotting how to teach Lin Li a lesson, as if that would bridge the distance to their icy goddess. Whoosh! The entire gymnasium suddenly erupted into a thunderous roar like a calm lake shattered by a boulder. Countless spectators sprang to their feet, their faces etched with shock, excitement, and disbelief, fingers pointing in unison at the largest public broadcast screen at the center of the arena. Look, 4th place. A local student from our Taishan City has surged to 4th on the overall leaderboard. My God, the title. Isn't it too arrogant? A beast tamer from Taishan City. Is that even possible? The live view count. 6. Over 60 million. And it's still rising. A cacophony of heated discussion surged like a tidal wave. In the corner, Zhao Kai and his group stiffened as if doused with ice water. Taishan City native. Beast Tamer. No. It couldn't be that coincidental, could it? A premonition of dread coiled around their hearts like a venomous serpent. Almost simultaneously, they jerked their heads up, their gazes locked onto the massive public screen. The screen had just switched to Lin Li's live stream feed. To maximize attention, the Tianjiao platform shrewdly inserted a looped highlight reel into a corner of the static scene, where Lin Li awaited the monster onslaught. It was the breathtaking scene of Zoro stomping the ground, transforming into a black blade of light that instantly cleaved hundreds of Blackrock giants, and their chieftain in two, reducing them to rubble. High-definition, slow-motion, multi-angle close-ups accompanied by rousing, adrenaline-pumping BGM and the screen-shattering crimson damage numbers. Boom. Zhao Kai and his gang felt their minds go blank, their ears ringing as if thunder had exploded in their skulls. How is this possible? Zhao Kai's face was overtaken by extreme shock and bewilderment. His lips trembled and his eyes bulged as if they might pop out. Am I fucking seeing things? An orphan? Where the hell did he get a monster like that as a beast? The lanky youth and the chubby one were also dumbfounded, their fingers pointing at the screen, shaking as if they had Parkinson's. On the screen, the black-haired youth standing calmly on the dark platform now appeared to them utterly unfamiliar and utterly terrifying. Damn it. Even so, I absolutely won't accept Ye Goddess being with Lin Li. Goddess Ye belongs to all of us. Zhao Kai stared at the handsome face on the screen, his teeth nearly grinding to dust from jealousy. His voice, shrill with agitation, wasn't particularly prominent in the surrounding noise, but clearly reached the ears of his nearby companions. Just then, thump. A dull sound. Zhao Kai felt a tremendous force on his rear, and before he could react, he stumbled forward. He crashed heavily to the ground, landing in a perfect, humiliating faceplant. His cheek scraped against the rough concrete floor, stinging with pain. Who the fuck kicked me? Zhao Kai scrambled up, clutching his scraped face, and roared as he turned around. He saw the lanky youth who had been on his side moments ago now standing where he had been. Lu Yong, what's your angle? Zhao Kai's face was a mix of anger and confusion. Clearly, he couldn't fathom why an ally who had just been planning to teach Lin Li a lesson was now ambushing him. How dare you? My father Lin's esteemed name is not for the likes of you to utter directly, and you dare to speak disrespectfully of him. You must be tired of living. Lu Yong deliberately raised his voice to ensure those nearby could hear. He paused, his face adopting an expression of near-religious reverence. As I see it, Father Lin and Goddess Yi are a perfect match, a union made in heaven. It's a bond tied by the old man under the moon with steel threads. Your barking here is just jealousy blinding your dog eyes. This declaration was like a thunderbolt, leaving Zhao Kai utterly stunned and the others bewildered. But it didn't take long for the others to catch on. Exactly. Was Lin Li still someone they could afford to provoke now? Possessing a suspected mythical tier beast with livestream popularity breaking into the top 4 across the entire platform, drawing the attention of countless big shots. He was a dragon about to take flight. And they were nothing but rotten tomatoes and stinky eggs. Worse still, news of them asking around for Lin Li's whereabouts and vowing to teach him a lesson had probably already spread. The others exchanged glances, then nodded firmly. When better to find a scapegoat and distance themselves. The boys' eyes communicated rapidly, reaching a consensus in an instant. That's right. The chubby one was the first to jump out, pointing at the still-dazed Zhao Kai and bellowing with righteous indignation, "You dog Zhao Kai. I've long seen through your jealous hatred for my godfather. I've been lurking by your side, enduring humiliation, just to expose your true colors at this moment. Take this. Monkey steals the peach." Another boy, not wanting to be left out, shouted loudly, "Father Lin and Mother Yi are a celestial couple made for each other. And you wanted to sabotage them. Outrageous. Eat this. 1,000 years of death." He circled behind Zhao Kai and launched another special move. The third boy was even more ruthless, leaping directly in an attempt to clamp Zhao Kai's head between his legs. "Today, I shall use the deadly scissor legs personally passed down to me by Grandfather Lin to rid the world of evil and crush your dog head, which is full of filthy thoughts. Are you all crazy? Oh, stop. Help." Zhao Kai was instantly besieged by his former allies, his screams echoing through the corner, drawing sidelong glances from the surrounding audience. Meanwhile, a storm was brewing at a higher level. The major top-tier powers, those normally haughty corporations, guilds, and academies, were all stirred by this dark horse that had burst onto the scene. Their internal monitoring systems or intelligence networks almost simultaneously captured explosive information composed of keywords such as Taishan City Beast Tamer, 10 seconds to clear nightmare difficulty, first wave, and suspected mythical beast. When they clicked on the live stream replay and witnessed with their own eyes the subversive instant kill scenes, even these seasoned figures who had weathered countless storms could no longer remain seated. In the top-floor office of a skyscraper in the imperial capital, a middle-aged man in a custom-tailored suit, exuding a powerful aura, abruptly rose from his leather chair and growled into his communicator. Immediately. I want all information on this youth named Lin Li on my desk within 3 minutes. In a quaint academy in Magic City, an old man with white hair stared intently at the screen. Quickly. Contact the Taishan City office. Spare no expense to reach this student before any other forces. Magic City University needs a talent like this. Across the land, top-tier guild headquarters, megacorporation HR departments, and military special recruitment offices were issuing orders, mobilizing elite teams, all targeting Taishan City. There was only one goal: to sign this young beast Tamer named Lin Li at any cost. Special VIP entry notifications in the live stream began to flash in succession, adorned with dazzling emblems. Imperial University official verified entered the stream. Shuanting Group official verified entered the stream. Battle. Awesome. Guild official verified entered the stream. Magic City University official verified entered the stream. Swordsman Guild official verified entered the stream. Red Leaf Group official verified entered the stream. Each name represented a colossal power within the human domain. Their arrival propelled the stream's atmosphere to another climax. The barrage grew even more frenzied, with countless ordinary viewers trembling with excitement, as if witnessing the birth of a legend. At the center of this storm on the Black Rock wasteland, Lin Li merely glanced indifferently at the viewer count in the upper right corner of the stream, already exceeding 80 million and still climbing rapidly. Almost there. Once this wave of monsters was dealt with, the viewer count should break 100 million. Just then, countdown ended. Second wave mission begins. Mission objective: survive for 15 minutes under the attack of the Werewolf Legion. The moment the system prompt faded, dust rose to blot out the sky on the wasteland's horizon. A woo. A piercing, prolonged howl merged into a terrifying wave of sound, drawing nearer. Within the dust, the silhouette of a massive army gradually sharpened. It was over 1,000 werewolf warriors riding giant dire wolves, clad in crude yet sturdy leather armor, wielding scimitars or spears. Their mounts' eyes glowed with bloodthirsty green light, breath misting from their maws. The entire legion surged like a torrent of steel, charging toward Lin Li's platform with an earth-shaking momentum that trampled all in its path. The thunderous rumble of hooves made the ground tremble violently. Werewolf Cavalry Elite Level 8, HP 20,000 Strength, 1,500 Defense, 1,000 Spirit, 500 Agility, 1,500 Skills. Charge Bite. Combat Power 12,000. Even more chilling was the imposing figure leading the legion, a towering, robust presence that stood out starkly. It wore exquisite metal general's armor and wielded a terrifying door-sized long-handled warhammer. Its dire wolf mount was larger than the others, with bared fangs and a ferocious demeanor. Werewolf General Boss Level 12, HP 35,000 Strength, 2,000 Defense, 2,000 Spirit, 1,500 Agility, 3,000 Skills. Heavy Strike. Charge Bite. Combat Power 20,000. Combat Power. That was firmly at the elite level of a second-tier professional. Combined with the mass charge of over 1,000 elite wolf cavalry, each with combat power exceeding 10,000, its sheer might dwarfed the first wave of cumbersome black rock giants. The stream's barrage instantly flooded with gasps and exclamations. Damn. Combat power over 10,000. That's first-tier professional strength. Over 1,000 of them. Who could withstand that charge? Even if that skeleton is strong, it wouldn't dare face a legion's charge. Heat and right. The mission is just to survive 15 minutes. I think the poetry swordsman can handle it by relying on speed to maneuver. Total annihilation. Impossible. The power of a legion's charge can't be stopped by individual strength alone. Look, they're charging. So fast. In the scene, the werewolf general raised his warhammer and let out a sky-shaking roar. A whoa. Kill. Roar. 1,000 wolf cavalry answered in unison, their voices piercing the heavens. The legion's speed surged once more like a breached black steel torrent, bearing down on Lin Li on the platform. Dust trailed behind them in long streaks, and their killing intent condensed into a tangible force, suffocating even through the screen. Yet Lin Li at the platform's center merely cast a casual glance at the surging tide of death, his gaze as calm as a still lake. He didn't even look at Zoro. Instead, he leisurely operated the stream panel, muting a few viewers who had sneaked in ads for infertility treatments. Meanwhile, the viewer count had reached 85 million. It had already pushed the third-ranked Foxgirl down to 4th place. He nodded, satisfied. Once this wave of monsters was dealt with, it should hit 100 million. Then came the delightful time for revenge. Thinking of the expression on the Heavenly Talent platform, then a cruel grin curled at the corner of Lin Li's mouth as he commanded Zoro, "Make your move." Zoro, who had stood silently beside him like a statue, suddenly erupted with an unprecedented blazing intensity of red soul fire in his hollow eye sockets. Crackle. Without warning, red-black lightning-like violent energy burst forth from Zoro's skeletal frame. It was not an attack, but an absolute soul-deep pressure that looked down upon all beings. An indescribable soul-shaking terror, like an invisible tsunami, erupted from Zoro and swept in all directions. Then a dense, tangible dark green Conqueror's Haki followed, like a shockwave spreading visibly outward. Where it passed, the air twisted. Conqueror's Haki fully unleashed. Thud, 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 thud. A spine-chilling scene unfolded. The ferocious werewolf cavalry, charging like a steel torrent, were struck the moment they touched the green Haki, as if hit by an invisible heavy hammer. The dire wolves in the front rows went limp, collapsing with mournful howls, while their werewolf riders rolled backward with eyes rolled white. Then came the second row, the third. Like a harvested wheat field, both riders and mounts lost consciousness in unison. The charging formation instantly disintegrated, leaving over 1,000 cavalry scattered and unconscious on the ground. Only the strongest werewolf general at the front, with his boss-level strength and tenacious will, barely withstood this terrifying wave of Conqueror's Haki. But his giant dire wolf mount collapsed unconscious, and he himself trembled with bloodshot eyes, his charge forcibly halted, trapped in fear of the Haki. The once turbulent wasteland, save for the howling wind, fell into an eerie silence. Only the ground, covered in unconscious wolves and werewolves, remained, along with the lone werewolf general standing before the platform, trembling with fear and rage. The stream fell dead silent. After a full 3 or 4 seconds, the barrage erupted like a volcano, more frenzied than ever before. More shocking than anything. What just happened? Am I seeing things? Did they all fall? Over 1,000 wolf cavalry. Are all unconscious? Is this a control skill? A group control of such a wide range? What kind of divine skill is this? Damn, this is unbelievable. The range. The effect. This is definitely a strategic level divine skill. Imagine a battlefield where one skill can take down an entire army. One person can become an army. This skeleton can truly turn one person into an army. This pressure. Even through the screen, I feel it hard to breathe. It's terrifying. Just as the barrage of comments was refreshing crazily, everyone was shocked beyond measure by this unprecedented Overlord's field clear. The wolf general, barely breaking free from fear, let out a roar filled with rage and despair. It seemed to realize it had become the last commander left aware of the terrifying enemy before it, but the ferocity of its beastly nature compelled it to make one last stand. It discarded the limp wolf it was riding, brandishing a terrifying warhammer the size of a door, roaring as it charged towards the still-standing Zoro, the warhammer creating a chilling sound as it descended. This strike contained all its strength and fury, enough to crush steel into pancakes. In the face of this blow, Zoro did not even adopt the three-sword style stance. He merely tilted slightly, his left hand still gripping the sheath of the sword, he Dao, Iwanzi, while his right hand firmly pressed on the hilt of the left sword. One sword style Iato. His posture was standard calm, like the profound tranquility before a storm. The wolf general's warhammer, harnessing immense force, was already within 3 feet of Zoro's head. The fierce wind rustled Zoro's dark green samurai robe. In that instant, clang. The clear and melodious sound of the sword echoed, overpowering the warhammer's whoosh. Only a vague, extremely thin black line flickered in the camera, so fast that even high-speed cameras struggled to capture its precise trajectory. Unbeknownst to anyone, Zoro had already appeared behind the charging wolf general, about 5 meters away. He maintained a slightly forward-leaning posture, his left hand still resting on the sheath, while Hidao Iwanzi was being slowly and steadily pushed back into its sheath. Lion song, click. The blade and the mouth of the sheath closed gently, producing a crisp and pleasant sound. This sound seemed to trigger some switch. The massive body of the wolf general trembled violently, its forward momentum abruptly halted. A smooth, mirror-like line of blood quietly appeared on its fierce wolf head at the neck. Soon after, the enormous wolf head slowly slid down along the bloodline, falling with a thud on the black rock ground, rolling a couple of times, its eyes still reflecting its last ferocity and a hint of confusion. From the neck, without a head, blood spurted into the sky like a fountain, staining a large area of ground. 35,000 red damage numbers floated up. Its massive body stood rigid for 2 more seconds before crashing backwards, stirring up a cloud of dust. Kill the wolf general, boss, gain 3,000 experience points. Instant kill. Still clean, swift, and to the extreme. From the Overlord's field clear to the Iato, beheading, the entire process flowed like water, taking no more than 10 seconds. The threat of the 1,000-strong wolf army, along with their leader, had completely vanished. The live broadcast was once again flooded with comments of instant kill and fast, but this time it was also mixed with admiration for that Iato strike. Iato. It's Iato. Fast as lightning. I couldn't even see the draw. Just saw a flash and the head fell off. What about the necromancer big shot? Quick translate what this move is called. Here it comes. It's named One Sword Style Iato Death. Lion Song. Lion Song. That name is both cool and a bit cringy. As expected of my poetic sword master. Can compose poetry, can name moves, and has explosive strength. I love the skeleton. Meanwhile, the high-ups of large corporations, guilds, and academies watching the live broadcast were all stunned when they saw such an outrageous heaven-defying area control skill. And the way he instantly killed a wolf general that even high-grade legendary beings would have a hard time dealing with, their eyes widened in shock, and they gasped in disbelief. There is no doubt this beast master is definitely of mythic level and form. Everyone, I will personally go to Taishan City. Incredible, incredible. This young man is equivalent to a mythic profession, the fourth mythic supreme of our human race. We must spare no effort to bring him into our group. The president of Dijing University slammed the table. Send the order. Activate the special recruitment highest plan. Contact all scholars, guest scholars, and honorary alumni near Taishan City. Get everyone moving. Target Taishan City's second high school student Lin Li. Tell him that as long as he is willing to come to Dijing University, all conditions are negotiable. Resource allocation, Independent Research Institute, legendary mentor team. Even the position of president can be discussed in the future. The president of MOD University, send the word. Target Lin Li. At all costs ensure he joins our school, even if he wants to be my father, that's fine. Similar scenes were unfolding simultaneously in the core circles of various powers in the human realm. The emergency board meeting of the Sun Tung Group was interrupted midway. The chairman directly left the seat boarding a supersonic private jet that had long been on standby. The president of the top guild dropped the dungeon they were tackling, rushing with the core team straight to the teleportation array. The Swordmaster Guild Hongye Group, Qingqiu Academy. Behind each of these usually lofty names there were one or more big shots whose stomping could cause tremors. All were rushing at top speed, disregarding form and cost, towards the same target, Taishan City, gathering like mad. In the human race's 6th district, the Network Intelligence Department, a young man was staring intently at the virtual screen floating in front of him. On the screen, the replay of Zoro unleashing his overlord's haki, causing over 1,000 wolf cavalry to faint like cut wheat, was playing. When he saw that Iato strike so fast that it left only an afterimage beheading the wolf general, his pupils suddenly contracted like needles. He slammed his palm down on the expensive mahogany desk in front of him, producing a loud bang, the solid wood surface even cracking slightly. Mythic level. This is definitely a mythic level beast. The young man's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. It was not fear, but extreme excitement and ecstasy. The human race has traversed the endless worlds for over 300 years, and we have never even seen a mythic level beast. This level of beast can only be possessed by the top races with terrifying backgrounds in the center of the endless world. Meanwhile, the online world had erupted into utter chaos. All 10 trending topics on major social media platforms were instantly dominated by entries related to Lin Li. Poetic Sword Hero Mythical Grade confirmed, the 4th mythical sovereign of humanity born. Overpowered control skill, a one-man army, clears thousands of legionnaires. One Sword Style Iato Lion Song, a strike too fast to see. Lin Li Beast Tamer from Taishan City now. 2 high school, countless self-media outlets, marketing accounts, and analysis experts like sharks drawn to blood, frenziedly produced and circulated clips of Lin Li's live stream. Zoro reciting poetry while instantly killing the Blackrock giant conqueror's haki, stunning the Wolf Rider's Iato, slaying the general. Each clip was paired with the most epic background music and the most exaggerated titles, spreading like a virus to every corner of the internet. Look, this is the future pillar of humanity. From being mocked across the entire network to being deified, it took him less than an hour. What is an underdog story? This is it. Viewers who had been scattered across other popular streams, especially those lured in by Lin Li's arrogant title, hoping to see him fail only to become fans, were now calling their friends and flooding into Lin Li's stream. The stream ranked second, also a Heavenly Pride streamer, a legendary top-grade elemental mage from the Imperial capital, watched helplessly as his viewer count plummeted by 20 million in just a few minutes like water bursting through a sluice gate. Meanwhile, Lin Li's stream viewership snowballed, smashing through the 100 million mark and continuing its relentless climb toward the second spot on the leaderboard, even threatening to challenge Yi Qingying's top position. Inside the Blackrock Wasteland instance, Zoro was striding with a measured pace amidst the wolf riders sprawled unconscious on the ground. The black Wado Ikamanji in his hand seemed to swing casually, yet each stroke precisely grazed a vital point of a werewolf or a dire wolf. There was no fierce battle, no flashy skills, only a mechanical efficient harvest. The sound of the blade slicing through leather armor and fur was soft yet incessant, accompanied by the steady refresh of the system log. Killed Wolf Rider Elite, gained 2000 EXP. Killed Wolf Rider Elite, gained 2000 EXP. X, and your level has increased to level 12. Your beast Zoro's level has increased to level 12. In truth, with Zoro's strength, wiping out all the wolf riders at once was no issue. However, Lin Li didn't want to end it so quickly. He wanted to buy some time. His stream viewership was nearing 120 million. Seizing this opportunity, he diverted a sliver of his consciousness, sinking it into the depths of his mind. System draw a template. Template draws were available once per level starting from level 11. He had already reached level 11 during the first wave of monsters, so he could draw a template now. Drawing a random template for the host. Draw successful. Please select one template from the list below. 3 options materialized in Lin Li's consciousness. Navy Admiral Akainu Red Mythical High-Grade Logia Magumagu Nomi Skills Busashoko Haki Kinbunshiko Haki Elementalization Mego Daifunka Inagami Guren Risei Kazan. Note this template grants a bonus effect to beasts with fire attribute bloodlines. Absalom Paramecius Suk Nomi Self-Invisibility allows the entire body to become transparent, though sound and scent remain. Contact invisibility can make objects touch transparent. Touching others can temporarily make them transparent. Mountain Bandit Higuma White Common Low Grade. Seeing Higuma's paltry white common grade, Lin Li was a bit indignant. This was the Mountain Bandit King, the legendary figure who once arrogantly insulted the Yonko Shanks and kicked the future Pirate King Luffy. And the system gave him a white common grade. System, aren't you going too far? Complaints aside, the choice was indisputable. Select Akainu template. Template Navy Admiral Akainu Mythical High Grade selected successfully. Just then, ding. Your level has increased to level 15. Your beast Zoro's level has increased to level 15. Beast Zoro level 15, First Awakening Strength 16,000 Defense, 10,000 Spirit, 12,000 Agility, 14,000 Skills. Comprehensive Combat Power Evaluation 2.0 Instance. Second Phase Mission. Survive the Wolfman Legion's assault for 15 minutes completed. Mission time 000517. Mission rating perfect time until third wave monster arrival 5 minutes. As the system notification faded, Lin Li glanced at the stream viewership, 125 million steady and solid. The time had come. With a thought, he controlled the floating ice stone to move closer, ensuring clear audio. Then he cleared his throat and spoke for the first time during the stream. His voice, clear and steady, reached the ears of hundreds of millions of viewers through the ice stone. Dear viewers, I have something to announce. The stream, previously flooded with awestruck worshipping and meme-filled comments, suddenly quieted. Countless viewers perked up their ears, curious about what this silent youth was about to say. Lin Li's face appeared exceptionally calm before the lens, even carrying a faint trace of coldness. Due to the Tianjiao Live platform's previously appalling attitude, after careful consideration, I have decided to move the remainder of my stream to the Fanqing Live platform. He paused, clearly stating a string of numbers. My room number on the Fanqing platform is 9527. With that, before the barrage of questions and pleas for him to stay could flood the screen, Lin Li decisively cut the connection to the Tianjiao platform. The stream screen instantly went black, leaving only the system prompt. The streamer has left. What's going on? Why did he go offline? What happened with Tianjiao? Damn, I've been watching on Tianjiao, now I have to register another account. Did Tianjiao get too big for its boots? They dare to offend a genius with a mythical grade beast. Haha, serves them right. Tianjiao has been acting like a bully for ages. They always change their promised promotion slots at the last minute. Let's go, brothers. Fanqing platform room 9527, charge. Lin Shin must have been wronged. Support Lin Shin switching platforms. Though the stream on Tianjiao was black, the comments and discussions grew even more heated. Countless viewers, while furiously cursing the Tianjiao platform, quickly logged out and rushed to Fanqing. At the Tianjiao Live platform headquarters in the core monitoring hall, employees who just a moment ago were lost in feverish fantasies of the company topping the charts and doubling everyone's year-end bonuses were now collectively frozen, as if hit by a petrification spell. On the enormous circular screen, the heat curve that represented Lin Li's live stream, once rocketing skyward, soared to a peak of 125 million before, without warning, plummeting off a cliff. It collapsed straight to zero. On the platform's overall traffic monitor, a red line denoting departing users was gouging downward with a ferocity and slope never seen before. No, this is impossible. General Manager Wang Lei's face drained of blood in an instant. He staggered back, braced himself on the console to stay upright, and with trembling lips stammered, "A misunderstanding. This must be some misunderstanding. Quick, try to contact him. Call the number in his profile. Hurry." The hall fell silent for a heartbeat, then erupted like a cauldron blown open. The technical lead fumbled to pull up Lin Li's registration, found the phone number, and hand-shaking dialed. The waiting beeps struck like pounding hammers on everyone's chests. At last the call was answered. A calm young male voice said hello. General Manager Wang nearly seized the receiver, and with the most urgent sincerity of his life, blurted out, "Hello. Mr. Lin, I am Wang Lei, General Manager of the Tianjiao platform. May I ask, Why did you suddenly switch platforms to stream? Is there some enormous misunderstanding here? He hurried on. Our platform poured every resource into promoting you today. The momentum was about to surge to first place. Can't we? A faint cold chuckle cut him off from the other end of the line. Want to know why? The voice asked, clear and edged with frost. General Manager Wang, you can check the records of my communications with your customer service today. Wang froze. A poisonous premonition began to coil in his chest. He covered the receiver and barked at the data analyst beside him. Quick, pull every backend record from Mr. Lin's account. All customer service logs. Project everything onto the big screen. A staff member's fingers trembled as he operated the console. Soon a short customer service transcript was projected on the central screen for all to see. User Lin Li. Excuse me, my profession is Chuanchua Xiaoping Yashushi, a legendary lower-grade Yashushi beast tamer. Why do I not meet the streaming criteria? Your platform announcement explicitly includes all legendary professions. Agent 7749 Customer Service. After review, your profession does not meet the requirements. User, can you tell me exactly what does not comply? On what basis? Agent 7749, not compliant, is not compliant. There is no explanation. The cold, impatient, contemptuous reply landed like a series of sharp slaps across the faces of every Tianjiao executive present. When their eyes found the department supervisor whose staff number corresponded to that agent, the picture became clear. The bald supervisor Zhang was shrinking at the back of the crowd, his face ashen and his body trembling. Everyone understood in that instant. Wang's complexion drained from white to green to black. Veins bulged on his hand as he clutched the receiver, yet he forced down the geyser of rage and panic and tried to recover. Mr. Lin, this must be the result of a subordinate's mistake. A single employee's poor attitude cannot represent our platform. I offer you my solemn apology. We are willing to make any compensation. Please give us another chance. I promise. The only reply was the busy tone as the call was terminated. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. Wang shouted into the receiver twice and then let it fall defeated. He knew the action had been deliberate. The other side did not care about Tianjiao's compensation. What he wanted was to see Tianjiao tumble hardest at its brightest hour when it had invested the most. This was a meticulously plotted act of retaliation. But what could they do? He had no means and did not even dare to contemplate revenge. Lin Li was a would-be legend, possessing a myth-grade beast and courted by all the top human factions, a future mythic sovereign. Not for sinking a single livestream platform alone, even if he publicly declared Tianjiao should collapse, countless sycophants would scramble to do his bidding. All this had come about because of that damned fool, the one who concealed something so crucial. He snapped his head up, his bloodshot eyes swept the hall like a beast, and finally fixed mercilessly on the supervisor Zhang, who was trying to melt into the crowd. Bring Supervisor Zhang to me. Wang's voice was hoarse and ice-cold, each word squeezed out through his teeth. Two burly security guards hauled the limp, pleading Zhang to Wang's feet. Manager. General Manager Wang. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Zhang wept and begged, grasping at the last straw. It was that customer service rep. He handled it on his own. It has nothing to do with me. At most I was lax in supervision. A resounding slap struck Zhang's face with every ounce of force, silencing his remaining protests. The blow spun him half around. He collapsed to the floor, his cheek swelling, red blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Wang looked down at him with eyes devoid of warmth, containing only fathomless cold and rage. Do you think him a fool? Negligent supervision. Without your consent or so much as a hint from you, would a lowly customer service rep dare reply to an applicant who claims a legendary profession in such a tone? Worse still, after this happened, you chose to conceal it. Zhang Degui, you will bear full responsibility for this. Expect the company's prosecution, expect to lose everything compensating for the company's losses. No, Manager Wang. Spare me. I won't do it again. Zhang wailed in despair. He knew his career was finished, and likely his life would be ruined as well. To placate Lin Li's fury and salvage a shred of reputation, the company would grind him into the mud and ensure he could never rise again. At Fanqing Live's headquarters, the atmosphere could not have been more different. Where Tianjiao's room felt like hell, Fanqing felt like heaven. Move now. Everyone, every resource. Concentrate on room number 9527's livestream. The head of Fanqing was flushed with excitement, his voice cracked, but rang with an unprecedented zeal. Tech department. Secure the highest grade lines and servers. Operations, hand over every promotion channel and the homepage. Sync everything to social media. Tell everyone Yashushi Lin Li, accompanied by a myth-grade beast, and the famed Inshi Jianhao, has come to Fanqing. The headquarters seemed injected with a potent stimulant. Everyone ran, shouted, and worked like possessed men. All the long-suppressed resentment of being crushed by the two giants Tianjiao and Gaishi transmuted in that instant into unparalleled drive. They saw a chance to overtake on a curve and perhaps seize the summit outright. In just minutes, when Lin Li relaunched his stream in Fang Xing's room, viewers who had waited and those redirected by Fanqing poured in like a tsunami. Familiar IDs and the same silly chaotic atmosphere filled the chat, but the crowd was now several times larger than before. Within 2 minutes, the live viewership surged past 300 million and continued to climb by the millions every minute. The barrage of messages exploded like celebratory fireworks. First, claiming the sofa. From today on, Fanqing is my first hometown. I uninstalled Tianjiao for daring to offend Lin Shan. Start already. I can't wait for the next act of Inshi Jinhao. What is the third wave of monsters? So excited. Lin Li watched Fang Xing's heat far surpass Tianjiao's and admired the smoother, more stable stream. He nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, the final challenge of the instance arrived. Instance Phase 3 begins. Objective: survive for 10 minutes under assault from Yuansu Jingling Elemental Spirit and Huolong Huang Fire Dragon Emperor. The third phase of the dungeon has begun. Objective: survive for 10 minutes under the assault of the Elemental Dragon, the Fire Dragon King's avatar. No sooner had the system's voice faded than the sky was utterly veiled by rolling clouds of flame, the leaden gray transforming into a blinding, scorching crimson. The concentration of fire elements in the air surged at an alarming rate, each breath feeling like inhaling scorching gravel that seared the throat. A thunderous roar, as if from the very core of the earth, came rumbling from the depths below. The solid black rock floor shattered like a fragile eggshell. Scorching, viscous, sulfurous, dark red magma erupted violently from countless fissures like a rage suppressed for 10,000 years. Columns of magma shot into the sky, bursting midair into a rain of fire that poured down, turning the vast area into a blazing inferno. Flames, searing heat, magma, acrid gases. The entire dungeon space instantly transformed into a volcanic landscape. And this was merely the prelude. A terrifying dragon roar beyond all description exploded from the deepest and widest crevice. That roar was not merely a physical sound wave. It carried an immense spiritual pressure and the furious bellow of ancient elemental power. Where the sonic wave passed, even the erupting magma was thrown back and the air rippled with visible distortions. The next moment, from the depths of the fissure, 2 blazing orbs of fire, as brilliant as miniature suns, suddenly flared to life. They were dragon pupils. Then a colossal dragon claw formed entirely of the purest and most violent flames fiercely gripped the edge of the fissure. The obsidian hard as iron crumbled like tofu beneath its grasp. The earth split apart completely. A behemoth from the abyss of flame and magma violently broke free and soared into the sky. It was a dragon. A pure elemental dragon over 100 meters in length with wings that blotted out the sun. Its body was not of flesh and blood, but of flowing, nearly liquid orange-red flames, its surface covered in layers of densely burning flame crystals like true dragon scales. Its massive skeletal wings were formed entirely of blazing flames and energy membranes, each flap stirring up scorching gales and waves of fire. Its long tail, like a whip of flame, left lingering trails of fire as it lashed through the air. On its ferocious dragon head, 2 curved flaming horns pointed straight at the sky, and as its maw opened and closed, sparks and searing hot air streamed out incessantly. Elemental Dragon, Fire Dragon King's Avatar Boss. Level 18. HP 600, 006, 0000. Strength, 3000. Defense, 2500. Spirit, 3500. Agility, 3000. Special trait: elementalization, immune to most physical attacks and elemental attacks below its rank. AU damage is first deducted from spirit or stamina to maintain elemental form. HP is unaffected until spirit stamina is depleted. Skills: Flame Dragon's Breath, Magma, Eruption, Flame, Domain, Elemental Manipulation. Combat Power, 95,000. A combat evaluation of nearly 100,000. The glaring high-level elementalization trait instantly shifted the atmosphere in the live stream from amazement to gravity and concern. So it's an elemental being. Elementalization is the most troublesome ability in the endless world. Damn, an elemental dragon with 95,000 combat power. Even a spark from it could kill me instantly. To deal with an elemental being, unless you drain its stamina or spirit, you can't harm it in the slightest before that. Looks like it's impossible for God Lin to kill the monster and get a perfect rating like in the first 2 rounds. What a pity. I heard that if you get 3 consecutive perfect ratings in a trial dungeon, the settlement reward includes an extremely rare item. Worried comments scrolled by rapidly. Most viewers no longer believed Lin Li could replicate the miracle of instant kills from the first 2 waves. Facing an elemental being with no weaknesses, even the most powerful attacks seemed futile. The Fire Dragon King's avatar seemed to pay special attention to the tiny skeleton soldier on the platform, which exuded an aura that displeased it. Its enormous dragon pupils, like lakes of molten lava, locked onto Zoro. Its maw opened wide, and a blinding, intense white light blazed from deep within its throat. The surrounding fire elements frenziedly converged into its mouth, the air being rapidly sucked away, forming a terrifying vacuum vortex. After a brief 2-second charge, a torrent of pure white flames over 10 meters in diameter and condensed to near solidity erupted from the dragon's maw. Where the dragon's breath passed, space twisted, the solid rock below was instantly melted, and the ground was plowed into a bottomless trench of molten magma. The devastating heat and shockwave arrived before the breath itself, melting and blasting away the rocks at the platform's edge. This was a breath capable of incinerating cities and annihilating towns. Before this torrent of destruction, Zoro, at less than 2 meters tall, seemed as insignificant as a speck of dust about to be devoured by the flames. The hearts of all viewers were in their throats. Conventional wisdom dictated an immediate dodge, using speed to outmaneuver and exhaust the enemy. Yet, Zoro did not move. He did not even look up at the world-destroying torrent of dragon's breath. He merely bent his knees, slightly drew the Sandai Kitetsu from his left waist, tightened his grip on Enma with his right hand, and firmly bit down on Wado Ikamanji. In his hollow eye sockets, the 2 crimson soul flames burned with an unnerving calm. A crackling blackered lightning-like violent energy erupted from his skeletal body without warning. More condensed and more violent than when he faced the wolf cavalry. Conqueror's Haki infusion fully activated. The black rock beneath his feet silently turned to dust under the eruption of the Haki, forming an even deeper crater. Black and red arcs of electricity danced wildly, and a green conqueror's aura rose like flames from the 3 long blades. The space around the blades themselves warped slightly from the immense energy being poured into them. Then, a sonic boom erupted again, but this time it was shorter, sharper. Zoro's form turned into a meteor burning with green aura and wreathed in black and red lightning. He charged heat-in against the torrent of dragon's breath, capable of melting steel and vaporizing rock. Not dodging but breaking through from the front. Mad flashed through the minds of countless viewers at once. The next moment, a scene they would never forget unfolded. A burning green meteor thundered into a ravaging torrent of dragon breath in midair. The expected annihilation did not occur. The anticipated stalemate was astonishingly brief. At the instant of contact, that consummate stream of destructive dragon breath was split apart. The furious fire element energy contained within the breath before Sualong's overwhelming presence was as if meeting its nemesis, forcibly pushed aside and torn. The green meteor raced upstream within the cleaved channel of dragon breath, its speed not diminished in the least. Driven by a secondary eruption of its own power, it suddenly accelerated again. So fast, fast enough to rend vision, fast enough to outstrip thought. Yenwang, 3-blade style. The green streak seemed to pierce the distance of space. A moment, it was inside the dragon breath. The next, it stood before the grotesque dragon head of Hualong Huang, formed entirely of pure flame. Sualong's silhouette sharpened for an instant amid the blur. It assumed a never-before-seen 3-blade opening stance, its body arched back like a drawn bow. On the blades, a boiling green hegemonic flame condensed, compressed to the utmost until it nearly became blades of emerald light. 103 sentiments. The drake's attendant reaches its apex. Clang. A howl of agony. Hualong Huang uttered a shriek utterly unlike its prior majestic roar, full of pain, astonishment, and disbelief. Its body of high-order elementalized flame, which should have been immune to the vast majority of attacks, at the moment it touched that black-green web of blades, reacted as if confronted by a natural predator. The ordered, potent elemental energy structure that composed its body began to collapse, to disorder, to be forcibly cleaved before the blade faces, wrapped in dominating vigor. The black-green blade light swept over Hualong Huang's massive form, cutting from the dragon head all the way down to the tail. 60,000. A glaring crimson damage number, so vast it was blazing, seared itself into every viewer's retina and soul. It burst apart like a deflated balloon, like a bonfire spent to embers. The 100-meter-long bulk of Hualong Huang's clone convulsed and contorted violently in midair, issuing a series of dull detonations as its elemental energies spiraled out of control. The flames along its surface extinguished and dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. The enormous elemental body dissolved into countless drifting inert embers that fell and merged into the seething magma and rain of fire below. System log update: killed Hualong Huang clone, gained 5,000 experience. Sualong's figure descended slowly from midair and alighted lightly upon a protruding rock, not yet swallowed by the magma. The black-green glow upon the 3 long blades in its hands receded slowly as they sheathed themselves. It lifted its head slightly and looked toward the fire clouds still roiling in the sky, but now chaotic after losing their master. The soul fire in its eye sockets burned with calm composure, as if it had done nothing more than a trivial thing. The live chat went utterly mad, more frenzied than ever before. Countless question marks, exclamations, cries of shock, and incoherent shouts submerged the screen. Instant. Dead in a second. Elementalization breached. Killed outright. How? How is this possible? He can actually inflict damage on elementalized form. How on earth was this accomplished? Elementalization cannot harm health before draining the opponent's mental or physical strength. First War Zone, Dijing. The vast ringed council chamber sat in solemn silence, deep gray walls inlaid with restrained dark gold filigree. A highly advanced virtual warboard hovered at the center, displaying the strategic posture of the 6 human war zones in real time. At the long table, 6 virtual figures projected by cutting-edge holography rendered in minute detail were seated. They were the highest commanders guarding humanity's 6 fronts, wielding great power. At the head sat a dignified elder in pristine military attire, shoulderboards studded with stars and sword insignia. His face was gaunt, his gaze as deep as an ancient well, every wrinkle seeming carved by years and iron will. Chun Baowa, humanity's supreme leader and marshal, a legend among the first-generation awakeners, had guarded the race through 3 centuries of storms. At this moment, the chamber was receiving reports on each warzone situation. Until it came to the 6th warzone. The 6th was responsible for intelligence collection, reconnaissance, and assassination. A figure cloaked in a bespoke shadow combat suit stood forth, its face hidden beneath an optical camouflage mask. The voice had been processed into a perfectly neutral, emotionless tone, gender indiscernible. He was called Ming Ci. Elder Chen. Everyone on yesterday's awakening day, the northern barbarians and the southern Gu Yao, each awakened 2 mythic-class practitioners. At those words, the air in the chamber seemed to freeze. The 2 races posing the gravest threat to humanity at present were the barbarians and the Gu Yao. This is not right. Mythic classes are seldom seen for decades, or even centuries. Why this year are they sprouting like radishes from the earth, so many at once? A burly man with a menacing scar across his face barked the question. He was Wei Wuti, commander of the 4th War Zone. The 4th guarded the border between humanity and the Gu Yao. Yi Yunhai knit his brows, the lines on his forehead forming a deep crease. His voice was low, indeed abnormal. Could something have changed within the endless world that we are unaware of? Yi Yunhai, head of the 5th Zone, which guarded the northern border against the barbarians. I thought the same, so I visited the Goblin Merchants Guild within human territory. Goblins, a populous race fond of alchemy and commerce, were scattered throughout the endless world. They possessed a special long-range communication method. Distant intelligence could be bought for the right price. Marshal Chun Baowa uttered a single concise word. It is said that another sequence artifact has appeared. According to ancient prophecy, sequence artifacts were implements used by the creator god, each possessing unimaginable might. Legend held that possessing a sequence artifact conferred the right to contest the creator god's treasure. Whenever a new sequence artifact surfaced, the hidden treasure's site would leak more of the primal laws nourishing the world and spawning more beings with mythic potential. At the news of a sequence artifact's appearance, those present fell silent. Humanity occupied a mid-tier position in the endless world. Each emergence of a sequence artifact heralded bloody upheaval. Those capable of contesting such artifacts were without exception hegemon-class entities. Such existences could crush humanity with a single hand. Silence lingered long. Yi Yunhai spoke slowly, his voice dry. What are the grades and types of those mythics among the Gu Yao and the barbarians? All low-grade, but all frontline combat types. At that, every gaze stiffened. This is trouble, Yi Yunhai said, leaning back hard in his chair, his expression grim. Once mythic combat classes grow, their status equals the old era's nuclear arms. If their numbers fall out of balance, the tripartite power equilibrium would be shattered. Originally, the situation was 1 mythic each for the Gu Yao and the barbarians, and 2 for humanity. But one of humanity's mythics was a support class, a master enchanter and gearforger. He lacked combat strength, but his forging ability was of strategic magnitude. In recent years, an endless stream of advanced enchanted equipment had greatly increased humanity's overall might. Had development continued at that pace, humanity's combined strength would one day overwhelm the 2 races, and they could be taken in a single stroke. Now that was no longer possible. There was no time left for them to grow slowly. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Wei Wuti irritably raked his hair back. Fan has been working tirelessly to craft equipment over the years and finally managed to strengthen our grassroots and mid-level forces. If we could just hold steady for 10 more years, we would be able to suppress those barbarians and Gu demons. And now this. The oppressive atmosphere made it hard to breathe. An imbalance in high-end combat power often meant a complete loss of strategic initiative, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences. At this moment, Ming Ci spoke again, his tone still devoid of emotion, yet the content grew colder. Latest urgent report. The newly emerged mythical professions of the Gu demon clan and the barbarian tribe have quickly passed their respective trial dungeons. Both clans' higher-ups have formally reached out to the human race 10 minutes ago. They propose that the three races hold a new generation joint trial competition 10 days from now. Their intentions are not good. They are taking advantage of the fact that we have only awakened one mythical profession this year, hoping to stomp us hard and reclaim the losses we've suffered from equipment over the past few years with interest. In my opinion, we shouldn't even engage in any trial competition with them. While their newly emerged mythical professions haven't fully matured, we should concentrate our forces and take the initiative to eliminate either the Good Demon clan or the Barbarian tribe. One down is one less. That's impossible. A woman in military attire with tousled golden hair exuding the aura of an enraged lion suddenly interrupted. Yun, head of the 2nd District. Her expression was unusually serious as she looked at Marshal Chun Baogua. The expansion rate of the death zone has been accelerating recently. A 100-year outbreak cycle seems to have been advanced. My people speculate that something guarding the death zone might be failing, and I cannot redeploy troops. If anything happens on my end, you all know the consequences. Hearing this, Wei Wuti fell silent. The death zone had always been a heavy burden on the hearts of the human race. It felt like a noose slowly tightening, suffocating them. The death zone, also known as the evil god Calamity. The evil god Calamity is the most terrifying disaster in the endless world, often leading to the destruction of entire races. There have been numerous intelligence reports purchased from goblin merchants over the years. Among them are intelligence regarding the evil god Calamity. It is often heard that some races have been wiped out due to the evil god Calamity. The departure of the creator god has left this plane without its most powerful protector, attracting countless foreign evil gods. These evil gods corrupt beings through various means, spreading faith, and then use their believers to let their power descend upon this world through the barriers. The evil god Calamity is a horrifying natural disaster triggered by the permeation of their powers. There are many manifestations of the evil god Calamity, and the death zone is just one of them. The crisis of intelligent machines, violent blood slaughter, chaotic lust, paternal affection, treacherous deception, the night of 10,000 ghosts, gluttonous, white disasters. These are all forms of the evil god Calamity. Moreover, in recent years, based on information pieced together from the death zone and some ancient ruins, behind the 2nd District's defense line lies an area shrouded in grayish-white death, fog devoid of life, filled with various aberrant monsters, which was once a territory of an immensely powerful race. Exploration of the ruins indicates that at its peak, that race had over 30 mythical-level practitioners. Their power was sufficient to easily crush the combined might of the human race Barbarian tribe and Good Demon clan. However, such a terrifying race was obliterated in a very short time by the evil god Calamity. Their territory turned into a dead zone, continuously expanding and eroding life. The 2nd District must not move. Marshal Chun Baogua slowly closed his eyes, memories of 300 years of history swirling in his mind. He was the first generation of awakened ones and had personally experienced the darkest moments of the human race. When the human race first crossed over, they coincidentally encountered a small-scale outbreak of the death zone. The unprepared human race suffered a population decline of 80% under the terrifying force of decay and endless attacks from aberrant monsters. Corpses littered the ground. Civilization was nearly extinguished. Had it not been for a sudden divine light pillar that pierced through the heavens and earth from the core of the death zone, temporarily suppressing the outbreak and granting the human race precious time to breathe and migrate, the human race would have long become dust of history. Marshal Chun Baogua opened his eyes, his tone leaving no room for doubt. The death zone is a grave threat. Its priority surpasses all border disputes. Nothing can be done. Nothing at all. Are we to just watch as the barbarians and Good Demons ride over us? Wei Wuti growled irritably. I can take action. Ming Si's calm voice rang out, startling everyone. Mythical professions are not invulnerable before their level rises. Utilizing the few hidden lines we have within both clans, along with my execution of a decapitation, there is over a 90% chance I can eliminate one of their newly emerged mythical figures. He paused before adding, of course I won't be able to return. Marshal Chun Baogua furrowed his brows and slowly shook his head. It is not yet that time. We still have time. Fan's forging of that mythical grade weapon is at its final stages. If successful with the special powers of that weapon, even a legendary upper-grade practitioner should be able to hold off a lower-grade mythical for a short time. This is one of our cards. He scanned the crowd, finally resting his gaze on Yun. The current top priority is to fully prepare for the possible early outbreak of the death zone. Yun, if the 2nd District needs any support, report directly for prioritized allocation. As for the Barbarian tribe and Good Demons, their territory edges do intersect with the death zone. During this time, they should be more restrained. What about participating in the joint trials? Marshal Chun Baogua pondered. To refuse, it would appear cowardly, severely damaging morale. To participate, our side only has one newly emerged mythical Yi Qingying, while they have two each, guaranteeing defeat and similarly harming morale. Weighing the options, a glimmer of resolution flashed in the old marshal's eyes. We shall respond to the challenge. Oh, victory and defeat are common in warfare, but the backbone of the human race must not bend. Inform below to select the most outstanding awakened ones of this generation to prepare for the joint trial. Even in defeat, we must lose with dignity. Just then, bang bang bang. The clear knocking on the door shattered the tension in the conference room. Ming-Si's virtual image momentarily paused before speaking. Apologies, old Chun, I have matters to attend to. Marshal Chun Baowa nodded in acknowledgement. He quickly walked to the heavy soundproof door of the conference room and opened a crack. Outside stood an informant whose face was flushed with excitement. District Chief, the Network Surveillance Department has intelligence to report. It must be presented to you immediately. The informant's voice was urgent. Ming-Si furrowed his brow beneath his mask, his tone tinged with displeasure. I am in the middle of a high-level war zone meeting. Unless the intelligence from the Network Department involves large-scale invasions by alien races or Grade 1 strategic crises, it should follow protocol and be reported after the meeting. District Chief. Let me finish. The informant uncharacteristically interrupted his superior, hurriedly finishing his report. What did you say? Ming-Si's voice suddenly escalated, completely losing its previous calmness and neutrality, revealing intense shock and disbelief. This abnormal reaction, barely muffled by the still-open communication channel, faintly seeped into the virtual projections within the Supreme Council chamber. Marshal Chun Baowa, Wei Wudi, Shi Yun, Yunhai, and the others were momentarily stunned, casting bewildered glances toward Ming-Si's slightly blurred projection area. What could have caused the intelligence chief, renowned for his absolute calm and rationality, to lose his composure so thoroughly? I understand. Patch the livestream through. Ming-Si returned to the meeting. Under the astonished gazes of the council members, he paused, then spoke in a tone laced with peculiarity. Everyone, it appears our human race has produced a beast tamer with a mythical grade beast companion. Boom. Those words struck like a nuclear bomb dropped into a tranquil lake. Impossible. Wei Wudi was the first to roar, slamming the table and bellowing. In the 300 years since the entire Blue Star human race traversed, we've never even seen a legendary high-grade beast companion. How could there possibly be a mythical grade one now? The other council members stared blankly at Ming-Si. Reason told them that Ming-Si, as the head of the intelligence division, could not possibly be mistaken. Yet the sheer absurdity of the claim left them wavering between belief and doubt, wondering if they had misheard. Ming-Si offered no direct rebuttal. He simply issued a curt command into his communicator, patched the livestream signal and the key replay clips into the council chamber simultaneously. In the next instant, two new virtual screens unfurled at the center of the circular chamber. Two feeds came through. One was a replay. The other was a live feed. When they witnessed Sauron instantly annihilate hundreds of black rock giants, everyone's pupils involuntarily contracted. Then as they watched Sauron unleash his conqueror's haki, instantly knocking over 1,000 wolf-riding cavalry into unconsciousness and slay the Wolfman general with a single Iajutsu strike, several of them rose to their feet. They stared intently at this green-haired skeleton, uncertain whom he was cosplaying. Among them, Yi Yunhai gazed blankly at the figure standing behind Sauron. Lin Li, how could it be you? Wei Wudi's eyes bulged as he fixed his stare on the green-haired skeleton. It really is a mythical grade beast companion. No mistake. Only a mythical grade could pass the first two stages of the Nightmare Dungeon so cleanly. Shi Yun observed Lin Li with keen interest. But how is this possible? It looks like nothing more than a skeleton soldier. Even if a mutation occurred during the contract, it couldn't be this absurd, could it? Perhaps this change is also linked to the appearance of the sequence artifacts. Ming-Si paused, speculating. Roar. At that moment, the third stage of the dungeon trial began. The council members watched the live stream with unwavering focus. Within mere seconds, agonized roars emanated from the feed. When they saw the green-haired skeleton effortlessly ignore elementalization and instantly slay the fire dragon Emperor, Wei Wudi slammed the table on the spot. That kid. I want him for the 4th sector. No one is to fight me on this. Shi Yun let out a cold laugh. You think it's yours just because you say so? Ridiculous. I'm claiming that kid for the 2nd sector. What did you say? You want to fight me over this? Wei Wudi erupted in fury, glaring murderously at Shi Yun. Shi Yun met his gaze without flinching, the two locked in a stare thick with killing intent. With your paltry skills, don't lead the youth astray. My 2nd sector has the best comprehensive training system and resource allocation. The two argued vehemently, their virtual projections nearly pressed together, radiating murderous intent. None of the dignity befitting humanity's supreme leaders remained. They resembled nothing more than a pair of street-corner thugs. Ming-Si, observing the spectacle, cleared his throat helplessly. Ahem, perhaps you should ask Sector Chief Yi. This young man is from his jurisdiction. What? Shi Yun and Wei Wudi's voices shot up 8 octaves as they whipped around in unison, their eyes wide with disbelief, boring into Yi Yunhai. Hearing the commotion, Yi Yunhai snapped back from the livestream. Seeing the two staring at him, feeling their scorching gazes that threatened to burn through him, he coughed lightly, struggling to maintain a stern expression. But the smugness at the corners of his eyes and brows was impossible to conceal. The corners of his mouth were so upturned that even an AK-47 couldn't suppress them. Old Yi, this kid, he's connected to you. Shiryun narrowed his eyes at Yi Yunhai. Yi Yunhai finally gave in, grinning broadly to reveal a set of gleaming white teeth. His smile, so radiant, it was almost blinding. Ah, you mean Lin Li? Well, he is indeed somewhat connected to me. He's my adopted son. What a... The exclamations from Wei Wuti and Shiryun nearly tore the virtual ceiling off the council chamber. Their eyes bulged like copper bells, brimming with a tangled mess of emotions. Why him? Heaven is unjust. What incredible luck, and more. Unfair. This is utterly unfair. Wei Wuti's eyes turned red with jealousy as he beat his chest and stamped his feet. Your daughter is a mythical grade sword saint. And now your adopted son has a mythical grade beast companion. Yi Yunhai, did you step in the creator god shit on your way out? This luck is just too outrageous. Old Yi, you already have your daughter in the 5th sector. Let this kid come to my 2nd sector, and I swear I'll devote every resource to his training. Old Yi'll let bygones be bygones about you always stealing my lighter back in school. Let this kid come to my 4th sector, he'll achieve the fastest growth there. Old Yi, I hear you're quite interested in my best friend. I can arrange an introduction. You despicable woman resorting to seduction. But I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. My brother isn't that kind of man. Ahem, that. We can discuss this. Wei Wuti's face stiffened as he whipped his head toward Yi Yunhai. Yi Yunhai's face flushed. Her best friend is indeed quite attractive. Seeing that old Yi was about to be ensnared by the honey trap, Wei Wuti's expression hardened as he resorted to threats. I don't care. If you don't let this kid come to my 4th sector, I'll spill the beans about your kidney deficiency. Wei, you son of a bitch. That's a damn lie. Yi Yunhai was now truly frantic, his face flushed crimson as he slammed the table and rose, his virtual projection trembling with rage. If you keep spreading rumors, I'll head to the 4th sector right now for a real-life brawl with you. All of you shut up. Marshal Qin Baoguo had finally had enough. With a low growl that carried the authority of 3 centuries, he instantly quelled the chaos in the council room. He looked at his subordinates, who had resorted to threats, bribes, mudslinging, and bickering without a shred of dignity to win over a prodigious youth, and felt a mixture of exasperation and amusement. But more than anything, he felt relief along with an irrepressible exhilaration deep in his eyes. He turned his gaze once more to the live stream, to the black-haired youth standing calmly amidst the hellish environment. Humanity's 4th mythical powerhouse had emerged in the most unexpected way. Amidst the chaotic situation, it seemed a ray of dawn had broken through. Trial instance, 3rd stage task complete. Task duration 8 seconds. Task evaluation perfect. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the personal trial instance Blackrock Wasteland Nightmare level hard. As the system chime echoed in Lin Li's ears, the scene of churning magma and chaotic elemental turbulence left by the Fire Dragon Emperor's fall began to blur and fade like a fading oil painting. In its place, several beams of dazzling golden light suddenly burst forth in the void, nearly blinding the eyes. As the golden light receded, several items hovered silently before Lin Li. The first thing that caught his eye was a dark gold card with an antique design made of a material neither metal nor wood. A faint glimmer like stardust flowed along its edges, and at its center was an extremely simple, yet profoundly enigmatic 3-dimensional symbol, seemingly perpetually evolving, the birth and death of worlds. Merely gazing upon it, one could feel an ancient, boundless majesty and awe. Invitation of the Creator God. Level restriction below level 25. Effect upon use, the holder may enter a special instance. Upon successful clearance, one will receive exceedingly generous rewards in experience, attributes, skills, or rare materials. Additionally, this instance holds clues to the whereabouts of a sequence artifact. Note: a ticket to the Supreme Mysteries, also a perilous trial. Those without great fortune, great perseverance, or great wisdom enter with caution. Clues to a sequence artifact. Lin Li's breath caught slightly. The value of this item was utterly incalculable by conventional currency. In the eyes of the truly top-tier powers within the endless world, any information even remotely connected to a sequence artifact was worth trading for mythical-grade equipment or even a territory. This was something capable of inciting a bloody storm, driving countless powerhouses to madness. Suppressing his inner excitement, he turned his gaze to the other 2 pieces of equipment. They were a platinum ring with a simple design, its entire body like flowing light, and a dark red bracer that seemed forged from solidified molten lava with the faint shadow of a fire dragon coiled upon its surface. Sacred Halo Ring. Quality: legendary high-grade type accessory ring. Attribute: mental strength 1000. Special effect: Sacred Purification. Active: consumes mental strength to apply a Sacred Purification Halo on a designated single target, instantly removing most negative status effects: curse, poison, freeze, paralysis, fear, confusion, cooldown 30 minutes. Fire Dragon Emperor's Blessing Bracer quality legendary high-grade type accessory bracer attribute strength 1000 special effect Wrath of the Fire Dragon passive increases final damage dealt by fire type skills by 15 2 pieces of legendary high-grade accessories. The attribute bonuses were straightforward and brutal, and the special effects were top tier. If either were put up for auction, the starting bid would never be less than 300 million dollars. And they were priceless with no market supply. Besides these 3 core rewards, a dozen translucent energy crystals with what seemed like liquid energy flowing within lay scattered nearby. High-grade energy crystals x 15 high-grade energy crystals have broad applications. I estimated single unit value approximately 1 million dollars. These 15 crystals alone were worth 15 million. Adding the 3 pieces of equipment, especially that invitation. Lin Li's harvest from the trial instance was enough to make countless professionals struggle their entire lives to achieve. Trial instance ended. You will be automatically teleported out of the instance space in 1 minute. Stowing all the rewards into his storage space, he opened the interface of the Starry Sky live stream. The online viewer count in the top right corner of the screen had already surpassed the 400 million mark, and it was still growing slowly but steadily. Everyone. Lin Li cleared his throat and spoke calmly into the camera. This personal trial live stream ends here. Thank you all for watching. The moment he finished, the barrage exploded. No. God, Lin. Stream a bit longer. Watching you and Ode to the Swordmaster was so easy. Strongly request an encore. Go run a team instance. I don't care. I just got my snacks and drinks ready. And you're ending the stream. I'm rolling on the floor, throwing a tantrum. Boo-hoo, I just found the community haven't had enough of Ode to the Swordmaster style. Dadlin, please, go to another instance. 100 million people sign in blood begging for an encore. Watching the screen full of Whale's tantrums, and please Lin Li merely smiled, his tone gentle but firm. Next time. There will always be a chance. Everyone goodbye. With that, ignoring the barge's antics, he cleanly cut the stream feed. Light and shadow shifted before his eyes, and the familiar slight dizziness washed over him again. As his vision cleared, a thunderous wave of sound like a tsunami instantly engulfed him. He's out. God, Lin is out. There, at the teleport point. Hurry, surround him. I see him in person. So handsome. Honey, look here. Where's Ode to the Swordmaster? I want to apprentice to learn poetry recitation. Move. Let me through. I just want to touch. Just once. Those in front, stop pushing. I lost my shoe. Classmates, hold the line. Hold it. A hoarse, strange shout cut through some of the noise. It was Principal Wang Hao. Long gone was his usual dignity. His face was red, his neck bulging with veins. He was directing a group of already transferred burly male students holding hands to form a crooked, yet stubbornly resilient human wall, blocking the surging crowd. Classmates, hold them back. This is our human race's 4th mythical sovereign, our school's pride. He is your godfather. We absolutely cannot let anyone take advantage of him. Swear to defend our godfather. The male students shouted in unison, their faces flushed red, straining with all their might to withstand the tidal wave of impact from outside. Among the human wall, an especially tall figure stood out, Zhang Yuanfang. His face was twisted in a grimace, arm muscles bulging as he desperately held back the crowd, pushing forward, wailing incessantly, "My own father. Lin Li. Ancestor Lin. You're finally out. I can't hold on much longer. These people are too fierce. My own father. Lin Li. Ancestor Lin. You're finally out. I can't hold on much longer. These people are too fierce." As Lin Li steadied himself, he saw Zhang Yuanfang in this sorry state, and the dark, endless sea of frenzied faces beyond, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This was even more exaggerated than he had anticipated. Such a big guy, and you can't even hold this. Useless. Lin Li shot him a disdainful glance. It's not that. Someone's groping me. And it's a man. Lin Yun. There were actually gay guys among these fans. No choice, gotta run fast. Whoosh. A dark green figure appeared beside him, Sauron. Its peculiar outfit and skeletal form instantly triggered another wave of frenzied screams from outside. Ode to the Swordmaster. Big shot. Take me as your apprentice. I want to learn how to recite poetry with a sword in my mouth. Sauron ignored the surrounding clamor, its hollow eye sockets turning to Lin Li. The next moment, Sauron extended a bony claw, grabbed Lin Li's shoulder, and bent its legs slightly. Boom. The ground beneath them trembled slightly as Sauron, holding Lin Li, shot up like a cannonball, leaping straight out through the open gap in the gymnasium's dome, leaving behind a chorus of gasps and disappointed fans. Instead of going straight home, Lin Li had Sauron take him to the central business district of Taishan City, landing in a relatively secluded back alley. He quickly retrieved a hat and mask prepared earlier from his storage ring, put them on, adjusted his clothes slightly, and then walked out of the alley, merging into the flow of people. With a clear goal in mind, he headed straight for the most conspicuous and imposing building in the business district, the Great Xia Chamber of Commerce. This is one of the largest chain comprehensive commercial institutions within the territory of the Daxia human race. With a profound background and an excellent reputation, its services encompass equipment, trading, material acquisition, potion, crafting, beast pet transactions, dungeon information, and more, making it one of the most frequented places for professionals. Entering the spacious and bright hall decorated luxuriously, yet tastefully, a dazzling array of goods shimmered under the lights. He walked directly to a relatively vacant counter. Behind the counter stood a young woman in a well-tailored professional suit, her makeup exquisite. Upon seeing Lin Li approach, she immediately displayed a standard professional smile, her demeanor friendly, yet appropriately distant. "Hello, sir, how may I assist you?" Lin Li remained silent, directly taking out 15 high-grade energy crystals from his storage ring and placing them on the polished counter. The energy within the crystals flowed, emitting a soft and pure radiance, clearly indicating their superior quality. Seeing so many high-quality energy crystals, a glint of surprise flashed in the countergirl's eyes. Energy crystals are indeed hard currency, but to produce a dozen at once, especially with such quality, indicates that this customer's strength and background are likely extraordinary. Her attitude immediately became more respectful, her smile more sincere. "All right, sir, please wait a moment while I quickly assess their value." She nimbly picked up each crystal, using professional instruments to test and evaluate them. Soon the results were in. Energy crystals are hard currency in the endless world, used for enhancing equipment, entering dungeons, or various industrial applications. "Sir, the 15 high-grade energy crystals you provided are in perfect condition, with energy purity classified as high. According to today's acquisition price, they can be exchanged for 15.3 million Daxia coins. Would you like to transfer directly to the bank?" "Yes, transfer to this card." Lin Li handed over his bank card. "All right, please wait a moment." The counter girl took the card with both hands, operated the device for a moment, and then returned the card along with an electronic confirmation slip to Lin Li, saying, "Please verify the amount and confirm." Lin Li quickly glanced over and signed to confirm. Almost simultaneously, his phone vibrated. A bank message popped up. "Daxia Bank, your savings account ending in XXXX has received 15.3 million. Looking at the long string of numbers on the screen, Lin Li felt a surge of emotions. Just yesterday, he had only a few thousand coins in total. After paying rent and utilities, it was barely enough for daily expenses. Had he not sold his brother's rear, acquiring a beast pet would have been a distant dream. But today, the basic rewards from just one trial dungeon granted him over 15 million in cash. This doesn't even include the 3 legendary pieces of equipment worth a fortune and that priceless invitation. "Exchange complete. Thank you for your patronage." The counter girl returned the bank card with both hands and smiled. "Sir, may I assist you with anything else?" "Our equipment zone, potion zone, material zone, and beast pet zone each have their unique features. Perhaps there are items that may interest you. Take me to the beast pet zone, or I want to see fire attribute beast pets." Lin Li tucked away the card, his tone calm. "All right, sir, please follow me." The counter girl's eyes lit up, realizing that a big business opportunity might be at hand. Her attitude became even more enthusiastic as she personally guided Lin Li across the hall to a larger, slightly warmer area. Here, a series of specially designed transparent display cases were arranged, each containing beast pet crystals of varying colors, with light and shadows swirling within. Each display case had clear magical labels underneath, detailing the species, attributes, quality, skills, and prices of the beast pets. Lin Li's gaze swept over. Fire Wolf Blue Elite Quality Fire Attribute Skill Casting Speed 20 Price 1.8 million. Scarlet Fire Monkey Purple Rare Low Quality Fire Attribute Skill Attack Amplitude 10 Price 9 million. Lava Lizard Purple Rare Middle Quality Fire Attribute Skill Attack Amplitude 10 with a slight fire poison effect Price 11 million. Crimson Flame Violent Bear Purple Rare Upper Quality Fire Attribute Skill Attack Amplitude 5 Fire Attribute Penetration Damage 5 Price 13 million. When Lin Li saw the Crimson Flame Violent Bear, his gaze halted. Fire Attribute Penetration 5. This attribute is crucial. In the endless world, as the enemy's level and strength increase, elemental resistance becomes higher. A fixed penetration of 5 means your fire attacks can ignore 5 of the opponent's fire resistance, dealing more true damage. Such an attribute is extremely rare among beast pets, typically only appearing in certain specific species or mutated individuals. Without this penetration attribute, the Crimson Flame Violent Bear, with its mediocre attack amplitude, would only be valued at around 2 million, at best being a blue elite low quality. However, with this 5 penetration, its strategic value skyrocketed, and the price directly surged to 13 million. "I want this Crimson Flame Violent Bear." Lin Li did not hesitate, pointing to the display case. "Also prepare a quiet contract room for me." "Of course, sir." The counter girl was overjoyed, as this was a significant achievement for the day. "You're spending today has reached our member level, so the contract room is free." Please follow me. I will handle the purchase formalities for you right away. A few minutes later, Lin Li was led into a contract room arranged with a stable energy array and excellent soundproofing. With the door closed, all the external noise was shut out. He took out the beast pet crystal that had just completed the transaction containing the sealed soul mark of the Crimson Flame Violent Bear. The crystal felt warm in his hand, and he could vaguely sense the volatile fire elemental fluctuations emanating from within. Begin the contract. Buzz. The crystal glowed brightly, and the ethereal image of the Crimson Flame Violent Bear seemed to come to life, letting out a low roar. A resisting will surged forth, but was quickly soothed and suppressed before Lin Li's powerful mental strength. The soul link was swiftly established. Contract successful. The original beast pet crystal was now empty. Meanwhile, a new resident had joined Lin Li's beast space. It was a large beast, its fur as red as burning blood, its muscles bulging like a massive bear. Crimson Flame Violent Bear quality purple rare upper level 1 first transformation strength 600 defense, 500 spirit, 400 agility, 500 skills flame palm strike, fiery charge berserk, bear, roar passive talent flame affinity, fire attribute skill power, 5 scorching penetration fire attribute attacks, carry a 5 penetration effect combat power assessment, 3500 its attributes are quite good among purple quality pets, particularly the scorching penetration, which is a true highlight. System load the Red Hound template onto the Crimson Flame Violent Bear. Beginning fusion loading. Boom. Within the beast taming space, an abrupt and cataclysmic change occurred. The once tranquil space began to experience a terrifying surge in temperature. An unimaginably violent power of fire elements erupted from the deepest recesses of the Crimson Flame Berserker Bear's soul. Crimson flames instantly engulfed the Crimson Flame Berserker Bear completely. Yet the flames swiftly transformed, their color shifting from crimson to dark red, and then to a blazing bright orange akin to the molten core of the earth. The temperature and texture of the flames also underwent a fundamental change, no longer ordinary combustion, but flowing viscous magma, radiating an aura of annihilation. A vast quantity of magma emerged from nothingness, enveloping the Crimson Flame Berserker Bear, as if alive, rapidly forming a colossal churning and boiling sphere of magma over 5 meters in diameter. The sphere's surface cracked, and from within came a dull roar like the pulse of the Earth's core. The terrifying heat caused the beast taming space itself to warp slightly, as if it were nurturing a flame demon god about to break from its shell. The magma sphere expanded and contracted rhythmically like the breath of a colossal beast. Each contraction seemed to compress purer, more violent flames and the laws of destruction within. Each expansion released a pressure that made the very soul tremble. This process lasted for about 5 minutes. Finally, gurgle. Boom. The magma sphere suddenly contracted inward. All light, heat, and violent energy were absorbed in an instant. In a corner of the beast taming space, a brand new figure stood tall and proud. Lin Li swept his spiritual sense over it, and upon seeing the Crimson Flame Berserker Bear's current appearance, a strange expression crossed his face. The bear, which was used to walking on all fours, was now standing upright, like a human somewhat resembling the Bearman race. It was nearly 3 meters tall. Its physique was even more robust and imposing than before, brimming with a sense of power. A coat of crimson fur was covered by a layer of dark red magma armor. The most absurd part was its posture. Its claws were crossed over its broad chest in an extremely human-like gesture. Clenched between its teeth was a cigar from which a wisp of blue smoke curled lazily. And draped across its back was a white cape, its edges embroidered with golden patterns. In the center of the cape, 2 large bold black characters were clearly visible. Justice. A magma giant, bare arms, crossed, cigar in mouth, draped in a cape of justice. Lin Li. The Akina template really nailed every detail. It even replicated the cigar and the cape of justice. He covered his face, forcibly suppressing the urge to complain, gave it a name, and then eagerly checked its new status panel. Beast Akainu Berserker Bear. Quality, red, mythical high grade. Level 1, first evolution. Strength, 3000. Defense, 2700. Spirit, 2900. Agility, 2500. Skills, armament, hockey, hardening, observation, hockey, perception, elementalization, hellhound, great eruption, dog, bite, crimson, lotus, meteor, volcano. Passive fire attribute, attack damage amplified by 100. Fire attribute penetration increased by 50, up to a maximum of 100 as level increases. Combat power, 60,000. Hiss. Even though he was mentally prepared, Lin Li couldn't help but inhale sharply. The magnitude of this enhancement was terrifying. A 100 amplification of fire damage. This meant all its fire-based skills would have their power doubled. 50 fire penetration. And as its level increased, it could reach up to 100. What did 100 penetration mean? It meant the enemy's fire resistance was virtually non-existent before it. All fire attacks would deal true damage, coupled with the 100 damage amplification. This output was simply apocalyptic. Lin Li was utterly astounded. Imagine on a future battlefield the Akainu Berserker Bear activating elementalization, transforming into a magma giant dozens of meters tall, unleashing a meteor volcano to summon countless molten fists raining from the sky, blanketing a vast area with these attacks, possessing high penetration and damage amplification. This was essentially a mobile cataclysmic volcanic crater. That scene would be the enemy's worst nightmare. Ding! Just as Lin Li was pondering where to take the Akainu Berserker Bear for rapid leveling, the personal communicator on his wrist vibrated softly. He looked down, and a simple message appeared on the screen. Come home for dinner tonight. A warm smile involuntarily curled at the corner of Lin Li's mouth. It was Uncle Yi. Uncle Yi must have seen the livestream too, and known about Zoro. He probably wanted to ask Lin Li about it. He looked up at the sky. The timing would be just right if he left now. He arrived at an older residential area that wasn't upscale, but was clean and serene. There were no strict guards here, nor ornate gates, just a few ordinary residential buildings standing quietly. It was hard to imagine that Yi Yunhai, the commander of the 5th War Zone and a top-tier powerhouse in his own right, lived in such an ordinary old apartment complex. Standing before the familiar door, Lin Li raised his hand and knocked softly. Tap, tap, tap. The door was pulled open almost immediately. Yi Qingying appeared at the entrance. She had already changed out of her combat clothes from the day and was wearing a light gray set of casual homeware. The soft fabric outlined the girl's slender yet graceful figure. Her silver-white hair was casually draped over her shoulders, shimmering with a soft luster under the warm light of the hallway. The moment her ice-blue eyes met Lin Li's, it was as if the snow and ice had just begun to melt, a trace of faint but genuine warmth rippling within them. Ying, Uncle Yi asked me over for dinner. Lin Li greeted her. His gaze subconsciously fell on the pattern on her shirt. It was a cartoon image of a strangely shaped catfish with a huge head, a wide grin, and a vacant stare. It somewhat resembled the River King named Tom from a game in his past life. The corner of Lin Li's mouth twitched again. This girl, unlike other girls who liked kittens or puppies, preferred things that were grotesque and ugly cute. Lin Li entered the hallway, bending down naturally to change his shoes. Yi Qingying stood quietly in the hallway watching him. As Lin Li sat down on the small stool beside him and took off his sneakers, she deftly took a pair of his deep blue cotton slippers, washed clean from the shoe cabinet, and gently placed them before his feet. Then, with equal naturalness, she picked up his discarded shoes and carefully put them back in their designated spot in the cabinet, her movements as fluid as a little wife. Thanks. A warmth filled Lin Li's heart as he reached out and ruffled her soft silver hair. Yi Qingying didn't dodge. Instead, she squinted her eyes slightly, and the little antenna of hair on her head swayed happily like a cat being petted. Then she reached out and naturally took Lin Li's hand, leading him into the living room. The house wasn't big, a 3-bedroom layout, simply and warmly decorated, full of the atmosphere of daily life. On the living room wall hung a few landscape paintings and a somewhat old family portrait. Besides Yi Yunhai and a young Yi Qingying, the photo also featured a beautiful woman with a gentle smile, whose features were 70% similar to Yi Qingying's. The furniture was all ordinary, but everything was spotlessly clean. The air was filled with the aroma of home-cooked food and a reassuring scent that belonged to the feeling of home. A sizzling sound came from the kitchen, followed by the clatter of a spatula stirring, the rich aroma growing even more enticing. Lin Li followed the scent, leaning against the kitchen doorframe. There stood Yi Yunhai, wearing an apron adorned with little yellow duck patterns, poised before the stove. With one hand flipping the pan and the other wielding the spatula, he skillfully stir-fried a plate of crabs. The firelight cast a glow upon his face, a square, dignified visage usually stern and imposing. Yet now it appeared unusually soft, carrying a focused, down-to-earth warmth. Uncle Yi, need any help? Lin Li asked with a smile. Yi Yunhai didn't turn around, his voice booming with the vigor of a cook. No need. Just this one dish of scallion and ginger crab. Almost ready. Go wash your hands, we're about to eat. Got it, Lin Li replied, heading to the bathroom. When he returned to the dining room after drying his hands, several dishes were already laid out on the rectangular table. A plate of glossy braised spare ribs, a dish of verdant sautéed seasonal vegetables, a bowl of milky white fish head tofu soup, and a platter of sliced marinated cold cuts. Simple, yet all were his favorite homestyle dishes. Soon Yi Yunhai emerged with the final dish, a steaming redan-gold aromatic scallion and ginger crab, placing it firmly in the center of the table. All set. Dig it. The three sat down. Yi Qingying took the seat to Lin Li's left, while Yi Yunhai sat at the head of the table. Lin Li, already ravenous, eagerly picked up a piece of spare rib and put it into his mouth. The meat was tender and flavorful, rich with soy sauce cooked to perfection. His eyes lit up as he gave Yi Yunhai a thumbs-up, mumbling praise. Uncle Yi, your cooking is still incredible. Absolutely. A smug smile crept across Yi Yunhai's face, as if being praised for his culinary skills pleased him more than accolades for his military exploits. Back in the day, it was this masterful cooking that won me your aunt, the most beautiful woman in the 5th district. As he spoke, he instinctively reached out with his chopsticks, aiming for the largest, most enticing braised chicken drumstick in the dish, his personal favorite. But just as his chopsticks were about to touch the drumstick, a flash of light blurred before his eyes. The glossy caramel-scented drumstick vanished. Yi Yunhai. He looked up to see the drumstick already on his daughter, Yi Qingying's chopsticks. Without even glancing at her old father, Yi Qingying placed the drumstick directly into Lin Li's bowl. The smile on Yi Yunhai's face froze instantly, slowly fading away. But it didn't end there. Yi Qingying seemed to have entered a mode of feeding Lin Li. Silent but swift and precise, she picked the leanest, most flavorful spare ribs, the tenderest parts of the vegetables, and Lin Li's favorite beef shank from the cold cuts. Like a diligent little bee, she tirelessly transported various dishes to Lin Li's bowl. Soon Lin Li's once empty white porcelain bowl was piled into a colorful, fragrant little mountain. His own plate, however, remained empty, with only a lonely bowl of plain white rice sitting there. Watching this, Yi Yunhai's face darkened to the color of a pot bottom. His heart felt as if it had been stuffed with a whole, unripe lemon, sour and bitter. Though he knew the two had been close since childhood, and if they liked each other, he would be happy to see them become a couple. But it was still too early. His little cotton-padded jacket couldn't leave him so soon, he couldn't bear it. Lin Li was about to enjoy the drumstick in his bowl when he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. A tangible gaze mixed with resentment and bitterness locked onto him. His scalp tingling, he looked up to meet yes, resentful, bitter eyes. Lin Li. Cold sweat nearly broke out on his forehead. The drumstick suddenly felt scalding in his hands. He quickly nudged Yi Qingying's foot under the table frantically, signaling her with his eyes. His gaze darted to the remaining drumstick on the plate, then swiftly toward Yi Yunhai. Yi Qingying focused on wrestling with a stubborn piece of spare rib, felt Lin Li's movement, and looked up, her ice blue eyes meeting his. Seeing his blinking eyes, she followed his gaze to the lone drumstick left on the plate. Then she looked at her father's displeased expression across the table. The little antenna of hair on her head twitched in confusion, as if deep in thought. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, she understood Lin Li's profound intent. Hesitating for a moment, she set down the spare rib, picked up her chopsticks, and stood up. Yi Yunhai's dim eyes suddenly lit up. A warmth surged in his heart. See, his daughter still cared for her old father. She was going to give him the other drumstick. Sure enough, she was his little cotton-padded. Before the thought could finish, he saw Yi Qingying reach out, not for the drumstick. Instead, she took the only untouched bowl of white rice in front of him. Yi Yunhai. Then she picked up the remaining drumstick, and along with that bowl of rice, solemnly placed it beside Lin Li's already overflowing bowl. After doing this, she nodded at Lin Li, her ice blue eyes seeming to say enough. There's more rice in the pot if you need it. I don't want more rice. Lin Li's eyelids twitched wildly, nearly dropping his chopsticks in shock. He looked at Yi Yunhai, whose face had turned green. Veins bulging on his forehead, the knuckles of his hand gripping the chopsticks, turning white, his usually dignified eyes now blazing with fury, as if ready to flip the table and pounce on him. Uncle Yi. Almost reflexively, with lightning speed, Lin Li picked up the drumstick from his own bowl and placed it on Yi Yunhai's plate. You have the drumstick. I remember you love drumsticks the most. This one's the biggest and tastiest. Seeing the drumstick in his bowl, Yi Yunhai's expression softened. Let's talk business. I saw your beast from the live stream. Was it a mutation or something? Sort of. When I awakened as a beast tamer, I think I also awakened a talent. I'm not sure of the exact principle, but the effect is that when I successfully contract a beast, there's a chance to trigger this talent, causing a beneficial, significant mutation, boosting its quality and potential. Talent awakening. Yi Yunhai murmured, tapping the table absently with his fingers lost in thought. As a high-ranking human, he had of course seen the expensive intelligence purchased from the Goblin Merchant Guild about the secrets of the endless world. It was indeed mentioned that certain fortunate beings favored by the world's laws might, upon class change, awaken unique, powerful talents in addition to their profession. These talents were varied and diverse in effects, but all served as formidable aids. Even a few years ago, when the saintly princess of the angel race, one of the top races in the endless world, changed her class, it was said to have triggered celestial phenomena, with the laws of the world directly forging a mythical-grade weapon for her as a companion artifact. However, Yi Yunhai cast a glance at Lin Li, who was gnawing on a crab. His intuition told him that Lin Li's so-called talent was probably far from simple. What kind of talent could transform the lowest, most worthless white common skeleton soldier into a mythical-grade spirit beast? This was practically the work of a creator god. Perhaps it was something even more miraculous, more forbidden. Wait, why did this plot feel strangely familiar? Yi Yunhai furrowed his brows, searching deep within his memories. In his youth, he had read some novels in the archives left over from the old era. They often featured something called a cheat system, didn't they? Things like deep blue power-ups or lottery draws. Could this kid have a cheat? He shook his head, dismissing the absurd thought. Those were merely the fantasy products of humanity's impoverished imagination in the old era. How could such an irrational thing exist in the real world? He was definitely overthinking it. Though there might still be some secret, Yi Yunhai had no intention of probing further. Everyone had their own encounters and privacy. As long as the child remained loyal to humanity and didn't stray, a few secrets were harmless. Didn't he himself have many untold pasts and hidden cards? His inquiry was more out of elder concern, curiosity, and the need to provide a reasonable official explanation for the higher-ups. With that thought, he nodded solemnly. Talent awakening. That's plausible enough. If the higher-ups ask, he'll help explain it. By the way, Yi Yunhai shifted the topic, his expression turning serious. There's something important I need to tell you. Go ahead. In 10 days, our human race, along with the southern border Gu insect tribe and the northern lands barbarian tribe, will hold a tri-race joint competition trial for the new generation. Yi Yunhai said in a deep voice, each side will select 10,000 people totaling 30,000 to enter a special large-scale dungeon space jointly provided with resources and rule enhancements by the three races for offensive and defensive combat. 10,000. Lin Li's eyes went wide instantly. With three sides combined, that was 30,000 people competing on the same field. The scale, the spectacle. This was nothing like the small-scale individual trials or team dungeons before. This was a true large-scale war simulation, an epic campaign. A showdown of the new generation worthy of being recorded in history. That's right. Though it's called a competition, it's actually a probe and assessment of humanity. The outcome will determine their future attitude and actions toward us. Yi Yunhai looked at his shocked expression and continued, to select the strongest 10th Sandperson team and quickly boost the overall strength of this generation's awakened ones. The Human High Command has decided that for the next 10 days, all dungeons below level 30 within human territory will be open to all this generation's awakened ones for free. Resources will be tilted, full focus on leveling up. His gaze grew especially solemn, falling on Lin Li and Yi Qingying, who was earnestly shoveling food with cheeks puffed like a hamster. In 10 days from all this generation's awakened ones, the 10,000 with the highest levels and strongest overall combat power will be selected to represent humanity in battle. And you too. He paused, his voice firm and resonant. As the only ones of the new human generation with mythical level combat power, you must participate. Not just for human morale, but to showcase our race's foundation and future to the other two tribes and crush their little schemes. He looked at Lin Li, eyes full of expectation. Don't slack off during this time. Level up, fully get familiar with your spirit beast. In 10 days, I want to see you bring glory to humanity. A surge of hot blood rushed through Lin Li. He met Yi Yunhai's gaze and nodded heavily, his voice resolute. I understand, Uncle Yi. Rest assured I'll give it my all these 10 days. In 10 days, I will win this competition for humanity and make our race proud. Good. Yi Yunhai nodded with relief, his eyes full of approval. He then turned to Yi Qingying, who had finally swallowed that mouthful of rice and was sipping soup from a bowl. You too. No slacking off this time. Double your training intensity. This competition relies on you two little ones to earn honor for our race. Yi Qingying set down the soup bowl, her ice blue eyes looking at her father, then at Lin Li, whose gaze burned with determination. Without a word, she nodded with extreme seriousness and force. The lone strand of hair on her head bobbed up and down solemnly with her nod, as if making a silent military pledge. After dinner, Lin Li helped clear the dishes, chatted with Yi Yunhai for a while about the tri-race competition details, and then got up to take his leave. He needed to go back and carefully plan his leveling route for the next 10 days as time was tight. At the entrance, he bent down to change his shoes. Light footsteps came from behind. Patter-patter, the sound of slippers on the floor. Lin Li turned around and saw Yi Qingying holding a brown paper bag walking quickly toward him. She handed the bag to Lin Li, her ice blue eyes gazing at him quietly. Lin Li took it and opened it to find 2 boxes of exquisitely packaged tea leaves. The boxes were of a dark raw wood color, warm to the touch, with the words Cloud Peak Mist Tip stamped in gold small seal script and no producer information. Lin Li didn't refuse. Yi Qingying had known since childhood about his habit of drinking tea. Though she was a woman of few words, she was delicate in thought, often bringing him tea leaves and such. Thanks. A warmth filled Lin Li's heart. He raised his hand and habitually ruffled Yi Qingying's soft silver hair, his voice gentle. I'll bring you a gift next time. Yi Qingying didn't dodge. She just squinted slightly, the strand of hair on her head bobbing cheerfully. She saw him all the way to the elevator, watched him step inside, and waited until the doors slowly closed and the numbers began descending before she turned and padded back into the house. In the living room, Yi Yunhai was bent over, searching under the TV cabinet and coffee table, muttering to himself, strange, I clearly remember bringing it back, didn't I? Hearing his daughter's footsteps, he straightened up and asked, Ying, did you see the 2 boxes of tea I brought back today? Old Chen gave them to me, called Cloud Peak Mist Tip. They say only 5 boxes are produced a year. I distinctly put them on the coffee table when I got back, but now they're gone. Yi Qingying paused in her steps, walked to the sofa, and expressionlessly looked at the empty coffee table, then scanned the living room. Her ice blue eyes seemed to ponder, then she looked up at her father and shook her head with extreme certainty and innocence. Never seen them. Then without lingering, she walked straight to her room and closed the door. Leaving Yi Yunhai alone in the living room, his brows knitted into a knot, scratching his head in confusion. Could it be? I never brought them back. Did I leave them in the office drawer? My memory's really going with age. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains into the room. Lin Li had already washed up and changed into a black tracksuit for easy movement. He didn't wear any conspicuous gear that might bear school or family emblems. Instead, he donned a low-key black cap and mask covering most of his face and walked out of the house alone. His goal was clear: the dungeon hall of the Taishan City Professional Guild. In the endless world, there are numerous secret realm dungeons of various sizes and differing rules. Some are naturally formed secret realms, while others are spatial projections of ancient battlefields or ruins. If these rifts are not dealt with in a timely manner, monsters will continuously emerge, causing tremendous destruction. Thus, one of the important responsibilities of professionals is to conquer these secret realm dungeons and close the spatial rifts. Upon successfully clearing a dungeon, the power of the laws will condense into a dungeon crystal that contains the core rules of that dungeon. By placing the crystal in a designated spot and infusing it with energy, a stable portal to the dungeon can be opened for future challengers to repeatedly attempt gaining experience, materials, and equipment. The Dungeon Hall of the Professional Guild is the core location for the official management and storage of these dungeon crystals, providing a safe and orderly environment for challenges. As long as a certain entrance fee is paid, any registered professional can choose a dungeon to challenge here. When Lin Li stepped into the vast hall, which was as large as 5 standard football fields, a wave of heat mixed with excitement, tension, and sweat rushed towards him. Under the massive dome, magical lights illuminated every corner. Hundreds and thousands of young professionals gathered here, their voices rising in a cacophony of noise. Bloodwolf, Den, Dungeon Level 15 5-man team, 1 spot left. We need a tank who can take hits and deal damage. Equipment must have aggression attributes. Coming fast. Wild Boar Plains Level 14 speed farming team. Captain is the rare purple Thunder Swordmaster leading the charge. Just need a healer to support. Priority for little fairies. Guaranteed fun and leveling. Goblin Village Classic 4 tank, 1 healer setup. 3 tanks and a priest are in place. We need a high DPS. Archers preferred. Just stand under our feet and output mindlessly. Safety is absolutely guaranteed. Skeleton Cave. Dark Forest. The calls, haggling cheers of finding teammates, and arguments over last-minute changes mixed together, filled with youthful restlessness and vibrant energy. Just last night, the highest command of the human race officially announced the news of the tribal joint competition across the territory, declaring a tendering period during which all dungeons below level 30 would be freely open to this generation of awakeners and a full effort to level up. This news was like cold water splashed into boiling oil, instantly igniting the passion of all young professionals. It was not just the allure of free access, but also the glory and responsibility of representing the human race and showcasing their might before other races. Everyone was holding back their energy, determined to push themselves to the limit within these 10 days, striving to squeeze into the list of 10,000 that represents the highest honor. Lin Li walked through the bustling crowd, ignoring the enthusiastic invitations to form parties, and headed straight for a relatively empty service counter. Behind the counter sat a young girl with a sweet smile and adorable dimples on her cheeks. Her name tag read Zhao Xiaoyu. Hello. Lin Li approached the counter, his voice muffled by the mask. I am one of this generation of awakeners here to collect my free dungeon pass. Zhao Xiaoyu looked up at the sound, revealing a standard professional smile and showing her 2 cute little fangs. All right, sir, please show me your student ID number and I will register you. Student ID 6395. Lin Li reported his number. Okay, student ID 6395. Please wait a moment. Zhao Xiaoyu skillfully entered the number on the touchscreen in front of her and pressed enter. In the next second, ding! A crisp and loud system notification sound rang out from the device in front of her and the large server cabinet behind her simultaneously. This sound was not too prominent in the noisy hall, but for Zhao Xiaoyu, who was constantly monitoring the workstation, it was like thunder. The screen in front of her suddenly changed dramatically. A huge pop-up window with a red background and golden dragon pattern borders occupied the entire screen, displaying in bold, enlarged artistic font, detected highest authority sequence identity. Student ID 6395. Ranking in this generation of awakeners, 2nd place. Pass processing level highest read. Processor Zhao Xiaoyu. Employee ID 7749. Special note: holders of this pass enjoy the following privileges. 1. Access to all dungeon crystals in the hall without waiting in line directly cutting in. 2. Can designate one hall staff member as a temporary assistant to handle material transactions, dungeon navigation, and other miscellaneous tasks. 3. All procedures simplified, enjoying the highest level of confidentiality and convenience. 4. Their action records will be directly reported to the war zone headquarters for filing. Zhao Xiaoyu's eyes instantly widened, her mouth slightly agape, almost capable of fitting an egg. She suddenly looked up, incredulously gazing at the young man in black standing at the counter, wearing a baseball cap and mask revealing only a pair of calm eyes. The content emphasized repeatedly in the emergency training meeting last night exploded in her mind. Ranking. This is the list of the most outstanding individuals evaluated by the military and the Ministry of Education based on various factors, including job tier and performance in trials. The top 100 will receive special attention, especially the top 2. The first place, Yi Qingying, a mythical class sword saint. The second place. There is only one possibility. That person who shocked the entire network during yesterday's trial live broadcast, possessing a mythical beast topping the live broadcast popularity charts, hailed as the 4th mythical being of the human race, the Beastmaster. Lin Li. Zhao Xiaoyu's heart raced wildly, blood rushing to her cheeks, nearly causing her to exclaim on the spot. An idol. A living idol. Right in front of her. She opened her mouth about to shout Lin God, and even subconsciously reached for her notebook for an autograph, but upon seeing Lin Li's low-key outfit and calm gaze, she suddenly had a moment of enlightenment and forcibly suppressed the exclamation that was about to escape her lips. Clearly, an idol dressed like this did not want to attract attention. She took a deep breath, trying to make her voice sound less shaky, but the excitement in her eyes was impossible to hide. Sir, hello. Your pass has a special level and needs to be processed at the dedicated terminal over there. Please, could you follow me? She pointed to a relatively secluded area with an independent booth on the side of the hall. Lin Li nodded all right. He followed Zhao Xiaoyu, whose footfalls were slightly unsteady, to that booth. Inside there was indeed a more sophisticated terminal connected to more lines. As Zhao Xiaoyu operated it, her fingers trembled slightly, but the process was remarkably swift. Soon a dark red card with edges inlaid with tiny golden runes and a touch that felt as smooth as jade was produced and handed to Lin Li. Highest level dungeon pass read. Holder Lin Li, student ID 6395. Privileges: unconditional priority access to dungeons, designated assistant, green channel for material transactions. Thank you. Lin Li put away the crystal card, expressed his gratitude, and turned to leave in search of a suitable dungeon. Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. Zhao Xiaoyu hastily called out to him, her cheeks flushed with excitement, like a ripe apple. According to regulations, a VIP holding a red pass may designate a hall staff member as a temporary assistant to accompany you and assist with various matters. For instance, helping you quickly locate the dungeon you wish to enter, or if you obtain materials and equipment from clearing dungeons, I can contact the guild's internal purchasing department. The prices will surely be fairer than the open market, saving you the trouble of going back and forth. Besides, the hall is enormous with dungeon crystals scattered across different areas. It might not be easy to find them on your first visit. She blinked her big eyes, her gaze filled with anticipation, her expression clearly saying, I want to serve you. Lin Li paused, glanced at the excited yet composed girl, and then surveyed the vast maze-like hall teeming with people. Hundreds of dungeon crystals were distributed across different zones. Although the signs were clear, searching for them one by one would indeed take some effort. Having someone familiar with the place to guide him would save considerable time. All right, I'll trouble you then. Lin Li nodded. No trouble at all. Not a bit of trouble. Zhao Xiaoyu was so delighted she nearly jumped, quickly trotting over. It's my honor to serve Mr. Lin. Countless people would envy this job. She lowered her voice with the exuberance of a devoted fan. By the way, Mr. Lin, I am actually your fan. I watched your livestream yesterday. It was amazing. Could I get your autograph? Saying this, she produced a marker pen from her pocket, like a magician, gazing at Lin Li with hopeful eyes. That's nothing. Where should I sign? Lin Li took the pen with a smile. Sign here. Right here. Zhao Xiaoyu swiftly removed her work blazer, revealing a crisp, immaculate white fitted shirt underneath. She puffed out her chest, pointing at the left side, her eyes sparkling. Faced with the prominent sight before him, Lin Li's hand holding the pen stiffened slightly. Sign. Right here. Seeing the girl's pure excitement and anticipation at meeting her idol, Lin Li hesitated for a moment before swiftly and smoothly signing his name above the left chest pocket of her white shirt. Yage. Zhao Xiaoyu treated it like a prized treasure, carefully putting her blazer back on to protect the signature, her smile radiant as a blooming sunflower. Thank you, God, Lin. Let's go. Which dungeon would you like to clear first? I know this place like the back of my hand. Let's head to the level 15 dungeon area first. Preferably one with dense monster spawns, fast respawns, and high experience efficiency. Lin Li stated his requirements. Got it. The level 15 area is in Zone C this way. I know several popular dungeons like Ironclad Bull Plains, Shadow Wolf Valley, and Basilisk Nest. They're all great. Zhao Xiaoyu immediately slipped into her role, like a professional little guide, leading Lin Li through the crowd towards the depths of the hall. Zone C, the level 15 multiplayer dungeon area. This area was equally bustling with many teams gathering or emerging from dungeons. One 5-member team that had just stepped out of a teleportation portal was particularly eye-catching. They bore traces of battle, mud and grass clippings on their armor tiers from sharp horns on the edges of their robes and fatigue on their faces. Yet each of their eyes shone exceptionally bright, filled with the pride of victory. When the people around noticed them, especially the massive light screen behind them displaying a newly broken record, they cast glances of surprise and envy. Look, it's the team from No. Too High. Holy crap. The record for Ironclad Bull Plains has been broken. No way. Ironclad Bulls have defenses like mobile fortresses plus the earth armor aura. Breaking through their defense is incredibly tough. The previous record had stood for almost a year, right? New record. 1 hour, 2 minutes, 17 seconds. That's 31 minutes faster than the old one. How is that even possible? See the one in front. Zhaowen, the genius from No. Too High with the legendary mid-tier class Flame Blade Dancer. Rumor has it his core skill Blazing Slash has a built-in percentage armor penetration effect. So that's him. No wonder. With a legendary class and armor penetration, he's the perfect counter for high-defense monsters like Ironclad Bulls. Zhaowen, having just exited the dungeon, listened to the endless exclamations and discussions around him. He held his chest higher, the pride on his face nearly overflowing. His 4 teammates basking in reflected glory, their faces flushed with excitement, gathered around Zhao when showering him with praise. Wenj, you're incredible. A legendary class is something else. Those few slashes and the Ironclad Bull's armor was like paper. All thanks to Wenj carrying us. Setting this record feels so satisfying. I bet in the upcoming 3-race competition, Wenj can definitely break into the top 100. No top 50. Maybe even make the core team. Absolutely. With Wenj around, our No. Too High is definitely going to make a name for itself this time. Zhaowen feigned modesty, waving his hand. Just as he was about to utter some platitudes like it was a team effort or great coordination, the corner of his eye caught a commotion near the dungeon crystal. Someone else is opening a dungeon. Huh. Why is he standing alone at the entrance? Where are his teammates? A nearby bystander asked in confusion. Zhaowen also followed the gaze. Beside the Ironclad Bull Plains, crystal, the light screen of the teleportation portal was slowly forming and expanding. And at the entrance a solitary figure stood. It was a youth in ordinary black sportswear wearing a cap and a mask, his face obscured. His posture was upright, standing there quietly waiting for the portal to fully open, showing no intention of looking for teammates or communicating with anyone. Zhaowen frowned almost imperceptibly. As a professional who had just set a record in this dungeon, he had the most direct understanding of its difficulty. The herds of thick-skinned, heavily armored Ironclad Bulls charging with earth-shaking force were by no means a challenge for a single person. He couldn't help but speak, his tone carrying a hint of a senior's advice. Friend, this isn't a solo dungeon, it's a multiplayer one. Did you come to the wrong place? Hearing the voice, the youth in black turned his head. Beneath the cap, his calm gaze swept over Zhao, when then glanced at the clearly marked name and level on the crystal beside him. No, I didn't. His voice came through the mask flat and unruffled. I'm here to clear this dungeon. Zhaowen was taken aback. Then where are your teammates? I have no teammates, the youth replied succinctly. I'm soloing it. Soloing. These 2 words seemed to carry a magical weight, not only stunning Zhaowen, but also causing his teammates and nearby eavesdroppers to fall silent for a moment before erupting into low murmurs and skeptical voices. Nonsense. Zhaowen's face darkened, his voice laced with unmistakable anger. Are you joking with me? This iron-armored bull instance. I a level 15 legendary class along with 4 level 14 purple rare top-grade teammates with perfect synergy and a full set of skills. Barely cleared it after over an hour, setting a new record. And you say you're going solo? His voice grew louder as his rage mounted, drawing more attention. Do you think you're a mythic class? Or my idol Lin Shen? He stepped forward, pointing at the forming teleportation portal, his tone severe. Do you realize that every instance activation consumes significant resources? If you fail, all those resources are wasted. These energies come from energy crystals earned by frontline professionals risking their lives from the nation's strategic reserves. They're offered for free to nurture us for the competition in 10 days that concerns humanity's pride. Not for you to squander on your personal hero fantasies. The murmurs around them grew louder. Zhaowen is right. Resources don't come from thin air. The alien races are lurking at our borders. Sacrifices are made daily on the front lines. Every resource is precious. This kid is so clueless. Only cares about showing off. Which school is he from? We must report him. Yes. Ask the staff to check his student ID. Expose him. Let the school punish him. Yet amid the accusations, Lin Li stood still, his gaze sweeping over the indignant Zhao Wen and the surrounding crowd. He wasn't angry, but rather a bit surprised at Zhao Wen. It was rare for someone so young to possess such awareness and sense of responsibility. Just as Lin Li hesitated over whether to remove his mask, buzz. The portal's light screen suddenly stabilized, emitting a steady blue glow as the entrance fully formed. Lin Li hesitated, no longer turned, and stepped into the light screen. His figure was instantly swallowed by the blue radiance, vanishing from sight. You? Stop right there. Zhao Wen charged forward 2 steps in fury, but could only watch as the portal rippled before him, the arrogant silhouette already gone. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Zhao Wen's face flushed red with anger. He glanced at the instance entry log. Student ID 6395 had entered the instance. He pointed at the portal and said to his teammates and onlookers, "See, this is a textbook example of wasting resources. Investigate. Investigate student ID 6395. I want to see which school produced such a student." Light and shadows swirled before his eyes, accompanied by the familiar slight sensation of weightlessness. When his vision refocused, Lin Li found himself in a completely different world. A vast, boundless grassland stretched before him, extending to the horizon. The sky was clear and azure, with a few lazy white clouds drifting by. The air carried the fresh scent of earth and grass, mingled with a faint, gamey odor typical of large herbivores. System notification entered: instance Iron Armored Bull Plains. Instance objective: eliminate all Iron Armored Bulls on the plains. 0113. Clear condition: annihilate all monsters. Failure condition: challenger dies or exits the instance. The system's voice was cold and clear, heralding the start of the trial. Almost the instant the voice faded, rumble. In the distance beyond the horizon came a sound like muffled thunder, yet denser and more earth-shaking. The sound came not from the sky, but from beneath his feet. The entire grassland trembled violently, as if 1,000 troops were charging. Lin Li gazed into the distance. Deep in the plains, waves of grass were torn open as if by an invisible giant plow, mud and severed grass erupting like fountains. Amid the dust, massive heavy figures exuding a ferocious aura surged toward him like an overwhelming tide. They moved with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, the dark torrent had crossed hundreds of meters, coming into clear view. These were colossal beasts, standing over 2 meters at the shoulder and nearly 4 meters in length. Their bodies were covered in thick, metallic-looking scales, each the size of a palm, with sharp edges that glinted coldly in the sunlight. Thick, muscular necks supported massive, ferocious bull heads. Their horns weren't curved, but straight, like 2 black war lances pointing forward, razor-sharp at the tips. Their eyes were blood-red, filled with rage and hostility. Iron Armored Bull Elite Level 17, First Transcension, HP 500, 005, 0000, Strength, 2500 Defense, 3000 Spirit, 800 Agility, 1800 Passive Talent. Iron Armor Defense greatly increases physical and magical defense, reduces all incoming damage by 15. Skills: Savage Charge, Linear High-Speed Charge, dealing massive physical damage with knockback and stun effects. Earth Stomp. Combat Power Assessment, 35,000, a full 113 of them, each with a combat power of 35000. This rivaled, or even surpassed, professionals of the same level with purple rare classes. What was more terrifying was that they weren't charging haphazardly. Instead, they formed a crude yet effective charging formation, their roars echoing each other, the thunder of their hooves merging into a soul-shattering din, their charge bending the distant grass with its force. Facing this stampede capable of shattering iron walls, Lin Li stood firm, his stance as steady as a rock. His gaze was calm and unruffled, as if what charged toward him wasn't a monster army that could crush him, but a herd of harmless sheep. Distance: 300 meters, 200 meters, 150 meters. The stench and dust nearly hit his face, the ground shaking beneath his feet, his heart pounding in rhythm with the charge. Just as the foremost Iron Armored Bull's crimson eyes reflected Lin Li's figure, their thick hooves about to trample the ground beneath him, Lin Li raised his right hand and waved it casually forward. Crack! The space beside him was forcibly torn open into an irregular rift. The next second, a burly, robust figure draped in a white cloak stepped out of the lava rift, landing heavily on the grass beside Lin Li. Sizzle! The grass beneath its feet instantly turned to ash, the soil scorched black and smoking. The air temperature around it skyrocketed, light distorting from the intense heat. Raging fire elements seemed to have found their king, rejoicing and becoming exceptionally active and aggressive. The crimson canine storm bear. It was in its iconic pose, standing nearly 3 meters tall. Its arms crossed over its chest, a thick cigar with curling blue smoke dangling from its mouth, the white cloak emblazoned with the large word justice billowing in the heat. Its cold, indifferent gaze, as if containing the scorching, destructive will of magma, swept over the thundering Iron Armored Bull herd. There was no gravity or caution in that look, only a condescending disdain, as if looking at ants or dust. As if to say, is that all? It's yours, Lin Li's voice rang out calmly. Finish it quickly. The instant the command was given, the cold disdain in the Crimson Hound Bear's eyes was replaced by a savage, destructive frenzy. It let out a low, terrifying roar that carried an oppressive might, more like the rumbling before a volcanic eruption than a bear's growl. Its arms crossed over its chest, suddenly flung wide open. Molten lava surged along its arms, the surrounding fire element seething as the air crackled and popped from the intense heat. Without any flashy techniques, it simply swung its right arm forward. As it did, the arm swelled and deformed at an astonishing speed. In an instant, the magma arm expanded more than tenfold, transforming into a terrifying fist over 5 meters in diameter, composed entirely of boiling lava. Great eruption. No charging, no wind-up, just a straightforward punch. The moment the fist struck, it was as if a volcano had been detonated. The colossal magma fist detached from the Crimson Hound Bear's arm, hurtling like a meteor from a cannon. Trailing a long tail of black smoke and sparks, it smashed into the densest cluster of ironclad oxen with a speed surpassing sound. At the moment of impact, time seemed to freeze for a frame. Then a cataclysmic explosion erupted. A massive orange-earth fireball over 30 meters in diameter swelled outward from the point of collision. This was no ordinary flame. It was the explosive release of compressed magma and destructive energy. The shockwave, like a solid tsunami, radiated wildly in all directions, uprooting grass within 100 meters and hurling soil meters into the air. The agonized, distorted bellows of the oxen were drowned in the roar of the blast. Within the fireball, the ironclad oxen, just moments ago fierce and formidable, found their vaunted iron-scale armor utterly useless against the magma fist, which carried a 50 fire penetration and 100 damage amplification. Their hard scales melted and vaporized in the tens of thousands degree heat. Thick hide and bones evaporated and tore apart like butter. Massive bodies disintegrated under the destructive energy, and even the remains were devoured and incinerated by the ensuing magma. 50,000. 50,000. 50,000. A series of glaring, blood-red damage numbers, all identical, erupted like fireworks of death within the fireball's range. With a single blow, over 60 ironclad oxen, unable to even finish a cry, were reduced to ash by the absolute destruction of the great eruption. All that remained were charred craters and a few warped, smoking metal scales. Moo. The remaining 40-plus ironclad oxen, having been at the rear or edges of the charge, narrowly avoided the first wave. But the terrifying blast sent them staggering, leaving scorch marks on their bodies. Instead of retreating, the intense pain and fear of their comrades' instant annihilation only ignited their primal ferocity. Their crimson eyes nearly bled. They bellowed even more furiously, their hooves pounding the ground, charging faster than before. Like over 40 out-of-control heavy tanks, they recklessly charged at the cause of their suffering, the Crimson Hound Bear, in a desperate assault. Their sharp black horns gleamed coldly, vowing to pierce and crush this terrible enemy. Facing this frenzied counterattack, the Crimson Hound Bear didn't even shift its stance. It stood still, arms hanging naturally, a cigar in its mouth, its gaze indifferent. The sharp horns easily pierced its magma-like body. Some pierced its chest, others its abdomen, and several struck from the side, burying their horns deep into its flanks. Yet, no blood splattered, no pained roar. Where the horns entered, only hot magma flowed from the wounds, dripping to the ground with a sizzle, burning small pits. The Crimson Hound Bear's health bar remained unmoved. Elementalization. As a Logia-type magma fruit user, physical attacks were ineffective as long as its stamina held. But the ironclad oxen that had impaled it let out even more agonized screams. Moo. Scorching magma thousands of degrees hot flowed back along the horns like a relentless curse, rapidly burning and corroding their keratin and flesh. Worse still, the magma splashing from the wounds like molten iron easily burned through their thick scales, creating blackened holes that reached deep into their flesh. 3,000. 4,500. 2,800. A series of still impressive damage numbers rose from the heads of these ironclad oxen. The Crimson Hound Bear seemed indifferent to their attacks. It slowly raised its left arm, which began to magnify and swell. This time, instead of forming a fist, the arm stretched and morphed bizarrely. The magma flowed, coalesced, and ultimately took shape into several ferocious dog-headed constructs of lava. These magma dog-heads were lifelike, with bared fangs and eyes burning with destructive flame. Dog bite red lotus. The Crimson Hound Bear swung its left arm. Several magma dog heads, roaring silently, detached from the arm and shot forth like living creatures. They arced gracefully through the air, precisely targeting the surviving ironclad oxen that were still writhing in pain or just regaining their footing. The dog heads either bit smashed or exploded outright. Each strike carried devastating heat and penetration. The remaining 40-plus ironclad oxen facing this overwhelming attack were torn apart, melted, and vaporized like paper toys. 46,000. 45,797. 50,000. The final crimson numbers flickered up. Silence returned to the grassland. The air was thick with the acrid smell of burning and sulfur. The ground was littered with charred pits of various sizes, and sporadic sparks flickered in the ash. All 113 ironclad oxen, a nightmare for countless professional teams, were annihilated, leaving hardly a complete corpse. System logs began scrolling rapidly. Your beast Crimson Hound Bear has slain an ironclad ox elite, gaining 3,500 experience. Your beast Crimson Hound Bear has slain an ironclad ox elite, gaining 3,500 experience. Your beast Crimson Hound Bear has leveled up to level 2. All attributes increased. Your beast Crimson Hound Bear has leveled up to level 3. All attributes increased. Your beast Crimson Hound Bear has reached level 10, gaining 5 fire penetration. Note: Crimson Hound Bear gains 5 fire penetration every 10 levels, and an additional 5 fire penetration per evolution. Your beast Crimson Hound Bear has leveled up to level 13. All attributes increased. Ding. The dungeon Ironclad Oxen Plains has been cleared. Dungeon completion time 000-15. Mission evaluation perfect. Calculating dungeon rewards. A flash of light, and several items appeared before Lin Li. A dozen low-grade energy crystals, 5 mid-grade energy crystals, an earth-yellow heavy armor bracer, and a sword with a blade as clear as crystal. Heavy armor bracers, heavy armor class exclusive. Purple rare middle grade. Strength 200. Defense 300. Passive increases heavy armor defense skill bonus by 5%. Crystal longsword. Purple rare low grade. Strength 300. Agility 350. Skill sword chi. Not a bad haul. Those 2 pieces of purple rare equipment could sell for at least 5 million. Adding the energy crystals, roughly 6 million. Without lingering, Lin Li stored all the spoils into his spatial storage, and with a thought chose to leave the dungeon. In the dungeon hall sector C beside the ironclad bull plains crystal, Zhao stood with arms crossed, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on the dungeon crystal. His chest rose and fell slightly with rage, his face etched with the resolve of one who felt a profound disappointment and the need to teach such a wastrel of resources a lesson. Brother Zhao, calm down. Getting angry at someone like him isn't worth it, one teammate advised. Yeah, when he comes out, just report him directly. Right? He must pay the price. Just then, the light of the teleportation portal beside the dungeon crystal flared again, and spatial ripples spread outward. He's out, someone whispered. All eyes focused instantly. As the light faded, a figure stepped forth. Still wearing that ordinary black tracksuit, that low-profile cap, and that mask covering most of his face. He was spotless, without even a speck of dust or a blade of grass. His breathing was steady, his gaze calm, as if he hadn't just emerged from a fierce battle, but had taken a leisurely stroll. Seeing Lin Li utterly unharmed, and so nonchalant, Zhao's pent-up fury reached its peak. Unable to contain himself any longer, he lunged forward in a single stride, pointed at Lin Li's nose, and his voice cracked with agitation. Ew. Stop right there. Lin Li halted and looked at him calmly. How long has it been? And you're already out. Judging by your appearance, you didn't even fight. Don't tell me you entered the dungeon, saw how tough the ironclad bulls were, and immediately chose to quit. Zhao voice echoed through the hall, drawing more attention. An arrogant, self-important brat who can't gauge his own strength and has no regard for humanity's precious resources. What right do you have to enjoy the dungeon resources provided free by the nation? How dare you even stand here? He grew more agitated, his spittle nearly flying onto Lin Li's mask. Do you know the front lines? Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao. A trembling, incredulous voice suddenly broke in beside him, interrupting Zhao's tirade. It was his other teammate staring fixedly at the massive magical light screen on the side of the hall that displayed real-time dungeon records, his face pale and lips trembling. Whatever it is, wait. Zhao waved his hand impatiently, his gaze still locked on Lin Li. Let me teach this guy a lesson first. No, Brother Zhao. The teammate, frantic, actually grabbed Zhao's arm, his voice choked with tears. Look at the rankings. Why are you pulling me? Zhao stumbled, even more irritated. What's there to see on the rankings? His voice died in his throat. Because following his teammate's pointing finger, he glanced involuntarily at the massive record screen. Then his gaze was locked onto it, as if by a magnet, unable to look away. Not just him, but all the onlookers. Those who had been angry, scornful, or merely watching the drama, were now as if collectively struck by a petrification spell. Their mouths agape, eyes wide, they stared fixedly at the ironclad bull plains dungeon record column. A deathly silence fell over the area. Only the faint hum of magical runes on the screen and the distant noise from other sectors could be heard. On the screen, the record leaderboard for the Ironclad Bull Plains had been updated. Ironclad Bull Plains Dungeon, clear record board first. No team solo challenge, student ID 6395 time, 0.15 second. Windbreaker squad time, 0.17 third. Dragon Fong squad time, 0.13345. 2 minutes, 15 seconds. Zhao Wen's mind went blank with a buzz. He blinked, rubbed his eyes hard, wondering if his anger was causing hallucinations. 2 minutes and 15 seconds. 2 minutes and 15 seconds. To clear the ironclad bull plains. That smashed their own record of 1 hour and 2 minutes. No, it was a dimensional obliteration. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhao Wen muttered, his voice as dry as sandpaper. The system must be glitching. Yes. A glitch. How could anyone clear the ironclad bull plains in 2 minutes and 15 seconds? Unless it's a mythical class, or... He stopped abruptly as if struck by a terrifying thought. His neck turned like a rusty machine, inch by inch, stiffly toward the black-clad youth who had just emerged from the dungeon and was watching him calmly. At the same time, the deathly silent crowd seemed to break free of the spell and exploded into uproar. 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Are you kidding me? The system is definitely broken. That record is impossible. Solo. He really went in alone. Oh my god. Am I dreaming? Quick. Call the staff. Check the system. If this is real, then this guy. Doubts, exclamations, and cries of disbelief filled the air. No one could accept this record that overturned common understanding. The staff member managing the dungeon crystals in this area, a middle-aged man in a guild uniform, squeezed through the crowd with an excited expression. He carefully confirmed the information on the screen, then announced loudly, his voice trembling with excitement. The system is operating normally. The energy feedback record is complete. The dungeon crystal data is accurate. This record is real. It was created by this gentleman just now. 2 minutes and 15 seconds solo clear of the ironclad bull plains. A new historical record has been born. Boom. The crowd erupted completely. But this time it was no longer anger and accusation, but sheer shock and bewilderment. Really? It's real. 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Solo. What kind of monster is this? Countless gazes, stunned nearly to numbness, focused like searchlights on Lin Li, as if trying to pierce through that cap and mask to see just who this youth who had created a mythical record truly was. Just then, outside the dungeon room, the teammate Zhao Wen had earlier sent to look up Lin Li's student ID came stumbling back, panting and out of breath. His face bore a complex expression of fervor, adoration, and a sense of we're doomed. From a distance he shouted, Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao. I found it. I pulled some strings. That's student ID 6395. It's the God Lin. It's the God Lin from yesterday's trial livestream. Boom. These words struck like a final sledgehammer, slamming hard onto the hearts of Zhao Wen and all the onlookers. Forest God. The one with a mythical level beast Tamer, whose livestream topped the charts, hailed by countless as humanity's fourth myth. The beast Tamer Lin Li. Zhao Wen whirled around, fixing his gaze once more upon the black-clad youth. This time his look was no longer one of fury and contempt. Instead it brimmed with utter shock, disbelief, a dizzying sense of absurdity, and a shame that left him mortified. The one I just cursed at, questioned, and accused so vehemently, was none other than my idol forest god. The person I admire most, the one I see as humanity's future hope. In that instant Zhao Wen felt his vision darken, his ears ringing, his cheeks burning as if on fire. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into, or turn back time to slap the arrogant fool who had just spoken such nonsense. He stood there frozen, staring at Lin Li, opening his mouth, but unable to utter a single word, his face cycling through shades of red and white in a spectacular display. Lin Li observed Zhao Wen's demeanor, then glanced at the surrounding crowd, whose expressions had shifted from angry suspicion to awe and reverence, and understood everything. He felt no anger. Instead, he found a genuine appreciation for the youth who had dared to question the waste of resources. Principled and responsible, rare qualities in this restless era. Under countless gazes, Zhao Wen finally snapped out of his immense shock and shame. He took a deep breath, stepped forward, and bowed deeply and formally to Lin Li, bending at a perfect 90 degrees, his voice trembling with emotion and shame. Brother Lin. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I was short-sighted and presumptuous, judging without knowing the facts based on my meager understanding and offending you. I sincerely apologize. He straightened up, his face still flushed, but his eyes now resolute, meeting Lin Li's gaze directly. Brother Lin, just say the word. Whatever it takes to make amends, Zhao Wen will do it without hesitation. Looking at the blushing yet clear-eyed youth who could admit his mistake, Lin Li's eyes flickered with approval. He stepped forward, extended a hand, and gently patted Zhao Wen's shoulder, his voice warm. It's fine. I'm not angry. On the contrary, you made a good point. Every resource is hard-earned. What frontline soldiers bought with blood should not be wasted. If I saw someone seemingly wasting resources, I'd question it too. He paused, noticing Zhao Wen's eyes lighting up with a radiant glow of affirmation, and smiled. I have plans and need to hurry to level up. You're a good man. Next time you're free, let's grab a meal together. With that, he nodded to Zhao Wen and left the dungeon room, still buzzing with shock and commotion. Zhao Wen stood rooted, staring blankly at Lin Li's retreating figure. The words "you're a good man" and "let's grab a meal together" echoed in his ears. An indescribable warmth surged through his heart, washing away all shame and awkwardness, leaving only excitement, admiration, and a profound sense of honor at being acknowledged by his idol. Watching the fading silhouette, Zhao Wen's eyes grew brighter, as if flames burned within them. He clenched his fists tightly, and an unprecedented thought became crystal clear and unwavering in his mind. Outside the Iron Armor Bowl Plains dungeon room, Zhao Xiaoyu, who had been waiting, saw Lin Li emerge from the Iron Armor Bowl dungeon and approached with a hint of confusion. "Mr. Lin, is this dungeon not to your liking?" She instinctively thought Lin Li had run into trouble or found the monster's experience insufficient and came out early. After all, the time from entry to exit was far too short, shorter than a cup of tea. "No, not at all." Lin Li's voice came through the mask, calm and natural. "I've cleared it. The experience is generous. The Iron Armor Bowls give solid XP. Cleared it." Zhao Xiaoyu's lively eyes widened into perfect circles, her cherry-like lips slightly parted, her entire body frozen. Her brain seemed to short-circuit for a second before slowly processing the information. "Cleared. Iron Armor Bowl Plains. That 15-level 5-player team dungeon known for its thick-skinned charging herds. In just a few minutes it was cleared." Though she had watched Forest God's livestream yesterday and knew his strength could solo the Iron Armor Bowl dungeon likely at a record-breaking pace, this speed was still terrifyingly fast. She instinctively glanced at the nearby record display. Indeed, the line for Iron Armor Bowl Plains had been updated to a glaring red. First place, no team solo, student ID 6395, time 000215. 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Nearly 30 times faster than the second place time of 1 hour and 2 minutes. Zhao Xiaoyu felt her heart pounding wildly, her gaze toward Lin Li filled with awe and admiration. "Please take me to the gloomy forest dungeon." Lin Li's voice pulled her back from her shock. Oh, okay." Zhao Xiaoyu snapped to attention, her face flushed with excitement, nodding vigorously like a pecking chicken. "Gloomy forest is in Zone D this way." She took a deep breath, steadying herself, and resumed her role as a professional guide, though her steps involuntarily quickened with a shared thrill. Then the announcement system and dungeon record boards of Taishan City's professional guild hall experienced the most chaotic morning in history. Announcement: the clear record for the 15-level 8-player dungeon Gloomy Forest has been broken. New record 000210. Creator: no team solo, student ID 6395. Announcement: the clear record for the 16-level 5-player dungeon Sandworm Black Desert has been broken. New record 000305. Creator: no team solo, student ID 6395. Announcement: the clear record for the 17-level 10-player dungeon Giant Wolf Valley has been broken. New record 000150. Creator: no team solo, student ID 6395. One record-breaking announcement after another, like rapid drumbeats, struck the hearts of every professional in the hall. At first, only a few noticed and murmured among themselves. But as more dungeons fell and times grew shorter, the hall's atmosphere shifted. The usual clamor of team recruitment gradually died down, and people involuntarily looked up. They stared at the massive announcement screen in the hall's center, which scrolled with red updates, or crowded around dungeon room entrances to see the freshly rewritten record boards. Holy crap! Did you see that? Another record broken. Gloomy Forest 2 minutes 10 seconds. Sandworm Black Desert 2. 3 minutes 5. That place is crawling with bugs under the sand. Annoying as hell. How did he do it? Giant Wolf Valley. 1 minute 50 seconds. Last time I joined a team, it took 20 minutes just to clear the wolves at the valley entrance. Who the hell is this? Student ID 6395. So insane. Solo. All solo clears. And he's going into team dungeons that require at least 5 people. This isn't just insane, it's monstrous. Is this a mythical class? Duh. Who else but a mythical class could pull this off? Clearing a team dungeon in minutes like a walk in the park. A male mythical class in our Taishan City this year. Need to guess. Yesterday's trial livestream, the beast tamer Lin Li. Forest God. Is Forest God really here, grinding dungeons? No wonder. Let's go. Let's see if we can run into him. Hoping for a meetup? Want an autograph? Want to cling to Forest God's coattails? The news spread like wildfire. More and more people set aside their tasks, flowing through the hall in an attempt to catch a glimpse of the legendary figure. Every time a new record-breaking announcement echoed, it would trigger a chorus of gasps and even more fervent discussions. Wherever Lin Li went, even with Zhao Xiaoyu's guidance and their efforts to take relatively secluded paths, it inevitably stirred minor commotions and distant onlookers. The eyes of the spectators were filled with admiration, curiosity, and a hint of disbelief. Thus Lin Li shuttled between one dungeon after another, entering and emerging minutes later, and then walking out with full experience and rewards, leaving behind a completely refreshed record and a crowd of stunned onlookers. The Giant Serpent Cave Dungeon. This was a notorious challenge in the level 20 zone, a large-scale instance standardly configured for a 20-person team. Inside the cave, the environment was complex, teeming with venomous snakes. The final boss, the Crimson Serpent, was not only thick-skinned and tough with attacks laced with deadly poison, but could also summon smaller snakes, making it extremely troublesome. At that moment, deep within the cave, the viscous fishy stench was almost tangible. On the surrounding rock walls, the slit pupils of countless snakes glinted coldly in the dim light. In the center of the lake below, the 20-meter-long Crimson Shadow was slowly swimming, churning the water. With a loud splash, the Crimson Serpent burst forth from the water, sending a spray of droplets into the air. It let out a sharp, defiant hiss, its molten gold pupils fixed on the tiny intruder in its territory. Then it suddenly opened its maw, and a thick jet of dark green venom shot out, like a high-pressure water cannon. Before the venom even arrived, a stench-laden wind assaulted the senses, and the very air seemed to sizzle and corrode. Zoro stood on a protruding rock by the lake, his dark green robes fluttering despite the absence of wind. He slightly crouched, his left thumb pushing the tsuba of Wado Ikemanji out a fraction, his right hand resting lightly on the hilt. The crimson flame in his eyes burned calmly without a single ripple. Just as the venom was about to engulf the rock where Zoro stood, a clear dragon-like ring of steel cut through the hiss of the venom spray and the sound of splashing water. Only a single indistinct black line flashed through the dim cave, so fast it seemed merely a trick of the eye. Zoro's figure had somehow already appeared behind and to the side of the Crimson Serpent's head, leaning slightly forward, his left hand resting on the now-sheathed Wado Ikemanji. A soft click sounded as the tsuba met the scabbard's mouth. One sword style Iato Death Lion's song. The Crimson Serpent's ferocious lunging posture abruptly froze. A fine line smooth as a mirror silently appeared in the center of its thick neck. The next second, the massive snake head slid slowly along the cut, crashing into the lake with a loud splash, sending up a tall spray of water. The headless serpent body stood upright for a moment before collapsing heavily. Dark red snake blood gushed out, dyeing the vast expanse of lake water an even deeper hue. A crimson damage number of 8 Zoro slowly dissipated. The system log refreshed. Your tamed beast Zoro has slain the Crimson Serpent Elite, gaining 5,500 experience points. Your level has increased to 20. All attributes have greatly increased. Your tamed beast Zoro has leveled up to 20. All attributes have greatly increased. Swordsmanship comprehension has deepened. Your tamed beast Akainu has leveled up to 20. All attributes have greatly increased. Magma control has strengthened. Fire penetration increased to 60. A system prompt announced that the host had reached level 20, hitting the bottleneck for the first class advancement. System notification: you must complete the first class advancement quest to continue accumulating experience and leveling up. The Dungeon Giant Serpent Cave has been cleared. Time 000515. Rating perfect. Rewards are being calculated. Light flickered and several items appeared before Lin Li. Intermediate Energy Crystals X10, High-Grade Energy Crystal X1. Legendary Item X1, Rare Lower-Grade Equipment X1. The most eye-catching was a peculiar stone the size of a fist with a strand of dancing golden light sealed within, emitting a powerful energy fluctuation. Enchantment Stone Gale Steel Cutting. Quality Legendary Lower Grade. Type Special Enchantment Material. Effect can be used to enchant bladed melee weapons. Upon successful enchantment, the weapon gains the following enhancements: 1. Attack speed increased by 10. 2. Slash-type skill final damage increased by 10. Lin Li nodded in satisfaction as he put away this precious enchantment stone. The 10 boost to attack speed and slash damage was a very tangible improvement for Zoro, who pursued extreme speed and aggression. After collecting the rest of the rewards, Lin Li chose to leave the dungeon. Outside the Giant Serpent Cave dungeon room, a teleportation light flashed, and Lin Li's figure reappeared. Zhao Xiaoyu, who had long since become his dedicated follower, immediately fluttered over like a joyful bird, her big eyes sparkling with stars, her tone filled with undisguised admiration. Brother Lin, you're amazing. You soloed a large-scale raid like the Giant Serpent Cave, and in just over 5 minutes. This record probably won't be broken for a long time. At that moment, the other professionals, both inside and outside the room, also focused their gazes on him. Looking at the glaring 0515 on the record screen, followed by no party solo, and recalling the system announcement they had faintly heard earlier, everyone's expressions seemed to have their worldview collectively reset. 5 minutes 15 seconds. Soloing the Giant Serpent Cave. Last time I went with the guild's gold team, we wiped 3 times, and it took almost 3 hours. The Giant Serpent Cave was a 20-person large raid. Usually only powerful guilds would team up to run this dungeon, never expecting it could be soloed. A large raid cleared in minutes. Too fierce. So this is a mythical tier, tamed beast. It's like the difference between heaven and earth for us. Godfather, do you have room for a pendant on your leg? Father Lin, please take me along. I want to experience what it's like to speedrun a dungeon too. Voices of amazement, teasing, and reverence rose and fell, but everyone tacitly kept their distance, expressing their respect only with their eyes. Lin Li's strength and efficiency had thoroughly awed everyone present. Lin Li nodded at Zhao Xiaoyu and gave a slight nod of acknowledgement to the friendly gazes around him before quickly leaving the dungeon room, which was once again enveloped in exclamations of wonder. Arriving at a relatively quiet rest area in the hall, Lin Li found an empty table and sat down. By the way, I've reached level 20 and need to complete the class advancement quest to continue leveling up. Help me deal with these equipment and materials. As he spoke with a thought, he swept his arm over the tabletop. A cascade of various materials, equipment, and energy crystals poured down like a waterfall, instantly piling up and covering the entire sizable square table. Light flickered and energies intertwined, drawing exclamations and startled glances from many nearby, even catching the wary eye of a patrolling security guard in the hall. But upon realizing it was Lin Li, the guard saluted and averted his gaze. There were fluorescent mushrooms and shadow wolf pelts unique to the gloomy dark forest, dry sand cores and chitin shells from the sandworm black desert, sharp wolf fangs, and tough wolf sinews from the giant wolf valley, and the petrified scales and petrification eyes of stone basilisks. Of course, the majority were pieces of equipment shimmering with blue or purple light, ranging from swords, shields, and leather armor to cloth robes, a vast and varied assortment. Energy crystals were piled into a small heap, mostly intermediate grade, interspersed with a few high-grade ones. All in all, the quantity was truly staggering. A rough estimate placed the total value at well over 40 million xia currency. And this was merely the spoils from Lin Li sweeping through multiple high-difficulty dungeons like a whirlwind in a single morning. Zhao Xiaoyu stared at the mountain of loot that seemed almost ready to overflow before her. Her cute little mouth formed a perfect O, her eyes widened to the size of saucers, and her breath caught in her throat. She knew Lin Li's efficiency was terrifying, but witnessing the tangible piled-up harvest with her own eyes delivered a visual impact far too overwhelming. This wasn't farming dungeons, this was practically going on a shopping spree inside them. Please help me handle these equipment and materials, Lin Li said with a smile. You decide on the prices? I trust your judgment. Zhao Xiaoyu snapped back to reality, feeling the profound trust in Lin Li's words. A surge of warmth mingled with excitement, honor, and a great sense of responsibility welled up within her. She patted her firm chest vigorously, her small face flushed with excitement and a sense of duty. Brother Lin, rest assured. Leave it all to me. I, Zhao Xiaoyu, swear on my professional integrity. I will get you the highest and fairest prices. You won't lose out on a single bit. She immediately slipped into work mode, displaying an efficiency that belied her cute appearance. Swiftly, she pulled out several storage pouches of different sizes and a checklist from her backpack, then began categorizing, counting, and recording with brisk, methodical precision. The energy crystals are of excellent quality. We'll go directly through the guild's official purchasing channel, transparent pricing, and quick settlement. These purple-grade weapons and leather armor have impressive stats. We can consign them to the guild auction house, set a reserve price, and let the teams that need them bid. As for these blue materials and loose equipment, I know a few reputable material suppliers and gear dealers. Selling them in bulk would fetch a better price than hawking them individually, and it saves time. She muttered her next steps softly, while sorting tirelessly, her thoughts clear and her familiarity with the process evident. Lin Li watched her focused and meticulous demeanor, nodded slightly, and rose to his feet. All right, I'll leave it to you then. Just transfer the money to my account once it comes through. No problem, Brother Lin. You go ahead. Leave this to me. Zhao Xiaoyu's small face was alight with excitement and vigor. After parting ways with Zhao Xiaoyu, Lin Li didn't linger outside. He returned directly to his residence in the garden district. Settling onto the sofa, he called up his beast taming interface. Beast Zoro quality red, mythical high grade, level 21st turn, peak strength, 19,000 defense, 15,000 spirit, 17,000 agility, 19,000 skills, armament, hockey observation, hockey conquerors, coding 3-sword style. Equipment Tao of Unity, 1 word, Hell Realm Demon Cleaver. Tao of Unity, 1 word, growth type, mythical equipment, cannot be dropped or destroyed. Adds 40 armor penetration, scaling up to 90 as the beast's level increases. Hell Realm growth type, mythical equipment, cannot be dropped or destroyed. Adds 40 life steal, scaling up to 90 as the beast's level increases. 3rd generation Demon Cleaver, growth type, mythical equipment, cannot be dropped or destroyed. Adds 40 critical hit rate, scaling up to 90 as the beast's level increases. Comprehensive Combat Power Assessment 3/8 Beast Crimson Magma Bear Quality, Red Mythical High Grade, Level 21st Turn Peak Strength, 20,000 Defense, 18,000 Spirit, 16,000 Agility, 16,000 Skills Armament, Hardening Observation Perception, Elementalization Magma, Hellhound Great Eruption Dog, Bite Crimson Lotus Meteor Volcano. Passive Fire-type attack damage amplified by 100. Fire-type penetration increased by 55, scaling up to 100 with level. Comprehensive Combat Power Assessment 3/6 A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Lin Li's eyes. The combat power of his two beasts had already broken through the 3/5 mark. This far surpassed the level of an ordinary third-turn professional. Prompt the Beast Tamer's level and all beast levels have reached the current tier cap, level 20. A class advancement is required to break through the bottleneck and continue gaining experience to level up. All levels had reached 20. Next he needed to gather advancement materials and complete the advancement quest to continue absorbing experience and leveling up. Lin Li opened the detailed requirements for class advancement from his class interface. A dense list of materials appeared enumerating dozens of bizarre items: Zombie Heart Elite Quality, or above X5, Gargoyle Head Intact X1, Swamp Giant Frogs Elastic Tongue Length 1 meter X3, Moonlight Crystal Pure X10, Molten Core Small X1, Shadow Wolf Fangs Pair X20 Tough, Century Old, Vine X15, Elemental Essence, Earth Water Fire Wind 1 each. In total there were over 30 types of materials, many of which could only be obtained from specific dungeons or regions and commanded high market prices. Lin Li quickly did the math in his head. Based on the current market prices in Taishan City, gathering this set of materials would likely cost nearly 15 million xia currency. No wonder they say beast tamers are money pits. Lin Li couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. And this was just the first advancement. The advancement materials for a beast tamer were calculated based on the number of contracted beasts and their quality. This was why being a beast tamer was so expensive. However, he wasn't too worried about money at the moment. His stunning performance in yesterday's trial livestream, coupled with the impending 3-race competition, had brought him into the sights of the human high command. Last night Uncle Yi had already slapped his chest and guaranteed that he would cover all the materials needed for Lin Li's second and third turns. This was the benefit of demonstrating enough value. The stronger you are, the more resources naturally flow your way. With that thought, Lin Li hesitated no longer. He took out his personal communicator, found Yi Yunhei's number, and dialed. Beep. 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 After a few rings the call was answered. On the other end came Yi Yunhei's voice, tinged with authority and sounding as if he were still handling official business. Hello? What is it? I'm working. Lin Li got straight to the point. Uncle Yi, you said yesterday that you'd cover the materials for my second and third turns, right? I'm already at level 20 now. I've listed the materials. Already at level 20. Yi Yunhei's voice betrayed a hint of surprise, but quickly regained its composure. All right, efficient as always. Send me the material list, and I'll have someone deliver it to you. Got it. Right away. Without hanging up, Lin Li quickly operated his communicator and sent the detailed material list he had prepared earlier. Ding. You have a new message. Almost simultaneously, Yi Yunhai received the list on his end. Lin Li recalled something and added, "Oh, by the way, Uncle Yi, you know beast tamers are a bit costly, and since my beasts are mythical grade, the list is a bit extensive. Maybe you should have the higher-ups reimburse you for this." In truth, after seeing Lin Li's outstanding performance during the livestream at the Supreme Council, the Human High Command had already decided to allocate resources to him. The materials for his second and third turns could be reimbursed. But back then, Lin Li's brilliant display had made other district leaders stoop to flattering him shamelessly just to win him over, a feeling that was exhilarating beyond words. In his elation and pride, Yi Yunhai had immediately slammed the table and declared that he would foot the bill for the second and third turn materials himself, sparing the resource department the trouble. On the other end of the line, Yi Yunhai felt somewhat displeased upon hearing these words, his voice tinged with annoyance. What kind of talk is this, kid? How much could materials for the second and third advancement possibly cost? Do I lack this bit of money? Reimburse it from the higher-ups. Where would I put my dignity? I said I'd cover it, so I'll cover it. No more nonsense. Although most of his wealth over the years had been subsidized to frontline soldiers or the families of fallen warriors, he still had enough for the second and third tier advancement materials. Lin Li, well then, thank you, Uncle Yi. He rubbed his nose, thinking that Uncle Yi was indeed extraordinarily generous. Yi Yunhai snorted. Hang up. We'll take a look at the list. The call ended. In the office of the 5th Warzone Command, Yi Yunhai set down the communicator and casually opened the material list document Lin Li had sent, intending to glance at it before instructing his adjutant to allocate or purchase from the warehouse. His fingers slid down the screen. Once, again, and once more. The casual expression on Yi Yunhai's face gradually froze, his brows slightly furrowing. His gaze shifted from nonchalant to focused, then to puzzled, and finally to shock. His eyes widened as he stared fixedly at the long list of material names and quantities on the screen. As the Warzone commander, he was all too familiar with the value of various strategic resources. If everything on this list were purchased at market price. His fingers unconsciously tapped rapidly on the calculator beside him, his face growing darker and darker until it was as black as the bottom of a pot. 1. Over 15 million. Yi Yunhai gasped sharply, nearly crushing the calculator in his grip. This brat. Is he joking with me? In his memory, when Marshal Chunbaohua had advanced for the first time, the materials calculated at current prices had cost about 3 million. This kid was paying more than 5 times that amount. A sense of foreboding surged in his heart. Yi Yunhai dialed Lin Li's number. Beep. Beep. Hello. Uncle Yi, have you prepared the materials so quickly? Lin Li's cheerful voice came through. Prepare your head. Yi Yunhai's roar nearly shattered the communicator. You brat. What kind of devil's list did you send me, eh? Are you trying to drain my retirement fund in one go or force me into early retirement to sell blood? His voice trembled with fury. This adds up to at least 15 million. When Marshal Chun advanced the second time, it only cost 3 million at today's prices. You're 5 times that. Do you think I'm running a printing press? Lin Li's ears rang from the shouting, and he quickly protested, Injustice, Uncle Yi. I really didn't exaggerate. It's exactly that much. If you don't believe me, I'll take a screenshot of my system task panel and send it to you right now. A beast tamer with mythical quality. It demands this much, and I can't help it. Ding. You have a new message image. Yi Yunhai, his face dark, opened the image. It was a screenshot of Lin Li's system panel where the advancement task material requirements column clearly displayed the exact same content as the list he had sent. Yi Yunhai fell silent. Staring at the screenshot, the anger on his face gradually gave way to a complex expression mingled with pain, regret, and disbelief. Could it actually be true? Why was it so expensive? And this was only the second advancement. What about the third? He could already envision his future empty wallet. On the other end of the line, Lin Li's voice came through cautiously with a hint of urging. Uncle Yi, when will the materials be delivered? For the triracial competition 10 days from now, and for the glory of humanity, time is tight. We can't afford to delay the advancement. Yi Yunhai. He felt as if a knife had been stabbed into his heart. Last night he had been the one to slap the table and play the big spender. Now he was the one stuck between a rock and a hard place. Clutching his aching chest, he took a few deep breaths before forcing out through gritted teeth, just wait. For me. He'll have it delivered within an hour. Great. Thanks, Uncle Yi. You're so generous. Lin Li's cheerful voice came through, and then he decisively hung up as if afraid Yi Yunhai might change his mind. Yi Yunhai listened to the dial tone, lowered his hand, and looked at the priceless list on the screen, recalling his own grandiose demeanor in the meeting room last night. Slap. He couldn't help but lightly slap his own cheek and muttered under his breath, let you show off. Let you play the big shot. Look where it's got you now. But words once spoken were like water spilled. If he backed out, that kid Wei Wudy would definitely laugh at him for the rest of his life. Yi Yunhai could only with a dark face and a pained heart begin transferring funds and urgently ordering the procurement of the missing items on the list. He silently prayed, third advancement. Please don't let the materials be this outrageous again, or it'll be completely drained. An hour later there was a soft knock at the door. Lin Li opened it to find 2 soldiers in the uniform of the 5th Warzone Logistics Department, their expressions meticulous. They pushed 2 metal crates tightly sealed and inscribed with spatial expansion runes. Mr. Lin Li, on orders from General Yi, we are delivering the designated supplies. Please sign for them. One soldier handed over a signing board. Lin Li thanked him and quickly signed. The 2 soldiers carried the crates inside, saluted, and left briskly. Closing the door, Lin Li opened the crates. Inside, all the materials from his list were neatly categorized and arranged of top quality, some even slightly better than he had requested. Uncle Yi is indeed reliable. Without further delay, he took out all the materials and arranged them on the living room floor in a specific order. Then he opened the advancement task interface and selected Submit Advancement Materials. Detected that all required materials for class advancement have been gathered. Material quality meets requirements. Generating exclusive advancement trial. As the system prompt sounded, all the materials on the floor seemed to be drawn by an invisible force floating up and emitting faint glows of various colors. Next, the space in the center of the living room rippled like water, splitting open into a stable fissure with edges flowing with a multicolored halo. A suction force pulled the materials, which turned into streams of light and were drawn into the fissure. Inside, light and shadow shifted as if undergoing some complex refinement. After about a minute, the light gradually faded and the fissure spat out an object before quickly closing and vanishing. Clang. A token palm-sized, neither metal nor would warm to the touch, fell onto the floor before Lin Li. The token was dark gold, its surface inscribed with extremely complex ancient runes that seemed to flow and shift continuously. In the center was an abstract pattern resembling both an arena and a scale, exuding an ancient, vast, and competitive aura of majesty. Lin Li bent down and picked up the token. 10,000 Races Arena Entry Token Soulbound Source projected by the sequence artifact Indomitable Will. Effect: holding this token allows free entry and exit from the independent subspace 10,000 Races Arena supported by the divine power of the sequence artifact Indomitable Will. Entry requirement: must be a young living being with a bone age not exceeding 30 standard years. Advancement task: release task name First Show of Brilliance task content. Enter the 10,000 Races Arena. With this token, engage in competitive battles against young elites from countless worlds and achieve a 10-win streak. Arena rules. 1. The arena is a law-protected zone where battles do not result in true death. When nearing death or facing a fatal attack, one will be automatically teleported out of the arena. 2. Victory in each battle accumulates consecutive wins. Upon defeat, the current win streak resets to 0, and a 3-day cooldown period begins during which participation in the arena is prohibited. 3. Matchmaking is entirely random with opponents of varying races and strengths. 4. The higher the win streak, the greater the privileges and benefits one enjoys in Sky City. 5. Those who achieve 10,000 consecutive wins in the arena will face the Indomitable Will and gain the ultimate qualification for its recognition. Description: step onto this stage where myriad races gather. Your undefeated path begins here. The Myriad Race Arena. The sequence artifact Indomitable Will. Lin Li murmured these terms, his eyes blazing with unprecedented brilliance. His heart raced with excitement. Since crossing over to this boundless world, he had yet to encounter other races. In the endless world, the human territory lay at the outermost periphery. Even the goo insects and barbarians neighboring humanity he had only seen on television. Having lived within human domains for so long, he had long harbored an infinite yearning for the vast race-diverse and splendid true endless world described in textbooks and legends. Elves, dwarves, dragons, elemental beings, star spirits, mechanical races. Countless races only heard of in myths. And now this token would directly open a door for him onto the grand stage of this world. He would compete with the most outstanding young generation of these races, battling young elites from myriad races. Would he encounter some fascinating races? What were their fighting styles? Gazing at the token in his hand, Lin Li grew more excited the more he thought. Let me witness the splendor of this world. He hesitated, no longer concentrated his mind, and activated the teleportation power within the token. The dark golden token suddenly blazed with intense light, enveloping his entire being. The next moment, his figure in the living room abruptly blurred, faded, and vanished. The intense discomfort of spatial teleportation was stronger than ever before, as if piercing through a thick and resilient world barrier. First, utter silence in his ears, then like a surging tide, a tumultuous clamor poured in from all directions, from high and far away. When he saw the scene before him, Lin Li was directly stunned. He was now tens of thousands of meters in the sky. Beneath his feet, a rolling, boundless sea of clouds under some eternal light source displayed magnificent golden edges. And ahead of him, above the sea of clouds, stood a sky city so grand and magnificent that words could not describe it. It was a colossal city built entirely of unknown white stone with a unique style blending multiple architectural aesthetics. Tall towers, standing bridges soaring across, and countless platforms and floating islands surrounding the main city. The entire city was shrouded in a faint translucent energy shield flowing with iridescent hues, exuding an ancient, sacred, and powerfully majestic aura. Even more awe-inspiring, around the sky city above, below, left, and right floated countless arenas of varying sizes like rings. They orbited the main city like satellites, each with distinct designs, some ancient like Roman colosseums, some futuristic and technological, others resembling naturally formed rock rings. Deafening cheers, roars, clashing metals, and energy explosions emanated from these arenas, merging into the ceaseless background sound of this sky. This was the Myriad Race Arena. Created by the sequence artifact Indomitable, well, it was the ultimate trial and carnival ground for young elites. As Lin Li immersed himself in this awe-inspiring sight, a crisp, melodious, and lively voice sounded in his ear. Welcome to the Myriad Race Arena, brave challenger. A small emerald light coalesced before him, swiftly transforming into a tiny palm-sized creature with transparent butterfly wings, a leaf-green skirt, and exquisite, almost ethereal features. She floated in the air, curiously examining Lin Li, her eyes shimmering with wisdom and liveliness. Nice to meet you. I'm your guide spirit. You can call me Xiaoyu. The little spirit spun around, her voice as pleasant as wind chimes. My duty is to help beings who come here for the first time quickly understand the arena's rules, facilities, and all sorts of interesting things. Feel free to ask me anything. Guide spirit. Lin Li looked at this magical little creature with interest. Hello, Xiaoyu. Then please from start to finish, give me a detailed introduction of this place. I'm curious about everything here. Of course. Clearing doubts for newcomers is one of my favorite tasks. Xiaoyu clapped her little hands happily and snapped her fingers crisply. Snap. The surroundings instantly transformed. Lin Li found himself no longer in that awe-inspiring aerial vista, but in a simple and cozy room. The room was modest, about 20 square meters, with a bed covered in soft cushions, a desk, and chair, a simple storage cabinet, and warm milky white walls emitting a faint glow for illumination. One wall was entirely transparent, offering a clear view of part of the Sky City outside, and the floating arenas in the distance. This is inside Sky City, your personal lounge, also your home, in the arena. Xiaoyu flew to the table, sat down, and began introducing while swinging her little legs. The core rule of the Myriad Race Arena is the strong prevail. Every newcomer challenger gets a basic room like this for free. By the way, you can't leave this room now. Only by entering the arena and securing a victory can you go outside. As your win streak in the arena increases, your permission level and status in Sky City will also rise. With Xiaoyu's clear voice narrating, Lin Li gained an increasingly clearer understanding of this wondrous place. Indeed, this was a trial ground created by the sequence artifact Indomitable Will to select its master. The artifacts will believe that only a true stronghold who maintains invincibility through countless battles is worthy of wielding it. The entire space consisted of several parts. Core Sky City, a living and commercial center offering accommodation, trading, socializing, entertainment, and all functions. The city was stratified. The higher the permission, the more upscale the accessible areas, and the better the services. The surrounding arenas outside Sky City were where battles took place. Numerous, with unified rules and random scenarios. Forests, deserts, volcanoes, glaciers, arenas, mazes, and more. The throne of 10,000 victories. Located at the very top of Sky City, only ultimate strongholds achieving 10,000 consecutive wins could enter to face the final test of Indomitable Will. Here, win streaks were everything. They not only related to advancement tasks, but were directly tied to your benefits in Sky City. Increasing win streaks raised permission levels, unlocking higher grade living areas, training grounds, and data libraries. Win streaks earned arena points, the hard currency within the arena. These could be used to purchase rare treasures, exotic materials, high-grade equipment, skill scrolls from myriad races across the universe in Sky City shops, and even hire services from certain special races or acquire valuable intelligence. High streak victors would earn titles, enhancing their reputation and deterrence among the myriad races. The Sky City itself was a colossal trading platform and intelligence hub, for it gathered young powerhouses from every corner of the endless world along with the forces behind them. Many rare items scarce within one's own racial territory could be found here. Countless merchants, brokers, and intelligence dealers thrived here, forming a vast and active market. Opening a shop here, or even acting as a middleman buying low and selling high, could yield unimaginable profits. And the ultimate prize, the position of City Lord, which meant gaining the recognition of the undying will and becoming the master of the Sky City and the entire arena space, brought immeasurable power, resources, and influence over the endless world. So Xiaoyu. Lin Li looked at the guiding spirit on the table. How do I start my first match? It's simple. Xiaoyu flew up, circling around him. Just silently recite apply for matchmaking, and the arena's laws will arrange an opponent and a venue for you. Are you ready, challenger Lin Li? Lin Li took a deep breath, feeling the surging battle intent in the air, his gaze sweeping across the magnificent Sky City and the countless clamorous arenas visible through the window. Of course, a sharp, confident curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. I can't wait to test my mettle against the heroes of all the myriad races. Apply for matchmaking. Matching. A match has been found. As the prompt faded, a blinding light enveloped Lin Li. A familiar sensation of teleportation washed over him, much milder than the journey from the human domain to the arena, yet it still carried a slight feeling of weightlessness and spatial dislocation. The scene before him shifted instantly. Lin Li found himself standing on the central platform of a standard circular arena. The floor was made of some dark, gray hard stone covered in fine scratches. Looking up, he saw a colossal tiered spectator stands rising in rings vast enough to easily accommodate millions. But at this moment, the stands were sparsely populated with only a few hulking figures whose skin was a bluish-gray or dark green with protruding fangs and ferocious faces. Some had their arms crossed, others lounged in their seats, their gazes tinged with boredom and mockery as they looked down at Lin Li in the arena. At the center of the arena's dome hung a massive semi-transparent magical screen displaying basic information: unranked arena matchmaking match preparation phase. Below the screen were brief information panels for Lin Li and the opponent yet to appear. Currently, only Lin Li's own information was displayed. Lin Li recalled Xiaoyu's introduction. The Myriad Races arena was also tiered: unranked, dust, star, bright moon, blazing sun, overlord, and undying. Below 100 consecutive wins was unranked, above 100 was Dust Star, 1,000 was Bright Moon, 5,000 was Blazing Sun, 8,000 was Overlord Eye, and 10,000 was Undying. Unless it was a friend or family member, no one usually bothered to watch an unranked arena match. Just as Lin Li curiously observed the few spectators on the stands, a flash of light appeared on the opposite platform, and a figure materialized from nothing. It was a figure over 2.5 meters tall. Its skin was a bluish-gray, muscles knotted and bursting with explosive power. Its face was covered in rough, horny layers with fangs protruding from its lower jaw, gleaming coldly. It held a heavy-looking metal club bristling with spikes, its eyes fierce and menacing. Above its head, clear, semi-transparent information appeared: Giant Demon Clan Garda, Arena rank, unranked, current win streak, 30. Garda squinted his yellowish eyes, quickly scanning the arena environment. Then his gaze fell upon Lin Li, carrying undisguised scrutiny and contempt. "You're my opponent." Garda's voice was harsh, like two stones grinding together. At the same time, Lin Li's own information appeared above his head: Human Clan Lin Li, Arena rank, unranked, current win streak 0. Seeing Lin Li's information, especially the glaring 0 win streak, and the never heard of race, Garda's lips curled into a mocking sneer. He tilted his head as if searching his memory, then snorted with disdain. "Humans? Never heard of them. Not even on the 1,000 clans list. Probably some insignificant minor race from a remote corner." Looking at Lin Li's country bumpkin demeanor, his curious glances around the arena, and his 0-win record, Garda felt a surge of confidence, even a hint of joy. This kid was definitely a rookie. "Haha, lucky me, Garda." A fellow giant demon with a blue face and fangs shouted from the stands, his voice echoing in the empty arena. "I just used my insight skill. That kid is a beast. Tamer, only level 20, and not even a second class change. This is practically free arena points, and a win. Why can't I get matched with such an easy target?" "Yeah, 31 consecutive wins are waving at you, Garda." Another giant demon chimed in, his tone full of envy and jealousy. Hearing this, Garda licked his cracked lips, greed intensifying in his eyes. He took a step forward, slamming his metal club heavily on the ground with a dull thud, and shouted down at Lin Li, "Hey, you the country bumpkin from that low-level race. Looking all dumbstruck, first time in the arena, huh? Tough luck you've run into your Lord, Garda. If you don't want to suffer, kneel down and admit defeat now before the match starts. If your Lord is in a good mood, I might let you leave with some dignity." Lin Li withdrew his gaze from the spectators and looked at the arrogant giant demon. Instead of anger, a smile played on his lips. He flexed his wrists. "Since I'm here and the protection mechanism means I won't really die, I think I'll give it a try. Maybe I can win." With that, ignoring Garda's bluster, he raised his hand and decisively pressed confirm start match on the virtual panel before him. An ungrateful rookie. Enraged by Lin Li's attitude, Garda grinned savagely and heavily pressed confirm as well. "Even though you won't really die here, the pain of injury is very real. Sometimes being eliminated outright is a relief. Just wait until we enter the battle scene. It'll beat you until you're on your knees begging for mercy." Both parties have confirmed the match. Randomly generating battle scene. Battle scene confirmed. Northern Ice Wasteland match will begin in 10 seconds. Prepare. 10, 9, 8. The system's cold mechanical voice announced. The scene in the center of the arena began to ripple and distort like water. The stone walls and empty stands quickly faded and vanished, replaced by a vast, boundless, windswept, frozen world. A bone-chilling cold instantly swept over. Lin Li couldn't help but shiver. Beneath his feet lay frozen earth and ice several meters deep, hard as iron, and as far as the eye could see there was nothing but a vast expanse of white. Gale-force winds whipped up snow dust, visibility was low. The sky was a oppressive leaden gray, the sun unseen, only cold light barely filtered through the clouds. "Ha-ha!" Garda's wild laughter rang out sharply in the icy wind. He stomped hard on the frozen ground, sending shards of ice flying. "Even the heavens are on my side. With this luck, it's only right that I Garda strike it rich today." He glanced smugly at Lin Li, who was a few dozen meters away and seemed to be shrinking slightly from the sudden intense cold, his voice brimming with arrogant confidence. "See that, you country bumpkin. See that? The extreme northern ice fields. My people, the trolls, have lived in such bitter frozen lands for generations. This environment is like a fish in water to me. What's more, I am a solid tier 3, level 40 legendary class, the Frost Warhammer. With this kind of terrain and climate, and my level-crushing years, tell me, how do you plan to win?" He brandished the metal club in his hand, which began to condense fine frost. "So if you know what's good for you, kneel down now, kowtow 3 times and shout, 'I was wrong, Master Garda.' He'll be merciful and let you concede with dignity, sparing you the pain of frostbite. 3, 2, 1. Fight." The moment the countdown hit 0, the sneer on Garda's face instantly transformed into a sharp, murderous intent. He didn't waste any more words. Though his mouth said to let Lin Li surrender and spare him, it was merely to lull his opponent into complacency. His attacking speed was incredibly fast. He suddenly pressed his left hand towards Lin Li's direction in the air. Crack, 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 crack. Deep beneath the ice under Lin Li's feet, the sound of ice being violently shattered by a tremendous force rumbled. A piercing chill locked onto him from underground. Lin Li's gaze sharpened, and he instantly leaped backwards without hesitation. Boom. Almost the moment he left his spot, a colossal icicle over 3 meters in diameter, more than 10 meters long with a razor-sharp tip, and exuding chilling frost violently burst through the thick ice layer, shooting into the sky. The icicle's surface was covered in jagged cracks and barbs radiating a dense aura of ice elemental energy. You are within the frost pillar's extreme cold domain affected by the freezing slow effect. Movement speed and attack speed reduced by 35, continuously suffering minor frostbite. The system's battle log alert echoed in Lin Li's ear. Although he avoided the direct impact, the extreme cold energy field released when the icicle broke through the ground still swept over Lin Li's area. He only felt his body grow heavy, his movements instantly sluggish and stiff as a thin layer of white frost quickly covered his clothes and exposed skin. Haha, got you. You lose, kid. Garda was overjoyed at the sight. His massive frame erupted with surprising speed, belying his size like a frenzied icefield mammoth. He swung his weapon, now encased in thick ice, and transformed into a giant frost warhammer charging straight at the visibly slowed Lin Li. Every step sent ice chips flying, his momentum ferocious. Die, you country bumpkin. The frost warhammer tore through the air with a dull roar and piercing cold, seemingly about to smash down on Lin Li's head. Garda could almost see the scene of his opponent being crushed into ice slivers and teleported out by a beam of light, a cruel gleam of pleasure flashing in his eyes. However, Lin Li, facing this peril, showed no trace of panic on his face. He didn't even look at the deadly hammer bearing down on him. Instead, he frowned vigorously, rubbed his nearly frozen hands together, exhaled a thick plume of white breath, and muttered a complaint. This damn place is way too cold. The wind was biting. Even as a professional, with the temperature 100 degrees below zero, and the strong wind constantly stealing body heat, his thin clothes offered little protection, and he was still very cold. Seems like he's given up struggling. Just like a low-tier race, doesn't even have the will to fight back. Seeing Lin Li's attitude, Garda sneered coldly in his heart, subtly increasing the speed of his warhammer. Just as the frost warhammer, carrying immense force, was less than half a meter from Lin Li's crown, the icy wind almost ruffling his hair. Crack! A crisp sound like glass or space itself shattering abruptly rang out in front of Lin Li. It didn't come from Garda's attack, nor from the ice field. A spatial rift, its edges flowing with the fiery light of dark red magma, tore vertically through the air in front of Lin Li without any warning. Inside the rift, churning and roaring hot magma created an incredibly stark visual contrast with the icy, snowy world outside. Roar, accompanied by a low, furious bellow. A thick, viscous torrent of magma hot enough to instantly vaporize steel surged out from the spatial rift like a volcano that had been suppressed for 10,000 years, finally finding an outlet. It erupted violently from the rift, blasting straight towards the oncoming Garda. What is this thing? Garda's charge came to an abrupt halt. The sneer on his face was instantly replaced by extreme terror. His pupils constricted to pinpricks from fear. The magma torrent was too fast, too close. The energy within it was too terrifying. He had no time to make any effective dodge or block. In his desperation, the instinct for survival overwhelmed everything. He didn't hesitate to activate his life-saving item. A magic scroll etched with complex spatial runes kept close to his body. The scroll instantly transformed into a silver-white light, enveloping Garda entirely. The next moment, just before the destructive magma torrent could consume him, a flash of silver light and Garda's figure vanished from the spot. 300 meters away on a raised ice mound, silver light flickered again, and Garda's disheveled figure appeared out of thin air. Staggering from the discomfort of the instantaneous teleportation and the extreme terror, he nearly fell. He looked back, startled at where he had been standing. The spot was now submerged in scorching magma. The solid ice instantly vaporized, revealing the scorched, frozen earth below, forming a pit of molten rock that bubbled and smoked. My teleportation scroll. Garda's heart bled with pain. It was his most treasured item, worth a fortune. But this was no time to grieve. What concerned him more now was the suddenly appearing spatial rift that had spewed such terrifying magma, and the dreadful aura emanating from within the rift that made even his soul tremble. His back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. A deadly sense of crisis, primal and instinctual, like a herbivore being locked onto by an apex predator, seized his heart. Under Garda's fearful, uncertain gaze, the spatial rift, which hadn't disappeared after spewing the magma, slowly widened. A massive foot covered in dark red magma was the first to step out, landing on the edge of the molten pit, causing the scorched earth to sink slightly. Then a figure stalwart and imposing draped in a white cloak imprinted with strange symbols with a burning cigar clamped between his teeth stepped completely out of the rift. The red dog volcano bear made its entrance. As it appeared, the surrounding laws seemed to be forcibly rewritten. The once rampant cold wind suddenly surged in temperature within 100 meters of its body. The biting cold was replaced by rolling waves of heat. The frozen ground beneath as hard as iron, and the ice rapidly melted and evaporated at a visible speed, revealing the moist soil below. Then the moisture in the soil was quickly dried out, becoming cracked and charred. The elemental fire, which had lain dormant for countless millennia in the extreme northern ice fields, was awakened at this moment like soldiers called forth by their king, becoming extraordinarily active and even beginning to surge violently. The ice elements in the air were rapidly dispersed and suppressed. What kind of monster is that? The voice of Gialda trembled with fear. He stared intently at the magma giant bear radiating destructive heat, fully convinced that with just a gentle swipe, it could turn him into charred remnants. This is impossible. How could a 20th level beast master from a small clan he had never even heard of possess such a terrifying beast? Such a being, even among those top clans on the 1,000 clans list, would undoubtedly be a core seed level. What kind of bad luck had he encountered to be matched with such a monster? I don't like this place, that's too cold. Lin Li's voice rang out, tightening his thin clothing. Although the temperature around him had begun to rise, he still felt it was not warm enough, complaining to the red dog, "Red dog, make this place a bit warmer. This wind gives me a headache." Roar. Upon receiving the command, the red dog volcano bear let out a roar that shook the heavens. This roar contained not just sound, but an extremely violent will of fire elements. The magma flowing across its body suddenly became bright and boiling. Its body began to swell dramatically, as if inflated. 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, 80 meters. In just a few breaths, a magma giant bear, nearly 80 meters tall, resembling a moving mountain of flames, stood majestically on the ice field. The swirling magma around it and the terrifying high temperature formed a scorching domain with a diameter of over 3 kilometers. Within this domain, the temperature surged from below 0 to 0, 10, 20 degrees, finally stabilizing at nearly 50 or 60 degrees. This created a stark contrast between the scene inside the domain and the ice-covered landscape outside, resembling heaven and hell. The snow melted, the frozen ground thawed, and even some low-lying areas began to gather melted snow water, which was quickly evaporated into white mist by the high temperatures. Roar! The magma giant bear roared again, this time raising its right arm, which was comparable to a small mountain and entirely made of boiling magma. The magma on its arm surged and compressed wildly, emitting a heart-stopping wave of destruction. Great fire breath modification. Instead of launching a magma fist, it forcefully plunged a more violent and condensed magma energy into the ground beneath. Boom! It was as if a meteor struck the earth. The red dog's magma giant fist heavily smashed down on the already thawed and softened ground beneath. There was no earth-shattering explosion, but a visible dark red magma energy shockwave spread out in a circular pattern, crazily expanding in all directions. Wherever it passed, the ground melted and collapsed silently, as if it had been scalded by a red-hot iron. Immediately, terrifying changes began to occur within a few kilometers of the impact point of the red dog volcano bear. Giant cracks deep and ranging from several meters to over 10 meters wide appeared like ugly scars suddenly tearing across the ice field. From the depths of the cracks, dark red light surged. It was the awakened magma of the Earth's veins. Boom! Streams of scorching magma erupted from these cracks like the long-suppressed earth fire. Some shot up like fountains reaching several dozen meters high, while others flowed like streams along the cracks. Even more gathered in low-lying areas, rapidly forming bubbling mini-lava lakes. In just a dozen seconds, a corner of the originally dead and cold extreme northern ice field had transformed into a fiery landscape of flowing magma, steaming heat, and rolling black smoke. The pungent smell of sulfur replaced the previously pure cold air, and the scorching waves distorted the vision, creating a bizarre, yet shocking contrast with the still snow-covered ice field in the distance. In the circular arena on the spectator stands, the few trolls who had originally come with a mindset for amusement were now all seemingly choked by an invisible giant hand. One by one, they stared in shock, their eyes bulging, fixated on the enormous magical screen in the center of the arena, which was broadcasting in real time the apocalyptic scene of the battle in the extreme northern ice field. Great troll god, what are we witnessing? That beast master turned an entire frozen ice field into a volcanic zone with a single strike, changing the landscape, forcibly altering the local climate. What is this? This is clearly a walking natural disaster. A world-destroying monster. The human race. What kind of race is the human race? How could they possess a beast of such caliber? Their voices were broken with sheer shock filled with disbelief and deep fear. Looking towards the screen, their previous disdain and mockery had long vanished, replaced by boundless awe and a hint of fear. Gialda stood alone on a remaining ice hill that had not yet been engulfed by magma. His body trembled violently like a sieve. As he looked at the hellish scene around him, felt the heat waves almost roasting him alive, and heard the cracking sounds of the ice layer melting and breaking along with the bubbling sounds of flowing magma. His psychological defenses finally collapsed completely. What victories, what competition points, what face all became trivial in the face of the fear of an existence he could not possibly contend with. I concede. I concede. Gialda screamed with all his might, filled with endless terror towards the sky. Quick. Let me leave this damned place. I concede. Received the voluntary concession request from competitor Gialda. Determination valid. The battle is over. A soft white light beam descended from the sky, instantly enveloping Gialda. Within the beam, his face retained extreme terror, and his figure quickly faded and disappeared, being teleported out of the battle scene. You have won this competition. You received a victory base reward, 10 competition points. You successfully defeated your opponent, Gialda. According to the rules, you plundered 20 of his current total competition points as an extra reward. You plundered 20 competition points from Gialda. Your current competition points 30. Your current consecutive victories 1. The system's settlement information materialized before his eyes. Lin Li blinked in mild surprise as he stared at the notification that read 20 arena points plundered, so he just conceded. I hadn't even started warming up yet. He had originally planned to use this opportunity to observe the troll race's combat methods and skill characteristics more closely and to let Zoro stretch his limbs as well. What a pity. He lifted his gaze to the front where Akainu the Crimson Rage Bear had already returned to his normal size. He still stood with arms crossed, a cigar clamped between his teeth, draped in his righteous coat, maintaining his cold demeanor beside a lake of molten magma. As if that earth-shattering strike had been nothing more than a casual gesture. The scorching waves of heat still billowed all around. Lin Li wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, feeling his throat go dry, and complained with dissatisfaction, "Hey, don't you think you overdid it? I asked you to warm things up a bit, not to turn this place into a volcanic hot spring resort. I'm roasting to death here." Akainu merely cast a sidelong glance at Lin Li, snorting 2 streams of ember-laden hot air from his nostrils, maintaining that aloof and cool attitude without a hint of remorse. Lin Li shook his head helplessly and also selected leave battle scene. With a flash of light, he reappeared in the empty, rankless, circular arena. Garda and his fellow trolls were nowhere to be seen. They sure ran off fast. Lin Li clicked his tongue in regret. I was hoping we could become friends through battle chat a bit, and ask where the fun spots are in Sky City, or if there are any things to watch out for. After all, these trolls were surely more familiar with Sky City and might have provided some useful information. In the eastern district of Sky City, inside a certain basic rest chamber, Garda, pale-faced and still shaken, was slumped against the cold wall, gasping for air, as if he had just crawled back from the edge of hell. His fellow trolls were also crowded into this small room, the atmosphere heavy and strange. Garda's voice was hoarse. Who the hell is that beast, Tamer? That beast of his, that power, that ability to alter the terrain. It has to be at least mythical rank mid-grade. No, it might be high grade. Or even higher. A beast tamer who possesses a beast of this level must have a background that reaches the heavens. He's probably the most beloved descendant of some reclusive ancient monster or a secret heir cultivated by some super race we're not even qualified to know about. But the human race. We've never heard of it. That name isn't even on the 1,000 races ranking. Could it be? A slightly calmer troll hesitated. Could he be from one of those legendary special races? I've heard that in the endless world there are some races with extremely few members, but whose individual strength is terrifying to the extreme. Their entire race might only have a few dozen or a few hundred members, not on the 1,000 races ranking, but every single adult possesses the power to shake an entire region. This speculation seemed to make the temperature in the room drop another few degrees. If that's really the case, then haven't we offended an existence we absolutely cannot afford to provoke? Garda's voice trembled even more violently. The room fell into a deathly silence. Fear coiled around the hearts of every troll like an icy serpent. After a long while, one troll cleared his throat, twice his eyes shifting as he spoke. Ahem, Garda, think about it carefully. In the arena, the one who truly offended him was only you. The rest of us were just spectating from the stands. We didn't do anything. Garda snapped his head up, staring at the speaker in disbelief. You. What do you mean by that? We are of the same race, we are brothers. Weren't you mocking him from the stands too? Now you want to wash your hands of this. Garda, that's not fair. Another troll immediately put on a stern face and retorted righteously, we were just showing support for you, our brother, with a few casual jokes, harmless fun. Unlike you in the arena, you were so aggressive, demanding he kneel and beg for mercy. The nature of it is completely different. A third troll, feigning deep distress, chimed in. Humph. Garda, I never thought you were this kind of troll. What are the traditional virtues of our troll race? Courage, integrity, respecting your opponent in battle. Never insult other living beings. Your actions have severely tarnished the noble character of us trolls. We are ashamed to be associated with you. Well said. The last troll immediately took sides, spitting fiercely onto the floor. With such low character, you are unworthy to be our brother. From today onward, Garda, we are through. If we meet in the future, we don't know each other. Having said that, the three trolls, as if afraid of catching some bad luck, scrambled to pull open the door and hurried away, without looking back, their footsteps rapidly fading, leaving Garda alone, dumbfounded and slumped in the room. His mouth agape, he stared at the empty doorway, then at the several gobs of spit on the floor, his mind a complete blank. Just over an hour ago, they had been in some tavern in Sky City, arms around each other's shoulders, drinking heavily, eating heartily, and swearing to make a name for themselves in the arena together, to be inseparable brothers forever. Who would have thought their turnabout would be faster than a cold snap back home? Meanwhile, Lin Li, naturally unaware of the internal rift he had caused among those trolls, had already begun his next match. At the same time, in the eastern district of Sky City, inside a secluded courtyard. This courtyard covered about half an acre, its ground paved with smooth cobblestones. In the corners grew a few strange plants, emitting a faint glow, and the air was filled with a subtle fragrance, making the living environment quite comfortable. As the number of consecutive victories increased, victors could upgrade their dwellings in Sky City to live in comfort. Standing in the courtyard was a being of peculiar form. He was about 2 meters and 20 centimeters tall, with a well-proportioned and lean build, his skin a healthy bronze. The most striking feature was the extra pair of arms growing above his shoulder blades, as long and powerful as his original pair, with clearly defined muscles. On his head grew a pair of short, backward-curving horns like black jade. His face was resolute, and his pupils were a dark gold. He was now squinting slightly, staring at the token in his hand with a complex expression that mixed unwillingness, anger, and rekindled fighting spirit. Rank 560 on the 1,000 races, ranking the Four-Armed Clan. His name was Tuli, a strong cultivator with some fame, even at the Bright Moon stage of the Myriad Races arena, his profession being the rare mythical rank low-grade, Four-Armed Blade Saint. 3 days ago, he was a Bright Moon stage expert with a streak of 1,100 consecutive wins. Though there was still a gap to the Scorching Sun stage, with his formidable mythical profession and combat skills honed through years of arena battles, he had been confident of challenging that higher realm in the near future. However, fate played a cruel joke on him. 3 days ago, in a crucial match, he was matched against a young genius from the terrifying race ranked 19th on the 1,000 races ranking, the Star Spirit Clan. His opponent also possessed a mythical profession and of a higher mid-grade, coupled with the Star Spirit Clan's unique innate talents and secret techniques. In that battle, Tuli exhausted all his strength, his 4 arms wielding long blades, their light cascading like a waterfall, but he ultimately could not overcome his opponent's unfathomable stellar power and near-perfect combat techniques, suffering a regretful defeat. His winning streak was instantly reset to 0. According to the arena rules, a loser had a 3-day cooldown period during which they could not participate in matches again. These 3 days were pure torment for the proud Tuli. What I lost, I will take back with my own hands. Tuli tightened his grip on his arena token, his knuckles turning white from the force. A blazing fire burned in his dark gold pupils. So what if I start from 0? I have strength, I have experience. This time I will rush back to the Bright Moon stage even faster and even challenge the Scorching Sun stage. He stared intently at the cooldown countdown on the token, which had finally reached 0. Cooldown period ended. You may resume arena matchmaking. The instant the countdown hit 0, Tuli didn't hesitate for a moment, almost roaring the command in his mind: apply for arena matchmaking. He needed a victory. A clean, decisive victory that could reignite his confidence and announce his return. He wanted to show those who might be secretly laughing at his fall that he, Tuli, was still the mighty Four-Armed Blade Saint. Whoom! The light of teleportation instantly engulfed him. As the light faded, Tuli squinted at his opponent's information. Human Lin Li. Human race. Tuli frowned slightly, this unfamiliar race name stirring no ripple in his memory. Unranked on the 1,000 races list, and amidst the countless unique races and legends of the endless continent, the name of the human race had never been heard. His gaze, sharp as a blade, scrutinized the opponent once more. His aura was restrained, devoid of the energy, radiance, or physical anomalies characteristic of powerful races. Truly, he had never seen such a being before. Then he noticed the glaring, unranked status and the pitiful single winning streak. Clearly this was a novice who had just entered the arena, perhaps having won only one match. Umph. A cold smile curled at the corner of Tuli's mouth. The slight disappointment of being matched with an easy target was swiftly replaced by a ruthless resolve to use this opponent as a sacrificial offering to reassert his dominance. A rookie with a single win was perfect for him to secure his comeback victory in the most crushing manner, perhaps even intimidating some of the onlookers. His gaze dropped, and the skill insight activated silently. Beast Tamer. A glint of understanding flickered in Tula's eyes, followed by undisguised mockery. Among the myriad races, beast tamers were not rare, but their strength was almost directly tied to their race's heritage and resource accumulation. What kind of battle beast could a beast tamer from an insignificant race, not even on the 1,000 races list, possibly contract? Probably some inferior creatures unworthy of mention. Lin Li was also observing his opponent. Four-armed race, Tuli arena rank, unranked, current winning streak 0. Although his streak was 0, his demeanor was far from that of a novice. The composure and sharpness honed through countless battles on his opponent, along with the faintly exuding confidence of a powerhouse, were entirely different from the earlier giant Gald. Especially the 4 flexible and powerful arms, and the 4 long blades of various designs hanging from his waist. Clearly no ordinary weapons. Judging by their luster, these 4 blades were all at the legendary high-grade level. Just then, countless streams of soft white light cascaded from the arena dome. The spectator stands rapidly solidified into various phantom forms, soon becoming solid entities. A cacophony of noise surged like a tidal wave. 4-armed race beings, goblins, dwarves, 2-headed demons, metallic gleaming mechanical species, roaring orcs, shadowy undead. Tens of thousands of alien spectators appeared in the arena. It's Tuli. His penalty period is over. Haha, Bright Moon stage big shot smuffing in the lower ranks. This is a rare sight. That poor kid over there has rotten luck running into a killer like Tuli after just 1 win. Tuli, tear him apart. Let us see the splendor of the 4-armed blade dance again. Tuli had once been a Bright Moon stage expert with over 1,000 consecutive wins. His exquisite 4-armed blade saint techniques and ferocious battle style had attracted fans from many races. The current spectators were mostly his former fans. At Tuli, if you stumble against some unknown minor race, you'll be a laughingstock for life. A sharp and arrogant voice pierced the noise, reaching the arena floor clearly. Everyone turned to look. A gaunt alien with curved horns on its head, carrying an oddly shaped long blade, grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, its eyes full of provocation. The faint but sharp blade intent and energy level radiating from it made the surrounding spectators instinctively step back. It's cores from the Blade Slave race. A Bright Moon stage monster with an 1,800 winning streak. I heard there was a feud between them. They were supposed to fight, but before the agreed day, Tuli was defeated by a Spirit Clan expert. This is going to be good. Did Kors come to watch the joke? Tuli's pupils contracted sharply, and the knuckles of his hand gripping the blade turned white. He slowly turned his head to look at Kors on the spectator, stand his voice low and icy. Kors, after I crush this bug, you're next. Kors let out a snort of derision, extending a bony finger. 5 seconds. They'll give you 5 seconds to finish. 1 second more, and he'll be embarrassed for you. Veins bulged slightly on Tula's forehead. He was so angry he laughed. You underestimate me. 3 seconds. Dealing with trash like this, why would I need 5 seconds? Their conversation completely ignored Lin Li, treating him as an ant to be crushed at will. Lin Li wasn't angry, but his gaze roamed with interest over the various races on the spectator stands. Wow, that race had 3 big, and wasn't wearing any clothes. Both parties have confirmed combat readiness, extracting battle scene giant. Wood forest light and shadow shifted, and the surrounding scenery changed instantly. Towering ancient trees rose from the ground, their leaves blocking out the sun. Each required several people to encircle, exceeding tens of meters in height. The forest was filled with a primal moist air, and the ground was a tangle of roots. Battle will commence in 10 seconds. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8. Tuli took a deep breath, suppressing the rage stirred by cursed provocation, and locked his full attention on his opponent. His 4 arms brushed across the hilts of his waist blades in a fluid, graceful motion. Shing. For clear, resonant blade, cries sounded almost simultaneously. For long blades were drawn, their cold light flashing, reflecting Tula's stern face. He flicked his wrists, and the 4 blades traced dazzling icy patterns in the air hissing as it was sliced. With 4 blades in hand, his entire aura surged like a peerless, murderous blade unsheathed, its edge fully exposed. Lin Li did not take it lightly either. With a casual wave of his hand, a rift appeared beside him. From the descriptions of the races in the stands, his opponent had once been a Bright Moon stage expert with over 1,000 wins. He couldn't afford to underestimate him. Rip! A pitch-black spatial rift silently tore open, emitting a dark fluctuation. Click! A crisp sound of bone friction came from within the rift. The next moment, a skeleton clad in dark green warrior robes with 3 long blades slanted at its waist stepped out of the rift with a steady gait. In its eye sockets, 2 points of scarlet soul fire burned quietly, gazing forward with indifference. At the sight of this skeleton soldier, the spectators' stand fell silent for an instant. Their expressions turned strange before erupting into even louder noise and laughter. A skeleton soldier? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Ptah! A beast tamer actually contracts the lowest skeleton soldier. Isn't this thing the cannon fodder of cannon fodder in the netherworld? Green algae head. Is this skeleton a mutated variant? Hey undead brother over there, is this style popular in your race? For a moment the stands were filled with laughter. Yet amidst the jeers, only blade slave Kurs abruptly stood up from his seat. Kur's once mocking expression turned exceedingly grave, even tinged with a hint of horror. He stared fixedly at the seemingly frail green alga-headed skeleton, his keen perception as a top-tier blade master allowing him to detect what others could not. What enveloped the skeleton was an almost tangible towering blade intent that surged skyward. It was violent, unruly, with a ferocity that could sever all things like a sleeping beast opening its eyes. What kind of monster is this? Kur's mind quaked. In the giant wood forest, Tula's sensation was 100 times more intense than Kur's. When the skeleton fully revealed itself, its indifferent soul fire sweeping over him, a bone-piercing chill instantly shot from his tailbone to the crown of his head. It was a long-lost premonition of death, like facing a natural predator. Not only the terrifying blade intent, but within the skeleton's frame lurked an even more fearsome and domineering power. His four-armed race's innate instinct for danger screamed wildly. Danger, extreme danger, get away from him. Tula's gaze was heavy, his entire body tense, a feeling he hadn't experienced in ages. It was like his first Kamingafage ritual when he had to slay a powerful beast with his bare hands. That time he had nearly died. 3, 2, 1. Fight start. Kill. The moment the system prompt sounded, Tula's figure moved. No words, no probing, he erupted with full force from the start. Tuli roared, dispelling the sudden chill in his heart. His battle instincts overrode all doubts. Strike first to gain the upper hand. The ground beneath his feet exploded, and using the recoil, the muscles in his forearms bulged as all four blades vibrated simultaneously, his figure blurring. It wasn't a clone, but sheer speed that left 4 continuous afterimages in the air. From 4 subtle angles, like 4 humanoid blades, they tore through the air with a piercing screech, converging on Zoro to tear him apart. The blade light formed a net, sealing off all escape routes. The biting blade wind instantly ground fallen leaves and twigs along the path into powder. Just as the 4 lethal blade lights were about to touch the dark green robe, within Zoro's eye sockets the 2 points of crimson soul fire suddenly contracted, as if pupils had sharply focused. Boom! Black-red arcs of electricity erupted and leaped from the skeleton's surface without warning. A terrifying aura visible to the naked eye surged skyward. Without any visible movement, the 3 swords at his waist were already drawn and crossed before him. 3-sword style, a low, hoarse voice like metal grinding sounded from between the skeleton's jaws, filled with boundless wildness and battle lust. Extreme Tiger Hunt. The blade intent took form. A ferocious tiger phantom entirely composed of blade energy and crimson electric light materialized out of thin air, let out a silent roar, and charged forward with a will that could cleave mountains and seas. Blade light and tiger phantom collided. Clang. Boom. First came the ear-piercing shriek of metal breaking, followed by the thunderous explosion of energy fully detonating. In the instant, Tula's legendary longsword, which he believed could sever refined steel, made contact with the tiger phantom. The blade's light flickered wildly before countless web-like cracks appeared, shattering into pieces in moments. An immense, irresistible force traveled through the sword hilts. Tula's forearms trembled violently, his bones creaking under the strain, his tiger's mouth split open, blood pouring freely. He was sent flying backward even faster than he had come, as if struck hidden by an ancient mammoth. Crack, crack, crack. Thick, giant trees marked his backward trajectory, snapped in half one after another with chips flying like rain, till he finally slammed heavily into a gray-black boulder dozens of meters away. Thud! With a dull sound, the boulder's surface instantly became riddled with cracks. Tuli was embedded deep within it, unable to hold back any longer, and violently spat out a mouthful of blood mist mixed with fragments of internal organs, staining the ground and rock before him. If not for this boulder stopping him, who knew how much farther he would have flown? Tuli slumped in the depression of the fractured boulder, lowering his head in disbelief to stare at the legendary grade superior horse-slaying blade clutched in his right hand. In the center of the blade, a shocking crack almost running the entire length of the blade was clearly visible. The legendary grade rune light that once flowed on the blade had completely dimmed like dead iron. As a four-armed blade saint, he regarded his 4 swords as his very life. These 4 legendary grade superior longswords were custom-made by a master craftsman in Sky City at great cost, accompanying him through over 1,000 battles and drinking the blood of countless powerhouses without ever being damaged. Yet today, after just one direct clash, no, it couldn't even be called a clash, the power, speed, and the terrifying will to sever everything that the opponent had struck with completely exceeded his tolerance and the limits of his weapons. This was a legendary grade superior longsword, yet that guy had slashed its durability to nothing with a single blow, directly breaking it. Tuli felt a chill shoot from his tailbone straight to the top of his skull. He jerked his head up, his gaze piercing through the dust, and with chips in the forest locking onto the dark green figure 100 meters away that was still maintaining its slashing posture, slowly sheathing its swords. The soul fire in Zoro's eye sockets burned calmly, as if the earth-shattering strike, just now, was merely a casual gesture. Around him, the residual might of the black-red electric arcs that had erupted and quickly receded caused the surrounding air to warp subtly, and fallen leaves on the ground rustled without any wind. What? What the hell is that? Tula's mind was in turmoil. The opponent's blade intent was so pure and sharp, the power so wild and domineering. It was nothing like what a lowliest skeleton soldier should possess. And that fleeting aura, like a black lightning bolt that made even his soul tremble, was certainly not ordinary energy. He recalled the feeling from the moment of their clash. His four-blade combined attack, exquisite and flawless, had sealed off all angles. But before the opponent's fearsome slash, which had transformed into a tiger's pounce, it was like a fragile spiderweb crumbling at the first touch. That power had not only shattered his swords, but also violently impacted his internal organs through the blades. In the arena, on the viewing platform. At that moment, all the mockery, noise, and cheers came to an abrupt halt. Tens of thousands of spectators from various races, whether old fans cheering for Tuli, those just there for the spectacle, or even the originally arrogant and provocative blade slave cores, all seemed to have their throats collectively gripped, eyes wide, mouths agape, their expressions frozen in utter shock and bewilderment. The once-dominant, thousand-match-winning Moonlight Rank powerhouse, Tuli, had been sent flying by a skeleton soldier. With a single slash, his weapon shattered, coughing blood from severe injuries. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard. Then the dead silence was broken by an eruption of noise like a volcanic explosion. What did I just see? Tuli sent flying in one hit. His weapon. Tula's sword shattered. A legendary grade superior. What was that black-red lightning from the skeleton? An illusion? It must be an illusion. Tuli was once Moonlight Ranked. Four-armed blade saint. Who is that human? Really? Such a spirit beast. Unheard of. Who was it that mocked the skeleton as trash, just now? Step forward. You call that trash? The blade slave Kurth slowly sat back down, his previously mocking and provocative gaze now turned incredibly serious, even revealing a hint of unease he himself had not yet realized. As a master of the blade, he understood the terror contained in that last strike better than anyone. It was not merely great power, it was a blade technique that perfectly fused the will to slash with a certain domineering energy and a refined killing skill. Returning to simplicity, yet utterly domineering. Tuli. Losing is not in vain, Kurth murmured to himself, his gaze fixed on the dark green skeletal figure on the screen. This guy is definitely not an ordinary beast master. Its blade and that black lightning power have already touched the edge of the laws. No, perhaps it is even more terrifying. What kind of race are humans to possess such depth? This three-blade skeletal figure's rank is at least that of a myth. The blade slave Kurth fell into deep thought. In the arena, Tuli struggled to stand up from the rock's depression, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He still tightly gripped his three remaining blades, but his arms trembled slightly, not only from the pain, but also as a manifestation of the immense psychological shock. In his dark, golden eyes, the previous disdain, coldness, and urgency to regain momentum had disappeared without a trace. Instead, it was replaced by unprecedented seriousness, vigilance, and a hint of fear he was unwilling to admit. What exactly are you? Tuli asked hoarsely, his gaze darting between Solon and Lin Li. This beastmaster before him was certainly not the soft persimmon novice he had initially judged. With such a terrifying beast control, the existence's background and strength were undoubtedly unfathomable. Lin Li did not answer his question, simply looking at him calmly and saying, "Do you want to continue? You might as well admit defeat. Your weapon is shattered, and you cannot win." This statement was like adding fuel to the fire, immediately igniting the pride and ferocity within Tuli. He was a level 40, four-armed blade saint. He was once a powerful figure who stood atop the moonlit steps. How could he be daunted by a single strike? What if his weapon was broken? He still had his well-honed skills and indomitable will. Arrogant. Tuli growled lowly, suppressing his injuries and pulling out a spare blade from his storage space. His four arms tightened around the hilt, and a fierce battle fire ignited in his dark, golden eyes. Weapons are merely tools. What if they break? True strength lies within the wielder. Receive my move, four-armed secret technique, Chaotic Blade Storm. He no longer held back and directly unleashed his strongest move, the exclusive skill of a myth-level profession. Boom! A dazzling silver-white aura of fighting spirit erupted around Tuli, his four arms moving at a speed almost impossible to capture with the naked eye, turning the four long blades into countless intersecting afterimages. The silver-white blade aura swept like an uncontrollable metal storm towards Solon and Lin Li's direction, centered around Tuli. Wherever it passed, the ground's vegetation was ground to powder. Thick trees were cut with countless deep scars, and wood chips flew everywhere. The area was vast, nearly covering a nearly 100-meter fan-shaped zone ahead. The speed reached its peak, dazzling the eyes, making it impossible to discern which strike was real and which was illusionary, as if thousands of attacks were truly coming at once. This was Tula's ultimate skill, merging extreme speed, power phantoms, and area attack, which had made many peers at the Moonlit Steppes bitterly regret. Facing this chaotic blade storm that resembled a net of heaven and earth, Solon moved. He slightly crouched, dark red lightning erupted, and a green flame like conqueror's haki entwined, rising from the three blades. In his hollow eye sockets, the red soul fire suddenly blazed fiercely. His observation haki unfolded with full force, instantly capturing the core and most authentic tracks belonging to Tula's body and attack among the countless phantoms. King of Hell's three-blade style, Purgatory Demon Slash. The next moment, clang. A clearer, longer blade sound that seemed capable of tearing souls echoed throughout the vast forest of giant trees. Solon's figure vanished again. No, it wasn't disappearing, it was reaching its limit. A blade light more condensed and profound than the previous extreme tiger hunt, almost transformed into a pure purple meteor, flashed through the core area of the chaotic blade storm. Where the blade light passed, time seemed to freeze for a moment. Under the cover of the Purgatory Demon Slash, the giant trees and vines within a radius of several hundred meters were torn to shreds, and even the massive hard rocks were split into fragments. Tula's overwhelming blade aura, the raging silver storm, burst like soap bubbles under the sunlight, dissipating one after another. Tula's four arms, which danced like windmills, suddenly stiffened. The crazed and resolute expression on his face froze, and in his dark golden eyes the figure of the dark green silhouette, which he did not know when had appeared beside him, was slowly sheathing its blade. He slowly lowered his head to look at his chest. Three massive blade marks, smooth as mirrors and deep enough to see bone, crisscrossed across his chest and abdomen. Puff. Till he could no longer hold back, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs, his breath instantly plummeting to the extreme. The four blades fell with a clatter, his four arms weakly drooping down his massive body, swaying, crashing forward to kneel, ultimately collapsing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Contestant Tuli is on the verge of death. The battle is over. You have won this match. You have achieved a victory. Basic reward, 10 competition points. You have successfully defeated Tuli, plundering 20 of his current competition points as an additional reward. You have plundered 500 competition points from Tuli. Your current consecutive wins too. A system prompt appeared before Lin Li. A flash of light, and he was also teleported back to the initial competition platform. The platform was empty, and Tula's figure across from him was slowly dissipating, his eyes fixed on Lin Li, filled with unwillingness. I will definitely return. At this moment in the audience area, the originally noisy thousands of spectators fell silent. All eyes focused on Lin Li or Solon, their gazes filled with awe, fear, curiosity, and a strong sense of disbelief. The blade slave Kurth looked at the already dissipated figure of Tuli, his eyes revealing a hint of scorn. A brutish lout who didn't know to use his brain, only knowing to fight heathen, unable to find a way to deal with that weak beast master. A system notification suddenly chimed in Lin Li's ear, interrupting his attempt to queue for the next match. The Blade Slave Clan's Cours has initiated a duel challenge against you. Lin Li paused for a moment, instinctively lifting his gaze to sweep across the empty arena platform. His eyes precisely locked onto a gaunt skeletal figure standing in the front row of the spectators' stands. Cours of the Blade Slave Clan, who had just risen, clutching an eerily shaped bone blade. Lin Li looked at Cours with a mixture of surprise and confusion. You're challenging me to a duel. His voice, though not loud, carried clearly across the arena. At these words, the tens of thousands of spectators who had been murmuring over Tula's crushing defeat and had yet to fully recover from the shock instantly turned their heads in unison. Countless gazes of astonishment, bewilderment, and curiosity converged on Cours like spotlights. A duel, eh? Cours is actually challenging that guy to a duel. Did I hear that right? That's the once-a-month duel challenge, right? And he's using it on a rankless newcomer. A duel is different from a normal challenge. In a normal challenge, you only lose 20 of your arena points, but in a duel you can set the stake yourself, up to 100, and you can even add equipment and items as extra wagers. This is insane. Tuli was easily defeated by that skeleton, and even though Cours is stronger, what are his chances against a monster beast like that? Is Cours trying to go for a big score? Or does he have absolute confidence? Crazy, absolutely crazy. That beast blade can shatter even legendary top-grade items. Cursed Demon Blade Blooddrinker is only legendary top-grade. How can he possibly win? Maybe he has a trump card we don't know about. The audience erupted into a cacophony of debate. Even Curse's supporters exchanged bewildered glances, their faces filled with confusion. Facing the sea of skeptical gazes and clamor, Cours simply bared his teeth in a grotesque smile, a twisted blend of greed, excitement, and a hint of madness. His sunken cheeks contorted further with the expression, and in his deep-set eyes an undisguised flame of desire burned fiercely. He stared directly at Lin Li, his voice hoarse and dripping with provocation. "So kid, you got the guts for a round?" Hearing this, Lin Li narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the alien, who despite witnessing Solan's power still dared to propose a duel. His mind raced, analyzing what the other might be relying on: a special ability to counter beast tamers, a powerful one-use item, or sheer overconfidence in his own strength. "What do you want?" Lin Li didn't answer immediately, but countered instead. Coors extended a crimson tongue, licking his cracked lips. His viper-like eyes slid past Lin Li, fixating greedily on Solan behind him. More precisely, they locked onto the 3 long blades at Solan's waist, each distinct in shape, their restrained auras faintly stirring a tremor in Kur's very soul. "If I win," Kur's voice trembled with intense craving, each word deliberate and clear, "I want nothing else. Just those 3 blades on your beast's waist." At this declaration, many seasoned spectators, especially those familiar with the Blade Slave clan, wore expressions of sudden realization and even greater shock. So that's it. Coors is after those 3 blades. The Blade Slave clan. They're born signing contracts with demon blades, serving them as masters. Their demon blades grow by devouring other weapons. Those 3 blades of that beast. They can shatter a legendary top-grade item in one strike. Their grade must be extremely high. Probably mythic grade, at least mythic low grade, maybe even mid-grade. My god. No wonder Coors didn't hesitate to use his dual right. A mythic grade blade is priceless to the Blade Slave clan. If he devours them, his demon blade blood drinker might ascend directly to mythic grade and his strength would skyrocket. What an audacious appetite. And what nerve. Listening to the surrounding chatter and seeing the greed nearly spilling from Kur's eyes, Lin Li understood. He wants Solan's blades. Lin Li's gaze toward Coors turned somewhat peculiar. He opened his interface to check Solan's weapon description: equipment Inmasandai Kitetsu and Shusui. Growth-type mythic equipment, non-droppable, indestructible. He had once asked the system about the meaning of non-droppable. The system replied that no power except Lin Li himself could remove these 3 items from Solan. Non-droppable. No power could seize them. He had been somewhat wary of how confident Coors seemed, but now, who would pass up a risk-free bet? Only a fool. Though inwardly, almost laughing, Lin Li maintained a calm, scrutinizing expression. He met Kur's gaze, "And your stake?" As if expecting the question, Coors sneered, displaying a mix of boastfulness and certainty, as he voluntarily revealed part of his information panel to Lin Li and the audience. A striking number appeared: arena points, 51500. Whoa, over 50,000. Heavens, I've struggled for 3 years and only saved up less than 4,000. As expected of a Bright Moon rank expert, such accumulation. Another wave of gasps and envious sighs rippled through the audience. Arena points were undeniably valuable in Sky City. 50,000 was a colossal sum. Yet Lin Li merely glanced at the number, then slowly shook his head, uttering 2 words: "Not enough." Kur's smile didn't waver. Instead, it brightened, as if Lin Li's reaction was exactly what had anticipated. Unhurriedly, he retrieved a card from his storage space. It shimmered with a soft golden luster, its surface inscribed with mysterious runes and an elegant spirit pattern. "Knew you'd say that." Coors displayed the card, his tone tinged with smugness. "Recognize this. The exclusive exchange card of the Spirit Tamer clan, ranked 20th on the 1,000 clans list." He paused, noting the flicker of interest in Lin Li's eyes, and continued, "The Spirit Tamer clan, the finest in the endless world at breeding, training, and discovering beasts of every attribute and potential. This card means you can go to their outpost in Sky City and pick any beast from their stock with a special attribute." His voice rose. "You should know the value of this. For a beast tamer like you, getting a single powerful beast might be easy. But building a complete complementary system to handle all situations, that's the real challenge. A rare attribute beast is a once-in-a-lifetime find. Judge its worth yourself." On the market, this card is valued at no less than 100,000 arena points. And it's not something you can buy anytime. A rare attribute beast. Constructing a beast mastery system. It must be said that Cole's words hit the nail on the head regarding Lin Li's current considerations. If he could obtain a beast with special rare attributes such as space-time, destiny, purification, or curse, and then enhance it through a template, his overall strength and tactical flexibility would achieve a qualitative leap. The value of this Beast Spirit Clan exchange card was indeed very tempting for him. Coles keenly caught the fleeting determination in Lin Li's gaze, realizing that the fish had taken the bait. Without further hesitation, Lin Li's gaze sharpened. "I accept." Ding. "You have agreed to the dual challenge from the Knife Slave Clan's Coles. Dual contract established. The loser will lose the agreed-upon wager. Both sides have confirmed their battle preparations. Extracting battle scene. Battle scene: urban ruins. The battle will begin in 10 seconds. As the system prompted, the scene of the arena where the two stood began to twist and change. The hard stone ground transformed into cracked asphalt and cement debris with abandoned high-rises around them incomplete and covered in cracks and rusty steel. Under the dim sky, the entire city was shrouded in a sense of decay and silence, with only the occasional wind stirring up paper scraps and dust creating a mournful sound. 3, 2, 1. Battle begins. At the moment the countdown reached 0, Culls, who had been poised to strike, suddenly crushed a magical scroll intricately engraved with complex patterns hidden in his left hand. An invisible field of force detectable only by himself quietly spread from his center, enveloping an area with a radius of about 300 meters. A translucent phantom of an hourglass visible only to him appeared above the field with grains of sand starting to fall slowly. Dual Field Scroll Legendary Grade has been activated. Effect: unfold a preparatory field lasting 60 seconds, marking the target. After 60 seconds, forcibly pull the marked target into an independent dual field lasting 8 seconds. In the dual field, all external forces, including summoned units, will be isolated except for both parties. Countdown 59-58. Culls couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile of triumph. This was the core of his plan. As long as he could endure this minute and pull Lin Li the Beast Master into the dual field, 8 seconds would be enough for him to kill Lin Li 10 times over. At that time, the 3 mythic-grade weapons he coveted would become offerings for his magic blade blood drink. However, just as his smile emerged, a chilling sensation pierced through his soul like an icy shard. Because Zoro moved. At the instant the battle began, Zoro surged forth, unleashing a burst of speed akin to teleportation. Two-sword style, Iato Rashomon. Zoro's figure transformed into a nearly indistinguishable dark green shadow, the 2 blades drawn from their sheaths tearing through the air, directly slashing towards Culls. The speed was so fast that Culls could only see 2 intersecting black lines suddenly magnifying before his eyes. So fast. Culls' heart rang alarm bells. He had no time to think. The instinct for survival overwhelmed everything. His blood coursed like boiling lava and countless crimson patterns erupted on the surface of his skin. Blood burst Shuanbu. Hiss. Culls left a faint blood shadow in place while his body was yanked by an unseen force, instantly shifting 10 meters to the side. The speed was so great that it even left a brief blood-red trail in the air. Swish. The spot where he had just stood was struck by a nearby decrepit 7-story residential building, which was already on the verge of collapse, leaving a smooth giant cut from the second floor to the roof. Immediately after, the upper part of the building slowly slid down along the cut, collapsing into a rain of steel and concrete debris, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Seeing this scene, Lin Li narrowed his eyes. Such speed. Previously, he had heard the foreign races on the observation platform mention this guy's profession, a level 42 low-grade mythic blood demon. Characteristic: the lower the health, the higher the attack and agility. Although he knew this guy followed a high attack, high agility route, he did not expect him to evade Zoro's attack. Of course, the significant level difference played a major role. After all, Zoro was only level 20. Although he still had a Red Dog Berserker, summoning it now would not be very effective. The Red Dog Berserker was a turret type, somewhat clumsy, and even Zoro's attacks couldn't hit Culls, let alone the Red Dog Berserker. Hiss. Just as Culls steadied himself, still shaken, the sight of the building's sudden collapse and the smooth cut sent a chill racing from his soles to the crown of his head. Just the residual force of the blade wind had such power. If he took a direct hit, Culls no longer dared to have any negligence or luck, and immediately focused all his mind on this escape and delay battle concerning his life. I can't fight Hedon. Absolutely not. Culls roared in his heart, pushing his speed to the limit like a slippery, blood-colored loach, madly weaving, darting, and jumping through the ruins. He fully utilized the complex terrain of the ruins, constantly using walls, broken pillars, and vehicle wrecks as cover to avoid Zoro's terrifying slashes during his straight-line charge. 3-sword style Purgatory Demon Slash. A massive strike entwined with black and red demonic energy cleaved the half of the truck where Culls was hiding, along with the low wall behind it, in two. 3-sword style 1008 Troublesome Winds. Countless fine flying slashes like a metal storm shredded all cover in a given area, forcing Culls to roll in a panic, adding several deep wounds to his body. 1-sword style Flying Dragon Flame. The searing slash ignited flammable materials in the ruins with flames and dust further obstructing vision. Zoro's attacks were violent, fierce, and relentless. The entire ruined city was ravaged by the fierce slashes, covered in scars from the blades, and wherever they passed it was as if disaster had struck. Culls exerted all his effort, pushing the agility characteristic of the blood demon profession to its limits, narrowly dodging one deadly slash after another. At this moment, he was in a dismal state, covered in cuts, bloodied, with his right arm even severed partway. Culls' right arm was struck by the blade's aftermath during a block, instantly severing below the forearm, blood gushing forth. Pain, fear, rapid consumption of stamina and blood. Every second felt like an eternity in hell. Coles had never felt a minute drag on so long, so excruciating. He felt as if he were a small boat, swaying in a storm at any moment likely to be smashed to pieces by the next giant wave. Almost there, just a bit more. He stared intently at the hourglass in his mind that was about to run out, praying frantically. Behind him, Zoro was like an unyielding killing machine. The finesse of his swordsmanship and the horror of his power completely exceeded Cole's understanding of beastmasters. This was clearly a great swordsman. Finally, as Coles was on the brink of exhaustion, his consciousness beginning to blur. Dual field scroll effect has been activated. Target Lin Li marked, forcibly pulled into the dual field. Cole's nearly collapsing spirit suddenly surged with energy. A bright light of joy erupted in his eyes as he exclaimed, "I did it." Meanwhile, Lin Li, who was observing the battle from a distance on a high point of the ruins, also heard the prompt, "You have been pulled into the dual field by Coles." The scene before him suddenly blurred, as if he had passed through a veil of water. The surrounding ruins remained the same, but the colors had grown dim and the sky had turned darker. More importantly, the tight soul link he shared with Zoro and the beast taming space had been forcibly severed and isolated by an invisible force. He could neither recall Zoro nor summon the crimson-furred raging bear from the beast taming space. Lin Li now stood alone in the center of an empty crossroad. And about 10 meters ahead of him, covered in blood, missing an arm, looking utterly wretched yet filled with twisted excitement and ferocity, Kurisu stared at him like a starving wolf. "Ha ha ha, kid. Didn't expect this. No matter how strong your beast is, it can't get in here now. It's just you and me. Before this dual domain ends, I can kill you 100 times. Kurisu let out a hoarse, maniacal laugh. His face, pale from excessive blood loss, flushed with an unnatural crimson due to extreme excitement. This dual scroll was an item he had acquired after a life-and-death struggle. He had initially thought it was a useless trophy, but Lin Li's appearance had given him the perfect opportunity to use it. He could already see the 3 mythical blades beckoning to him, envisioning a future where his demonic sword devoured and evolved, skyrocketing his power. This was his plan. Simple, yet almost inescapable. It targeted the fatal weakness of a beast tamer's fragile physical body. Facing Kurisu's maniacal laughter and declaration of certain death, the expression on Lin Li's face did not show the panic, fear, or despair that Kurisu had anticipated. "I see." Lin Li nodded calmly. "I didn't know such an item existed. Isolating the beast taming space for a decapitation strike. Not a bad idea." Lin Li's composure stirred a faint unease in Kurisu's heart, but it was quickly overwhelmed by a surge of killing intent and greed. Time was precious. Bloodburst, certain kill. Without another word, Kurisu drained the last of his strength and blood, transforming his entire being into a single horrifically sharp streak of blood-colored blade light. It was a strike that condensed all his spirit energy and life essence. Its speed surpassed his previous limits. Before the blade light even arrived, the thick, bloody, killing aura and the will of certain death had already locked onto Lin Li. He was determined to land this strike. Even if Lin Li had some life-saving item, it couldn't fully block this blow, given the absolute difference in power and speed. However, facing this killing strike, Lin Li merely raised his right hand. His movement didn't seem fast, yet it gave Kurisu an indescribably ominous feeling. Origin returned, designated beast taming, Zoro. A cruel grin spread across Lin Li's face. "I was just thinking I needed a chance to test this skill, and you deliver yourself to me." Origin returned, skill activated. Designated beast taming, Rorinoa Zoro. Effect: the host temporarily acquires all skills, attributes, combat instincts, and partial traits of the designated beast. Duration 30 minutes. Cooldown 6 hours. Fusion commencing. An indescribable, vast, and pure power like a dormant volcano suddenly awakened and erupted within Lin Li's body. A cold, sharp, all-cutting swordsman's will along with a domineering and peerless kingly aura instantly flooded his soul. Muscle fibers instantly became denser and tougher, bones emitted a faint hum, his 5 senses heightened exponentially, and the lines of the surrounding world became clearer. Time seemed to slow down. The blood-colored blade light that Kurisu had become appeared to move at a snail's pace in Lin Li's eyes. Not only that, but the trajectory, the weaknesses, and even the flow of power within that blood-colored blade light became completely clear to him at a glance. Feeling the surging power within him, a look of intoxication appeared in Lin Li's eyes. Power, this is power. Zap! Black and red lightning-like berserk energy like tangible lightning burst forth from every pore of Lin Li's body without warning. It was the mark of conqueror's haki being fully unleashed. The surrounding air seemed unable to withstand this pressure, emitting strained, crackling sounds. Small fragments of rubble on the ground were pushed aside and suspended by the invisible force field. Gazing at the blood-colored blade light, Lin Li raised his right arm, now wreathed in black and red electrical arcs. He slowly clenched his 5 fingers, wielding no weapon. And then simply and directly he threw a punch toward that blood-colored blade light, which was strong enough to sever steel. On the fist tip, Conqueror's haki was concentrated and compressed to its extreme, coiling around it like an invisible black gauntlet capable of shattering stars. Conqueror's haki infusion. This wasn't one of Zoro's sword techniques. Instead, it was Lin Li's own imitation of the simplest, most direct attack, combining his understanding of Zoro's power with the mastery of Conqueror's haki, gained from the origin return state, focusing all domineering will and power into a single point for a burst. Boom! The moment the fist and blade light collided, it didn't produce the sound of metal clashing, but a terrifying roar akin to 10,000 tons of explosives detonating simultaneously. The sound coalesced into a tangible shockwave that expanded spherically in all directions, violently lifting and shattering all the concrete ground within dozens of meters. The nearest few ruined low-rise buildings collapsed with a thunderous crash, as if pushed over by an invisible giant hand. In Kurisa's horrified gaze, as if witnessing the most inconceivable sight in the world, his killing strike, condensing all his power, confident in instantly killing any non-defense-oriented opponent of the same rank, shattered like fragile blood-colored ice crystals, hitting a red-hot iron anvil upon contact with that fist wreathed in black and red lightning. Crack, splat. The blood-colored blade light couldn't hold for even a second. It let out a mournful wail before shattering inch by inch and dissipating. That fist didn't slow down. Carrying the terrifying power to crush all obstacles, it slammed solidly into Kurisa's face, twisted by extreme shock. Arg! Kurisu only had time to let out a short, piercingly shrill scream before his entire body was hit as if by a starship traveling at full speed. He could clearly hear the horrific sounds of his cheekbones, nasal bridge, and mandible instantly shattering. He even felt as if his head was about to be punched clean off his neck. His body uncontrollably turned into a blurry afterimage, hurtling backward at a speed even faster than his incoming attack. Boom, 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 boom. Along the way, any reinforced concrete wall, thick load-bearing pillar, or rusted car wreck in his backward flight trajectory was smashed to pieces, deformed, or flung away like paper. Kurisu carved a long trail of blood and shattered debris through the air. After crashing through the walls of at least 5 ruined buildings, he was finally embedded like a discarded ragdoll into a relatively intact load-bearing wall deep within a structure. Torrents of blood mixed with organ fragments and bone splinters gushed from Kurisa's nearly destroyed mouth and nose, staining the wall in front of him a glaring vivid red. He was embedded in the wall, his limbs dangling at grotesque angles. His remaining left eye barely cracked open, filled with boundless terror, confusion, and a deep sense of incomprehension and absurdity. A beast tamer defeated me with one punch. Is this still the world I know? Kerr's consciousness flickered like a candle in the wind, swiftly swallowed by darkness, as he fell into a complete stupor. At that very moment, the 8 seconds of the dual domain had just elapsed. The scene shifted once more, and Lin Li found himself back in the initial urban ruins. Zoro remained standing in place, as if he had never left. The connection to the beast taming space was instantly restored. Contestant Kurs is on the brink of death. The battle has ended. You have secured a victory. Basic reward, 10 arena points. The wager contract has taken effect. You have successfully defeated Kurs of the Knife Slave Tribe, a bright Meteor contestant. You have acquired 51500 arena points from Kurs. You have obtained a Spirit Tribe exchange card. Your current winning streak 3. The notification chimed in Lin Li's ears. He glanced at the distant rubble of a building shrouded in dust and strewn with falling stones, then looked down at his own fist, which he had just retracted, still crackling with faint traces of black and red lightning. A brilliant, satisfied smile finally crept across his lips. The return to origin skill was indeed formidable. Temporarily acquiring Zoro's attributes and skills, especially the Conqueror's haki, had utterly transformed his combat prowess. This was undoubtedly a powerful trump card, and the rewards from this wager were far more bountiful than he had imagined. Over 50,000 arena points, and a Spirit Tribe exchange card of incalculable value. On the arena's massive magical screen, the viewing stands had fallen into a deathly silence, so still that a pin drop could be heard. All the alien spectators who had witnessed the reversal within those brief 8 seconds were now frozen, as if struck by a collective paralysis spell. The expressions on their faces could no longer be described with words like shock, horror, or disbelief. They bore the dazed stupor of a shattered worldview. He just won like that. With one punch. Isn't he a beast tamer? Why would a beast tamer charge into a fight himself? What kind of power is that black-red lightning? He smashed Cursed Blood Explosion / Hedon with his fist. In the 10,000 years my undead tribe has been on the endless world, I've never heard of a beast tamer joining the fray personally. Is this the human race's style, eh? The white light of the teleportation faded. Lin Li stood once more on the platform of the unranked arena. Tens of thousands of gazes from the stands fell upon him in unison. With a single punch, he had sent the bright Meteor knife slave cores who had over 1800 consecutive winds flying. What exactly was that black-red lightning? Why was it so overbearing? What kind of race were the humans? Countless questions spread like wildfire through the hearts of every spectator. Everyone looked at Lin Li with reverence. They knew that from this day forward the name Lin Li along with his mysterious beast would spread with terrifying speed through the bright Meteor arena of the myriad races arena and begin to ripple toward higher echelons. His journey through the myriad races arena had just begun, yet it had already stirred a colossal wave. Paying no heed to the clamor and stares from the stands, Lin Li lowered his head, gazing at his right fist. On its surface, a few wisps of black-red electric arcs were fading. Deep within his muscles, Zoro's power still vibrated gently through his veins, making his heart beat faster and stronger than usual. The power of return to origin still lingered within him, with over 20 minutes left before it dissipated. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Li directly initiated a fourth match. Match successful. Before him, light coalesced, revealing a stout and sturdy figure. It was a dwarf. No more than 4 meters tall, yet his shoulder width was nearly 2/3 of his height. His bare upper body was covered in crisscrossing old scars, muscles bulging like solidified molten iron. In his left hand, he held a heavy battle axe nearly as tall as himself, its blade gleaming with dark crimson runes. Dwarf Bari, arena rank, unranked, current win streak, 40, both contestants ready. Selecting battle scene. Battle scene. Rocky Mountain range. The two turned into white light and entered the battle scene. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8. Bari stared at Lin Li, his thick brows furrowed, his voice grating like sandpaper on rock. You're a beast, Tamer, and you're not summoning your beast. Waiting to die. He wasn't taunting, he was genuinely puzzled. The dwarf race was straightforward, unable to comprehend Lin Li's actions. Shouldn't a normal beast tamer summon their beast during the countdown? Lin Li did not answer. He slowly rolled his neck, producing a faint crack. His expression was one of pure excitement. Countdown. 3, 2, 1, battle begins. Boom. The moment the countdown hit 0, Bari's pupils contracted sharply. The rocky ground beneath the beast tamer across from him had exploded. It wasn't a skill nor magic. It was a pure burst of physical power. Lin Li's figure transformed into a black arrow, tearing through the air with a sharp screech as he charged straight at Bari. Dense black-red electric arcs erupted around him, cloaking him like a garment woven from lightning. With every step, spiderweb cracks formed in the rock beneath his feet. What the hell is this, a beast tamer? Bari roared, his instincts overriding thought as he thrust his battle axe before him. His combat experience told him this blow was unavoidable. He could only brace for it. No need to summon. This is the bond between me and my beast. Lin Li's voice carried an irrepressible thrill as he pulled his right fist back. The power of his entire body converged through his spine, shoulders, and arms like 1,000 rivers flowing into the sea, gathering at his fist. Swordsmanless style, ordinary punch. The fist struck. No flashy move names, no complex energy constructs. It was pure strength, willpower, and hockey twisted into a devastating torrent that smashed violently against the door-like surface of Bari's battle axe. Clang! The metallic collision rang out like a massive bell, shaking the very air around them. Bari felt as if he had been rammed heat in by a rampaging ancient dragon rhino. The force transmitted through the axe was overwhelming. The muscles in his arms strained to their limit, his joints groaning under the unbearable pressure. His tiger's mouth split open, blood spraying. His proud dwarven strength was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot against this impact. Ugh! The axe flew from his hands, spinning high into the air before embedding itself into the rocky ground over 10 meters away, its handle still quivering violently. As for Bari himself, he was like a stone pellet shot from a sling, his feet plowing 2 deep furrows as he was sent hurtling backward. After shattering 3 stone pillars, he was slammed into the rock face. A mouthful of warm blood splattered onto the rubble. Bari stared wide-eyed at the fist imprint on his chest, still emitting wisps of blue smoke. His protective battle aura had shattered completely, his sternum was sunken, and a searing pain branded itself into his nerves. He had taken hits from troll clubs, orc blades, and even ogre fists. But never had he been beaten like this by a beast tamer's bare fists. You son of a... Bari's lips trembled, but before he could finish, the system's judgment beam had already descended. Combatant Ba Li's health dropped below 1. Battle concluded. You have emerged victorious in this arena match. Base reward, 10 arena points. Plundered 20 of his current arena points, 80 points. Current win streak 4. With a flash of light, Ba Li was teleported away. Lin Li stood at the edge of the shattered pit, slowly retracting, his right fist still wreathed in wisps of black smoke. He glanced down. A few tiny scrapes marred his knuckles with capillaries oozing a trace of blood, yet he felt almost no pain. The power within him still surged. He exhaled a scorching breath, a hint of lingering satisfaction, curving his lips. Bring it on. Match found, match found, match found. Over the next 20-plus minutes, the spectators in the stands endured an unprecedented psychological onslaught. Audiences from various races bore witness to the following scenes. Match against the Beastman race Cleft Hoof. Occupation Berserker specializing in frontal assaults. The Beastman charged with a roar, his momentum formidable. Lin Li sidestepped the frontal impact and punched the opponent's outer knee, causing the massive Beastman to lose balance and kneel. A second punch followed, striking squarely on the face, sending two fangs flying as the Beastman's eyes rolled back, instantly unconscious. Match against the Spirit race Yuing. Occupation Ghost Assassin specializing in stealth backstabs. Yuing entered stealth at the start, his aura completely concealed. Lin Li closed his eyes. In his origin return state, he shared Solin's observation haki. 3 seconds later, he spun abruptly and delivered an uppercut to an empty corner, hitting Yuing squarely on the chin, just as he materialized, dagger in hand, aimed for a kidney strike. Yu Ying's eyes rolled back, and he flew off, limbs stiff. Match against the Mechanical Race X09. Occupation Heavy Firepower Specialist armed with 12 energy cannons across its body. At the 3rd second of the match, all 12 cannons fired, blanketing the entire half of the arena in a net of firepower. Lin Li did not dodge. Black-red lightning surged around him as he charged through the barrage like a meteor streaking against the current. 3 consecutive punches slammed into X09's chest core. The alloy armor dented, revealing 3 distinct fist impressions. Internal circuits crackled and popped, blue sparks scattering everywhere. Match against the Serpentman race Shiva. Occupation Curse Mage. She unleashed a slow curse at the start. A faint gray light appeared on Lin Li, his movements momentarily sluggish. The Serpent Woman sneered, beginning to chant a second curse, Venom Nova. Then she saw the figure wreathed in black-red lightning, even under the slow curse's deceleration, shatter the curse's bindings like an icebreaker. In 3 strides, he crossed 30 meters and slammed his fist into the defensive barrier before her. The barrier flickered for 0.3 seconds. It shattered. The Serpent Woman was struck hard in the face and flew off with a scream. You have emerged victorious in this arena match. Base reward 10 arena points. Plundered opponent's arena points 100. Current win streak 10. System notification: your advancement mission 10 consecutive wins in the Myriad Races arena has been completed. You may proceed with your first class advancement at any time. Origin return skill effect has ended. The wild power that had surged into his limbs receded like a retreating tide. Lin Li stood still, looking down at his hands, now returned to normal. His knuckles were slightly red, a few patches of skin lightly abraded, and deep in his muscles a pleasant fatigue from exertion settled in. He wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead and let out a long white breath. That felt good. On the spectator stands. Goblin Eye. I watched from the 5th match to the 10th, and I still can't figure one thing out. Elf, what's that? Goblin, that guy named Lin Li. Is he a beast tamer or a berserker moonlighting as a beast tamer? Dwarf, I started watching from the 4th match. When our clan's warrior Ba Li got knocked flying by his punch, I thought Ba Li had gone soft from drinking too much yesterday. But after watching the 6th, 7th, and 8th matches, I now think Ba Li just getting knocked flying was already a dignified outcome. Beastman Cleft Hoof's fangs are still on the ground, not picked up yet. Mechanical Race X09's chest armor was dented with 3 fist impressions 2 centimeters deep. He applied for a factory return for repairs, but headquarters rejected it, saying the battle video was AI generated, and such damage couldn't possibly be dealt by a beast tamer himself. Dwarf, so can anyone tell me what exactly his bond with my beast skill is? Mechanical Race, I searched the database for 6 hours and found no records of any beast tamer bond skill. White light converged. Lin Li opened his eyes back in the basic restroom of Sky City. The room was still simple: a bed, a desk and chair, and a small window overlooking the outlines of floating arenas outside. He raised his hand, pulling up the system panel, his gaze settling on the number in the upper right corner. Current arena points 53260. His eyes fell on another flashing golden prompt on the panel: advancement mission completed. 1010 consecutive wins. You may proceed with your first class advancement at any time. He nodded in satisfaction. Lin Li glanced at Sky City through the window. He wanted to explore the city. After a brief rest, white light flared again. Sky City District 2. This was a main thoroughfare over 15 meters wide, stretching east and west almost beyond sight. The light faded and Lin Li stood in the middle of the street. The next second, a cacophony of sounds flooded his ears. Stir-fried goblin eggs made fresh to order, with cumin and chili powder. Eat up and stay energized all day. Hey young master, want a taste? Hot pot flavored. Hot pot flavored. Meteor Tribe's specialty milk, pure and natural for moisturizing and beautifying. Both sides were lined with various exotic food stalls, restaurants, and entertainment venues. Young master, care to come inside and take a look? A voice seductive to the bone with a lilting tail pierced through all the noise like a feather gently brushing the ear. Lin Li turned his head. To the left of the street stood a 3-story pavilion. Soft warm light filtered through translucent gauze curtains, casting the silhouettes of slender figures within into hazy outlines. At the pavilion's entrance, several exotic women leaned against the doorframe or sat half-reclined on the railing, their postures languid and alluring. The foremost one had a pair of fluffy light golden fox ears, her bushy tail swaying unhurriedly behind her. Her eyes slanted upward, and her gaze rippled like a pool of spring water. Beside her was a succubus with pale purple skin and amber-like eyes. A pair of small black bat wings were folded against her back. A faint, enigmatic smile played on her lips as she casually leaned against the doorframe, exuding an indescribable languid charm. Further inside, a ghost tribe girl with delicate little horns on her head, her face pure, yet tinged with a hint of shyness. When Lin Li's gaze swept over her, 2 rosy clouds bloomed on her fair cheeks. She lowered her eyes to avoid his look, yet couldn't help stealing another glance. "You look unfamiliar, young sir. New to Sky City." The fox-eared woman chuckled behind her hand, her voice as sweet as melted honey. "We have everything you could want here. If you're tired, you can have tea and listen to music. If you're weary, you can get a massage to relax. And if you want to chat and pass the time, there are plenty of sisters willing to keep you company." She blinked. No arena points required. Just making a friend. Lin Li pondered for a moment, but ultimately resisted the temptation. "I still have matters to attend to. Another time, sister." "All right then. Next time you must come. They'll be waiting for you, little brother." The fox-eared woman's face was a picture of feigned heartbreak, her eyes glistening as she gazed at Lin Li. Summoning immense willpower, Lin Li suppressed his urges and left, heading toward the 3rd district. Before departing, he cast a deep glance at the pavilion, etching its location firmly into his memory. Such a decadent place. Once I'm done with my business, I must come back and give it a thorough critique. Watching Lin Li's departing figure, the succubus stretched languidly. "Stinky fox, are you in heat or something? This place is an intelligence station, not that kind of establishment. What's so special about that little brat that you'd stoop to flattering him? See for yourself." The fox-eared girl shot the succubus a glare and played a magical recording. It was Lin Li's battle footage. Watching Lin Li and Zoro unleash their might, effortlessly overwhelming a bright moon expert, the succubus' mouth fell open in shock, unable to close for a long time. Sky City was divided into 4 districts. The first district was located at the city's center. It was a massive inner city that no one had ever entered, accessible only to the Lord of Sky City, the master of the sequence artifact, the Indomitable Will. The second district was the residential and entertainment zone, featuring delicacies and recreational venues from myriad races. The third district was the trading zone, filled with shops of all kinds, auction houses, equipment enhancement services, and rare ores and materials unique to the myriad races. The fourth district was the trial zone, containing various challenge stages. Those who succeeded could receive rewards from the sequence artifact, the Indomitable Will. These rewards could directly enhance one's 4-dimensional attributes, as well as grant rare items and equipment. The most precious among them was the Blessing of the Indomitable Will. Blessing of the Indomitable Will Invincible challenge special stages to obtain 1 layer of Invincible. Invincible increases attack power by 1%, stackable up to 100 layers. This thing was like a killing blade, a stackable attack buff. Even without 100 layers, stacking it to 50 layers, a 50% increase in attack power, was already a god-tier skill. However, the fourth district was only accessible to those above the Dust Star rank. Lin Li couldn't enter the fourth district yet. He arrived at the third district. This was the trading zone where street stalls, auctions, equipment crafting and enhancement, and rare specialties from various races were all exchanged. Lin Li arrived at the third district. After asking directions from several foreigners along the way, he reached the depths of the district and stopped before a building. It was a sizable standalone shop with a facade built from pale blue stone. Above the lintel, an exquisite emblem was engraved. Spirit Control Clan Sky City Branch. Lin Li pushed open the door and entered. The space inside was far more spacious than the exterior suggested. A faint grassy fragrance lingered in the air, subtle yet calming to the mind. The lighting inside was soft. The walls were lined with entire display cabinets of beast pet crystals, their different attributes shimmering in a symphony of light, as if a sea of stars had been brought indoors. "Welcome." A gentle voice came from the side. Lin Li followed the sound and saw a Spirit Control Clan woman rising from behind the counter and walking toward him. She was tall and slender, her lower body consisting of deer hooves covered in fine short fur, which made her step silent. Her upper body was no different from a human woman's, clad in a simple, elegant pale blue robe, with a head of silver gray, hair loosely tied at the back. Her pupils were a rare light emerald, and on her forehead grew a pair of delicate small horns with tips as white as jade. She gave a slight bow, her voice warm. "How may I help you, guest?" Lin Li took a pale gold card from his pocket and placed it on the counter. "I have an exchange card from your Spirit Control Clan. I've heard that with this card I can exchange for any unbound beast in your shop." The Spirit Control Clan woman picked up the card with both hands, lowered her eyes, and examined it closely. The shop fell silent for about 10 seconds. She gently slid the card back to Lin Li, sighed a new note of seriousness in her emerald eyes. This card is indeed a high-level exchange certificate issued by our clan. Its authority is complete and valid. She paused. Currently, the highest grade of beast available for exchange in our inventory is legendary high grade. May I ask what attribute of beast you require? I haven't decided yet, Lin Li said. I came today first to confirm the card is usable, and second to see what attribute types of beast you have in your shop, so I can plan my future beast system. The Spirit Control Clan woman nodded slightly, a look of understanding on her face. I see. She turned and made a please gesture. Then please follow me. I will introduce them to you one by one. The area for the beast pet displays was larger than Lin Li had imagined. Rows of waist-high crystal display cabinets were arranged in an arc, each housing a crystal sealing a beast soul with a detailed nameplate engraved below. Lin Li slowed his pace, his gaze sweeping over the cabinets. Ice Thunder Wolf King, legendary low grade. Dual attributes, ice and thunder. Within the crystal, a silvery white wolf shadow could be faintly seen with blue-white arcs of electricity dancing around its body, its posture majestic. Windfire Lion, legendary low grade. Dual attributes, wind and fire. Its mane was a blazing crimson, and pale green wind patterns coiled around its limbs. Water Poison Fire, three-headed python, legendary mid-grade. 3 attributes, water, poison, and fire. Its 3 heads were positioned on different sides, its serpentine eyes cold, as it breathed streams of energy in different hues. There were also rockshell turtles, light feather sparrows, shadow cats, crystal rock beasts. Any one of them would spark fierce competition among major powers in the human domain. Our Spirit Control Clan is the best in the endless world at raising beast pets. We are currently the only race capable of nurturing beasts with all attributes. Whether it's wind, fire, lightning, or even dual attributes, triple attributes, curses, healing, and even space and time, we can cultivate them all. You can even cultivate space and time types. Hearing this, Lin Li stopped in his tracks and looked at the Spirit Control Clan attendant with some surprise. Space is king, time is sovereign. These 2 attributes were exceedingly rare and powerful. He hadn't expected the Spirit Control Clan to be able to cultivate beasts with such attributes. Yes, but space and time are too profound. Currently, the highest grade of space-type beast we have cultivated is only legendary low grade. As for time type, they are only at rare high grade. However, our clan has recently made a breakthrough, and I believe we will soon be able to cultivate space and time beasts of higher quality. Please look this way, guest. She pointed to a relatively isolated display cabinet deeper in the exhibition area. Inside the crystal was a small, curled-up silver beast. Its translucent fur seemed to be formed of condensed mist, its eyes tightly shut, its chest and abdomen rising and falling gently with its breath. Mist-hidden beast, legendary low grade. A rare branch of the space attribute possessing short-distance spatial teleportation and aura concealment abilities. As for the time type, it's over here. She pointed to another cabinet. Time is even more mysterious than space. Currently, the highest grade of time attribute beast our clan has cultivated is only rare high grade. Inside the crystal, a small swallow with plumage the color of flowing sand was quietly preening its wings. To it, time seemed to flow slower than in the outside world. This time sand swallow can apply a deceleration or acceleration effect within a small area, but that's all it can do. Just as Lin Li was curiously observing the 2 beasts, a peculiar fluctuation emanated from the depths of the corridor on the side of the exhibition area. It was very faint, like the ripples spreading from a pebble dropped into a deep pool, but the aura was chilling. It wasn't a coldness of temperature, but a bone-penetrating chill, as if life itself was being watched by some force. Lin Li turned his head. At the end of the corridor, there was a half-open door from which dim light seeped through. A male member of the Spirit Beast clan pushed out a barely alive bird-shaped beast. It was a crow. Its entire body was pitch black without a single trace of color. Yet that darkness was not a glossy black, but rather like solidified night or extinguished ashes. Its feathers were slightly curled at the edges as if licked by flames, yet there were no signs of charring. What captivated Lin Li the most was the power that enveloped its entire body. A grayish, withering breath slowly tightened around it, resembling shriveled vines. That was the breath of a curse. He could sense it. This crow had only a few days of life left. It resembled a candle flame burned to its end, ready to extinguish at any moment. Lin Li spoke softly. The female member of the Spirit Beast clan followed his gaze, a hint of complexity flashing in her emerald eyes. Cursed crow, cursed attribute. She said in a low voice. Our clan is attempting to integrate the cursed soul power into the cursed crow's body, cultivating it as a new attribute branch. However, it seems that this batch has failed again. Cursed soul power. Lin Li looked at her with a puzzled expression. The female member of the Spirit Beast clan paused. This isn't really a secret. The Three-Eyed God clan ranked 10th on the 1,000 clans list discovered the location of the sequence artifact Cursed Soul Nail a month ago. The location of the Cursed Soul Nail is covered by an extremely domineering curse power and no one can enter. We call it Cursed Soul Power. It is currently the strongest and most tyrannical curse power in the endless world. Cursed Soul Power burns life force as fuel and can unleash the Cursed Soul Domain. Once you step into the Cursed Soul Domain, every 10 seconds you are subjected to a layer of curse buffs, bleeding, weakness, silence, blindness. No life can remain in the Cursed Soul Domain for an extended period. To obtain the Cursed Soul Nail, now all powerful races in the endless world are researching Cursed Soul Power. The Spirit Beast clan's reception side. Unfortunately, progress isn't very good. Cursed Soul Power requires burning life force as fuel. To be utilized by others requires burning life force. The stronger the life force, the greater the power, but even the Cursed Crow with its strong curse resistance cannot endure the burning speed. I see now. Lin Li withdrew his gaze. He hadn't expected there to be such a thing as Cursed Soul Power. The endless world truly has all sorts of peculiar powers. It seems necessary to learn more about this world. Otherwise one might get tripped up by some common knowledge which would truly be amusing. Lin Li spoke, changing the topic. Is there a place in Sky City that sells geography books or race encyclopedias about the endless world? The female member of the Spirit Beast clan was momentarily taken aback, then nodded, yes. There is a Wonders bookstore on the west side of the 3rd district specializing in various books and maps. If you are not familiar with the route, I can have someone guide you there. No need, I can find it myself, Lin Li replied. He nodded in thanks to the female member of the Spirit Beast clan and turned toward the store entrance. The Wonders bookstore was located in a relatively secluded alley on the west side of the 3rd district. The shop was not large and had no eye-catching sign, only a faded wooden plaque hanging by the door inscribed with a few indistinct runes. As he pushed the door open, a rich aroma of ink wafted out, the unique scent of physical books mixed with paper, leather, and time. The shopkeeper was a hunchbacked old goblin with hair and beard completely white, yet his eyes were exceptionally bright. He was dozing over a large tome that was taller than himself, slowly lifting his eyelids when he heard the door chime. What do you want? Looking at the old goblin, Lin Li felt somewhat puzzled. Not only the old goblin, but along the way in Sky City, he had seen quite a few elderly members of other races, though he hadn't paid much attention at the time. Now seeing the white-beard goblin shopkeeper, he suddenly recalled that the token in his hand had an age restriction. Boss, I remember that the token for the 10,000 races arena has an age requirement, right? You don't look like you're 30 years old. What a fuss, Sky City is so large someone has to manage it. We, under the assistance of our own clan's Chunxing stage masters, have signed contracts with the Unbeaten Will and can only operate in the 2nd and 3rd districts of Sky City, unable to participate in the arena. The goblin boss shot Lin Li a glare. Are you saying that as long as one reaches the Chunxing stage, they can have their clan sign a contract to come to Sky City? Yes. So it can be done this way. Lin Li pondered. Are you going to buy or not? The goblin boss sounded somewhat impatient. Sorry, I do want to buy. Lin Li glanced around, his gaze sweeping over rows of book spines. The 1,000 clans list the geography of the Endless World's 7th edition Chronicles of Sequence Artifacts Introduction to the Cursed School. I want a map of the Endless World. A large-scale one. Also a guide or general history regarding the basic knowledge of various races. The old goblin slowly descended from the ladder, rummaging through a shelf for a while, before pulling out 3 scrolls and books of varying thickness and placing them on the counter. The geography of the Endless World comes with an appendix covering the habitation zones of 1/6 of Zoro known races and 300 competition points. The 1,000 Races Encyclopedia 3rd edition is illustrated and easy to understand, costing 150 competition points. As for the map, he flipped through the yellowed parchment, confirming, it only has regional maps. The Endless World is too vast for anyone to draw completely. Lin Li nodded. He took out the competition point token and swiped it on the counter's rune board. Payment successful, 950 competition points. The old goblin's face brightened as he carefully wrapped the books and scrolls. Lin Li received the items, but did not leave immediately. He stood in front of the counter, his fingers unconsciously stroking the edge of the map, remaining silent for a few seconds. He suddenly spoke. Boss, have you heard of Cursed Soul Power? The old goblin did not even lift his eyelids, putting the pipe he had just stowed back into his mouth. That Cursed Soul Power. He exhaled a puff of light blue smoke. Yes, anyone who is well informed in Sky City knows. The Three-Eyed God clan found the hiding place of the Cursed Soul Nail, but they can't get in due to the Cursed Soul Domain. That place is impossible to enter. It's shrouded by the Cursed Soul Domain, and every few seconds a layer of curse buff is stacked upon you. Bleeding, blindness, slowness. If you stay too long, there are hundreds of curses even a deity cannot withstand. Later, as the news leaked, now even the races with some strength are researching how to break through that layer of curse power. He took a puff from his pipe. Unfortunately, that thing is quite sinister. Once you come into contact, your life force burns faster than paper. It is simply impossible for living beings to control. After a brief exchange with the goblin merchant, Lin Li took his leave. He departed from Sky City and returned to the human domain. As the light dissipated, Lin Li found himself back in his own house, surrounded by familiar surroundings. He opened his panel. Are you sure you wish to advance? Yes. The moment the words were uttered, a torrent of immense power surged from the depths of his being, without warning, roaring and rushing through his limbs and bones. Lin Li instinctively clenched his fists. The sensation was not pain, but an indescribable fullness. He could even clearly perceive the irreversible transformation occurring within his body, not merely an increase in strength, but an elevation of his very essence of life. At the same time, his beast-taming space trembled violently. Where Zoro was crimson and black, conquerors lightning writhed like mad dragons tearing through the misty sea. The dark green warrior robe fluttered without wind, its hem lifted by an invisible current. The three swords hummed lowly, trembling in their sheaths as if eager to be drawn and taste blood. In another beast-taming space, a different scene unfolded. Where the crimson-furred inferno bear stood, the air itself began to distort. Intense heat radiated from its colossal form. It breathed heavily, each exhale sending out streams of hot air laced with sparks. Advancement complete. The system prompt pulled Lin Li back from that mystical perception. He reopened his panel. Beast Zoro quality red, mythical superior, level 22nd turn, strength 30, 2,000 defense, 29,000 spirit, 30,000 agility, 31,000 skills, armament, hockey observation, hockey conquerors, coding, 3-sword style tiger, hunt, 3-sword style, great tiger, hunt, 3-sword style demon, 3-sword style tornado, 3-sword style, 3,000 worlds. Equipment Enma of Unity Yamakitetsu. Comprehensive combat power assessment 5/8 beast crimson-furred, inferno bear quality, red mythical superior, level 22nd turn, strength 33,000 defense, 31,000 spirit, 30,000 agility, 29,000 skills, armament, hockey, hardening observation, hockey perception, elementalization, magma, hellhound, great eruption, dog, bite, crimson lotus, meteor, volcano. Passive fire attribute attack damage amplified by 100. Fire attribute penetration increased by 65, can reach up to 100 as level increases. Comprehensive combat power assessment 5/6. No wonder it was an advancement. The comprehensive combat power had surged by 2/0 in an instant. More importantly, the level cap had been lifted. With just one more level up, he could contract a third beast and undergo the third template extraction. But glancing out the window, he saw it was already night. Seeing this, Lin Li could only suppress his eagerness and wait until the next day to continue leveling up in the dungeon. Just then, Lin Li's communicator suddenly rang. He checked the caller. It was Uncle Yi. Hello. Brat, why haven't you returned my calls? Yi Yunhei's voice carried a mix of displeasure and concern. Lin Li was taken aback. He opened his call log and saw several missed calls, all from Uncle Yi. Uncle Yi, I was busy with the advancement mission, Lin Li quickly explained. I went to Sky City and there was no signal there. The communicator fell silent for 2 seconds. Then the volume suddenly shot up by several notches. Sky City. Lin Li instinctively moved the communicator away from his ear. You're telling me you went to Sky City? Yi Yunhai enunciated each word slowly, as if squeezing them out through gritted teeth. His tone was filled with disbelief and an urgent need for confirmation. Yeah, my advancement mission was to get 10 consecutive wins in the Myriad Races Arena. Lin Li told Yi Yunhai about obtaining the Myriad Races Arena advancement mission and his experiences in Sky City. He spoke calmly, as if recounting something ordinary. But on the other end of the line, Yi Yunhei's breathing grew heavier with each word. When Lin Li mentioned that Tuli was a Luminar-level expert with over 1,000 consecutive wins, Yi Yunhai gasped sharply. When Lin Li said he had also defeated Kuhl's the Sword Servant, who had over 180 consecutive wins, Yi Yunhai let out an ambiguous grunt, as if choked or too stunned to breathe. When Lin Li finished with after that I wandered around Sky City for a while, and then came back, a long, almost stagnant silence fell over the communicator. After a long pause, Yi Yunhei's voice came through low and trembling. Good kid. Good kid. He repeated, his volume gradually rising, his voice quivering through the phone. Do you have any idea? Do you have any idea what a great thing you've accomplished? Yi Yunhai excitedly explained to Lin Li over the phone. Entering Sky City was neither too hard nor too easy. It was naturally effortless for some powerful races. But for smaller races, it was as difficult as reaching the heavens. The initial token for the Myriad Races Arena was extremely rare. Only those recognized by the sequence divine artifact, the unyielding, could obtain it. After obtaining the token, one needed 100 consecutive wins in the Myriad Races Arena to step into the Dust Star rank, which granted 10 slots. These slots allowed one to bring people of the same race into Sky City, but they were restricted to staying within Sky City. Reaching the Luminar rank granted 100 slots to stay in Sky City. Moreover, those at the Luminar rank were eligible to purchase arena tokens in Sky City, allowing members of the same race under 30 years old to participate in the Myriad Races arena for combat training. You see, Sky City was the trade hub of all races, and its value to a race's development was immeasurable in terms of mere currency. If humanity could arrange for people to enter and trade with all races purchasing scarce resources and technologies, their development speed would be greatly accelerated. It was no exaggeration to say that if humanity could enter Sky City within just 2.5 years, they could wage war against both the barbarian tribes and the Gu Yao simultaneously. Perhaps even the greatest threat to humanity, the death zone, that caused them the most worry, could find a solution. Sky City. Yi Yunhei's voice was hurried with excitement, the trade hub of all races, the meeting point of myriad clans. Do you know how many small races would kill to get in, but can't? Do you know that the goblin merchant guilds, dwarf forges, and elven weaving houses, their core technologies, rarest materials, and most advanced formations, are all in Sky City? He paused, took a deep breath as if trying to calm himself, but failing. In our human race, for 300 years, not a single person has obtained an initial token belonging to humanity. Now that we have this initial token, do you have any idea what this means? Yi Yunhei's voice rose again, this time not just with excitement, but with unrestrained ecstasy. It means we no longer have to be fleeced like fools by those goblins. It means we can trade directly with all races by technology, by scarce materials. It means there's finally a damn hope for that mess in the death zone. Yi Yunhai finally couldn't help but curse. Lin Li had known Uncle Yi for over 10 years, and he had never seen him so excited. He now resembled a person who had lost all hope, suddenly grasping a glimmer of light. Yi Yunhei's voice carried a sense of relief, almost choked with emotion. Good lad, you have truly brought me honor this time. Lin Li lowered his gaze, his fingers unconsciously tightening. Uncle Yi, don't speak, let me calm down for a moment. The sound of drinking water came through the communicator, followed by a deep sigh. This matter is too significant. Yi Yunhei's voice had regained its steadiness, yet the uncontrollable joy still overflowed from every word. I must convene a top-level meeting immediately. As for you, he paused, his tone turning unequivocal. During this time, upgrade with all your might. Resources, equipment, and access to dungeons. I will personally issue you a red tape document. I have only one request: achieve 100 consecutive victories and step into the Dust Star tier. Hearing this, Lin Li straightened his back, his voice resolute. Understood, Uncle Yi, I will guarantee the completion of the task. The call ended. Someone, immediately prepare the highest conference room for me. Yi Yunhai pushed the door open, his voice echoing through the entire corridor. Notify the heads of other districts, tell them it's a matter of great importance. Those who don't come will regret it. The dark gray walls blocked all outside signals, and the 12 rune lights suspended above the long table illuminated the room as bright as day. In the central projection area, 5 virtual figures were transitioning from ethereal to solid one by one. No, old Yi. Wei Woody's virtual image had not yet fully stabilized when his trademark loud voice penetrated the entire conference room. I'm currently battling those sons of bitches in the Goo Demon group. The Warhammer was already raised, and you just pulled me back with an emergency recall order. Do you know how fast those sons of bitches run? Give me a few more minutes, and I could have smashed that Goo Demon general's brains out. He continued speaking while maintaining the hammer-swinging posture, the virtual image even showing dark red liquid dripping from his shoulder armor, making it hard to distinguish whether it was the Goo Demon's or his own. You better have some important news, old Yi. Wei Woody lowered his arm, his rugged face filled with ferocity. Otherwise, I won't let this go. After the meeting, I will personally go to the 5th Battle District and smash those 2 jars of 200-year-old drunken immortal brew you cherish right in front of you. Yi Yunhei's eyelids twitched. Before he could speak, another virtual image solidified. It was Yun. The 2nd District had a female war goddess known for her iron-fisted control over the Death Zone defense line, now rendered all present silent. Her golden hair hung messily over her shoulders with a few strands even curling behind her head. On her face, which usually carried an imposing dignity, were 2 very conspicuous dark circles, and her eye bags were slightly swollen, emitting a lethargic aura, as if she had not slept for 3 days and was dragged up the moment she lay down. She did not even sit down but stood upright in the projection area, speaking in a calm tone that nonetheless carried a palpable intent to kill. Yi Yunhai, the Death Zone has experienced 2 large-scale distortion tides and 17 small-scale ones in the past 7 days, with the highest record being yesterday, where it lasted for 8 hours without a break. The rotation rate of our defense forces has reached a critical level, and I have already worked for 72 hours straight. She paused. Today the distortion tide finally calmed down a bit. I took a shower, had a sleep aid, lay down, and closed my eyes. I began to dream riding a horse on a vast prairie with gentle winds and warm sunshine. Yun looked at Yi Yunhai calmly. Then my communicator rang. It was your call. The conference room fell into a subtle silence. Yi Yunhai's throat moved slightly. just as he was about to speak. No need to explain. Shiryun raised her hand, interrupting him, her tone still calm. You better really have some important news. Otherwise, after the meeting, I will personally go to the 5th Battle District, and your tea sets heh. She glanced at Yi Yunhai, the corners of her mouth slightly lifting. I remember there is a set that was gifted by Elder Chun, and reportedly only 3 sets remain in the entire human race. Yi Yunhai. When the 3rd virtual image solidified, the atmosphere in the entire conference room became subtly tense once again. Fan He. This young genius, the only myth-level blacksmith of the human race, and respected as Master Fan by countless professionals in the living sector. At this moment, his appearance was even more haggard than Shiryun. He wore a pair of noticeably high-prescription black-rimmed glasses, his bloodshot eyes visible behind the lenses, and his eye sockets were slightly sunken. His hair looked like it had just endured a localized typhoon, sticking up in tufts with a few strands covered in silver-gray debris that resembled metallic powder. Fan He's collar was askew, his sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing fresh burned scars and dark purple marks left by rune backlash on his exposed arms. He even held a semi-finished weapon model in his hand, and the virtual image faithfully captured the tiny cracks still emitting smoke on the model. Director Yi. Fan He's voice was hoarse, carrying the exhaustion of countless nights. I am currently tackling the final enchantment process of a piece of equipment. Just now I accidentally dripped the fusion agent on the most critical energy circuit node. Fan He paused. Your call came in, and my hand shook. The fusion agent dripped awry. The energy circuit collapsed, and 7 days of hard work went to waste. He took off his glasses and slowly wiped the lenses. I hope this news is worth the trouble of staying up for another 7 nights. Yi Yunhai felt his back begin to sweat. Buzz, 2 new virtual images solidified simultaneously. Shin Baohua. Ming Ci. Ming Ci remained shrouded in shadow combat gear, her face obscured by an optical camouflage mask revealing no expression. She merely tilted her head slightly, directing her featureless mask towards Yi Yunhai. Elder Chun maintained his steady demeanor with the starry sword insignia on his epaulets gleaming coldly under the rune lights. His calm gaze swept over everyone present, lingering for a moment on Shiryun's dark circles and Fan He's disheveled hair, before finally settling on Yi Yunhai. Yunhai. The old marshal's voice was not loud, yet it instantly silenced the entire conference room. Everyone is here. Speak. Wei Wuti rolled up his sleeves. Shiryun squinted her eyes. Fan He adjusted his clean glasses back on his nose, and Elder Chun placed his hands neatly on the table. 6 pairs of eyes all fell sharply on Yi Yunhai. He took a deep breath. He struggled to suppress the surging excitement within, keeping his voice as steady as possible, yet the tone still betrayed him, rising slightly, and the corners of his mouth could not help but lift. After all, his own child had accomplished a momentous feat this time. Lin Li. He paused. Lin Li has been recognized by the sequence artifact Unyielding Will. He obtained the initial token for the arena of all races. He has entered Sky City. Silence. The conference room was so quiet that the faint hum of the runic lamps became audible. Wei Wuti remained frozen mid-gesture, his arm suspended in the air, utterly motionless. Shiryun's squinted eyes snapped open, her pupils contracting slightly. Fan He's hand, adjusting his glasses, halted in midair. Ming Sis' expressionless mask seemed to tilt forward by a few millimeters. Marshal Chun Baoguo's hands remained clasped, but his 2 thumbs brushed against each other imperceptibly for a split second. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. The others began to doubt if they had misheard. Until, what did you say? Wei Wuti, the 4th War Zone commander, a battle-hardened general renowned for his booming voice, now spoke with a barely concealed, trembling tremor. Say that again. Old Yi, say that goddamn thing again. Lin Li. Yi Yunhai spoke each word with deliberate clarity, his gaze earnest. He gained the recognition of the sequence artifact Indomitable, will obtain the initial token for the Myriad Races arena, and entered Sky City. He took a deep breath and delivered the final blow. Moreover, he has already achieved 10 consecutive victories. During the arena battles, he defeated 2. Mark this. 2 prodigies of the Myriad Races who possessed the lunar step cultivation. Boom. The words detonated like a nuclear bomb in everyone's hearts. Impossible. Wei Wuti shot up from his seat, his aura erupting uncontrollably. The holographic projection flickered into a mosaic of pixels from the burst of his energy, stabilizing only after a second. He leaned forward, hands gripping the edge of the conference table, his eyes bulging like copper bells nearly leaping from their sockets. Lunar step. The lunar step that requires 1,000 consecutive wins to attain. You're telling me that Brat Lin Li defeated 2 opponents at the lunar step? Just a few days since his class advancement. How old is he? He. Cough, cough. He couldn't continue. Overwhelmed by emotion, he choked on his own saliva. Shiryun slowly lowered her folded arms. The fatigue on her face seemed swept away by a potent stimulant. Her dark circles remained, but her eyes blazed with startling brilliance. Are you certain, Yi Yunhai? Her voice was low, carrying a weightier, more solemn gravity. Do you understand what this means? I am certain. Yi Yunhei's voice brimmed with pride as he met her gaze and produced a photograph. The photo showed the myriad races arena token. Silence. Wei Wudi's mouth hung open like a beached fish. Shi Yun's eyebrows arched to an unprecedented height. Fan He's glasses slid down his nose, and he made no move to push them back. Ming Si's mask remained impassive, but her fingers, the hand that had been resting quietly on the table's edge, turned pale at the knuckles. Marshal Chen Baoguo remained silent. Yet his spine straightened subtly, almost imperceptibly. The full account. Chen Lao spoke, his voice steady, but laced with unprecedented urgency. From beginning to end, every single detail. Yunhai, you tell us. The others also fixed their eyes on Yi Yunhai, eager to hear the complete story. Meeting those expectant gazes, Yi Yunhai couldn't help but puff out his chest. After all, this was a great deed accomplished by his own. A grin tugged at his lips, and with a tone tinged with pride and a hint of showing off, he recounted the entire incident in detail. 5 minutes later, the conference room fell into silence once more. But this silence was entirely different from before. The previous one was a blank void of shock. This one was a silence born of overwhelming information, too intense to process, requiring time to digest every fragment. After a long moment, good. Fan He was the first to speak. His voice remained hoarse, but beneath the rasp was an irrepressible tremor, not of fear, but of exhilaration. Good, good. He shouted 3 goods in succession, abruptly rising from his seat. The holographic image wobbled violently from his movement, but he was oblivious. He braced his hands on the table's edge, his glasses askew, his hair messier, than ever, his bloodshot eyes now burning with terrifying intensity. Sky City, it's the trade hub of all races. It's the true nexus of resource circulation in the endless world. How many rare materials, how many technologies, how many pieces of equipment and artifacts we've only heard the names of but never touched. They all circulate in Sky City. Why can the Goblin Chamber demand exorbitant prices from us? Because they have access to Sky City. But we don't. We can only fork out a fortune to buy. His voice rose higher and higher, nearly a roar. Not anymore. We have our own man inside. We have our own gateway now. Those core materials I'm missing are nothing rare in Sky City. With enough money and arena points, we can just buy them directly. No more being fleeced by the goblins. No more paying dozens of times the price to beg those vampires. He took a deep breath, removed his glasses, and rubbed his brow vigorously, trying to calm himself. But his hands trembled, and so did his voice. That mythic-grade weapon. If I have all the materials, I'm confident I can complete it in a short time. At the very least, it will be able to suppress a high-ranking mythic lower-tier enemy heathen. Shi Yun slowly rose to her feet as well. Her exhaustion still clung to her delicate face, and her dark circles hadn't vanished, but her posture had changed. No longer was she the listless figure who had been forcibly roused. Instead, she exuded a coiled readiness, a stance poised for battle. Her voice was calm, but her speech was at least 30% faster than usual. Sky City has the most comprehensive intelligence trading system. The true origin of the death zone, the nature of that thing, in its core the cause of the eruption tides. For years we've spent countless resources patching together fragments from the Goblin Chamber and other channels, only ever seeing the tip of the iceberg. She looked at Yi Yunhai, her eyes sharp as blades. If we can purchase intelligence directly from Sky City, if we can communicate face-to-face with races that have dealt with the death zone. Yi Yunhai, do you grasp what this means? Yi Yunhai nodded. Of course he understood. The death zone expanded every year, and humanity had been crushed under its pressure for 300 years. For 3 centuries, countless ancestors had pressed forward, filling the void with flesh and blood, testing with their lives. They didn't even know what they were fighting against. Only that where the ashen white mist spread, life was extinguished, and all things turned to dust. If they finally had the chance to understand their true enemy. Yi Yunhei's fist slowly clenched under the table. Perhaps they could resolve the calamity of the death zone, and humanity would no longer have to pay the devastating price of relocation. At the thought that the death-forbidden zone might finally be resolved, leaving humanity with no further worries, and enabling the entire race to soar to new heights, the few of them couldn't help but clench their fists. That kid Lin Li had indeed accomplished something monumental. Wei Wudi, Shi Yun, Fan He, and Ming Si stared at Lin Li's photograph in the center of the projector, their eyes brimming with astonishment. Ha ha, as expected of someone from my 4th district. This kid has really done me proud. He'll head over to the 5th district later, give him a few $100 million in pocket money, and treat him to a massage at the finest club as a reward. Overcome with joy, Wei Wudi slammed the table and stood up. You're full of crap. When did that Lin kid ever belong to your 4th district? Shi Yun erupted in fury. Didn't we agree to decide his placement after the 3-race tournament? Are you trying to snatch him away now? What difference does it make? Old Yi and I are close. He'll naturally come to my side. Shi Yun let out a cold laugh. That's not certain. She turned to Yi Yunhai, her tone suddenly softening by 8 degrees. Old Yi, you mentioned before that you had feelings for that woman from the Zhou family. I can help set you up. She just became single again and is considering remarrying. Yi Yunhai. Sure Yun. You. This is the Supreme Council. What nonsense are you spouting? Wei Wudy nearly flipped the table. Despicable. Too despicable. How can you stoop to such low tactics? This is called strategy, Sure Yun said calmly. Fan He silently adjusted his glasses, refraining from joining the quarrel, but muttered under his breath, actually, I also have a cousin who's around Lin Li's age. Shut up. Wei Wudy and Sure Yun shouted in unison. Marshal Chen Baohua had remained silent all along. He sat at the head of the table, hands folded back straight. On his face, weathered by 300 years of storms and etched with the marks of countless battles, no expression could be discerned. But his eyes, those aged yet still piercing eyes which had witnessed humanity's darkest era, without ever wavering, were now moist. It was faint, just a barely perceptible sheen of water that vanished quickly as he blinked, as if it had never been. He looked at Lin Li's standard photo in the center of the projector, the youth whom Wei Wudy and Sure Yun were bickering over. He stared at that picture for a long silent moment. Then he spoke slowly, Yunhai. His voice was not loud, even gentle. But the entire meeting room fell silent instantly. Wei Wudy stopped talking. Sure Yun lowered her folded arms. Fan He straightened his glasses. Ming Xiai, whose mask had always shown no expression, turned slightly toward Old Chun. Yi Yunhai stood at attention. Old Chun. Chen Baohua did not speak immediately. He rose slowly. The old man who had upheld humanity's survival for 3 centuries now stood ramrod straight. His shoulders were still broad, his spine still straight, and his hands, which had endured countless brushes with death and witnessed the departure of innumerable comrades, pressed firmly against the table's edge. He looked at everyone. 300 years. His voice was soft, as if murmuring to himself. 300 years. He repeated. We came from Blue Star to this world, and upon arrival we encountered an outbreak of the death-forbidden zone. Within 3 months, 80% of our population was lost. My teachers, my comrades, my family, all gone. I was 27 that year. I had just awakened my class, knowing nothing, only able to hold my sword and tremble. His gaze drifted past the others, as if seeing far into the distant past. Later we survived. We built the first defense line, erected the first city, advanced, leveled up, fought, and died. 1 generation fell, and the next took their place. We fought the barbarians, the goo demons, and the endless mutated monsters from the Forbidden Zone that could never be eradicated. We lost many times and buried countless people, but we never surrendered. He withdrew his gaze and looked back at the young face on the projection. 300 years. We've been waiting for an opportunity, a chance to break the deadlock, escape the plight, and ensure our descendants no longer live under this shadow. His voice paused slightly. Then he smiled. It was a rare smile from Marshal Chen Baohua, the iron-willed and stern leader of humanity. The smile was faint, merely a slight upturn of his lips with deep creases forming at the corners of his eyes. But that joy spread from the depths of his eyes across his entire face, carrying a relief suppressed for 300 years, a chance to finally breathe a little easier. Now that opportunity has arrived. He looked at Yi Yunhai. Yunhai. Yi Yunhai instinctively straightened his back. Yes. Issue the order. Chen Baohua's voice returned to its usual steadiness, but every word carried weight. From this moment onward, all of humanity's strategic resources are to be unconditionally allocated to Lin Li. His advancement, materials, equipment needs, and spirit beast cultivation, whatever he asks for, provide it. If the public treasury lacks it, transfer it from the war zone stockpiles. If the stockpiles lack it, mobilize all of humanity's life professions to craft it. If it can't be crafted, send people to trade or purchase from other races. If they refuse, infiltrate enemy territory to seize it. All dungeons are to be permanently open to him for free. No queuing required. He can enter anytime, any place. Assign dedicated personnel to assist with material exchange, equipment transactions, and other errands. His personal security level is to be raised to the highest tier. Dispatch high-level elite assassin squads from the 6th war zone to provide 24-hour covert protection. They must not interfere with his daily life or combat, but they must ensure he faces no threats within human territory. From today onward, he is humanity's highest priority strategic figure. His life takes precedence over mine. Old Chun enunciated each word. Tell him that all of humanity stands behind him. The meeting room was so quiet that only breaths could be heard. Yi Yunhai's Adam's apple bobbed as he nodded firmly. Yes. Wei Wudy said nothing. He just stood there staring at the young face on the projection, his fists clenching and unclenching, unclenching and clenching. His eyes were slightly red, but he blinked hard to suppress the sting. Sure Yun turned her face away and quickly wiped the corner of her eye with her hand. Fan He lowered his head, pushing up his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses unreadable. Ming Xiai still wore her expressionless mask, but her hand, which had been resting quietly on the table's edge, was now gripping the corner tightly, fiercely. 300 years. Humanity finally had a chance. Old Chen sat back down. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he added, During this time, make sure he focuses entirely on leveling up. After the 3-race tournament, he must achieve 100 consecutive victories as soon as possible and step into the Dust Star rank. Yunhai, you must take good care of him. He is now the hope of humanity's rise. If he's happy, even if he wants to be your father, you can't refuse. Got it. Marshal Chen's face was utterly serious, showing no hint of a joke. Hearing this, Yi Yunhei's face turned green on the spot. Old Chun, that's going too far. Ha ha. Wei Wudy and Shi Yun burst out laughing on the spot. This meeting room, which determined the direction of humanity's progress, and was where its highest leaders gathered, had always been marked by solemn gravity. But ever since Lin Li emerged, it had gained no small amount of joy. The next day in Taishan City, morning sunlight streamed through the dome's glass ceiling, casting slanted beams of light across the smooth floor. The dungeon hall was already bustling with activity. Shouts of team formation, the clatter of equipment trades, and greetings among acquaintances merging into a cacophony of noise. Outside the Necromancer Wasteland dungeon room, Zhao Xiaoyu clasped her hands before her chest, nervously staring at the dungeon crystal floating on its pedestal. Every few seconds, she would glance sideways at the leaderboard display screen beside her. Her heart was in her throat. Her nervousness was understandable. This dungeon, the Necromancer Wasteland, was a level 30 large-scale team dungeon for 100 players. Yet now Lin Li had entered it alone. The standard configuration requires 100 professionals above level 30, equipped with a complete tank damage dealer healer and control system, working in precise coordination to conquer it. The major guilds of Taishan City had been organizing raids for years, with the fastest record still taking over 3 hours. Yet now there was only one person inside. This can't be possible, right? Among the gathered onlookers nearby, a young hunter clad in leather armor scratched his head. He pointed at the dungeon crystal, his face twisted in a conflicted expression that screamed, I admire Lin Shen deeply, but this is just too absurd. 100-man raid. That's an undead army. A single charge brings thousands of skeletons. If the tank can't hold them, it's a wipe. Ooh, if the healer can't keep up, it's a wipe. No matter how strong Lin Shen is, he's alone with no healer and no shield. How can he tank? How can he hold aggro? How can he? He couldn't go on. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but the more he talked, the more he felt he was questioning someone who needed no questioning, yet his reason told him this was indeed impossible. I think it's a bit risky too. A mage girl in a robe chimed in softly beside him. My cousin is in Dragon Soul, one of the top 10 guilds. Last time they organized new members to raid the undead wasteland, even with dozens of veterans, they got wiped 5 times before clearing it. Can Lin Shen really do it alone? Humph. A cold snort cut off their discussion. The crowd turned to look. Zhao Wen, the genius from Taishan City No. 2 High School, the legendary mid-grade profession Blaze Blade Warrior, stood with arms crossed and chin slightly raised. He swept his gaze over everyone present with a look that said, you frogs at the bottom of a well dare to question my Lin Shen. A bunch of narrow-minded fools. He spoke contemptuously, I don't know about others, but since Lin Gu chose to go in, he naturally has his reasons. He paused, his gaze shifting to the dungeon crystal, his tone carrying a hint of almost fanatical reverence. A being on Lin Gu's level can no longer be measured by our common sense. You think it's impossible because your cognitive ceiling is too low. Where Lin Gu's ceiling is, I don't know, but it's definitely higher than this lousy dungeon. The crowd exchanged glances. Someone wanted to retort, open their mouth, but thought better of it. Zhao Wen was now Lin Shen's most devoted #1 fan. He had even founded a fan guild for Lin Li, handing out membership forms to everyone he met, saying, Lin Gu is a god. You mere mortals should kneel and worship. It was almost like a cult leader recruiting followers. Inside the undead wasteland dungeon, the gray-white sky hung low like a lid, with no sun, no clouds, only an eternal, deathly gloom. The wind was cold, but not the biting cold of snow and ice. It was a bone-penetrating chill, as if life itself were being slowly drained away by something. Beneath their feet stretched an endless wasteland. No grass, no trees, only undulating gray hills and scattered bones weathered beyond recognition. The distant horizon was shrouded in a thick, gray mist within which something seemed to writhe. Lin Li stood atop a relatively high hill, his gaze sweeping across this dead world before him. Sauron stood 3 meters to his left, 3 swords sheathed atop a massive rock. His hollow eye sockets gazed into the distance, his red soul fire burning calmly. Akainu the bear stood to his right, maintaining his signature cocky posture. He wore a navy cap, a rose on his chest, arms crossed, a cigar that never burned out clamped between his teeth. The white cape with the word justice emblazoned on the back fluttered loudly in the wind. From his nostrils, wisps of hot air laced with sparks occasionally billowed, forming small warm eddies in the chilly air. Dungeon quest start, annihilate the undead army. Crack, crack, crack. The ground of the wasteland began to fissure. A pale skin and bone hand emerged from the cracked earth, gripping the edge of the crevice. Then a second, a third, a fourth. One after another, undead creatures burst forth from the ground. The first to crawl out were a horde of skeleton warriors wielding rusted iron swords and bone shields with eerie green phosphorescent flames burning in their eye sockets. Their movements were initially stiff, but the moment their feet touched the ground it was as if some power infused them, making them agile and ferocious. Next came the zombies. Rotten flesh hung from their bones, some even dragging half-broken spines as they crawled. They weren't as fast as the skeletons, but they were far more numerous, densely filling the view. Then the ghosts. Translucent floating spirits that let out silent shrieks converging from all directions to surround them. Wave after wave, each denser than the last. Within mere tens of seconds, the undead army had filled the entire visible expanse. A rough estimate put them at over 10,000. It's all yours, Akainu. Lin Li raised his hand and pointed forward. Roar. Akainu the bear growled a low response. Then he stepped forward. With his first step, the gray frozen soil beneath him hissed and began to melt, turning black. With the second step, his body began to swell. The third, the fourth. By the time Akainu took his 10th step, he was no longer the three-turtle-caped bear. Instead, he had become a magma bear over 50 meters tall, with scorching lava flowing over his body each step, leaving a massive charred footprint on the ground. He stood in the center of the wasteland like a fallen sun. The chilling aura within hundreds of meters was swept away by his heat. The air distorted from the high temperature, and the gray-white sky seemed tinged with a dark red from the searing heat rising off his body. Roar! Akainu let out an earth-shaking roar. His arms suddenly spread wide, the magma on his body blazing even brighter, the temperature spiking again. The skeleton warriors that drew near, still tens of meters away, found their bones beginning to melt and soften, eventually crumbling into charred fragments. The zombies fared worse. Their rotting flesh ignited on contact with the heat, turning into a cluster of moving torches, howling and rolling on the ground until they burned to ash. When the undead army finally pushed through the heat to within 20 meters of Akainu, they were met by two enormous fists made entirely of magma. Great eruption barrage. Akainu's arms worked like two tireless siege cannons, punching again and again, unleashing a furious barrage in all directions. Each punch sent a magma fist over 5 meters in diameter, flying out trailing black smoke and sparks crashing into the densest clusters of the undead army. Boom, 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 boom. The explosions were ceaseless. Every magma orb that landed erupted into a blazing flower of heat, its shockwaves spreading in a ring, flipping, melting, and vaporizing all undead creatures within dozens of meters. Skeleton warriors were crushed into bone dust. Zombies were burned to cinders. Ghosts were evaporated into nothing by the searing heat. Liches, before they could even cast a spell, were swept away with their staves in the torrent of magma. In just a few seconds, nearly half of the 10th Sand-strong undead army had been annihilated. Those undead that narrowly escaped the first wave of bombardment had no chance to catch their breath. Just as they scrambled up from the aftermath of the explosions, ready to charge forward again, a sound of air being torn apart came from above. Then they looked up at the sky, a dark crimson sky. Countless enormous burning fists of magma were plummeting from the heavens. Meteor volcano, one of Akainu's ultimate long-range area effect skills. The gigantic magma fists in the sky rained down. Boom, 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 boom. The entire wasteland trembled. Every magma fist that struck the ground created a massive crater where lava churned and searing heat soared into the air. The undead hit were instantly vaporized. Those flung into other craters were scorched, melted, and torn apart. Hell. This was hell. The undead army that once ravaged this wasteland and devoured countless adventurers now fled, wailed, and perished like helpless ants across this land baptized by magma. In just a few minutes, the tens of thousands of undead were reduced to fewer than 1,000, and the numbers kept dwindling. Boom. A roar far deeper and more earth-shaking than before echoed from the depths of the wasteland. Lin Li narrowed his eyes. In the distance, a massive mound of earth suddenly exploded. Rubble and dust shot into the sky. Amid the smoke, a colossal figure slowly rose. It was a skeleton over 100 meters tall, its entire frame composed of some dark golden bone. Its head was as large as a house, and within its eye sockets burned two ghostly green flames 100 times more intense than those of ordinary skeletons. Between its ribs, deathly energy coiled so densely it almost solidified, writhing like living things and emitting a grating hiss. In its right hand it gripped an equally massive bone sword, exuding a suffocating pressure. It stood there like a mountain. A moving, slaughtering mountain. Titan skeleton, Lord level. Level 30, second class advancement. Health 2000002000000. Skills Death Stomp, Giant Sword, Sweep, Undead, Command, Bone Armor. Combat Power 3000000. It lowered its head, its flaming green gaze locking onto the distant magma bear that was mercilessly slaughtering its subjects. Then it took a step. One step. Thud. The earth quaked violently, and a shockwave spread outward from its landing point, sending undead hundreds of meters away staggering. 2 steps. Thud. The ground cracked fissures spreading like a spiderweb, and even the magma-filled craters shuddered to a halt. 3 steps. Thud. It began to accelerate. That mountain-sized frame now charged toward Akainu with a speed utterly at odds with its bulk. Every step was an earthquake. Every breath summoned new undead from beneath the earth. It came, with the force to annihilate everything. Roar. Akainu looked up at the approaching behemoth. There was no fear in its eyes. Only disdain. It was about to charge forward when boom. A sonic boom rang out. Zoro moved. Beneath his feet the hard rock shattered from his explosive power. A sonic boom tore through the air. That emerald-green figure transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the titan skeleton, the distance closing rapidly. His teeth clenched around the Enma, sword grinding audibly. 9 mountains, 8 seas form one world, gather 1,000 worlds to form a small world. This world multiplies by 3, nothing I cannot cut. Sensing the deadly threat, the titan skeleton's soul flames shrank violently as it raised its great sword to strike at Zoro. 3 sword-style secret art, 1 great/great universe. Clang. It wasn't an explosive roar, but a blade scream so sharp it could tear the soul. The airflow from the slash whipped up a hurricane. 200000. The crimson damage number slowly faded in midair. The titan skeleton's colossal body, along with its 10 soft-meter-long bone great sword, was cleaved in 2 by Zoro's great universe. The titan skeleton let out a pained howl as its upper half crashed to the ground with a thunderous boom. System log updated. Your level has risen to 24. Your contracted beast Zoro's level has risen to 24. Your contracted beast Akainu Berserk Bear's level has risen to 24. Congratulations, you have cleared the 100-player raid Undead Wasteland. Calculating instance rewards. High-grade energy stones x 35, mid-grade energy stones x 58, low-grade energy stones x 75. Shadow Dagger legendary low-grade. Strength 1000. Agility 1500. Backstab attack power increased by 10. A Shadow Step skill cooldown reduced by 10. Banshee Ring legendary low-grade. Spirit 2000. Spirit recovery speed 20. Can generate a magical shield that blocks 1 spell or item attack, cooldown 24 hours. Bone Set rare high-grade. Bone Cleaver rare mid-grade. Bone Heavy Shield rare mid-grade. To be fair, this 100-player raid not only gave ample experience boosting him 4 levels at once, but also dropped plenty of equipment. 2 pieces of legendary low-grade gear, and over a dozen rare items. The Banshee Ring was useful to him. If Head had it during his fight with the Sword Slave Culls, he wouldn't have been dragged into the dual domain. However, opening this 100-player raid was genuinely expensive. It cost 30 high-grade energy crystals, each time roughly 30 million. But Lin Li didn't need to worry about that. As a human, all instances were free for him. Jumping 4 levels in a row, he could now draw templates again. Lin Li couldn't wait to start drawing. System draw a template. Drawing. Successful. Please choose 1 template from the following. Fruit legendary mid-grade. Allows any part of the body to become a sharp blade. The body can become as hard as steel, including internal organs, granting high resistance to physical attacks. Blade-Eye's limbs can freely stretch and deform for flexible tactical attacks. Spring Fruit rare high-grade. Allows any part of the body to become a spring that freely stretches, storing elastic potential energy by compressing the spring. When released, it converts into powerful kinetic energy. The longer the compression, the more stored energy, the stronger the attack. Bird Fruit mythical beast model Phoenix. Mythical mid-grade. Allows transformation into the legendary Phoenix, possessing immense vitality. The body is wreathed in life, representing cyan flames, nearly immortal. Rejuvenation Flame after injury, covering with cyan flames, allows instant recovery. Can be used on others to enhance their life recovery rate. A glint of surprise flashed in Lin Li's eyes as he drew the immortal Phoenix. He now possessed the Crimson Rage Bear for group attacks and Zoro for single combat, so he was not lacking in offensive power. What he truly needed were some auxiliary spirit beasts to form a balanced offensive and defensive system. The immortal Phoenix's formidable undying regeneration and healing abilities were indeed the perfect auxiliary capability. Wait a moment. A sudden thought struck Lin Li, and he fixed his gaze intently on the description of the immortal Phoenix fruit. Possessing an incredibly powerful life force, it was almost immortal. Lin Li's heart began to pound wildly as he considered a possibility. What should he do? Should he take the gamble? But if he failed, he would ruin a precious mythical beast-type fruit. Yet if he succeeded, the reward would be heaven-defying. Hesitation and conflict flickered in Lin Li's eyes. He pondered for a long time, then finally clenched his teeth and made a decision. Great fortunes are won through peril. He would bet on it. The dungeon portal opened, and Lin Li stepped through, leaving the nether wasteland behind. He's out. Lord Lin is out. As he emerged from the portal, Lin Li was greeted by a cacophony of noise. Look, the leaderboard has updated. My god, Lord Lin is absolutely insane. Nether Wasteland 100-person raid dungeon clear leaderboard first. No team solo student ID 6395 time 01547 second. Swift Wind Guild 100-person team time 033345 third. Dragon Sword Guild 100-person team time 0217. A collective gasp erupted. The crowd exploded. 20 minutes. 100-person raid. Cleared solo in 20 minutes. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Pinch me. Quick pinch me. My god, he's over 10 times faster than the second place team. Monster. This guy's a goddamn monster. 1 man equals 100. Truly, 1 person is an entire army. Lord Lin. Lord Lin. Lord Lin. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Those who had been questioning the impossibility moments before now had flushed faces as they surged forward, desperate to get closer to the idol in the baseball cap and plain black tracksuit. I told you all. Since Brother Lin chose to go in, he had a plan. You just wouldn't believe it. Zhao Wen stood at the front of the crowd, arms crossed, his chin held higher than anyone else's. He glanced sideways at the crowd who had been doubting him earlier but were now filled with admiration. A smug smile of "I knew it all along" played on his lips. Brother Lin, you're amazing. Zhao Xiaoyu was the first to rush up, her cheeks flushed, fine beads of sweat from her earlier nervousness still glistening on her forehead. She held out a bottle of water with both hands, her eyes shining like stars. Have some water. Are you tired? Do you need to rest? Lin Li took the water, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. The warm liquid soothed the lingering chill from the dungeon. It's fine, not too tiring. What do you mean not too tiring? A young man dressed as a warrior couldn't help but exclaim. That was a 100-person raid. When our guild was raiding it, we got wiped over and over. And you cleared it in 20 minutes saying it's not too tiring. Exactly. His teammate chimed in. Lord Lin, are you even human? Lin Li. He paused for a second, deciding not to answer that question. Lin Li walked out of the dungeon room and headed to a nearby rest area with Zhao Xiaoyu. Oh, by the way. He turned to Zhao Xiaoyu and took a few items from his storage space. I have a batch of equipment and materials here. Could you help me handle them? Zhao Xiaoyu immediately switched into work mode, pulling out a notepad and pen. She nodded seriously. No problem, Brother Lin. The usual procedure? Yeah, handle it as you see fit. Okay. Zhao Xiaoyu took the equipment, her gaze quickly scanning over them. Bone set, rare, high grade. Wait. Her eyes suddenly widened. That faint yet utterly unmistakable gleam of gold. Be Brother Lin. Her voice trembled. Thighs is. In her hand was a dagger. Shadow dagger, legendary, low grade. A legendary piece of equipment. Zhao Xiaoyu murmured, her voice dazed. This is the first time in my life I've ever touched a legendary item. She carefully held the dagger up to the light, turning it over and over her face, bearing an expression of near reverence. Lin Li watched her and couldn't help but smile. All right. Suddenly remembering something, Zhao Xiaoyu quickly put the dagger down and pulled a slip of paper from her bag. Brother Lin, all the materials and equipment you asked me to trade last time have been taken care of. I just transferred the money to your account. Check if it's arrived. Lin Li opened his communicator and glanced at it. Account balance change alert, 4600 Xia coins have been credited. 46 million. He raised an eyebrow. He had estimated the batch would sell for around 41 million. He hadn't expected Zhao Xiaoyu to get him an extra 5 million. The girl certainly had skills. He looked up at Zhao Xiaoyu. Zhao Xiaoyu was looking back at him, her eyes sparkling like a puppy waiting for its owner's praise. Lin Li thought for a moment. He lowered his head and tapped on his communicator a few times. A few seconds later, ding. Zhao Xiaoyu's communicator chimed. She instinctively looked down. Transfer notice, user Lin Li has transferred 500 Xia coins to you. Zhao Xiaoyu's eyes went wider than when she saw the legendary ring. 500,000. Thanks for your hard work. Consider it a tip. She jerked her head up, lips trembling, face flushed bright red. Brother Lin. Thighs is too much. Just did a small favor. You did a great job. You earned it. Lin Li put away his communicator and smiled. Take it. He'll need to trouble you again in the future. Brother Lin. Zhao Xiaoyu couldn't hold back any longer. She suddenly lunged forward and grabbed Lin Li's arm. The soft, warm touch of the young girl instantly enveloped his arm. Thank you, Brother Lin. Long live Lord Lin. Zhao Xiaoyu was so excited she was incoherent, hanging her entire weight on Lin Li's arm, rubbing her head against his shoulder. The softness on his arm shifted as Zhao Xiaoyu moved excitedly, and he could faintly smell a light scent of shampoo. Lin Li squinted, enjoying the sensation, thinking to himself that the girl looked slim but had quite a figure. What he didn't know was that from somewhere on the 5th floor of the dungeon lobby, a pair of azure blue eyes was staring down at him with a cold, penetrating gaze. Yi Qingying, clad in a battle suit bearing faint traces of combat, had evidently just emerged from a dungeon. She stood motionless at the railing on the 5th floor. Her exquisitely beautiful face was utterly devoid of expression, yet her right hand gripped the railing beside her, a railing forged from refined iron. Now between her fingers it began to cave inward at an excruciatingly slow, yet unstoppable pace. A faint metallic crackling sound seeped through her grip. On the railing's surface 5 distinct finger imprints were deeply embedded into the iron, the edges curling into sharp metal shards. Her gaze was fixed unwaveringly on someone's arm. The dent grew larger and larger. The iron railing twisted, squeezed, and deformed in her hand like putty. Lin Li, who had been basking in contentment with half-closed eyes, suddenly felt a chill crawl down his spine, making him shudder. He opened his eyes and glanced around suspiciously. Unfortunately, due to the angle, he couldn't see Yi Qingying's current expression. Otherwise, he would have been terrified out of his wits. Yi Qingying let out a soft breath. Only after that figure finally withdrew its arm and strode swiftly away from the dungeon center did Yi Qingying look away. She lowered her head, gazing at the twisted lump of metal wreckage in her hand. A massive gap marred the railing, its jagged edges as if torn apart by some immense force. She tossed the scrap metal aside. The scrap clattered against the floor with a dull thud. Yi Qingying pulled out her phone and checked the delivery time. A glint of determination flashed in her sapphire blue eyes. She turned and strode away swiftly, her silvery white hair tracing a cool arc through the air. Her pace was unhurried, yet carried an indescribable pressure. Passers-by instinctively stepped aside. No one dared to meet her gaze. Sky City District 2 Street. A flash of white light. Lin Li's figure materialized in the midst of the bustling street, surrounded by the familiar sounds of hawkers. Without lingering, Lin Li headed straight for District 3. Sky City District 3 Spirit Beast Shop. Pushing open the door, he was greeted by the familiar faint fragrance of grass and wood. Inside, the atmosphere was as gentle and tranquil as ever. Beast crystals on the walls emitted colorful glows, as if a sea of stars had been captured within the room. A young spirit tamer receptionist rose from behind the counter, her emerald eyes brightening slightly at the sight of the visitor. She approached with a professional smile. "Sir, you're here again. Have you decided which spirit beast to redeem?" Lin Li nodded. He placed the pale gold spirit tamer redemption card on the counter. "You mentioned before that with this card I can redeem any beast available in your shop, right?" The young spirit tamer took the card, examined it carefully, confirmed its authenticity, and nodded. "Yes, sir. All unbound spirit beasts in our current inventory can be redeemed with this card." "Good." Lin Li pocketed the card and met her eyes calmly. "Is that cursed crow still here?" "It is," she replied instinctively, then paused, her movements freezing. She looked up, a flicker of surprise in her emerald eyes as realization dawned. "Sir, do you mean you want that cursed crow?" "What? Can't I redeem it?" "No, although such experimental subjects aren't sold to the public, your redemption card is an exception." The young spirit tamer stared at Lin Li, her emerald eyes brimming with confusion and doubt. "But sir, that cursed crow's life force has been eroded by cursed soul energy. It has at most 3 days left to live. It's barely hanging on by a thread and could, I know." Lin Li cut her off with a smile. "I have my reasons. Just take me to it." The words died in the young spirit tamer's throat. She studied Lin Li's earnest, unserious gaze. After a long pause, she let out a soft sigh. "Very well, sir. Please follow me." She led Lin Li through the beast exhibition area and down a familiar corridor. At the end stood a half-open door. Pushing it open revealed a modest room with a work table at its center. On the table sat a special metal cage inscribed with multiple life runes. Inside the cage huddled a bird. It was pitch black, its feathers disheveled with several patches bare, exposing gray, lifeless skin beneath. Its eyes were half-closed, its eyelids twitching faintly, a sign of lingering consciousness. Its chest rose and fell with agonizing slowness. Each breath seemed to drain all its strength. A faint gray, decaying aura clung to it like an oil lamp whose fuel had nearly run dry, the flame still flickering stubbornly, though everyone knew it could extinguish at any moment. Beside the cage, a screen displayed its status. Curse Crow. Quality purple, rare, high grade. Attribute curse. Status dying, health remaining 3, continuously draining. Description: curse soul energy, experiment subject. Curse soul energy has eroded its core. Estimated survival time 72 hours. The young spirit tamer stood beside the cage, gazing at the dying crow with a flicker of pity in her eyes. Curse soul energy is overwhelmingly potent, requiring constant life force combustion to sustain a cursed soul domain. This crow burned through all its life force after maintaining its domain for just a few seconds. "Sir, are you certain you want to use your precious redemption card on this cursed crow?" Lin Li looked at the crow, exuding an aura of dark, ominous energy, and nodded. Seeing this, the young spirit tamer hesitated no longer. She produced a beast crystal, sealed the crow within it, and presented it to Lin Li with both hands. Lin Li pocketed the beast crystal and handed over the redemption card. "Do you have a contract room here?" "Yes, please follow me." Contract room. The room was small, with walls densely inscribed with runes. The young spirit tamer stepped outside and gently closed the door. Alone in the room, Lin Li retrieved the beast crystal and placed it at the center of a hexagonal star array. The contract process proceeded smoothly. Contract successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a new Spirit Beast Curse Crow. Gazing at the crow in his Spirit Beast space, Lin Li took a deep breath. Success or failure hinged on this moment. System, load the Phoenix Fruit template onto the Curse Crow. The moment the words left his lips, a sudden transformation erupted within the Spirit Beast space. A mass of cyan flames burst forth from the Curse Crow without warning. These were no ordinary flames. They were flames brimming with life force, exuding an aura of revival and rebirth, the flame of regeneration. The cyan flames instantly enveloped the crow, forming a massive cyan cocoon of fire. Within this cocoon, the crow's aura began to undergo a cataclysmic transformation. The gray fading flame of its life swathed in the cyan fire did not diminish further. Instead, it began to burn. More fiercely, more vigorously. A hoarse, yet powerful caw echoed from within the fiery cocoon. The azure flames leaped violently, intricate patterns surfacing on the cocoon of fire. Some of those patterns were the ashen, decaying runes unique to the power of cursed souls, while others were the cyan lines brimming with life force exclusive to the flames of regeneration. Under the harmonizing influence of the azure flames, these two diametrically opposed forces began to merge, intertwine, and transform. The fire cocoon swelled, then contracted. It swelled again, contracted again. With each pulsation, the aura of the cursed crow surged violently. Finally, the azure flames shot into the sky, then converged like a tidal wave toward the center. The fire cocoon vanished. A brand new figure appeared in the center of the beast taming space. Its wingspan exceeded 20 meters, its entire body pitch black like ink with azure flames flowing over its feathers. Its eyes were no longer pure black, but had become a deep dark gold with faint azure flames flickering in the depths of its pupils. Upon its head grew a flame-shaped azure crown. The cursed crow gently flapped its wings. Azure flames cascaded from its plumage, dissolving into specks of light that drifted through the void of the beast taming space. A system prompt sounded in his mind, detected a special fusion mutation between the cursed soul force and the bird fruit mythical Zoan Phoenix template. Your beast quality has increased. Red mythical upgrade. Please name your new beast. Lin Li gazed at the massive bird in the beast taming space. Its wings spanning 20 meters, its body wreathed in azure flames and ashen curse force, and slowly spoke, Undying Curse Crow. Name successful. Undying Curse Crow. Quality red mythical upper grade, level 1 first, turn strength, 2900 defense, 1900 spirit, 3200 agility, 3000 skill, rejuvenating azure flame, can cover the body with azure flames when injured to instantly recover wounds. Can be used on allied targets, greatly restoring health and increasing health regeneration speed. 2. Cursed Soul Domain burns one's own life force to unfold a cursed domain with a radius of 500 meters. Within the domain, hostile targets receive a random curse effect every 10 seconds, slow, weakness, fear, bleed, silence, blindness. There is no upper limit to the curse layers. Note the Cursed Soul Domain's range expands as the level increases, adding 500 meters to the radius every 10 levels. Passive Cursed Soul Force, the most overbearing curse power in the endless world. Within the Cursed Soul Domain, allied targets are immune to all curse effects. Comprehensive Combat Power Assessment 5. Looking at the Undying Curse Crow's luxurious stat panel and the description of the Cursed Soul Domain skill, a slow smile spread across Lin Li's face. It wasn't a smile. It was a maniacal laugh. It had worked. It had truly worked. The Phoenix's regenerative ability had perfectly neutralized the terrifying life-burning speed of the Cursed Soul Force. From now on, the Cursed Soul Domain was no longer a suicidal ultimate move, but a strategic weapon that could be activated as a sustained state. A radius of 500 meters. A random curse every 10 seconds. Stacking with no upper limit. Allies immune to curses. What kind of concept was this? Just imagine it. On the battlefield, enemies charge into the Cursed Soul Domain. Every 10 seconds they get hit with a curse buff. In 1 minute they are stacked with 6 layers. Stay a few minutes, and even a mythical class job would have to kneel. Meanwhile, his allies inside would remain completely unharmed, even enjoying the rejuvenating azure flame that the Undying Curse Crow occasionally scattered, instantly recovering from any wounds. This was no longer a battle. It was torture. It was devastation. It was a domain of despair that would utterly shatter an enemy body and soul. Just as Lin Li's emotions were surging, another notification sounded in his ear. Detected that the host has loaded 3 templates, gaining a new skill. Spirit Fusion. Designate one beast to transform into a guardian spirit form. This guardian spirit can attach to any other beast, stacking their attributes and sharing their skills. Duration half an hour. Cooldown 6 hours. Note as the host level increases, the skill's cooldown will decrease, eventually becoming 0. Hearing this, Lin Li's eyes flew wide open. His mind was filled with exhilarating combination techniques. Combining Zoro with the Undying Curse Crow, The powerful recovery ability, the deployed Curse Soul domain layering a curse buff every 10 seconds, the offensive power of the three-sword style. The image was too beautiful to even imagine. And what about combining it with the crimson-furred violent bear? An elemental avatar over 100 meters tall wielding the three-sword style. How formidable would that attack power be? It could probably cleave a mountain in a single slash. His hacks were already heaven-defying enough, but he never expected it could be strengthened even further. Truly exhilarating. He'll come clean. I'm done pretending. I had intended to interact with this world as an ordinary cheater, but the system wouldn't allow it, and insisted on another power-up. I'm claiming the creator's treasure for sure. I'm going to be the pirate king. No, the creator god. A flash of white light, and Lin Li had already returned to the human territory. He took a card out of his storage space. The creator's invitation level restriction below, level 25 effect upon use. The holder can enter a special instance. Upon successful completion, the holder will receive extremely generous rewards of experience, attributes, skills, or rare materials. Additionally, this instance holds clues to the whereabouts of a sequenced divine artifact. Note: a ticket to the supreme mystery, also a perilous trial. Not for those without great fortune, great perseverance, or great wisdom. Enter with caution. This invitation was the reward Lin Li received for achieving 3 perfect evaluations in a personal trial instance. The level restriction was 25, and Lin Li was currently level 24. It was about time to enter. The creator's invitation has been used, teleporting. A familiar, dizzying sensation washed over him, a dull ache in his head as fragments of memories not his own began to pour into his mind. Lin Li saw a tree. It was a colossal tree, so vast it was beyond description. Its crown blotted out the sky, and between its branches and leaves, instead of sunlight, fell a soft moonlight-like silver halo. The trunk was so thick it would take hundreds of people to encircle it. Ancient runes flowed on its bark, each one breathing slowly, as if the tree itself were a living being. Beneath the giant tree lay a thriving elven settlement. Exquisite tree houses were nestled artfully among the sturdy branches, vine-woven suspension bridges connected them, and a clear stream meandered past the roots. Countless elves lived there. They had delicate features, long pointed ears, slender figures, and eyes as bright as jewels. Children chased and played among the tree houses. Adult elves either worked in the fields or practiced archery on high platforms. The elders sat in the shade, stroking ancient harps and humming melodious ballads. Laughter and joy filled the air. Time passed peacefully. Then, the sky darkened. Without any warning, the colossal tree that blocked out the sun began at a visible rate to spread terrifying black patterns from deep within its trunk. Those patterns squirmed like living things beneath the bark, spreading and devouring the tree's original silvery white luster. Wherever the black patterns passed, the giant tree's leaves began to wither, fall, and turn to ash. The sky split open. A massive spatial rift, like an ugly scar, hung directly above the giant tree. Black liquid dripped ceaselessly from the edges of the fissure, each droplet corroding the ground into a smoking pit. Gray mist surged violently from the rift. The thick, icy gray mist, imbued with an eerie life force, cascaded down like a tsunami, instantly engulfing the entire elven empire. Within the mist, the once joyous elves began to undergo horrifying transformations. Their skin festered, sprouting countless eyes. Their arms twisted, morphing into grotesque tentacles. Their sanity was devoured, leaving only a frenzied hatred for the living. Screams, sobs, the crunch of twisting bones, and an inexplicable seductive whisper wove together into a hellish symphony. The vast elven empire collapsed entirely within days. Survivors began to flee. They fled with their families and scant supplies, abandoning their former homeland and the tree that had fully blackened, spewing pollutants. Among them was an elven elder. With silver hair and a kind face, he was one of the most respected elders in the village. He opened a spatial rift, leading tens of thousands of surviving elves into a secluded space realm. No one noticed the faint black wound on the back of his neck. Something seemed to squirm at the edge of the wound. 10,000 elves entered the realm. They began to rebuild. They built a city with the realm's stone, irrigated crops with its water, and constructed homes with its timber. They believed they had found a safe haven far from the catastrophe, ready to start anew. Decades passed. The city was built. Children grew up. New elves were born. But the elven elder could not escape his fate of corruption. That night, he transformed into a monstrous horror. He rampaged through the realm, tearing apart, devouring, and converting the very people he had once protected into new monsters. The last survivors with all their might sealed him in the deepest part of the realm. But they paid the price, corrupted into malformed creatures. Huff! Lin Li's eyes snapped open. His head throbbed. Fragments of memories not his own, like a vivid nightmare, replayed in his mind. The elves' laughter, the trees blackening, the mist descent, the horror of the mutations, the elder's betrayal. He shook his head forcefully, taking deep breaths to suppress the dizziness. Then he looked up and saw his surroundings. A withered forest. The once tall and straight trees were now dry, blackened trunks, their branches like twisted claws pointing at the gray sky. The trunks were covered in strange cracks from which oozed a black viscous liquid, emitting a nauseating stench of decay. The sky held no sun, moon, or stars, only a pervasive gray. An indescribable oppressiveness permeated the space, as if an invisible hand pressed gently on your chest, making each breath harder than the last. Most unsettling was the ubiquitous white mist. This eerie white mist, like a living entity, writhed slowly among the trees. It coiled around the dead trunks, drifted through the fallen leaves, and silently approached every intruder. Vague outlines could be seen within the mist, the ruins of collapsed buildings, shattered statues, and certain unidentifiable twisted shapes that flickered past in the mist. "Come into my arms, child." A voice sounded abruptly beside Lin Li. The voice was soft, gentle, carrying a drowsy, warm temptation like a mother's embrace. "You shall be with me. Eternal." Lin Li's expression changed. Without hesitation, he swung his right hand. Crack. Space shattered. Two figures stepped out of the rift almost simultaneously. Zoro landed to his left front, his three swords already drawn, his deep green samurai robe fluttering slightly in the still air. In his hollow eye sockets, the red soul fire blazed fiercely. Fine black-red arcs of electricity crackled around him. His conqueror's haki spread, instantly dispelling the white mist within 10 meters. The undying Ka raven flew out of the rift, its 20-meter wingspan, casting a huge shadow in the mist. In its dark golden pupils, cyan flames leaped violently. With each flap of its wings, specks of cyan light dust fell. When the dust landed on Lin Li, a thick life force instantly dispelled the unknown mental pressure. This mist. Lin Li gazed gravely at the white fog that Zoro's haki had temporarily repelled, but still stirred restlessly at the edges. He recalled that voice, that eerie mind-penetrating whisper, that drowsy temptation to let down all defenses, and the horrific mutations of the elves in those memory fragments. This place was eerily similar to a death-forbidden zone. As a major threat to humanity, how could he not be familiar with it? In human textbooks, an entire chapter was dedicated to the death-forbidden zone. Gray mist, eerie whispers, mutated monsters. All living beings eroded by the mist would eventually have their minds corrupted and degenerate into monsters. Lin Li carefully assessed his own mental state. Fortunately, the mist's corruption here should be far weaker than the true death-forbidden zone beyond human territory. With his current mental strength and soul resilience, staying a few days should be manageable. But he couldn't be careless. He took a deep breath, opened the system panel, and looked at the quest panel. You have entered a special instance. The corrupted elf realm. Current location is under the suppression of the corrupted elf elder's domain. All entrance levels are forcibly suppressed to level 25 instance. Background: the ruins of a cursed elven city. Tens of thousands of elves once took refuge here, only to be slaughtered by the corrupted elven elder. Instance quest issued: defeat the corrupted elf elder. Lord level quest reward: projection artifact of a sequence. Divine artifact. Note: death in the instance is permanent. You can only leave by defeating the elf elder. Permanent death. Must complete the quest to exit. Lin Li's gaze lingered on the last line for 2 seconds. Then he closed the panel, his eyes scanning the ruins looming in the mist. We can't stay here long. I need to find that elf elder, quickly kill him, and get back. A piercing roar exploded from the depths of the mist. With the roar, a black shadow shot out like a cannonball, charging straight at Lin Li. It was a monster. Its silhouette still faintly echoed the grace of an elf. Slender limbs, a lithe frame, and traces of delicate features lingering upon what had once been a refined face. Yet now it had become something utterly alien. Its entire body bristled with eyes, large and small, countless and grotesque. At least 20 blood-red orbs clung densely to its chest and abdomen. Even its back was studded with those eerie crimson eyes. Each eye whirled ceaselessly, scanning disparate directions, their pupils reflecting only mad, ravenous bloodlust. From its torso sprouted over a dozen jagged black tentacles. They lashed violently through the air, each strike shrieking as it rent the very atmosphere. Clutched in its grip was a long sword, an exquisitely forged elven blade, its surface engraved with elegant motifs, now smeared with thick black gore, its edge shimmering with an ominous dark crimson sheen. A corrupted elven warrior, elite tier. Level 25, second ascension. Health, 1200-1200. Skills: elven sword arts, charge, tentacle, frenzy, mental corruption. Once an elite warrior of the elven race, now reduced to a slaughter-obsessed abomination. It thirsted for blood. Roar. The beast roared again, its dozen eyes locking onto Lin Li in unison, each pupil mirroring his figure with chilling precision. Raising its sword high, the creature tensed all its tentacles backward like coiled vipers poised to strike, just as it lunged forward. Shink. A crystalline blade song rang out an instant before its lunge. One sword style, 108 worldly torments wind. From Zoro's hand, the third-generation demon blade Kitetsu unleashed a razor-sharp aerial slash, so fierce it cleaved the air itself, leaving visible white shock trails in its wake. A deafening rain of flesh-tearing sounds erupted. The monster didn't even have time to utter a full scream. Its body was shredded into fragments mid-lunge. Shards of torn flesh and viscous black blood sprayed outward like a storm, staining the surrounding dead trees in chaotic ruin. Corrupted Elven Warrior Elite defeated. Gained 3200 experience points. Your spirit beast, the Undying Curse Crow, has leveled up to level 2. All attributes increased. A system notification chimed softly in Lin Li's ear. He glanced toward the Undying Curse Crow. The colossal black crow, its wingspan stretching 20 meters, hovered serenely in midair, its aura of azure flame burning brighter than before. Not bad. Plenty of experience. Perfect for leveling up the Undying Curse Crow. Roar. As if answering his words, overlapping roars erupted once more from deep within the mist. The cries came from every direction. From the swirling fog emerged countless distorted phantasmal figures, twisted and spectral. Pair after pair of crimson eyes ignited within the pale mist. One by one, warped monstrosities crawled forth, from ruins, from behind withered trunks, from beneath layers of rotting leaves. Some brandished weapons, others fought barehanded. Many could no longer retain humanoid form, dragging themselves across the ground in grotesque, writhing motions. Their mouths opened and closed incessantly, whispering incoherent incantations. Embrace eternal life. Join the Master's embrace. With a unified roar, the horde surged forward. Shink. A streak of emerald green shot headlong into their ranks. Zoro moved at blinding speed. His three-sword style unfurled his body, dissolving into a violet comet trail. Three-sword style hellish Oni slash. Blades flashed. Flesh and bone exploded in crimson arcs. Dozens of aberrants were instantly minced into unrecognizable pulp. Corrupted Elven Warrior Elite defeated. Gained 3200 experience points. Corrupted Elven Warrior Elite defeated. Gained 3200 experience points. Corrupted Elven Warrior Elite defeated. Gained 3200 experience points. Your spirit beast, the Undying Curse Crow, has leveled up to level 6. All attributes increased. Not bad, Lin Li murmured, nodding in quiet satisfaction. Lin Li pressed onward, searching for the Elven Elder. The blighted forest stretched endlessly, a desolate sea of decay. Blackened, desiccated trunks clawed upward like skeletal hands toward the ashen sky. Thick tar-like fluid oozed from fissures in their bark, reeking of putrid rot. The white mist slithered between the trees, alive and predatory, tracking every step of the intruder. Along the way, aberrants burst from the mist without warning. Sometimes lone warriors, sometimes patrols of 3 or 5. Sometimes assassins lurking in shadows. Sometimes mages chanting spells from afar. To Zoro, they were all alike, mere fodder. One-sword style lion song. Blade flashed, lightning fast. An elven assassin just emerging from behind rubble hadn't even assumed a stance before being bisected cleanly down the center by a flawless eye slash. Corrupted Elven Assassin boss defeated. Gained 4500 experience points. Finally, after Zoro cleaved apart an assassin boss who erupted from the earth, the system chimed. Your spirit beast, the Undying Curse Crow, has reached level 20. All attributes greatly enhanced. The Undying Curse Crow let out a clear, resonant cry. Its obsidian gold eyes deepened with newfound profundity. Its encircling azure flames burned fiercer, more radiant than ever. Lin Li nodded, satisfied. Level 20, achieved in just over 2 hours from level 1. He lifted his foot and continued forward, seeking the Elven Elder. 15 minutes passed. He halted abruptly, his brow furrowed. He stood still, scanning the surroundings. Something was wrong. It had been at least 15 minutes since he'd slain that assassin boss. Yet no monsters had attacked, not a single one. Ever since entering this dungeon, aberrants had swarmed from the mist every 1 or 2 minutes, solo in packs, relentless. They seemed inexhaustible, emerging endlessly from unseen voids. But now, absolute silence. 15 minutes of utter stillness. Lin Li scanned his surroundings. The area was terrifyingly quiet, with only the sound of the wind rustling through the withered leaves and the faint breath-like whispers of the mist as it shifted. Was it just an illusion, or was the mist here indeed a bit thinner? No, it wasn't an illusion. The mist had definitely lightened. Visibility had improved. Lin Li looked down at the ground. Beneath his feet were no longer the withered dark leaves, but a gray surface as hard as stone. Faint patterns could be seen on the ground, resembling traces of some kind of pavement. He lifted his head to gaze further ahead. At the edge of the mist, vague outlines were visible. They were not dead trees. They were structures, collapsed walls, shattered pillars. A leaning tower. A city. Or rather, the ruins of a city. Just as Lin Li pondered what this place truly was. Soren paused and looked at Lin Li. A mental link transmitted Soren's observation, causing Lin Li to stop in his tracks, his expression filled with astonishment. There are actually other races here. Whoosh! At that moment the wind suddenly roared. A shadow rushed out violently from the mist. It was a gigantic hammer. Behind the hammer stood a dwarf. The dwarf was stocky with a full beard and muscular arms. The hammer in his hand was raised high, aiming to smash down on Lin Li. Die! His roar pierced through the silence. However, Soren's speed was incredibly fast. At the moment the dwarf burst from the mist, Soren's figure had already vanished from the spot. Black-red lightning erupted from his body. Armament hockey instantly enveloped the 3 long swords in his hands. Clang! The clash of blade and hammer emitted a piercing metallic sound. Boom! The shockwave spread outwards. The surrounding mist was instantly dispersed. Fragments of stone on the ground were blown outwards. Up! The dwarf let out a cry of agony. He felt as if his hammer had struck a volcano that was erupting. An irresistible, terrifying force surged from the blade, traveling through the hammer to his arm, shoulder, and throughout his body. He was sent flying backward, as if struck heated by a battering ram, hammer and all. Crack, crack, crack. His body collided with at least 5 dead trees along the way, splintering, wood flying everywhere. Finally, he crashed heavily into a massive rock, shattering it into pieces, embedding himself into the rubble. Puff! The dwarf coughed up blood, the hammer slipping from his grasp and rolling to the ground several meters away. His eyes were filled with horror as he looked at the skeletal soldier. This corrupted, fallen skeletal soldier is so powerful. Are you kidding me? Ball! A voice of alarm echoed from the mist. Immediately after, 4 figures rushed out simultaneously from different directions. A half-elf, slim, wielding twin daggers with a stern expression. His figure began to blur the moment he burst from the mist. It was a sign that his stealth skill was activating. A Minotaur, over 2.5 meters tall with muscles like steel, wielding a gigantic battle axe. His eyes burned with rage as he stomped the ground, each step causing the earth to tremble, slightly charging towards Lin Li with a war charge. An angelic girl. With a pair of pure white wings behind her, she held a staff that radiated a soft glow. She hovered in midair, quickly chanting spells, showering her companions with rays of blessings. Strength, blessing; agility, blessing; shield, blessing. And a 2-headed mage. 2 heads, 4 eyes, clad in a robe embedded with countless runes. Both heads began chanting simultaneously, their voices overlapping into a strange harmony, while a terrifying magical fluctuation was gathering between their hands. A fireball, an ice spear, a dual attribute composite magic. And judging by the speed of the gathering and the magical fluctuation, its power should be considerable. Observing their flawless coordination, it was clear they were an elite team that had been working together for a long time. Attack together! The Minotaur roared, accelerating his war charge. He raised his battle axe high, the blade surrounded by a violent aura of fighting spirit. The half-elf assassin had completely vanished from the air, with only the faint rustling of leaves on the ground barely indicating his movement trajectory. The angelic girl's chanting was complete, and a richer golden light enveloped all her teammates. This was a high-level blessing spell that could enhance strength, agility, defense, and resistance all at once. The magical fluctuation between the 2-headed mage's hands had reached its peak. The fireball had expanded to the size of a human head, with magma visibly flowing within. The ice spear crystallized into deep blue, covered with a layer of deadly cold air. In the next moment, these 2 composite magics were about to be unleashed simultaneously. And the dwarf who had been sent flying was struggling to rise from the rubble, his other hand pulling out a scroll, exuding a dangerous aura. Lin Li watched this scene, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smile. He did not move. He didn't even give any orders. Caw! A sharp crow's caw echoed throughout the ruins. The undead curse crow's dark golden eyes suddenly burst forth with blazing azure flames. Its 20-meter wingspan body surged upward, then spread its wings wide. The azure flames on its body burned violently. Curse soul domain fully activated. Boom! An invisible wave rapidly spread outwards from the undead curse crow. The wave swept over the Minotaur. Curse activated weakness. The Minotaur's charging speed abruptly decreased. He felt as if part of his strength had been siphoned away, and the battle axe, which was once capable of splitting mountains, felt somewhat weightless in his hand. The wave swept past the hiding spot of the half-elf assassin. Curse activated slowness. The assassin's figure was forced to become visible from stealth. It wasn't that he actively canceled his stealth, rather his speed had decreased so rapidly that he couldn't maintain his stealth ability. At that moment he was moving his feet in an extremely comical slow motion. The wave swept over the angelic girl. Curse activated. Bleeding, the girl felt a warmth below as a stream of warm liquid uncontrollably surged from within her. She looked down and saw her white pants stained a shocking crimson. The girl let out a terrified scream, nearly dropping her staff. Her period had just started this morning, and it had already stopped. But now she was bleeding again, and the amount and speed of this bleeding were 10 times more terrifying than any she had experienced in her life. The wave swept over the two-headed mage. He was in the midst of chanting composite magic. Both heads' 4 eyes were wholly concentrated on the magical formation about to take shape. Then, curse-activated mana miscontrol not good. Both heads of the two-headed mage simultaneously screamed in terror. The composite magic that was about to take shape between his hands began to tremble violently, expanding and spiraling out of control. He tried to interrupt the casting, but it was too late. Boom! A massive explosion erupted between his hands. The fireball and ice spear exploded at point-blank range before him. The frenzied fiery energy mixed with deadly shards of frost instantly engulfed him. Ugh! He screamed as he flew backward, his robe torn to shreds with burn and frostbite marks all over his exposed skin. Both heads drooped, blood streaming from the corners of their mouths. A ripple of the domain swept over the dwarf who had just scrambled to his feet. Curse-activated immobilization. The dwarf remained frozen in his pose as if trying to tear open a scroll, his entire body locked in place like a statue. He struggled, desperately yearning to move a finger to rip open the scroll that could turn the tide. But he could not move, not even a single finger. A curse. It's a curse, the half-elf assassin shrieked in despair. He was now shuffling forward with agonizing slowness, a grotesque parody of motion, like an insect with its wings pinched. How can he cast it instantly? Don't curse-type skills require a long incantation? Did he discover us earlier and start chanting in advance? The angelic girl's legs went weak, barely able to stand. Trembling, she raised her staff and frantically chanted a mass purification spell. Don't panic. I can purify it. Give me 1 second. Her chanting was incredibly fast. The light of the mass purification gathered at the tip of her staff. Then, purification successful. The angelic girl's eyes lit up. However, before she could rejoice, another system prompt echoed in her ear, curse-activated continuous bleeding. The girl felt another rush of warmth surging from her lower body. The bleeding was even more violent than before. She looked down. Blood. It was all blood, flowing down her legs. Ahawk! She screamed, dropped her staff, clutched her lower body with both hands, and collapsed onto the ground. Tears mixed with fear gushed out wildly. The two-headed archmage had just caught his breath from the explosion and struggled to get up. Curse-activated mental confusion. His two heads began to argue with each other. Crawl left. Crawl right. What do you know? Nonsense. My sense of direction is better than yours. You fool. Last time we got lost because we listened to you. You were leading that time. The two heads argued fiercely while the body, completely unresponsive, swayed left and right, unable to get up. The half-elf assassin was still trudging along in that slow motion. Curse-activated blindness. His vision went black. He could see nothing. No. He flailed his daggers in terror, unaware that he was swinging in the completely wrong direction. He was facing away from the enemy, stabbing wildly at the empty air behind him. The dwarf remained in his scroll-tearing pose, pinned by the immobilization curse. Curse-activated fear. Suddenly his entire body began to tremble violently. Hallucinations began to appear before his eyes. The enemies he had killed in the past rose one by one from the ground, reaching out their vengeful hands toward him. Stay away, stay away. He screamed in terror, tears and snot streaming down his face, but his body could not move an inch. Curse-activated wither. The Minotaur's movement and attack speed were drastically reduced by 30%. His face darkened, his eyes filled with disbelief. Curse-type skills have a long activation period. How could he cast them instantly? The first wave of curses could be explained by prior preparation and chanting, but what about the second wave? He had no idea how domineering the curse domain was. As long as one was within the domain, the first layer of the curse was applied instantly. Seeing that the five had lost all will to resist, Lin Li tilted his head and glanced at Solon. Solon moved. His figure flashed. 5 muffled thuds sounded almost simultaneously. The several alien races were knocked unconscious in an instant. Half an hour later, in a corner of the ruins, a 5-meter turtle statue stood silently in the center of a ruined garden. The statue was of a female elf, her features exquisite, her eyes slightly closed, her hands folded over her chest as if in prayer. Her body was carved with intricate patterns, the unique blessing runes of the elven race. Even after enduring countless years of wind and frost, they were still faintly visible. Scattered on the ground around the statue were broken stones and withered vines. Several thick stone pillars slanted into the earth as if they had once supported the portico of a building. Lin Li walked up to the statue and stopped. He reached out and gently touched the cold stone surface. The moment his fingertip made contact, a faint yet extraordinarily warm sensation emanated from within the statue. Elven Saintess statue. Status damaged. Effect contains a faint blessing of the Saintess. Within a 100-meter radius of the statue, it can effectively weaken the erosion of the mist and mental pollution. Note the blessing power of this statue has been maintained for 3,500 years and is about to fade. Lin Li withdrew his hand, squinting as he observed the statue. A blessing of the saintess lasting 3,500 years. It could still hold on until now. Just how powerful were those elves back then? At that moment, a faint groan came from behind him. Lin Li turned to look. The Minotaur was the first to wake from unconsciousness. He lay on the ground, his body firmly bound by Solin with some special rope. Those ropes were bought from Sky City, extremely tough and impossible for the Minotaur to break with his strength. The Minotaur opened his eyes, looking around in confusion. Then he saw the ropes on his body. His expression changed and he jerked his head around. His 4 teammates were also tied up tightly, lying in a disheveled heap on the ground nearby, still unconscious. Ball, the Minotaur whispered. Lily, Jolly, Guyen, guys, how are you? Wake up. There was no response. He struggled to move his body, trying to get closer to his teammates. But the ropes were tied too tightly. The more he struggled, the tighter they became. Ball, he called again, a note of anxiety creeping into his voice. The dwarf Ball stirred. He frowned and opened his eyes groggily. Seeing himself tied up, he froze for a second, then his eyes flew wide open and he began to struggle frantically. Stop moving. You can't break free with your stats. Lin Li's voice came from nearby. Ball jerked his head around. He saw the black-haired young man standing not far away, hands in his pockets, his expression calm as he watched them. His face instantly changed and he struggled even harder. Don't be impulsive. The second to wake was the half-elf assassin Jolly. He was much calmer than Ball. After opening his eyes, he quickly scanned the surroundings, then lay still without struggling. Even if we break free, we can't beat him, he said in a voice only his teammates could hear. The fallen have mental issues. Don't provoke him. The angelic girl Lily and the 2-headed mage Guyen also woke up one after another. The first thing Lily did upon waking was look down at her pants. The bloodstains on her white priestly robe had dried and turned black, but the strong coppery smell of blood still lingered. Her face instantly flushed bright red and tears welled up in her eyes. Wah! She bit her lip, struggling to hold back her sobs. Both of Guyen's heads woke up at the same time. The 2 heads looked at each other, then together at their tightly bound body, and in unison, they cursed a common swear word in the common tongue. Awake! Lin Li's voice sounded again. He stepped closer and stopped about 2 meters away from them. He looked down at the 5 tightly bound alien race professionals. Except for the Minotaur, the eyes of the other 4 were clearly filled with fear and panic. The Minotaur stared at Lin Li for a long time. From his hair to his face, from his face to his eyes, from his eyes to his entire body. His gaze was clear without the madness and chaos of the fallen. There was also no trace of the rotting stench peculiar to the fallen. He let out a long breath and his previously tense body visibly relaxed. Sorry, friend. The Minotaur's voice was thick with shame as he lowered his head, not daring to meet Lin Li's gaze. This is all a misunderstanding. Judging by how clean you look, you must be new to this instance, right? We thought you were a fallen one. A fallen one. Lin Li raised an eyebrow slightly. He did not respond to the Minotaur's apology, but asked directly, explain the situation here. The Minotaur's name was Li. As he spoke, Lin Li's brow gradually relaxed. It turned out that this tainted elf sanctuary was not the solo exclusive instance he had assumed. Instead, it was an open special space that multiple people could enter. Over the years, from time to time, prodigies who had obtained an invitation from the creator god were teleported here. Their goal was the same: kill the elf elder, obtain the clue to the sequence artifact, and then leave. It sounded simple, but in reality, it was as difficult as reaching the heavens. The location of the elf elder was not something an ordinary person could approach. The periphery was a vast, boundless, misty, dead forest, devoid of direction or landmarks, filled only with an endless white fog and an infinite number of twisted monsters. Countless people entered this dead forest and never emerged. Even if one managed to cross the forest by some stroke of luck, there was a second stage, the moving maze. It was a colossal maze whose age was unknown, with passages that shifted and changed at every moment. A path passable today would be a dead end tomorrow. A place empty just a moment ago would swarm with countless twisted monsters the next second. The elf elder's true body lay deep within this maze. For so many years, no one had ever successfully traversed the moving maze. Li and his group were no different. 3 years ago, Li had entered this instance brimming with confidence, believing he would surely bring back the clue to the sequence artifact. A year ago, the half-elf Xiao Li and the angel Lily had entered with the same intention. Later, the dwarf bear and the 2-headed mage Guyen were also teleported in one after another. They had formed this team, attempting time and again to cross the misty dead forest, only to be driven back each time. They had never even laid a hand on the gate of the moving maze. Fortunately, this city has the blessed statue of the elf saintess. Li's gaze turned to a 5-meter turtle statue not far away, a hint of gratitude in his eyes. These statues can effectively resist the fog and mental pollution. Without them, we wouldn't have lasted 3 years. In just a few days, we would have been corrupted, turning into those wandering fallen ones. The so-called fallen ones were class-changed individuals whose minds had been corrupted, transforming them into madmen and monsters. He paused, his voice dropping, but it's only a matter of time. Staying in this instance for over 10 years, even with the Saintess statue, one couldn't hold out. Those fallen ones are living proof. Besides, this instance has existed for thousands of years. Li continued. Over all these years, more and more class-changed individuals have entered. Those who couldn't hold on and were eventually corrupted have now become fallen ones, wandering all over the city. He raised his head, looking at Lin Li with a mix of shame and lingering fear in his eyes. Today we mistook you for one of those fallen ones. You approached our hiding place, and we thought. He didn't finish the sentence, but the meaning was clear. Lin Li did not speak. He just looked at them calmly. Li gritted his teeth, then suddenly struggled to kneel. Though bound, the posture was awkward, he still tried to assume a pleading position. Brother, this is all a misunderstanding. If you can't swallow this anger, take my life. Just spare my teammates. Captain. Bear jerked his head up, eyes wide. What nonsense are you talking about? It was me who didn't listen to you and struck first. It's all my fault. Brother, it's all my fault alone. If you want a life, take mine. No, I attacked too. If someone has to die, I'm in on it. You? Lily's eyes reddened as tears welled up again. Shut up, all of you. It's clearly everyone's fault. Why do you have to bear it alone? Guillen, 2 heads and 4 eyes, was uncharacteristically not arguing. His 2 heads looked at each other and said in unison, we're a team. If we die, we die together. We can't get out anyway. Sooner or later, doesn't matter. The scene grew a bit noisy. 5 bound aliens, one after another, vied to take the blame upon themselves. Watching this, Lin Li's eye twitched slightly. Silence. The 5 voices stopped abruptly. 6 pairs of eyes all turned to him. Lin Li, his face dark, looked down at them from a height. Hey guys, am I invisible? Do you think you have a choice? The 5 exchanged glances. Li opened his mouth as if to say something, then swallowed it back. The other 4 also fell silent. Indeed, they were bound tightly, their lives in the hands of this man. What right did they have to negotiate terms? Lin Li nodded in satisfaction. He squinted at Li and said in a calm tone, take me to the moving maze, and I'll let you off the hook. How about it? This? Li's expression froze. The other 4 also exchanged looks, their eyes clearly showing hesitation and reluctance. Seeing their reaction, Lin Li's face darkened. What? Unwilling? No. Li quickly shook his head. Brother, it's not that we're unwilling to take you. It's that we can't even get through the misty dead forest on the outskirts ourselves, let alone the moving maze. Right. Bear chimed in. We've been stuck in this godforsaken place for 3 years and haven't even touched the maze's gate. Taking you would be a waste of time. We can't even protect ourselves, Lily murmured. How can we take you? It really won't work. Xiaoli spoke, a rare occurrence. We're too weak. Both of Gayen's heads nodded simultaneously. Being weak is the original sin. Lin Li. He was silent for 2 seconds. Lin Li looked at the 5 earnest aliens, a vein throbbing on his forehead. He took a deep breath. Since you're so useless, you might as well die. He tilted his head slightly towards Sauron. Sauron understood. The dark green skeleton slowly drew the long blade from his waist. Black armament hockey began to coil around the blade, along with fine crackling black and red arcs of lightning. An icy killing intent instantly enveloped the 5. W8. Li, scared out of his wits, struggled desperately and shouted, we've never been into the moving maze, but we know who can get in. We know who can get in, brother. Zoro's blade halted midair. Lin Li raised an eyebrow. Speak. Li swallowed hard, his words tumbling out in a rush. There are 5 Saintess statues in this city. The one we're at now is the smallest and most dilapidated. But I know. At the city center, there's a colossal Saintess statue tens of meters tall. A team with mythical class professions has gathered there. He paused, catching his breath, then continued. From what I know, those people have ways to enter and exit the shifting labyrinth. They've even ventured deep into the labyrinth several times. If you really want to go, seeking them out would be far more useful than coming to us. After speaking, he gazed at Lin Li with pleading eyes, silently begging for mercy. The other 4 nodded vigorously, their expressions as earnest as could be. Lin Li looked at them. Silence hung for a few seconds. Fine. Take me to those people. Li let out a sigh of relief. The other 4 collapsed to the ground as if a huge weight had been lifted. However, Lin Li's voice suddenly cut through, making the 5 who had just relaxed jump in fright, their hearts leaping to their throats. The 5 aliens tensed up in unison. Lin Li swept his gaze over them, speaking slowly and deliberately. We still need to settle the score for your ambush. He paused, a faint, ambiguous smile curling at the corner of his mouth. If I were any weaker, that hammer blow earlier would have left me lying on the ground. Li's face paled. The others' faces also drained of color. They opened their mouths to speak, but found themselves at a loss for words. Because what Lin Li said was the truth. Lin Li took a scroll from his storage space and tossed it casually before them. The scroll landed on the gravelly ground with a soft thud. It was a beast-hide scroll gleaming with a dark golden light, its surface densely inscribed with scarlet runes. Faint flowing luminescence shimmered between the runes. Master Servant Contract Soul Binding. Quality Legendary Lower Grade. Effect: the signatory must separate a portion of their soul essence and entrust it to the contract master. Once the contract is established, the signatory's life is entirely in the hands of the contract master. With a single thought, the contract master can annihilate the signatory's soul, causing instant death. Note: this contract is an absolute constraint at the soul level, unbreakable by any external force until the contract master voluntarily relinquishes it or dies. This master-servant contract was one of the rewards Lin Li had obtained from clearing a dungeon back in the human realm. Neo Li's pupils constricted sharply. The other four's eyes widened, the color draining from their faces instantly. This is... Bear's lips trembled, his voice shaking. Lin Li looked at them, his tone as calm as if he were discussing the weather. Hand over a part of your souls and sign a master-servant contract with me. He paused, then added, sign it, and all past grievances are forgiven. Don't sign. He didn't finish the sentence, but he glanced at Zoro, who had sheathed his sword and stood quietly nearby. That look was more effective than any threat. The expressions on the 5 faces shifted dramatically. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with struggle and reluctance. Those who could obtain an invitation from the Creator God were undoubtedly the most outstanding talents of their respective races, the young generation their clans had placed their hopes upon. What did a master-servant contract mean? It meant that from now on their lives were no longer their own. It meant that their proud identities, statuses, and futures would all hinge on the whims of the dark-haired youth before them. Nearly spoke, his voice hoarse. He looked at his teammates. Bear's usually fiery face was now etched with frustration and resentment. Li lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly, tears welling in her eyes. Xiao Li's face was expressionless, but his clenched fists had turned white at the knuckles. Guyan's 2 heads for once didn't argue. Both were silent, their 4 eyes filled with bitterness. Nearly took a deep breath. He looked at Lin Li, his voice low. Boswell signed. The other 4 didn't object, because they all knew. There was no choice. If they didn't sign, they would die right now. If they signed, at least they could live. Perhaps they might even live to leave this godforsaken place. Neoli was the first to bite his fingertip and let a drop of blood fall onto the scroll. Then came Bear, Li, Xiao Li, and Guyan. 5 drops of blood seeped into the scroll, and the runes on it suddenly flared with a crimson light. 5 faint, almost invisible beams of soul light flew from the brows of the 5, merged into the scroll, and then transferred into Lin Li's brow. Master-servant contract successfully signed. Congratulations. You have gained 5 servants: Neoli, Minotaur, Bear, Dwarf, Li, Angel, Xiao Li, Half-Elf, and Guyan, 2-headed. You can sense their location and life status at any time. With a single thought, you can cause their instant death. Lin Li closed his eyes, sensing for a moment. Indeed, 5 faint soul links had appeared in his consciousness. Whenever he wished, he could use these links to perceive the locations of the 5. He stirred his mind slightly. Ugh! The 5 groaned in unison, their faces instantly turning deathly pale. They felt as if an invisible hand had violently squeezed their souls. Boss, have mercy. Neoli gritted his teeth, his voice trembling. Lin Li opened his eyes. Just testing the effect. Lin Li nodded. Not bad. These fellows, being able to obtain invitations, must hold considerable status in their respective races. They might prove useful when he ventured beyond the human realm in the future. After the 5 signed the contract, Lin Li retracted the ropes. Neoli took a deep breath and stood up. He pulled a crumpled map from his chest, spread it out before them, and pointed to a marked spot, trying to keep his voice steady. Boss, this is the city center square. The largest Saintess statue is there. He looked up at Lin Li, his gaze solemn. However, it's been occupied by a team. That team has support staff and combatants, about 30 people in total. There are 3 mythical class professionals alone, and their leader is said to be at the mythical middle grade. He paused, then added, they've been stationed there for 5 years, studying the surrounding terrain, monster distribution, and even the outer edges of the shifting labyrinth. We tried to get close to ask for information before, and they almost drove us out. Li added softly. Their leader has quite a temper. Bear muttered through gritted teeth. A mythical middle grade, that's no joke. Boss, maybe we should scope things out first. Let's go. Lin Li cut him off, directly stepping forward. Neoli was taken aback. Boss, there are many fallen professionals outside the statue's range. We can't take a straight line, we'll need to detour. It'll be quick, about 7 or 8 hours. We'll take the straight line. Lin Li didn't look back. I don't have 7 or 8 hours to waste on a detour. But Bear grew anxious. There are too many fallen over there. They roam in packs. Taking a straight line means walking right into. His words caught in his throat, because he saw the green hood skeleton behind Lin Li slowly drawing its longsword. A strange black power began to coil around the blade, with tiny black-red arcs of electricity dancing and leaping along its edge. The black-red arcs released a terrifying pressure that left them gasping for breath. A dozen minutes later, Li felt as if he were dreaming. He had been in this dungeon for years, yet he had never witnessed such a scene. A dozen fallen ones charged out from the ruins, claws outstretched, lunging at the party. Then the skeleton moved. A flash of blade light. The dozen fallen ones froze simultaneously, then like sliced tofu were cleanly severed in two. Another wave of fallen ones flanked from the side. The skeleton didn't even spare them a glance. It casually swung its three swords. A colossal tornado materialized out of thin air, carrying countless tiny flying slashes sweeping through like a storm of death. Three-sword-style black rope, great dragon twister. The wind howled. Blade light filled the sky. Those fallen ones were torn to shreds within the tornado, blood and flesh flying everywhere. From a half-collapsed building, a massive, distorted monster suddenly burst forth. It was a lower-rank fallen professional, over 5 meters tall, its body covered in twisted eyes and tentacles. Li's legs went weak with fear. He had seen this monster before. 3 months ago, their party was nearly wiped out by it. If not for being near the Sanctus statue's range, they would be dead by now. Run! He shouted instinctively. Then he saw the skeleton charge forward. Three-sword-style extreme tiger hunt. Black and red blade light transformed into a phantom tiger, roaring as it pounced on the monster. In the blink of an eye, that lower-rank monster which had hunted them for 3 months was cleaved in two from head to toe. Gulp! Li swallowed hard. He turned to look at his teammates. Bao's mouth was wide enough to fit a fist. Lily covered her mouth, her eyes bulging as if they might pop out. Jolie, whose face was perpetually expressionless, now bore a look that screamed, "Who am I? Where am I? What kind of monster is this?" Gayen's two heads for once reached a consensus. They silently wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. They exchanged a glance. It suddenly dawned on them that signing that master-servant contract earlier might not have been such a bad deal after all. It seemed they had latched onto an incredibly formidable patron. 40 minutes later, in the distance, a colossal Sanctus statue was now clearly visible. It was a giant stone statue, tens of meters tall, at least 10 times larger than the previous dilapidated 5-meter statue. A faint warm glow emanated from its form, and even from hundreds of meters away one could feel the gentle power of blessing. At the statue's base, the outlines of man-made structures could be seen. Tense fences, simple defensive fortifications. That was the city's central plaza. The party with 3 mythic professionals was there. Lin Li stopped in his tracks. He squinted at the distant statue as if pondering something. Li sidled up and lowered his voice. "Boss, up ahead is the largest Sanctus statue. That party is stationed there. Including support and combat personnel, there are about 30 of them. 3 mythic professionals, a werewolf, a fire demon, and a vampire. The leader is that werewolf. Oh, I hear he's a mid-grade mythic class." He paused, then cautiously added, "That guy has a particularly explosive temper. Before just forgetting clothes, his men chased us for 3 blocks. What do you think, boss? Should we try to negotiate first?" "No need." Lin Li withdrew his gaze. "Never planned on talking to them." Li was taken aback. "Then you beat them into submission first, then talk." He didn't have time for drawn-out negotiations. Head just shove his fist, which was as big as a clay pot, right in their faces. "Beat them down, then talk slowly." The 5 of them exchanged bewildered looks, wondering if their ears were playing tricks on them. Lin Li spoke as casually as if he were saying, "Let's eat first." "Beat a 30-man team led by 3 mythic professionals." "Be boss." Li stammered. "That's 3 mythic professionals, 30 fighters. Shouldn't we?" Lin Li ignored him. He raised his right hand and waved it casually. Crack. Space shattered. A massive rift tore open beside him. Inside the rift, dark red magma churned, and a violent scorching aura surged out wildly. The 5 of them, including Li, were pushed back several steps by the wave of heat. Bao's beard was nearly singed. Lily gasped and covered her face, and both of Gayen's heads began to sweat simultaneously. This is... Under their horrified gaze, a robust figure stepped out of the rift. It was a bear. A giant bear over 5 meters tall, its body flowing with scorching magma. It stood with arms crossed, a thick cigar clamped between its teeth, a rose pinned to its chest, wearing a hat, and a white cape bearing the word justice draped over its back. The aura emanating from that bear was violent, destructive, a terror that seemed to crush everything. Li's legs went weak, not from fear, but because the aura was so powerful that his body trembled instinctively. Half-elf Jolie stared in horror at the magma giant bear, his voice trembling. "This spirit beast is of the same rank as that skeleton, definitely mid-grade mythic or higher." Ball swallowed hard. Just where did he come from? With this kind of backing, this kind of spirit beast, even the top 50 clans on the 1,000 races ranking might not be able to produce something like this. Li said nothing. He just stared blankly at Lin Li, at the back of that black-haired youth, and at his calm expression. So he wasn't just putting on airs. He truly hadn't considered those 3 mythics a threat. City Center Plaza, base of the giant Sanctus statue. Inside the camp, about 30 professionals of various races were lounging within the Sanctus blessing range. Some were organizing gear, others chatting in low voices, and a few were gathered around a pot stewing a broth of unknown meat. At the center of the camp, inside the largest tent, 3 figures were huddled around a stone table, studying a map spread out before them. The werewolf leader of the party. He had silver gray fur, a muscular build, and a pair of amber slit-pupiled eyes that always glinted with cunning. He leaned forward slightly, his rough claws moving slowly across the map, tracing a winding line that extended to its deepest point. The fire demon, the party's second-in-command. His body was composed of pure flame, without a fixed form. He sat in a chair, his flame-formed torso constantly flickering. He stared at the map and let out a low laugh like the crackling of fire. Almost there. The vampire, the party's third-in-command. She had delicate features and skin so pale, it was almost translucent, with long, deep red hair falling to her shoulders. She leaned back in her chair, her blood-red eyes lazily scanning the map, a faint, enigmatic smile playing at the corner of her lips. 5 years, she said, her voice hoarse. Finally, we can leave this godforsaken place. Once we get the clue to the sequence artifact. The fire demon Ignaz's flames leaped abruptly, back into clan ID. Love to see what those who mocked me back then have to say. The werewolf looked up, his amber eyes flashing with barely contained excitement. I can already picture it, returning to the clan in glory with the clue to the sequence artifact. He stopped mid-sentence, because he heard a sound. A very strange sound. He looked up, listening intently. It seemed to be coming from the sky. Boom. Just then a tremendous explosion rang out. Not just one explosion. It was countless explosions happening simultaneously. Continuous. Deafening. What is happening? The werewolf dashed out of the tent. The fire demon and the vampire followed closely behind. Then they were dumbfounded. They saw a scene they had never witnessed in their lives. The sky. Countless massive burning magma fists rained down like a meteor shower. Boom, 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 boom. Those magma fists smashed into the camp, into the tents, into the defensive fortifications, and into the ground. With every punch that fell, a ball of scorching magma erupted. With every eruption of magma, there was devastation. The tents were reduced to rubble. The defensive structures were turned into ruins. The ground was smashed into enormous, deep pits with magma swirling within, steam rising into the sky. About 30 team members who had just been resting, chatting, and drinking soup scattered in all directions like startled rabbits. Oh! Screams echoed continuously. In just 10 seconds the camp was gone. Among the 30 or so people, none could stand. All were gravely injured. Moaning on the ground. The werewolf stood in the middle of the ruins, though he was unharmed. His face was black as the bottom of a pot. Beside him, the fire demon's fiery body flickered violently, a sign of extreme anger. Who is it? The werewolf Warwick roared as he abruptly turned his head to scan the surroundings. Then he saw it. In the distance at the edge of the ruins. A strange giant bear. A skeletal figure with green algae for a head. And a beast master with black hair of an unknown race. Lin Li stood there, his expression as calm as if he were strolling in his own backyard. He looked at the debris and the moaning injured, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Then he spoke. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of the werewolf Warwick, the fire demon Ignaz, and the vampire Camilla. Are you the leaders here? Warwick's eyes were filled with rage. Who are you? What do you want? Lin Li smiled. He raised his right hand and waved towards the crimson dog bear. The crimson dog bear understood, puffing out a cloud of smoke from its cigar, stepping forward. Zoro also moved. He drew 3 swords from his waist and slowly walked toward the center of the ruins. Warwick, Ignaz, and Camilla instinctively tensed their bodies. I want to ask you a few questions. Lin Li paused. But I know you won't cooperate, Lin Li said with a bright smile. So I've decided to subdue you first. Arrogant fool. The fire demon Ignaz was the first to lose his composure. He was not known for his good temper. He was a genius in his tribe, the second in command in this instance, just below the captain. When had anyone ever dared to confront him like this? The black-haired youth in front of him, with a light and casual remark of subdue you first, ignited his fury to the extreme. Roar. Ignaz let out a furious roar, and his body instantly transformed into a soaring flame. The flames erupted. His body rapidly expanded, burned, and ascended at a visible speed. In just 2 seconds, a 20-meter-tall flame giant stood in the center of the ruins. The surrounding air distorted violently from the heat, and the rubble on the ground began to glow red and melt. Those team members who were originally gravely injured on the ground were forced to flee desperately from this heat wave. Truly a clash of deities with mortals suffering the consequences. Kid, today I will make you understand the horror of elemental professions. The flame giant roared, taking enormous strides towards Lin Li and his group. The charging 20-meter-tall flame giant, the visual impact was enough to make any weak-willed person's legs go soft. Neo Li's face turned pale, his legs already beginning to tremble. Just when the flame giant was about to reach the front of the team, a dark green figure blocked its path. It was the skeletal figure with green algae, seemingly named Zoro. It stood before the flame giant like an ant at the foot of a mountain. The fire demon Ignaz looked down at this oblivious skeleton, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. "You ignorant fool." His voice boomed like roaring flames shaking the surrounding air. "I am an elemental mythic class. Before my mental and physical strength are exhausted, you won't be able to harm even a single hair of mine. With that tiny frame of yours, you dare to block my path." He raised his massive flaming arm, which was several meters long, burning with flames hot enough to melt steel, and swung it down towards Zoro. "Turn to ashes for me." The moment the flaming giant's arm came crashing down, the air was compressed, producing a piercing, explosive sound. At that instant, Zoro moved. He didn't even look up at the descending giant arm. Zoro merely slightly bent his knees, gathering strength as two long swords the heavens, and the 3 generations of Kitetsu instantly unsheathed. On the blades, the armed color haki spiraled wildly, transforming into a deep, profound black. The conqueror's haki erupted with black-red arcs of electricity flickering. 2 sword styles ascending the tower. Boom. A sound exploded like a thunderclap. The ground beneath Zoro's feet instantly collapsed, and debris shot out in all directions. His body transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky. That streak of light was so fast enough that the fire demon Ignaz's eyes couldn't even catch it. He only saw a flash before the tiny skeleton had already appeared before him. Then the glint of the sword ignited. Sand pattern. The sharp blade light was as dazzling as lightning, wrapping around the black-red arcs of electricity, slashing up from below, striking fiercely against the body of the flame giant. Sizzle. The body of the flame giant was torn apart in the face of that strike, as if it were made of paper, instantly ripped, severed, and disintegrated. Flames splattered. The fallen flames ignited the surrounding debris in an instant. "No. This is impossible." The fire demon Ignaz let out a shrill scream. His mind was filled with incredible horror. Elementalization. He was in elemental form. Before exhausting his mental and physical strength, no physical attack should be able to cause him substantial harm. This was the common knowledge of the endless world. This was the power upon which all elemental practitioners relied for survival. But this skeleton, this damned skeleton, why could it injure him? Why could it directly harm his elemental body? Why? He would never get the answer. That upward slash not only cleaved through his flame giant form, but also infused a terrifying, domineering force that severed all will directly into his spiritual essence. Ugh! The fire demon Ignaz let out an extremely shrill scream. His 20-meter-tall flame giant form collapsed like a punctured balloon in an instant. Flames scattered, transforming into a sky full of sparks. Then a figure fell from the sparks, crashing to the ground with a thud. It was Ignaz. He reverted to his original form, spitting blood, limbs twitching, eyes vacant, still mumbling incoherently. "Impossible, impossible, my elementalization, why could he hurt me?" On the other side, the silver giant wolf Warwick had already charged in front of the crimson canine bear. He did not look toward the fire demon, he trusted Ignatius. The elementalization of a mythical profession makes dealing with a skeleton effortless. His target is the bizarre bear before him. The aura emanating from this bear is strong enough to make him feel a twinge of apprehension. But that is all. He is a mythical elite and the captain of this team. Just a beast tamer. How strong could it possibly be? Roar! The silver giant wolf howled to the heavens, his body suddenly expanding. The originally 3-meter giant wolf form instantly surged to 5 meters. Silver fur rustled in the wind, and his amber vertical pupils burned with fervent battle intent. A faint layer of silvery light began to envelop his body. Moon Goddess Blessing. The core skill of the mythical profession, Howling Moon Giant Wolf. After transforming into the giant wolf form, he gained a protective barrier from the moon goddess, increasing all attributes' magical resistance by 40%. This means that any elemental attack would be significantly weakened before him. "Come on." The silver giant wolf roared, raising his massive wolf paw and sweeping it violently. A gigantic azure wind blade shot out from the tip of his claw. That wind blade was 3 meters long, its edges sharp as knives, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through everything, slashing towards the crimson canine bear. Puff! The sound of the wind blade striking flesh resounded. The crimson canine bear was hit at the waist by the wind blade. The massive wound nearly pierced through its entire torso. From its left side to the right rib, a horrifying fissure almost split it in two. The eyes of the silver giant wolf lit up. "Is that it?" That aura was so strong. "Ooh, I thought it would be formidable, but this is all. Can't even dodge a wind blade." Just as he was about to mock, he saw something. The nearly fatal wound on the crimson canine bear was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. No, it wasn't healing. It was recovering. The molten body that had been cut was writhing, merging and reshaping like a living creature. In just 2 seconds, the wound completely disappeared. The crimson canine bear stood there fully intact. What? The silver giant wolf's eyes widened in disbelief. Elementalization. This bear is also elementalized. His expression turned extremely grim. Damn it. The silver giant wolf gritted his teeth, a hint of trepidation flashing in his amber vertical pupils. This is trouble. His teammate is an elementalized profession, so he naturally knows how difficult this is. Unless he possesses a special skill that can attack the soul or the opponent's mental and physical energy is exhausted, it is impossible to inflict substantial damage. And right now he has neither special skills nor the ability to exhaust a mythical beast's mental energy in a short time. This means he can only endure. Enduring until the opponent is physically drained, enduring until the opponent's elementalization is undone. But the problem is this bear looks like it has plenty of stamina. As the silver giant wolf quickly calculated his strategy, he suddenly felt a terrifying sense of oppression coming from the opposite side. He looked up. The bear was staring at him. In its eyes burned a raging fury. It was provoked. Roar. The crimson canine bear let out a thunderous roar. The magma on its right arm surged violently, expanding and deforming. The magma flowed wildly on its arm, visibly coalescing into a grotesque shape. It was a head. A massive flame-licked dog head with its mouth wide open. Canine bite of the red lotus. The crimson canine bear swung its right arm. That gigantic magma dog head detached from its arm and charged toward the silver giant wolf like a wild beast roaring. Wherever the magma dog head passed, the air was scorched and the ground cracked. The silver giant wolf's pupils suddenly constricted. He could sense the terrifying energy contained within that dog head, and its intensity was formidable. But he did not evade, because he had the moon goddess blessing. 40% magical resistance across all attributes. Elemental attacks would be nearly halved in front of his magical resistance. As long as he could withstand this blow, he could find an opportunity to counterattack. Moon Goddess Barrier, activate. The silver giant wolf roared, and the silvery light around him instantly became more intense and solid. A translucent white barrier coalesced before him. The barrier shimmered with moon-white runes radiating a sacred and inviolable aura. Come on, he shouted, charging toward the incoming magma dog head. Boom. The sound of a massive explosion rang out. The magma dog head smashed into the moon goddess barrier. The violent flame energy poured forth wildly. The intense heat scorched the barrier. The tremendous impact forced the silver giant wolf to stagger back 3 steps. But he held firm. The barrier trembled violently, yet it did not shatter. A smug smile appeared on his lips. Is this it? It's nothing but crack. A crisp sound like the shattering of glass interrupted his words. The smile of the silver giant wolf froze on his face. He slowly lowered his head to look at the moon goddess barrier. On the surface of the barrier, a tiny crack was visibly spreading. Crack, crack, crack. The cracks multiplied. They grew denser. They deepened. No. The silver giant wolf's eyes widened in terror. Moon goddess blessing. 40% magical resistance across all attributes. It was actually shattered. Is his penetration that high? How is that possible? Boom. The moon goddess barrier completely shattered. That magma dog head slammed hard against his face. A woo. The silver giant wolf let out a piercing scream. His massive 5-meter body was knocked back as if struck by a battering ram, flying backward wildly. Boom, 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 boom. He smashed through 3 crumbling walls behind him. He collapsed a half-collapsed tower. Finally, he crashed into a ruined building, shattering an entire wall. Dust filled the air. Debris tumbled down. The silver giant wolf lay in the ruins, his body charred, silver fur burnt, and tattered blood flowing from his mouth, limbs twitching. He stared wide-eyed at the gray sky above, filled with disbelief. The moon goddess blessing. Shattered. 40% elemental resistance was broken by a beast tamer. Shattered by a single punch. In the distance, the vampire Camilla looked on in disbelief at all of this. In just a few seconds of combat, their strongest 2 warriors were taken down. She fixed her gaze on Lin Li, wondering what that guy truly was. But everything ends here. Her curse magic was complete. From the beginning of the battle, she had not participated in the frontal assault, but had hidden in the back, focusing on chanting the curse magic she had prepared for a long time. The long chant time of curse magic is the fatal weakness of all curse-type skills. But once completed, the target is guaranteed to hit, and the power is enough to turn the tide. Her gaze had been locked from the very beginning upon every detail of the battlefield. The fire demon cleaved down, the captain blasted skyward, both adversaries utterly absorbed, none aware of her, the hidden threat lurking in the shadows. Perfect. She drew a deep breath, her hands weaving the final sigil as the last syllable of the incantation slipped from her lips, blood boil. 8 crimson beams erupted from her fingertips. They carved eerie serpentine trails through the air, 8 blood-red vipers striking out toward Lin Li, Zoro, Cheekwan the Bearman, and 5 alien underlings who trailed behind them. Curse magic blood boil. Once afflicted, the target's blood surges to a scalding boil, shattering the body from within. Undefendable. Irresistible. A triumphant smile curled the corners of Vampire Camilla's lips. That black-haired youth, who had forced 3 mythic tier cultivators to unite against him, was indeed formidable. But it ended here. Today Camilla would turn the tide, her name etched as the decisive hero of this battle. The 8 crimson beams closed in on their targets. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. At the instant the first scarlet beam was about to strike Lin Li, Ka. A piercing raven's cry tore across the ruins. From the gloom behind Lin Li, a colossal black raven launched itself skyward. Its wingspan stretched 20 meters, azure flames coiled around its form, its obsidian gold eyes burned with an uncanny glacial light. Boom! An invisible shockwave exploded outward from the great black bird, radiating in all directions with savage force. It swept over the 8 crimson beams, and they dissolved like mist beneath noon sun, vanishing without trace. As if they had never existed. Camilla's smile froze. She stared blankly at the empty air where the beams had been. What just happened? Where's my curse? Such a potent curse. How could it simply vanish? She stood rooted, mind utterly blank. Then a cold mechanical system prompt echoed in her ear. You have been afflicted with the cursed blood boil. Camilla's eyes bulged wide. So far they seemed ready to burst from their sockets. Wow, what a... Before she could react, a terrifying wave of heat detonated from within her core, her blood. Every drop surged into violent, searing boil, simultaneously. A shriek of excruciating agony tore from her throat. She convulsed inward, clutching herself as she writhed violently across the ground. Her skin flushed with an unnatural feverish crimson. Veins swelled beneath her flesh, pulsing with visible, churning turbulence. Too hot. Too hot. She strained to suppress the boiling torrent with spiritual energy, but the force overwhelmed her, shattering her mental defenses on contact. Help me. She reached desperately toward her allies, only to see the fire demon twitching on the ground, the captain unconscious amid rubble. No one could save her. No one. 3 full minutes passed before the infernal heat finally receded. Camilla collapsed like a sodden rag, gasping in ragged, heaving breaths. Her hair was matted, her garments torn, her body slick with cold sweat and blood. Those once lustrous, sanguine eyes now held only raw terror and hollow bewilderment. She gazed at the black-haired youth standing calmly beneath the shadow of the great raven, and her lips trembled, utterly mute. The battle was over. Duration, less than 1 minute. 3 mythic tier cultivators, felled in turn, 1 split by a single blade, 1 hurled away by a single fist, 1 cursed, rolling in agony for 3 minutes. Annihilation. Absolute total annihilation. Neoli stood frozen at the edge of the ruin's mouth, agape, wide enough to swallow a fist. His eyes were vacant, as though his soul had just been ripped away. His mind had flatlined. Lily cowered behind Xiao Li, eyes covered, yet peering insistently through her fingers. Each time she glimpsed the wretched fates of those once aloof mythic cultivators, she shuddered, then looked again, unable to look away. Xiao Li's face, normally as expressionless as polished stone, finally shifted ever so slightly. It was a complex blend, signing that master-servant pact may not have been such a loss after all. I must cling to this powerhouse for dear life, and under no circumstances must I ever provoke his wrath. Guyan's 2 heads exchanged a glance. The first murmured, do we count as? The second finished, having chosen the right master. 10 minutes later, at the ruin's center, 3 figures lay bound tightly, trussed like dumplings. Ignatz the fire demon stared blankly, muttering hoarsely, elementalization. Why did it wound me? Why? Warwick the silver wolf had reverted to human form, bloodied, bruised head bowed in silence, though he occasionally glanced toward the magma bear, puffing a cigar, his amber eyes flickering with deep wariness. Camilla huddled on the ground, trembling violently, face deathly pale, gaze hollow. Each time her eyes drifted toward the black raven circling overhead, she flinched and swiftly averted her gaze. Around them, the 30-odd team members lay scattered, some unconscious, some grievously wounded, others feigning death the moment they caught sight of the magma bear or the emerald green skeleton. Lin Li stood before them, calm, a faint, enigmatic smile playing upon his lips. Still conscious, he addressed Warwick, tone as casual as asking about the weather. Warwick lifted his head. His amber eyes locked onto Lin Li's, and held silent for 2 long seconds. Then, voice gravel thin, he asked, who are you? Lin Li offered no reply. Instead, he knelt slowly, leveling his gaze with Warwick's. I hear you've entered the shifting labyrinth. Warwick's pupils contracted sharply. Lin Li watched the shift in his expression and smiled wider. Can you take me to its location? Warwick fell silent. He glanced toward the cigar-chomping magma bear, then the jade-green skeleton, then upward, to the raven wheeling silently in the sky. 3 spirit beasts, each absurdly powerful, each ranked above mid-tier mythic level. Warwick drew a slow, steadying breath. He who adapts to circumstance is the true sage, a truth universal across races and realms. He lowered his head, voice rasping yes. Lin Li looked at his expression, his smile becoming even brighter. All right, let's set off now. Now, Warwick suddenly raised his head, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. He pointed at the teammates sprawled around him on the ground. Don't go too far. Warwick gritted his teeth, his voice filled with suppressed rage. How can we possibly? His words came to an abrupt halt. Because Lin Li snapped his fingers. Clap. The crisp sound echoed clearly in the ruins. Caw. In midair, the circling black giant bird let out a sharp caw. The undying curse crow spread its wings wide, the azure flames surrounding it suddenly igniting fiercely. Those azure flames surged out of its body like a bonfire, ignited, burning brighter and more intensely. Then the azure flames began to fall. The burning azure flames cascaded down from the sky like raindrops. The light spots landed on Warwick. He trembled all over. The azure flames that landed on his skin brought no sense of burning. Instead, they felt warm. An indescribable warmth, as if soaking in a hot spring, rapidly spread throughout his body from the points of contact. His wounds, the charred marks from being burned by magma, the cuts from shattered stones, and the internally injured organs, began to heal at a visibly rapid pace under the embrace of the azure light. The charred skin peeled away, revealing new skin underneath. The gaping wounds closed up, leaving no scars. The dull pain in his organs vanished, replaced by a refreshing feeling of ease throughout his body. Warwick's eyes widened in disbelief. He looked down at his hands, then touched his face, his eyes filled with incredulity. All better. Completely healed. The severe injuries that could have kept him bedridden for days, just like that, healed. He abruptly looked around. The teammates who had been groaning on the ground were now also under the azure light, each one stopping their wails, then slowly sitting up and gazing at their bodies in confusion. Someone tore open their torn clothes, looking at their perfectly intact skin beneath their mouth agape, as if it could fit a fist. Someone else clenched their fist tightly, feeling the surge of renewed strength, their eyes turning red. Someone even stood up and jumped twice, then froze in place, unable to regain their senses for a long while. This is... The fire demon Ignatz stopped, muttering to himself, looking down at his restored body, his eyes filled with shock and bewilderment. The vampire Camilla climbed up from the ground, touching her trembling limbs that had stopped shaking, then touched her face that had regained its color, before looking up at the circling black giant bird in the sky, a deep fear flashing in her eyes. She never wanted to experience that boiling pain in her blood again in her lifetime. All better. Completely healed. Warwick took a deep breath and looked up at the black giant bird in the sky again. That being was retracting some of the azure flames, slowly lowering its altitude, landing on a nearby broken stone pillar. Its dark golden eyes scanned the people below, who had returned to their original states indifferently, as if performing a trivial task. Warwick's heart was increasingly shocked. Such a powerful top-tier healing ability. Moreover, it wasn't a healing spell that required chanting, casting, and expending vast amounts of mental energy, but rather this area-wide, instantaneous, terrifying group recovery. He had seen many priests, many healers, and even some so-called divine, favored mythic-level healers. But none could compare to the crow before him. Mythic-level output beast. Mythic-level melee beast. Mythic-level support beast. 3 heads. 1 person. Warwick's gaze towards the black-haired youth completely changed. The previous wariness was about his strength. The current wariness was about the force behind him. What kind of force could cultivate such a monster? The top 10 in the 1,000 races ranking. The top 5. Or, he dared not think further. Your injuries have all been healed. Lin Li's voice pulled him back from his thoughts. Lin Li glanced at Warwick, then at the teammates, slowly getting up the corners of his mouth, slightly lifting. Can we go now? Warwick and the other 2 mythic profession companions exchanged glances. The fire demon Ignatz and the vampire Camilla nodded slightly, their eyes no longer holding the previous resentment and anger, but instead a complex acceptance. Warwick took a deep breath. He turned around, looking towards the distant area shrouded in mist of the withered forest. Let's go. 3 hours later. A group of people crossed the vast, misty, withered forest. It must be said that if it weren't for Warwick leading the way, Lin Li would have likely taken several days just to navigate through the misty, withered forest. Along the way, although there were occasional aberrants charging out of the mist, their numbers were not many, and with Solon clearing the path, they posed no threat at all. Those monsters that once struck fear into countless adventurers could not last even a round against that green algae-headed skeleton. We're here. Warwick stopped, looked up, and gazed ahead. Lin Li also looked up. It was a city. The city walls rose 100 meters high, constructed entirely from a certain type of dark gray stone, the surface covered in marks of age and cracks left by battles. Above the city, countless bolts of lightning intertwined in the sky, forming a massive electric web. These bolts of lightning were not ordinary. They were some kind of violent, destructive energy condensate. They leaped, collided, and exploded in the air, producing deafening roars that completely sealed off the area above the city. No creature could fly through that storm. This is the maze. Warwick's voice echoed in Lin Li's ear. On the surface it appears as a city, but inside it is actually a massive moving maze. The terrain is constantly changing, and the passages are reorganizing every moment. Moreover, there are countless traps and aberrants hidden within. The deeper you go, the stronger the monsters. He paused, looking at Lin Li. We spent 5 years and sacrificed dozens of brothers just to barely touch the edge of the core area. Originally, it was estimated that at least another year would be needed to fully understand the maze's patterns and find the entrance to the core area. However, now that your beast has joined, the progress should be much faster. If coordinated well, we might even get in within a few months. Lin Li did not respond. He simply walked to the city wall, extended his hand, and gently touched the cold stone surface. A piece of information appeared on the panel. Not in a few months. Lin Li retracted his hand, turned, and looked at Warwick with eyes full of wisdom. He pointed at his head. My incredible superintelligence has already found a way to fast-track through this maze. Warwick, Fire Demon Ignatz, Vampire Camilla. The 3 mythic professionals exchanged bewildered glances. Speedrun. This moving maze, which has existed for thousands of years and trapped countless lives, took them 5 years to barely reach the edge of its core. This young man actually claims he can speedrun it. What method could he possibly employ? Just as they widened their eyes to look at Lin Li, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted. Roar. Crimson Dog Bear. The magma giant bear that had quietly followed the team suddenly let out a mighty howl. Its body began to swell. 20 meters, 50 meters, 80 meters, 100 meters. In just a few seconds, 100-meter magma giant bear stood towering before the city. Its massive body blotted out the sun, with molten lava flowing around it, emitting a blinding red glow. Each breath released scorching waves that extended for dozens of meters. Warwick's legs buckled. The aura was too overwhelming, strong enough that his body instinctively trembled. Fire Demon Ignatz's fiery form was quaking violently, a clear sign of fear. Vampire Camilla's face turned pale, and she instinctively took several steps back. The Crimson Dog Bear lifted its head, gazing at the stormy skies above. The lightning seemed to sense some provocation, becoming even more frenzied and dense. Bolts of thunder descended from the heavens, striking the Crimson Dog Bear. Yet those bolts of lightning, capable of turning ordinary professionals to ash, left no mark on its flowing magma body. The Crimson Dog Bear withstood the thunder, slowly raising its arms. Those 2 thick, completely magma-formed arms were raised high, aimed at the stormy skies. Then, roar. It let out a furious roar. With a sudden swing of its arms, countless massive magma fists detached from its limbs, shooting towards the sky like cannonballs. Meteor volcano all out. Those magma fists trailed long plumes of black smoke and sparks, breaking through the storm, flying higher, and then abruptly halting at their peak. The next moment, boom, the heavens collapsed. No, it was the magma fist that crashed down. Countless massive burning magma masses poured down from the sky like a meteor shower. They struck the city. They struck the maze. They struck that place which had trapped countless lives. Boom, 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 boom. The entire world trembled. Those magma fists crashed into the city walls, creating massive cracks. The fists smashed into buildings, reducing them to ruins. The magma fists struck the ground, creating deep, bottomless craters where lava churned and steam surged. The maze was collapsing. The passages that had once trapped countless lives were shattered into pieces. The dead ends that had once been impossible to traverse were obliterated. The trap zones that had required lengthy detours to navigate were filled in by magma. The storm was torn apart. The lightning in the sky began to collapse, dissipate, and disintegrate under the relentless bombardment of the magma fists. The city wailed. Those stone walls that had stood for thousands of years began to crumble, shatter, and turn to ruins under the repeated onslaught of magma. Warwick stood at a distance, his eyes wide, watching this scene. He actually dismantled the maze. It is known that the walls of this maze are extraordinarily solid, even more resilient than his moon god protection. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. His mind went blank. His worldview was collapsing. 5 years. 5 years. They spent 5 years cautiously exploring, advancing inch by inch, losing over 10 lives, only barely reaching the edge of the core area. And this guy actually smashed the entire maze with the most violent means. Fire Demon Ignatz's fiery form was nearly extinguished. He looked at the magma falling from the sky and the collapsing city, murmuring, "So this is superintelligence." Vampire Camilla's legs went weak, and she had to lean against a nearby rock to steady herself. Her blood-red eyes were filled with deep fear and dread. The creature they had just fought was this monster. They were still alive. What a miracle. Bale's hammer dropped to the ground, and he didn't even glance at it, repeatedly muttering, "What the hell? What the hell? What the hell?" Lily covered her face, but her fingers were wide open even more than before. She looked at Lin Li's handsome face, watching the magma raining down softly, saying, So cool. 10 minutes. A full 10 minutes. When the last mass of magma fell from the sky, crashing into the already shapeless city ruins, the world fell silent. The storm completely dissipated. The city collapsed entirely. That moving maze which had trapped countless lives and existed for over 1,000 years was gone. It had turned into a wasteland. The crimson dog bear retracted its arms, its body slowly shrinking back to its 3-meter-high form. It held a cigar in its mouth, exhaling a puff of smoke, glanced back at the dumbfounded crowd, then strode back to Lin Li's side. Lin Li turned around to look at Warwick. The werewolf still stood in place, maintaining a look of shock. Lin Li walked up to him, patting his shoulder. Let's go. He pointed to the only intact building in the ruins. Go find that elder. Warwick shivered slightly, finally snapping back to reality. He took a deep breath and followed Lin Li. Behind them, dozens of otherworldly professionals were thoroughly questioning their lives. They looked at Lin Li's back with only one thought in their minds. If they could escape this dungeon, they must tell everyone. True wisdom is power, everything else is heresy. Lin Li and his group arrived at the only intact building in the ruins. It was an altar. Its base was constructed from a gray-white stone, smooth as a mirror with no cracks at all. Above the base there were 3 tiers of steps, each engraved with dense elven script and intricate patterns. At the end of the steps was a platform about 100 meters in diameter. In the center of the platform stood a third-dimensional stone tablet. The tablet was entirely black with a faint silver glow swirling across its surface, as if it had life, slowly breathing. Surrounding the stone tablet were 7 slightly smaller tablets, each 3 meters tall, also inscribed with text and patterns. And at the very center of the platform, a figure stood there wielding a 2-handed longsword. It was an elf. With a slender form, even in its fallen state, it retained the unique elegance of the elven race. Its dark, gray skin was covered in intricate black markings which seemed to wriggle like living creatures, exuding a disturbing aura of decay. A layer of gray-black mist enveloped its body, a sign of extreme pollution. Its visage still bore traces of its former handsomeness, but those eyes instilled a profound sorrow in everyone present. For those eyes were continuously shedding blood tears. Fallen believer, elven elder, sword king, lord level. Level 25. Health 400000, 400000. Skills elven, fallen sword, dance, shadow strike, elemental fusion, sword technique, rampage. Overall combat power 55000. He once guarded his kin in the elven secret realm for over a century. But after being polluted, he personally killed the last of his kin he was meant to protect, watching his own fall with clarity but helplessness. He was in immense pain, begging for someone to end his life. The moment he saw that figure, the werewolf, Warwick's eyes lit up. It was not fear. It was excitement. The elven elder. The one who had trapped him for 5 years. As long as he killed him, he could obtain clues to the artifact of order. With the clues, he could return to his clan in glory. Roar! Warwick could no longer hold back. His body suddenly swelled. Silver fur exploded. His bones cracked audibly. In just 1 second, a giant silver wolf appeared beneath the altar. The protection of the moon god was fully activated. Silver light coalesced around him into a translucent barrier. War? His limbs surged with power, shattering the ground and sending stones flying. The silver wolf shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging towards the elven elder on the altar. 30 meters. 10 meters. The elven elder stood still, not even turning to look at him. The silver wolf leaped high, its massive claws wielding enough power to tear through steel, striking down at the elven elder. Die for me. Clang. The deafening sound of metal clashing shook the entire altar. The elven elder moved slightly, and the longsword in his hands seemed to come alive, gently swiping upward from below. The speed of that sword was not fast, one might even say it was slow. But Warwick couldn't dodge. He watched helplessly as the sword sliced through his moon god barrier, like cutting tofu. His proudest protection was as fragile as a piece of paper before that sword. Crack! The barrier shattered. Silver light splintered and scattered. Warwick's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinholes. He looked down, watching the sword cut through his barrier and then strike him. Damn it, what bad luck today to have my strongest defensive skill shattered twice in a row. PSHHH. Blood gushed forth. The massive body of the silver wolf was sent flying backward, as if a normal person had been struck heat-in by a large truck. Boom, 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 boom. He crashed through a crumbling wall beneath the altar. Then he smashed down a half-collapsed building. He broke through 3 massive stone pillars. Then his figure vanished into the mist in the distance. I will definitely return. Warwick's unwilling scream echoed in the ruins for a long time. One sword. Just one sword. A mythic beast, the howling moon wolf with the formidable defense of the moon god's protection, was struck away until not a trace was left. The elven elder retracted his longsword, and his gaze slowly turned towards Lin Li and his companions. Fire Mage Ignatius. Vampire Camilla. The two exchanged glances and silently stepped back, guarding Lin Li. The remaining 30-odd team members all retreated to the back, wishing they could dig a hole and bury themselves. Big shot. Neo Li's voice trembled. This thing is too fierce. Do we have a chance? Should we withdraw first and think it over? Lin Li ignored him. He squinted at the tall figure on the altar. Just as he was about to raise his hand and let his brothers join him to quickly deal with the elven elder, suddenly a dark green figure stepped out from beside him. Zoro. It stood in front of everyone. Its hollow eye sockets stared directly at the elven elder on the altar. Then a clear thought resonated in Lin Li's mind. It was a battle intent transmitted through their soul link. Did Zoro want to challenge him on his own? Lin Li was taken aback. But when his gaze fell on the long sword in the elven elder's hand, he understood. A swordsmanship master. For Zoro, this was simply an irresistible temptation. Lin Li smiled. He lowered his raised hand. All right, you go. Zoro did not look back, but it nodded slightly. Then it stepped forward, walking towards the altar. Boom. A sound exploded, shattering the silence around the altar. It wasn't Zoro. It was the elven elder. That tall figure moved the instant Zoro stepped forward for the third time. His speed was outrageously fast. Clearly standing in the center of the altar just a moment ago, the next moment, he was already 3 meters in front of Zoro. The silver-white longsword, enveloped in black polluted mist, slashed down towards Zoro. Before the sword reached him, the sharp sword aura had already plowed a deep gash into the ground. Zoro's reaction was at its peak. 3 blades were drawn in an instant. And the first word of the way. 3 generations of ghost cleavers. Yinemo. 3 sword-style hellish demon slash. His figure transformed into a flash of blade light mixed with black-red overlord electric arcs, crashing heat into the elven elder's sword light. Clang. The deafening clash of swords sounded like thunder exploding. The shockwave spread out wildly from the two of them. The rubble beneath the altar was shattered. The alien team members who had retreated to the distance were toppled over by the shockwave. For a moment, the ruins were filled with flashing blades and swords, sharp slashes flying everywhere like a disaster had arrived. Ignoring the battle between Zoro and the elven elder, Lin Li ascended to the only intact platform. 7 stone tablets surrounded a central giant stone tablet, emitting a faint silver light under the dim sky. He approached the first stone tablet and reached out to touch the incomprehensible characters. This is elven script. A voice came from behind. Lin Li turned around, seeing the half-elf Xiao Li, who had somehow caught up with him. His gaze fell on the stone tablet, his expression complex. Do you know it? Lin Li asked. Xiao Li nodded. My father taught me before. He approached the stone tablet, carefully reading the engravings, his gaze gradually becoming focused. After a moment, he raised his head, his eyes filled with astonishment. What is recorded here? He paused, seemingly organizing his words. Is the history of the elven race when they first arrived in the endless world. Lin Li raised an eyebrow. Xiao Li continued. It is recorded that the elven race at the beginning did not arrive at the center of the endless world as it is today, but on a remote continent near the edge of the world. At that time, the elven race, though newly arrived, was surprisingly powerful. Just among the mythic-level practitioners, there were dozens. They possessed a complete inheritance system, top-notch forging techniques, and countless powerful subordinate races. Moreover, they had also gained the recognition of the artifact of order. In the 300th year of the elven race's arrival in the endless world, the elven queen gave birth to a girl. As soon as the girl was born, it triggered an astonishing phenomenon in heaven and earth. The sky cracked open, stars fell, and the laws were in chaos. An artifact of order tore through space-time, crossing endless distances, appearing before that infant. That artifact recognized its master. It recognized a newborn baby. The entire elven race was in an uproar. The whole nation celebrated. The elven queen conferred this princess the title of Elven Saintess. Her status was even above that of the elven queen, because in the endless world, being actively recognized by an artifact of order meant being chosen by the laws themselves, implying endless possibilities, and as long as one did not perish prematurely, they were destined to become a top powerhouse in this world. Xiao Li's voice paused as he turned to another stone tablet. The tablet bore an engraving, a gigantic tree blocking out the sun beneath which countless elves knelt in worship. Above the giant tree, a massive fissure was tearing through the sky. What a pity. Xiao Li's voice grew softer. I had thought that the elven clan could grow stronger with the Saintess and reach glory, but disaster struck unexpectedly. The evil god's seduction transformed the elven king into a fallen believer. The ancestral land of the elves became a forbidden zone of death. The disaster came so swiftly that the entire elven clan barely had time to react. The ancestral land was contaminated, and the clansmen began to mutate. The once prosperous Holy Land turned into a realm of death in just a few days. Given the terror of the forbidden zone of death, the elven clan should have been entirely annihilated. But at the critical moment, the sequence artifact within the Saintess erupted. A blinding pillar of light shot up from the Saintess, piercing through heaven and earth, forcefully halting the expanding forbidden zone of death. That beam of light bought precious time for the elven clan to escape. Two elven teams under the protection of the Saintess broke free from the forbidden zone of death. One team ventured through an unknown teleportation array to a distant land. Xiao Li speculated while observing the stone tablet before him. It seems this elven team must have been transported to the heart of the endless world where they developed over thousands of years to become one of the top 20 clans in the list of tribes. As for the other team, Xiao Li's gaze shifted to the ruins below the altar which had been flattened. The other team must be the elves of the secret realm. He pointed to the last stone tablet. The tablet depicted an elven elder opening a spatial rift leading tens of thousands of elves into the depths of the fissure. They thought they had escaped. Xiao Li said softly, little did they know that the disaster had followed them in. Lin Li stood quietly behind listening. At first, upon hearing that the elven tribe was destroyed by the forbidden zone of death, he had no reaction since the forbidden zones had erupted throughout the endless world. But when he heard about the beam of light erupting from the forbidden zone of death, his expression changed. Lin Li's gaze became filled with uncertainty. Could it be such a coincidence? Was the ancestral land of the elves right next to the human realm? In the battlefield of ruins, a loud bang erupted, and amidst the swirling dust, two figures were sent flying simultaneously. The elven elder retreated 7 steps, leaving deep footprints on the hard stone slabs. With each step, Zoro staggered back 3 steps, his dark green warrior's robe billowing dramatically. The red soul fire in his eye sockets burned even brighter. That was excitement. That was battle intent. That was the joy of encountering a worthy opponent. The elven elder steadied himself and glanced down at the long sword in his hand. A fine crack had appeared on the blade. He looked up, gazing at the dark green skeleton before him. For the first time, there was a ripple in those indifferent eyes. Zoro transformed into a streak of light, charging fiercely at the elven elder. 3-blade flow extreme tiger hunt. The blades transformed into the phantom of a ferocious tiger roaring as it pounced at the elven elder. The elven elder sidestepped the attack and countered with a sweeping strike. The sword light poured down like moonlight infused with a strange black mist slashing towards Zoro's waist. Zoro's body twisted oddly in midair, 2 long blades intercepting the sword's edge, while the third blade swept upward. Clang, 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 clang. The clash of blades and swords intertwined to form a storm of death. Each strike carried terrifying power capable of obliterating legendary professionals of the same level. With each collision, a violent energy shockwave exploded. With every intersection, deep marks were left on the ground and surrounding ruins. The remaining stone pillars were shattered to fragments by the sword and blade light. The collapsed walls were pulverized to dust by the shockwave. 3-blade flow black rope, great tornado. Zoro's blade spun, conjuring a massive tornado that swept forth, carrying countless small flying slashes towards the elven elder. The elven elder gripped his sword with both hands, and the silver blade suddenly erupted with blinding brilliance. Elemental fusion void slash. A massive strike formed by the fusion of sword energy shadows and lightning shot forth from the sword's edge, colliding heat-in with the tornado. Boom! The moment the two forces collided, the heavens and earth dimmed. The ground at the epicenter of the explosion was blasted into a 30-meter-wide pit. The shockwave leveled all the ruins within 100 meters. Those watching from afar were terrified by this force, cowering on the ground and trembling. As the dust settled, 2 figures stood 30 meters apart, facing each other. Zoro's 3 blades were enveloped in green conqueror's color, rising like flames, while the black-red electric arcs burned even more fiercely than before. On the long sword of the elven elder, the silver light intermingled with the black, polluted mist, forming a strange balance. He lowered his gaze to his chest. There a deep cut marred his skin. He looked up again, fixing his gaze on Zoro. The indifference in his eyes was now replaced with battle intent. He slowly raised his long sword, pointing it at Zoro. The black, polluted mist began to surge wildly on the sword, as if responding to its master's will. Then, his body began to change. The dark gray skin was alive with pulsing black patterns that spread across his entire body. His eyes transformed from indifference to blood red. The black mist that enveloped him became substantial, writhing like countless venomous snakes in a frenzy. Raging berserk, the elven elder entered a rampage state. His speed, strength, and agility surged by at least 50% in an instant. He became a blur of black and red, charging towards Zoro. That speed was a full double of his previous pace. The red soul fire in Zoro's eye sockets ignited to its peak in that instant. Black-red conqueror's electric arcs surged violently from within him. 3-blade flow tiger granny fierce hunt. The extreme burst of power and speed left a trail of sonic booms as Zoro faced that black-red blur and charged heat-in. The 2 figures collided once again at the center of the ruins. This time no one saw clearly what happened. Only a blinding light erupted at the point of impact. Then boom. A deafening roar that shook the heavens and earth. The ground centered on the collision point collapsed within a 100-meter radius. A gigantic pit appeared in the center of the ruins. At the bottom of the pit, two figures stood intertwined. Zoro remained poised with his blades, 3 knives crossed in front of him. The elven elder faced away from him, his long sword hanging down. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Crack. A faint sound of cracking came from the elven elder's long sword. The silver blade that had accompanied him for countless years began to shatter from the tip fragment by fragment. The pieces fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound. The elven elder looked down at the half of the sword hilt left in his hand. Then he smiled. It was the first time Zoro and everyone present had seen him smile. In that smile there was relief, liberation, and a hint of gratitude. He turned to face Zoro. The indifference in his eyes was gone, replaced by a calmness. A tranquility that allowed him to finally let go of everything. He opened his mouth, producing a hoarse voice like rusty gears grinding. Thank you. Thank you. As the words fell, the elf elder's body began to disintegrate. The black lines surged out from within him, dissipating into countless wisps of black smoke in the air. His form, like a hollowed shell, crumbled into ash, bit by bit, scattering above the ruins. In the end, only a broken sword hilt and a pile of ashes remained. You have cleared the contaminated elf sanctuary, rating perfect. You have gained massive experience. Your tamed beast Zoro has leveled up to level 31. All attributes greatly increased. Your tamed beast Crimson Bear has leveled up to level 31. All attributes greatly increased. Your tamed beast Undying Crow has leveled up to level 31. All attributes greatly increased. You have leveled up to level 31. You can draw a template again. You have obtained a sequence artifact projection Myriad Realms Fishing Rod. A series of system notifications flooded Lin Li's mind. Level 31. From level 25 to level 31, a full 6 levels. The experience reward was incredibly generous. Lin Li nodded with satisfaction. You have obtained a special item map of the Elf Ancestral Land. You have obtained a special item Elf Saintess token. A map of the Elf Ancestral Land and the Elf Saintess token. Lin Li opened the map and took a glance. His eyes narrowed instantly. No doubt about it. The outer terrain of this map matched the death zone adjacent to the human territory. Lin Li had once seen photos of the human death zone featuring a massive mountain range identical to the one depicted on this map. The death zone beside the human territory was the former ancestral land of the elf race. He needed to inform Uncle Yi about this as soon as he returned. There was also the Elf Saintess token. Lin Li took it out and examined it closely. It resembled a butterfly hair ornament. Though he didn't know its purpose, Lin Li was well aware that the elf race, once boasting dozens of mythical professionals and possessing a sequence artifact yet destroyed in a calamity of evil gods, their ancestral land must still hold countless secrets. This item might prove useful in the elf ancestral land. Lin Li took a deep breath and turned to the last item. It was a fishing rod. A fishing rod of extremely peculiar design. The rod was pale gold, covered densely with flowing runes that moved like living things. Instead of ordinary fishing line, a silver thread extended from the rod, with a similarly pale gold hook at its end. You have obtained a sequence artifact projection Myriad Realms Fishing Rod. Sequence artifact rank 98. Name Myriad Realms Fishing Rod Projection. Effect: using this rod you can break through space anywhere and fish for anything across the Myriad Realms. Each cast consumes a small amount of mental energy, cooldown time 1 hour. Special note: after 1,000 casts you will receive a clue to the location of the sequence artifact's true body. Note: it can catch anything except fish. Lin Li. Rewards have been fully distributed. All beings within the instance will be forcibly teleported out in 15 minutes. You may also choose to exit immediately. No sooner had the system notification ended. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless beams of light flared up simultaneously. Werewolf Warwick's squad, over 30 people, practically scrambled to exit. In less than 3 seconds, all 30 plus were gone. As if staying 1 more second would mean being chased by something. Only Neo Li's 5-member squad remained standing obediently still. 5 pairs of eyes stared fixedly at him. Their gaze was like dogs waiting for their master's command. Neo Li asked cautiously, "Boss, can we go back now?" Having signed a master-servant contract with Lin Li, they dared not leave without his permission. Lin Li pondered for a moment, then took out a token from his storage space. An entry token for the Myriad Races Arena. Given your status in your tribes, you should have Myriad Races Arena tokens, right? The 5 quickly nodded, and each produced their own tokens. "This is my token number." Lin Li recited a string of digits. "Memorize it. Add me when you return. Contact me through Sky City from now on." The Myriad Races Arena token could be used as a communicator within Sky City. Yes, yes, yes. The 5 nodded repeatedly. Lin Li glanced at them and nodded slightly. "All right, you can go back now." The 5 sighed with relief as if granted a pardon. "Goodbye, boss." "Take care, boss." "Call us anytime, boss." Light flared and 5 figures vanished. Only Lin Li remained on the altar. He stepped down and looked back. Behind him, the 7 stone tablets stood silently, radiating a faint silver glow. They recorded the rise and fall of a great race. They chronicled the arrival of a catastrophe. They bore witness to an elder's anguish. And they marked the end of a concluded history. Exit the instance. White light enveloped Lin Li, transforming into a beam that dissolved from the instance. The familiar dizziness washed over him. Lin Li opened his eyes to find himself back in his residence. Back in human territory, he immediately called Yi Yunhai. But no one answered. The other party was likely in a meeting or busy. Lin Li left a message saying he had obtained critical intelligence concerning the survival of the human race, and that you should come to him as soon as he heard the message. After leaving the message, Lin Li opened his panel and with excitement in his eyes began drawing a template again. System, draw a template. Drawing template. Drawing successful. Please select a template from the following options. White Hunter Smoker. Grade Gold Legendary High. Core ability Logia Smoke Fruit. Main skill Smoke Form Armament Hockey Basic Observation Hockey Basic White Blow White Snake White Smoke Launcher. Guide Bird. Grade White Common Low. Core ability Passive Always Points South. Main skills None. Note a living compass. With it you can never get lost. Except for a certain green-haired guy. Navy Admiral Borsellino Kazuru. Grade Red Mythical High. Core ability Logia Glint Fruit. Skills Armament Hockey Observation Hockey Light Speed Kick Laser Beam Yada no Kagami Ama no Murakumo Yasakani no Magatama. Pay well, and even the Emperor's Fall. Here he comes. That man is coming. Gazing at the template options before him, Lin Li's eyes brimmed with delight. Admiral Kazuru. The man famously known as Pay the Salary, and the 4 emperors are done for. The man who kicked down supernovas with a single strike. The Glint Fruit. Ultimate speed and devastation. This meant he could now possess a spirit beast capable of instantaneously appearing anywhere on the battlefield. It meant he could have an assassin that would shred the enemy to pieces before they could even react. System, select the Kazuru template. Template Navy Admiral Borsellino Kazuru selected successfully. Lin Li nodded in satisfaction. His spirit beast system was gradually becoming comprehensive. Zoro for extreme single-target burst and swordsmanship. Blazing Bear for full map area effect bombardment. Undead Curse Crow for curse support and healing. Kizaru the ultimate speedster assassin with lightspeed strikes. Just as Lin Li was pondering what kind of spirit beast to pair with Kizu, knock knock knock. A knock at the door sounded. Lin Li was startled. Could it be Uncle Yi? He walked to the door and peered through the peephole. The sight left him utterly stunned. Standing outside the door was Yi Qingying. But the Yi Qingying before him was nothing like the usual aloof, ethereal ice goddess. She was filthy, and now her silvery white hair adorned with a few withered leaves and unknown bits of grass. Her fair face was smeared with a layer of dust and dirt, her light gray hoodie covered in mud stains, and her trouser legs even had patches of dried mud clinging to them. She looked exactly like a little puppy that had rolled around in a mud pit 3 times. Lin Li yanked the door open, his eyes wide as saucers. Instinctively, he reached out and wiped her smudged little face. Ying, what happened to you? Lin Li's voice was laced with obvious shock. It's the middle of the night, how did you end up like this? Yi Qingying didn't answer. She just stood there, her ice blue eyes fixed intently on Lin Li. The signature antenna on top of her head swayed gently. Lin Li's expression twisted into one of extreme bewilderment. This girl is really talking nonsense with her eyes wide open now. Even if you said you just finished a dungeon and got dirty, I might have believed it. But you're telling me a mythical tier professional ended up like this just from a fall? Looking at Yi Qingying's expressionless face, Lin Li opened his mouth, but finally took a deep breath and gave up questioning. Forget it, this girl had been like this since she was little, often leaving people baffled. A fall is a fall then. Lin Li sighed, taking her hand. Go wash up quickly, you're a mess. We'll find you some clothes. He ushered Yi Qingying into the bathroom and closed the door. They'll leave the clothes by the door, take them yourself when you're done. The sound of water rushing filled the bathroom. Yi Qingying stood under the shower head, letting the warm water cascade over her body. She lowered her head, and a slow, subtle curve formed at the corner of her mouth. The plan was a success. For this moment, she had rolled a full 3 times on the street outside. She found the dirtiest mud puddles, chose the grass patches with the most fallen leaves, and even deliberately rubbed against the trash pile behind a barbecue stall twice. Of course, avoiding the truly filthy things, just getting some dust on her. Now she had seamlessly entered Lin Li's residence. Yi Qingying swiped her finger and retrieved the package that had arrived this afternoon from her storage space. She tore open the packaging. Inside was a black and white maid outfit with a fluffy skirt and a white bow tied at the collar. A pair of knee-high white stockings, exquisitely textured, shimmered with a soft luster under the dim bathroom light. A pair of fluffy fox ear hair accessories, pale gold in color, surprisingly complemented her silvery white hair. Yi Qingying looked at these items, and the antenna on her head twitched again. A sharp glint flashed in her eyes. Today victory is assured. Outside the bathroom, Lin Li placed the clothes by the door and returned to his room. He sat at his desk, opened a notebook, and began to jot down notes. The Kizara template was already obtained. Now all he needed was a suitable spirit beast to bear it. The Glint Fruit's abilities were comprehensive lightspeed movement, lightspeed attacks, elemental intangibility to negate damage. This combination of skills had almost no weaknesses. In the world of One Piece, the weakness of elemental intangibility was Haki. However, in this world, only his spirit beasts could use Haki. Elemental intangibility was a cheat in this world. Aside from soul-type damage skills, almost nothing could truly harm a professional in an elemental state. In other words, Kizara's only weakness was soul attacks. Lin Li narrowed his eyes, tapping his pen lightly against the paper. Rather than enhancing Kizara's attack power, it was better to seal this soul vulnerability. To make Kizaru a true all-rounder without any shortcomings or blind spots, capable of calmly handling any type of enemy. He remembered seeing a suitable spirit beast at the Spirit Clan's pet shop. That spirit beast was... Click. The sound of the bathroom door opening came from behind him. Soft footsteps padding on the floor drew closer and closer to him. Done washing up. Lin Li continued scribbling on the paper without turning his head. Hungry? Want me to cook you some noodles? Lin Li turned around as he spoke, and then his entire body froze. The pen in his hand fell to the floor with a thud. Yi Qingying stood behind him. She was wearing a black and white maid outfit, the hem just covering the middle of her thighs, revealing her long straight legs beneath. The knee-high white stockings tightly wrapped around her calves, emitting a soft sheen under the desk lamp. On her head were the pale gold fox-ear hair accessories, adding a touch of playfulness and allure to her already delicate features. Her skin, fresh from the bath, was fair with a hint of pink, misty and translucent, like a freshly peeled egg. She stood there, her ice blue eyes fixed intently on Lin Li. That gaze was no longer the cold detachment of before. It was aggression. Naked, unconcealed aggression, as if she wanted to devour him whole. Lin Li felt a surge of heat rush from his nasal cavity. He reached up and wiped his nose. On his fingertip was a glaring smear of bright red. Nosebleed. He was having a nosebleed. Why whining? Lin Li's voice stammered. What kind of outfit is that? Yi Qingying didn't speak, just looked at Lin Li. She lifted her foot and stepped toward him, one step at a time, each step carrying an undeniable pressure. Lin Li instinctively stepped back. Yingying, what are you trying to do? Yi Qingying didn't answer. She just kept moving closer. 2 meters. 1 meter. Then she reached out, grabbed Lin Li by the collar, and shoved hard. Bang! Lin Li was pushed entirely onto the bed. Before he could react, Yi Qingying was already straddling him. She pressed his wrists down with both hands, firmly pinning him to the bed. Lin Li struggled twice. He couldn't break free. He looked at Yi Qingying with horrified eyes. This girl, how was she so strong? Yingying. Lin Li's voice cracked with panic. Listen to me, this is too soon. If Uncle Yi finds out, he'll kill me. MMPH. Before he could finish, his words were silenced. Yi Qingying leaned down, her soft lips pressing against his. The fragrance of a young woman mingled with the steam from her bath, and the scent of shower gel instantly enveloped him. Lin Li's mind went completely blank. Her offensive was so aggressive. How could this girl be so skilled? In this battle of two, Lin Li was utterly defeated, retreating in disarray, abandoning his arms and armor. A long moment passed. Their lips parted. Yi Qingying lifted her head slightly, looking down at him with a commanding gaze. Those icy blue eyes now seemed as if they could drip with water. Lin Li gazed at Yi Qingying, his eyes somewhat dazed. How could she be so domineering? Seeing Yi Qingying's stare that seemed to want to devour him, Lin Li shyly averted his gaze from her aggressive eyes. Gee. Gently. His voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. It's my first time. Yi Qingying's eyes lit up. That light burned even more fiercely than before. She panted heavily, reaching out to tear at Lin Li's clothes. Is this the great matter concerning the survival of the human race you spoke of? At that moment, a faint, ghostly voice came from the doorway. It was like ice water being poured over their heads. Both of their bodies froze simultaneously. Lin Li and Yi Qingying stiffly turned their heads toward the door. Yi Yanhai stood there. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Veins bulged on his forehead, each one clearly visible. His gaze fixed on Lin Li like he was looking at a dead man. At that moment, Lin Li felt every hair on his body stand on end. Cold sweat poured from his back. You, Uncle Yi. His voice trembled like a sieve. It's not what you think, please let me explain. Yi Yanhai said nothing. He just stared at the two on the bed, at Lin Li, at Yi Qingying straddling him, at her maid outfit, at her white stockings, at the fox-ear headband. Then he spoke with a smile that wasn't a smile. Had quite the adventurous taste you have. Uncle Yi, it's really a misunderstanding. Silence. Yi Yanhai roared, cutting off Lin Li's attempt to explain further. Save your words for my fists. A few minutes later, Lin Li and Yi Qingying knelt side by side on the living room floor. Each had 2 enormous, swollen red bumps on their heads. Lin Li's was bigger, shining red. Yi Qingying's was slightly smaller, but still swollen high. Yi Yunhai sat on the sofa, arms crossed, glaring at them with a dark face. You two little brats. As he spoke, his voice was thick with barely suppressed anger. I have no objection to you dating, to you being in love. He pointed at Yi Qingying. This girl has been clingy with you since she was a child. Ooh, I've long seen it. Then he pointed at Lin Li. And I've considered you half a son. If you two got together, I'd be happy to see it. But, he slammed his hand on the coffee table, rattling the cups on it. This kind of thing is too early. What if she gets pregnant? Have you thought about that? Yi Qingying knelt there, listening expressionlessly. At the word pregnant, the little antenna of hair on her head twitched. Then she silently took something from the pocket of her maid outfit. A small square silver, little umbrella. She placed it on the floor and slid it in front of Yi Yunhai. Yi Yunhai. At that moment, Yi Yunhai's face visibly turned from black to green. Green as a freshly picked bitter melon. He took a deep breath. Then another. And another. Then he suddenly stood up, his fist already raised. But seeing the two already swollen bumps on Yi Qingying's head, he couldn't bring himself to strike. His raised fist hung in the air for 3 seconds. Then he spun around and slammed his fist onto Lin Li's head. Bang! Another bump appeared on Lin Li's head. Clutching his head, Lin Li looked up, utterly bewildered. Uncle Yi, how is this my fault? Yi Yunhai glared at him, the fury in his eyes nearly burning Lin Li to ashes. You must have taught her this. Where else could she have gotten such a thing? Lin Li opened his mouth, but found he had nothing to say. Yi Yunhai snorted and ignored him. He walked over to Yi Qingying, grabbed her by the collar, and lifted her from the floor. Yi Qingying didn't resist, but her icy blue eyes were still fixed on Lin Li. Go change out of those clothes. Yi Yunhai grumbled, tossing her into her room and slamming the door. Come out when you're changed. The room was silent for a few seconds. Then came the rustling sound of changing clothes. Yi Yunhai returned to the living room, plopped down on the sofa, and glared at Lin Li, who was still kneeling on the floor. Speak. Lin Li scrambled up with a sheepish grin, rubbing the 3 big bumps on his head, and sat down across from him. Uncle Yi, about that important intelligence I mentioned. He recounted everything from the elf secret realm from beginning to end. The contents recorded on the stone tablet. The history of the elven race. The birth of the elf saintess. The seduction of the evil god, turning the ancestral lands into a forbidden zone of death. The eruption of the sequence artifact, halting the expansion of the forbidden zone, allowing the 2 elven factions to escape. Finally, Lin Li took out the map from his storage space and spread it on the coffee table. Yi Yunhai's pupils contracted sharply. He stared at the map in complete silence for a full 10 seconds. You mean, his voice was hoarse. There's a sequence artifact in the forbidden zone of death on the border of the human race. Lin Li nodded. Yi Yunhai leaned back on the sofa, his brows deeply furrowed. Troublesome. He murmured. A sequence artifact was hidden right on the edge of human territory. This was not good news, but a calamity. An innocent man may be rich, but it's the treasure that makes him guilty. With the current strength of the human race, not to mention entering the depths of the forbidden zone to retrieve the artifact, even if they were lucky enough to get it, they couldn't possibly keep it. Once word got out, the top-tier powerful races on the 1,000 races ranking would swarm like sharks smelling blood. How could the human race possibly defend against that? The annihilation of their race was imminent. Moreover, there was another, even greater hidden danger. The reason the forbidden zone of death had been expanding relatively slowly was precisely because that sequence artifact was suppressing it. Once the artifact was taken by another powerful race, the forbidden zone, no longer restrained, would expand, wildly devouring everything. At that point, the human race would have only 2 choices. Abandon this territory they had lived in for 300 years, relocate billions of people, and search for a new habitat in the boundless, endless worlds. Or be swallowed by the forbidden zone and become one of those twisted monsters. Yi Yunhai took a deep breath, looked at Lin Li, his face more serious than ever. Keep this a secret for now. Lin Li nodded. Keep the map with you. Don't tell anyone. Lin Li nodded again. He'll inform Elder Chun about the situation. The specific course of action will be decided by the High Council. Yi Yunhai stood up, patted Lin Li on the shoulder, a hint of approval in his eyes. Kid, this intelligence is crucial. You've rendered a great service. Lin Li rubbed the 3 bumps on his head and gave a wry smile. Yi Yunhai glanced at him, then at Yi Qingying, who had already changed her clothes and come out. He couldn't help but snort again. Yi Yunhai paused, his tone laced with threat. But let it slide this time. You're both only 18. I won't interfere for another couple of years, but until then, he fixed his gaze on Lin Li, a sinister grin spreading across his face. I still have a devastating scissor kick in my arsenal. It'll make you understand what fatherly love as heavy as a mountain truly means. I was the one who was forced. Lin Li thought indignantly, but dared not voice it. He could only nod frantically. Yi Yunhai snorted again and turned toward the door. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped. He turned back and grabbed Yi Qingying, who was about to sneak into Lin Li's room, by the scruff of her neck. Caught Yi Qingying puffed out her cheeks, writhing frantically in protest. But under Yi Yunhai's restraint, she was carried home, like a kitten being hauled away by the scruff. The next day, Sky City, a spirit taming clan beast pet shop. Sir, you've arrived? A maid stepped forward with a sincere smile. What kind of beast pet may we assist you with today? Ghost Spirit Ape. The spirit taming clan maiden nodded. Please follow me, sir. She led Lin Li past the beast pet exhibition hall. Before them stood an isolated crystal display case within which floated a dusky gray beast pet crystal. Inside the crystal, a faintly translucent ape-like figure hovered, its form spectral, seemingly composed of a rare, ethereal essence. Ghost Spirit Ape. Rarity, golden, legendary, lower tier. Race, Netherborn. Passive talent, Soul Barrier. Automatically forms a protective veil around the soul, reducing damage from soul-based techniques by 15%. Soul Devourment. Upon slaying an enemy, consumes its soul to moderately restore physical stamina and mental energy. While applying 1 stack of the Soul Reaver buff, each stack increases attack power by 1% up to a maximum of 10 stacks. Lin Li gazed at the Ghost Spirit Ape, a subtle smile lifting the corners of his lips. This was it. Soul Barrier. Resistance against soul-targeting attacks. Precisely what he needed. Huang Yuan's Glimmer Fruit possessed but a single vulnerability in this world's soul-based assault. And this beast pet's passive talent sealed that very flaw. Moreover, Soul Devourment proved highly advantageous, restoring stamina and mental acuity upon kills while steadily amplifying offensive might. Perfect. I'll take this one, Lin Li declared. The spirit taming clan maiden nodded and deftly retrieved the crystals, swiftly completing the acquisition formalities. 10 minutes later, Lin Li stood inside the Covenant Chamber. The bonding ritual proceeded without incident. Within his spirit beast realm, a new phantom ape figure now shimmered into existence. System load Huang Yuan's template onto target spirit beast Ghost Spirit Ape. Initiating fusion sequence. Blinding golden light erupted violently from the Ghost Spirit Ape's core. Amidst the searing radiance, the ape's spectral form convulsed and transformed. Its once translucent gray body began to coalesce, solidifying, reshaping, redefining itself. The light intensified, denser, fiercer, more incandescent, until at last it began to fade. At the chamber's center stood a wholly new being. An ape standing upright like a man, nearly 3 meters tall. It wore a sharply tailored, bright yellow pinstriped suit complete with a dark tie knotted precisely at the collar. Its hands rested casually in the pockets of its trousers, its shoulders slouched slightly, exuding an unmistakable aura of languid indifference as though burdened by the sheer tedium of existence. A white cloak draped over its back centered with 2 bold black ideograms justice. Over its face sat a pair of yellow-tinted sunglasses concealing most of its features. Beneath the lenses, a pair of drowsy, half-lidded eyes lazily surveyed the world. Unhurried, unimpressed, utterly detached. But what truly defined it was its expression. Its mouth curled downward in a faint, ineffable sneer, as if everything before it failed to spark even the faintest flicker of interest. Lin Li stared at this astonishingly eccentric spirit beast, his own lips twitching silently, lost in stunned silence for a long while. He gave it a name on the spot, then opened the interface panel. Spirit Beast Huang Yuan. Rarity, Crimson Mythic Upper Tier. Level 1. Core Ability Natural Type Glimmer Fruit. Soul Barrier. Automatically constructs a defensive veil around the soul, reducing damage from soul-based techniques by 90%. Soul Devourment. Upon slaying an enemy, consumes its soul to substantially restore physical stamina and mental energy. While applying 1 stack of the Soul Reaver buff, each stack increases attack power by 1% up to 100 stacks. At full stacks, attack power doubles. Abilities: Armament, Haki Observation, Haki Lightspeed, Kick, Laser Beam, Yada Mirror, Tatsuka, Blade, Yasakani Jewel. Comprehensive Combat Assessment, 71000. Lin Li gazed at the interface, unable to suppress the widening curve of his grin. 90% soul resistance. 100% attack amplification at full stacks. Lightspeed movement. Lightspeed strikes. What in the heavens was this creature? Human Dominion Garden Residential Complex. A flash of white light, and Lin Li reappeared in his room. He was about to head toward the dungeon hall. He needed to level up Huang Yuan before the Tri-Clan Grand Tournament. Suddenly Lin Li froze mid-step. A memory surfaced. The 10-realm fishing rod. He'd acquired it yesterday, and hadn't yet tested it. From his spatial storage, he withdrew the pale golden fishing rod and weighed it thoughtfully in his palm. Its shaft still shimmered with arcane runes, its line dissolved into silver brilliance as it vanished into the void, the hook suspended midair, swaying gently. Time to test it somewhere quiet. He glanced around, then walked to a secluded corner of the complex, beneath the broad boughs of an ancient scala tree. No one was nearby. He raised the rod and cast with decisive force. Whoosh! The golden hook shot forth like a comet, vanishing into the rift. The line snapped taut, vanishing beyond sight. Lin Li gripped the rod, waiting patiently. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Then, the rod jolted violently. Something had taken the bait. Lin Li wrenched backward with both hands. and a streak of gold tore from the void. A spear. An ancient solemn spear clattered onto the grass at his feet. Its shaft gleamed with a deep somber gold etched densely with intricate runes. Its tip shimmered with a chilling predatory sharpness. Merely holding it sent tremors of immense, terrifying power coursing up his arms. Lin Li's eyes widened as he activated system identification. World-breaking spear. Rarity, mythic mid-tier. Type special artifact, dimensional breaching weapon. Effect wielding this spear allows the user to tear open a passage, large enough for passage, through any barrier seal or ward. The breach remains stable for 10 seconds. Cooldown 24 hours. Note forged by a master adept in spatial laws, this weapon can rend virtually all forms of energy-based shielding. An unparalleled tool for infiltration escape or covert acquisition. Lin Li. He stared blankly at the spear, his mind utterly vacant. A mythic tier artifact. On his very first cast, had he just reeled in a mythic tier artifact? He recalled Uncle Yi saying plainly in 3 centuries the human dominion had not produced a single mythic tier equipment piece. Yet here it lay, in his hands. And its effect. Breaching barriers. What did that imply? That vaults, sanctums, and forbidden zones, protected by wards, would lie defenseless before him. That fortified cities, citadels, and strategic outposts, shielded by impenetrable barriers, would offer him no resistance whatsoever. Meanwhile, at the heart of the boundless continent, a bustling metropolis. A colossal golden barrier enshrouded the entire city, its grand defense formation designed both to repel external invaders and to prevent any lawless element within from escaping. At the barrier's edge stood a motley crew, dozens strong, drawn from a dozen disparate races. Their bodies were streaked with blood, their hands clutched ill-gotten spoils, gem-encrusted necklaces, enchanted scrolls pulsing with arcane resonance, weapons, and armor of unmistakable staggering value. Behind them, thousands of city guards surged forward. A goblin shrieked at the squad's leader, a hulking rhinoceros tribe warrior broad-shouldered and crowned with a single black horn. "Boss, hurry. Use the spear of dimensional rupture. Shatter the barrier. We'll escape." "Yes, yes." A wolfman beside him chimed in urgently. "Boss, act now." The city guard is closing in. Yet their leader stood frozen, eyes bulging like bronze bells, jaw slack enough to swallow a fist, utterly petrified. He raised his right hand, empty, high, and strikingly dramatic, yet utterly devastatingly bare. My dimension-rending spear, where is it?" The rhinoceros tribe chieftain stared blankly at his own palm. "What are you babbling about, boss?" "What do you mean, where?" "It was in your hand." "Stab already." "No, it wasn't." The chieftain whirled around, face ashen with spectral dread. "It was there, just now when I raised it. I felt it. Then it vanished." "Vanished? What does that even mean?" "It just disappeared, as if reeled away." "What force could reel an object from your grasp?" "You're a myth-tier warrior." "I don't know. All I saw was a golden fishhook. And then the spear was gone." The bandits exchanged glances, their panic curdling into raw terror, then hardening into hollow despair. Far off, hundreds of city guards had closed to within 50 meters. Their captain raised a hand, halting his troops. He gazed coldly upon the cornered outlaws, a sardonic smile curling his lips. "So, no more running." The rhinoceros tribe chieftain opened his mouth, to speak, to protest, to roar, but no sound emerged. He only stared numb at his empty right hand. The dimension-rending spear, his loyal companion for over a decade, the instrument behind countless heists, the very symbol of his reign as a feared warlord, was simply gone. Gone precisely when he needed it most. "Boss." The goblin's voice cracked into a sob. "Decide something, quickly." The chieftain stood silent for 3 long seconds. Then he drew a deep, steadying breath, and slowly raised both hands. "I surrender." The goblin blinked. "Huh? Huh?" The wolfman stammered. "Huh?" The rest of the bandits echoed in stunned unison. "Huh, boss." Ignoring their wails, he watched the advancing guards with hollow, expressionless eyes. 5 minutes later, the notorious gang, feared across continents, infamous for decades, was captured in its entirety. Witnesses claimed that even as they were led away, the rhinoceros tribe chieftain kept whispering one phrase over and over. "Where's my spear? Where is that massive spear of mine? How did it just vanish?" Within the human dominion, Lin Li settled into a rhythm over the following days. He trained in the dungeon hall, steadily leveling up the golden monkey, raising it from level 1 onward. When the 10-realm fishing rod's cooldown ended, he slipped into secluded corners, drew forth the rod, and cast his line. System log updated. "Congratulations, you have successfully fished with the 10-realm fishing rod. Acquired item: feather of the angelic saintess, legendary, upper tier. A single plume from the wings of the angelic saintess imbued with pure blessings. Legend holds that whoever bears this feather shall never suffer ill fortune. Effect: temporarily enhances personal luck, dramatically increasing success rates for forging, enchanting, alchemy, and other crafting endeavors. Acquired item: scale of the mermaid goddess, legendary, upper tier. A shimmering, iridescent scale from the sacred merfolk goddess, each one worth a king's ransom. Effect may be used in forging to greatly amplify water-based attack and defense attributes. Worn directly, it grants underwater respiration and immunity to crushing aquatic pressure. Acquired item Forge Hammer of the Dwarf Prince Mythic Lower Tier. A ceremonial hammer gifted to the Dwarf Prince upon his commingafage, forged by the finest artisans of the Dwarf clan. It is said the first artifact he crafted with it was a token of betrothal for the woman he loved. Effect Specialized Forging Tool. Increases crafting success rate by 20 and grants a chance to imbue additional attributes. Acquired item Eye Drops of the Three-Eyed Race Legendary Upper Tier. Exquisitely refined ocular elixir traditionally used to nourish the revered third eye of the three-eyed race, yet equally potent for humans and other species. Effect upon application grants true sight for a brief duration, piercing all illusions, invisibility, and disguise. Acquired item Key to the Dragon Princess's Vault. The exclusive key to the private treasury of the Dragon Princess, who legend says hoards every glittering treasure she adores. Effect grants access to the Dragon Princess's personal vault, within which lie centuries of her most treasured acquisitions. Acquired item White Silk of the Elven Queen Legendary Upper Tier. Silk once worn by the Elven Queen in her youth, woven by master elven weavers from silk spun by millennium old ice silkworms. Effect when worn significantly enhances charm and bestows the wind's lightness boon, increasing movement speed by 15. Lin Li stared at the white silk, deep in thought, then quietly tucked it away. In mere days his storage space had overflowed with artifacts bizarre, wondrous, and priceless. Each item, if displayed openly, would command incalculable value, unobtainable on any market, and all of it owed to a single fishing rod. Surveying his haul, Lin Li could not help but murmur in awe, sequence-level divine artifact, truly monstrous. And this is merely a projection. What then must the true primordial form be? This tranquil rhythm endured until the day of the tri-racial grand contest. Dawn light bathed the streets and alleys of Mount Tai City. Across the human dominion, the air hummed with extraordinary excitement. For today marked the commencement of the tri-racial youth trial, a joint competition hosted by the humans, the southern venomous demon clan, and the northern barbarian tribes. Each faction deployed 10,000 elite youths, 30,000 in total, into a massive, specially constructed dungeon realm jointly sustained and governed by all three races, where teams would engage in large-scale offensive warfare. Nearly the entire human dominion had declared a holiday, save for essential posts, while citizens gathered before live broadcasts to witness the spectacle. For this was far more than a contest among the young, it was a direct revelation of each race's future strength and destiny.